up with a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Minutes 50 to go right now. Curry, dribble drive, down the lane, stops, leans in, pass over to Draymond. Draymond with 5 to shoot, takes it middle. The floater is up and good! A one-hand floater by Draymond rolled in. Big time bucket by number 23. And the Warriors go up by 4. It's 96-92, the Magic call time with a minute 44 to go.
Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game as your Golden State Warriors take out the Orlando Magic 104-99, finally back over 500. And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It is the Morning Roast. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. Yes, it is real. It is spectacular. And God, did they need that win. And that might have been the ugliest first half I've seen in the NBA this season. They almost scored as many points, Joe Shasky, in that first half as they did in the entire third quarter. They scored 43 points in the first 2 quarters combined, both these teams. We know the Magic aren't very good offensively, and Lord knows we know this Golden State Warriors team has not been good offensively. But they scored 43 in the first half and 39 in the third quarter. And then they almost tricked that lead away, the 12-point lead they had, and it was tied with a couple minutes to go. Steph makes a shot. Draymond, as you heard, makes a shot. They get the win. Whew. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing well. That was a much-needed win for the soul. I mean, I think as you zoom in on the game, there's a lot of little elements to be encouraged with, some other ones to be, I guess, worried about. And then I take a step back and I go, do you know how hard it must be for some of these guys to continue to perform? Everyone's like, oh, they're professionals. They need to block it out. Everybody has been named in trade talks for months straight. Not just by like you and me just BSing on the radio. I'm talking about credible reporters, whether it's Brian Windhorst, whether it's Shams Charania. I mean, the Warriors have been basically drunk dialing the world right now, trying to trade anything and everything. And so for them to kind of pick themselves up by their bootstraps and be professional and block out the noise and go out there and play well. And I look at someone like Moses Moody. He's playing the best stretch of basketball of his career. And it's kind of going under the radar right now. I don't know if this is a little taste of what he can do and he thinks he can do more and he can do more. I don't know. Like he's looked great. Andrew Wiggins, coming back and looking really good. But I keep coming back to this. Steph Curry has never worked harder and never been less efficient in the last decade. And right now, you can just see things are really hard for him and the team in the half court. And they found a way to close out this win. And I thought Draymond was excellent in the final couple of minutes. Obviously hits that little runner. And defensively locking up Paolo Banchero was OG Draymond Green. But that game, I felt like they were going to lose it the entire way away. And credit to the Warriors, they found a way to pull that out.
And Moses Moody, as you mentioned, 24 minutes off the bench, 6-9 shooting overall, 17 points for Moses.
He's been excellent.
He was parting the Red Sea yesterday for sure. And by the way, speaking of the Red Sea, God, it feels like it's just pouring outside right now. Feels like it. So please be driving. If you're driving out there, be safe. Don't do anything dumb. Don't be tailgating. If you need to pull over. I was driving in from Oakland to Bay Bridge. It was windy. It was slick. It was flooding everywhere. So please be safe if you're driving on those roadways right now. And if you are listening, on the radio, or if you can't, stop, download the Odyssey app. It's free. Download that bad boy, and I'll tell you why you want to download a little bit later, because we have a national contest going. We have another contest going still all day and all rest of the week here at 95.7 The Game, the knockout tournament. Yes, you want to play some hoops at Chase Center like, Steph, Andrew Wiggins, and Paolo Banchero were yesterday. You have an opportunity to do that. I'll explain more as the show goes on. But again, please be safe driving out there, and hit us up on Twitch, Twitter, or YouTube. We are streaming on all those platforms, all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. We're reacting to that win, but, it was a good win. And we're not going to harp on it that long. It was nice to see Draymond Green back. Obviously made the big shot there. Typical Draymond Green stat line, 4 points, 5 assists, 7 boards, got a steal, got a headlock on Paolo Banchero. I don't know if that's in the stat sheet as well. WWE Royal Rumble was last weekend, so maybe Draymond was watching that and getting hyped up.
I mean, Paolo
Uso now the heavyweight champion of the world, so congratulations to him.
My bad. Paolo crossed him up, and he was going to the left, and Draymond just put him in. And it looked like the Cobra Clutch.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it looked like to me. I mean, shout out David Benoit, even though I know he's a horrible human being.
Chris Benoit, yes.
Chris Benoit, thank you.
Yes.
They got lucky and called that a flagrant because I thought they were going to review it. And credit to Paolo for not overreacting.
No,
quite frankly, like the young man, they're a very excellent team. I mean, Franz Wagner he's special.
I was thinking that too. I was like, God, they have some really good pieces, but good Lord, offensively. And I know Fitz kept harping on the television side for NBC Sports Bay Area, Bob Fitzgerald saying, they're the 30th ranked 3-point shooting team. I was like, yeah, they're showing it. But the Warriors are somehow worse right now. It's just like a brick fest. And you made a great point in the chat. Just it was horrible.
Well, what it looked like was they were having a stonemason convention.
That's what it was.
And I thought that they were building a church for the community.
No, I thought I was stoned watching it because it was going in slow motion the whole time. Paolo Banchero, Franz Wagner, great pieces, awesome pieces. But if they're not shooting like the lights out, they're going to lose games probably. Like their defense is great, but those are their two guys right now. One went 9 of 24, one went 9 of 19, 21 points, 18 points respectively. For being that big though and not being able to get to the line, I was shocked. I was like, why aren't they attacking more at the rim? But credit to Andrew Wiggins, credit to Draymond Green, who was in the starting out, credit to Kevon Looney, who I think had like 5 offensive rebounds in one whole possession. It was crazy.
It's the Phantom of the Opera mask. I'm convinced.
We got to do something about that.
Why?
Well, not the mask. I like the mask, actually. But and Evan Giddings, who had the Warriors pre- and post game last night, doing a hell of a job. He mentioned it too.
What'd he say?
I mean, he's like, we can't have stat padding 5 offensive rebounds because I kept smoking layups every single time.
See, you guys are too young. That's called the Danny Fortson. So you probably don't remember it. The Warriors during their Depression era, Warrior era, they had a guy who was like a consecutive double-double guy named Danny Fortson. And I used to say, like, is it really truly a double-double if you smoke the same layup 7 times?
Right.
And then put it back in like that. Those are hollow rebounds.
15 boards for Kevon, 7 offensive. And then, like I said, within the span of like 10 seconds, he had 5 of them. Insane.
Look, Kevon is the least of the Warriors' worries.
No, I loved what I saw from him yesterday. He somehow was able to draw a foul on the outside. And who's my guy? Badazzi.
Yeah.
Hey,
Badazzi's nice.
I like Badazzi too.
Goga? Is it Goga?
Yeah, Goga Badazzi. Hey,
I thought he's a nice little player.
And you liked how they panned. He's like the only other player from the Republic of Georgia that I've known in the NBA. The other one was Zaza Pachulia, obviously, and Zaza's on the sideline. They're showing it. So good times there, but huge win. They just need it for the mentals, given everything that took place the last 48 hours. And we're going to get into it as the show goes on because a lot took place even after our show yesterday, Joe Shasky. Kevin Durant potentially on the table now for the Golden State Warriors. There's been talks there. They want to go get KD. Hey, from what I saw last night, and I get it. It's raining. It's a Monday. People are getting back into school, getting back into rhythm. Semesters are starting around college. Everyone's getting back in the flow of things. It's the Orlando Magic. It's not sexy. We're diehards. We love Paolo Banchero. We love Franz Wagner. Fun players. I don't think that's resonating with Joe Schmo down the street. There was a lot of empty seats yesterday at Chase Center. They need some sort of infusion. A jolt of excitement right now for just not only the fans, but everyone needs it. This coaching staff, the players, the organization, every single person needs a jolt from this team right now. I saw it with Steph yesterday. And at times it feels like, and listen, I'm not saying he's not trying or anything. It just feels like this offense in that first half specifically is just going through the motions. Just not being able to have some sort of cohesion. And I think a guy like Kevin Durant, what he brings and what he has brought to this, just not only team, but this entire Bay Area was just life at one point. Now, it didn't end well, and there's absolutely going to be questions in regards to his fit with a certain individual on this team and how it ended, with one being Draymond Green. We'll get into that at some point, but the latest rumor there, and that was Mark Stein of his Substack, obviously former of ESPN amongst other outlets, very credible Mark Stein, saying the Warriors are doing their due diligence in regards to Kevin Durant. But another word that came out yesterday was desperate. Desperation from this Warriors squad right now. And that's a word you never want to be in sports. Desperate. I feel it with a lot of my sports teams. I felt desperate many a times watching a team hover around 500, which is what the Warriors have been doing, I don't know, the last 3 years, it feels like.
Yes.
It feels...
Since the 18-2 start a couple years back.
It feels... It's just been flipped over.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of factors into that. We don't want to harp on every single thing. You hate to go Hawaiian and go back to the punch. That was part of it. Klay Thompson. There's so many different layers upon layers about this that you see now it's finally culminating in this trade deadline the week of February in 2025, where we said it yesterday. This is the most important, stretch here for Golden State Warriors basketball and the future of Golden State Warriors basketball. And Mike Dunleavy is at the forefront of it. I truly believe these next few days are going to dictate the next few years of the Golden State Warriors.
But what I don't understand, I don't understand why they had such a shift in philosophy. It went from a couple of weeks ago, Steph telling everyone to shut up and put your Twitter fingers down, and Draymond Green, play this out.
I have this.
Yeah.
Stephen Curry.
This was just 2 weeks ago?
This was January 15th.
Okay, 2 weeks ago.
All the Twitter fingers who's got deals that we need to make can kind of just shut up a little bit and let us figure this thing out. Like we know we can be competitive. We showed that toughness tonight. Obviously, every team is trying to find ways to get better, and for us, we've been great for a very long time. This is just a unique year where we have to be able to stay relevant and give ourselves a chance and just have some life in a playoff series. And we have a whole lot of confidence that we can beat anybody. So that's it.
And that was after a 116-115 win to move them to 20-20 over the Minnesota Timberwolves back on January 15th.
But how did you go from that to literally every single NBA credible national reporter saying that you're dialing every single team, picking up the phone? Hey, is Paolo available? Hey, is LaMelo available? Hey, is LeBron available? Hey, is Kevin Durant available? Like, what happened? Is it just the Luka trade? Did Steph say something internally? Did the owner get restless? Is it the fans? Have the fans impacted, whether it's attendance, fervor online, just the malaise that's kind of hovered over the organization? Why all of a sudden, that is a dramatic pivot.
Is it a cop-out if I say if it's D, all the above? If it's just a combination of everything happening all at once, everything everywhere all at once.
I do think the Luka thing feels like the Big Bang. The Big Bang theory that people have hypothesized that started the universe and everything.
There's also a show.
Yeah, I didn't watch that. But
Big Sheldon guy.
Were you?
No, I thought you were.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm out on that. Nah,
Haley Cuoco? No. Not your bag? No. You like you're more in Charmed, which is on.
If you have a laugh track, the only laugh track show that I like
Seinfeld?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go back to the 80s for some of the old school stuff. But.
Okay. Weren't a Friends guy? Okay. So I didn't mean to trigger him this morning.
You mean the wannabe living single?
I'm trying to get I'm trying to get to know my new co-host.
I honestly think Friends is one of the most dramatically overrated shows next to The Office of all time.
Whoa.
Yes.
I'm an Office guy. Those are fighting words.
I mean, God, give me a break. No, but what happened? What happened? Because to me, I think Steph put his thumb on the scale a little here. I think Steph realized, whoa, wait a minute. Luka could be moved. But I also think he's looking around going I've had a really rough couple of weeks here where I've got, 5 sets of eyes looking at me every single step on the court, in the half court. You just watched the game yesterday. It hasn't looked easy for him for a long time. And I get his frustration. I don't know. Maybe he's seeing his own mortality a little, because he's battling some injuries. He's got the thumb injury. He's got his knees a little sore right now.
He'll be 37 next March. He shares a birthday with my sister, Sasha. Pi Day. It's easy. 3.14 pi. There you go. Going back to Big Bang Theory, being a nerd. He's going to be 37 next month. He's battling knee tendonitis, bilateral knee tendonitis.
It looks like it.
That's not going away. And he said that. That's something he's going to have to manage. And they're going to have a back-to-back. It's going to be interesting to see. They're playing the Utah Jazz tomorrow, and then they're going to be playing the Lakers, the talk of the town, right, on Thursday. Is Steph even going to play in that game? I want to say, what is that? It's in La La Land, right? Yeah. So, and we know how he plays against the Lakers in LA. Usually not good. So, again, where Steph is at right now, that's why I was surprised, Joe Shasky, he said those comments. I have never heard Steph Curry use the word shut up to anything. He's literally the nicest guy, I think, in the history of the world. He's the family man. He's been the face of the league for I don't know how long. He is what you want. You want the old cliche. You want your daughter to marry a guy like that, right? He is that guy. So for him to go at, the Twitter fingers, whether he was going at podcasters, the fans, whoever it was, for him to tell them to shut up, that we'll figure it out, when they were just 20-20, and now you're a couple days before the deadline and you're still just a game over 500, you're still basically 500. Like, has those 2 weeks, is that what he was saying? Hey, give us some time, and that time is now passed. Ooh. And now he's saying, you know what? I gave you that time. We didn't figure it out. Now we got to go do something.
Well, I just think, that's an interesting aspect. The more and more I think about it, I just think that he needs someone else who commands like attention on the half court when it comes to offense. He's getting hunted on defense, which has kind of always been the case, but I think
more so now though, because he's older. Like that's,
look at how many times has he pulled up from 35 to 40 feet out, and this year you're like,
way too many times.
I don't love that shot.
You know what?
I don't love that shot.
It never used to be a good shot for other. Like we always used to say, for Steph, that's a good shot.
Yeah.
Now it's just a bad shot.
Well, but
we can just call it what it is. Now it's just like, all right, dude.
But let me defend him. Like, he's not getting a lot of great looks. So when he gets a wide open 35, 40 footer, like I get him wanting to take the easy route out because he's having to work harder than ever for less efficient shots.
I did, and I will say this, and this is something that I'm sure the coaching staff has harped on, and we're starting to see a little bit more of it, and it's actually refreshing because this team, and I'm sure they're still in the bottom of the standings of this stat in this category, but the free throw shooting. I've actually been pleasantly surprised that they're getting to the rack.
Wiggins.
And Wiggins, Steph yesterday, 8 of 8 at the line. Wiggins, 10 of 15. Wasn't his greatest shooting performance from there, but he's actually been a lot better shooting at the line. And he's been more aggressive because with the absence of Jonathan Kuminga, it felt like he was the only guy getting to the rack on any given night. So it is refreshing to see them trying to do that. Hell, like, you don't think the Warriors, they're not a big team. You think of the Magic as a big team. Like, Franz and Paolo are big players. Badazzi, they're big guys. Contavious Caldwell-Pope, they're big guys. 10 free throw attempts yesterday. You know how many the Warriors had? 34. It's insane. That's the game right there.
How many times have you been able to say that the Warriors had a plus 24 free throw advantage?
It's insane. I can't remember
in the last 3 years that ever happening.
And again, going up against a really big team like that, and I think Draymond being back was a huge part of that.
Yeah.
Defending without fouling was just a huge thing. Quentin Post, I liked what I saw from him defensively at times as well. Just being a big body.
He got hunted a few times, though.
He did, but you know what? Steve Kerr said it a couple weeks ago. He's going to get picked on occasionally.
No doubt.
But he's not he used this term and I thought was hilarious. He's not a fake 7-footer. He actually uses his size somewhat to his advantage.
I like Quentin Post, but this is part of the growing pain. And look, I'm here for
there's going to be some pains.
But this is part of the growing pains of playing young players. And so there's going to be adjustments that other teams make to him, and he's going to have to adjust back. What I actually really like about him is that he shows on when they do these high pick and rolls at the point of attack, he does flash and get in front of guys and then can recover at times.
Yes.
Problem is moving laterally against faster players is going to be an issue. Yeah. But how many 7-footers can backpedal like the way Anthony Davis can?
Right.
Like that's why Anthony Davis is elite.
Yeah.
So he's not alone in that.
Yeah.
I think for him, shots need to fall. And I think once shots start falling more consistently from the outside, I think that he'll get a little more comfortable. He is clearly an offensive first type of a guy.
Again, shout out to those watching on YouTube. I
like him.
I like him too. What's not to like? Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Again, it's Spadoni, it's Shasky. If you're just waking up, if you're just tuning in, where's Bonte at? What the heck happened? Spadoni, new open, huh? Hey, Bonte's no longer a part of the morning roast regularly, every single day, but he's going to be joining us every Friday at 9. I'm Joe Spadoni. If you don't know me, I used to host the pregame show from 5 to 6 the last 2 years, from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. Don't be a stranger is all I'm going to say. You might love me, you might hate me. You know what? Like Pete Weber used to say, love me or hate me, you watched. All right? And you watch it on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube right now. Again, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. And what's coming up next on the game is brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. More of your calls, more of your texts, reaction to this win, desperation. Do you feel the desperation from this team right now, Golden State Warriors fans? And what does a desperate move look like for you at this point? Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Warriors head coach Steve Kerr now joining us on the River Islands guest line.
Trades are hard.
10 seconds left in the quarter. Peyton, the screen. Right side, Moody. Turns, fires, hits a three. 82-67. Warriors have pushed their lead to its largest advantage. 3.9 to go.
Tim Roy on the call last night. The great Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game. 104-99 the final. Warriors get a much-needed victory just for the mentals if everyone need to calm down over these last 48 hours, but I don't think they're calm just yet. Not until a move is going to be made. NBA trade deadline is looming. It's going to be Thursday at noon. And again, you don't want to go anywhere else. We're going to be live and local throughout that entire day. It's going to be leading up to that Lakers game, which again, we'll have coverage of that right here on 95.7 The Game at Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling. And we're going to continue to roll with this knockout tournament because it is back. Want a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center? We will give out a keyword sometime between 8 and 8:30, between 8 and between 8:30 and 9, I should say. When you hear the sounder, be the first to call in and give us the keyword that you received in the previous segment, and you will win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. The tournament will be held on Monday, March 3rd. Listen, the 8 a.m. hour, 12 p.m. hour, and 4 p.m. hours. Each show will have a slot to give away each day for 3 weeks. So we have 1 week down, second, and then we'll have a third. Have to be 18 to win and be a California resident. I can't wait. I think I'm going to be a part of that this year. I think I'm going to be there, guys. I know. That's the one thing about being the technical producer for the show. I did, obviously, Morning Roast prior to this, and also Steiny and Guru, Joe Shasky. So I couldn't do any of the fun stuff. I had to be here. Someone has to be the grown-up in all these things. You guys are going to be the little kids playing your little jumping jacks, having your little fun. No, I have to be the grown-up and be back here and babying all of you and making sure it sounds good. So now I actually get to, be a part of the fun.
Joe went through the crucible, and now he's here on the other side.
I did.
I like it.
There you go.
He's pulling the sword from the stone as we speak.
That's a great underrated Disney movie, speaking of the Disney with dads. Sword in the Stone, classic.
It is a classic. There's no doubt about it. Can we talk about Andrew Wiggins here? His all-star season, it felt like it was two separate seasons, right? There was the start, then he becomes the all-star, and then he kind of got injured a little, and it kind of affected some of his play. And then there was a whole third season, which was the playoffs, and he was outstanding. And it was by far and away the best version of Andrew Wiggins that we've ever seen. Dedicated on both ends of the floor, just playing like an absolute menace, rebounding like an absolute menace. Most efficient version, attacking the rim with unrelenting ferocity. I look at a guy right now, he's really good. He's really good for the Warriors right now. And I think that there's a Wiggins conundrum in the sense that he's one of the most valuable players on your team, and he's also the contract that everyone wants to align in any deal to get someone else of significance. But I don't want to surrender him, but I know that I kind of have to if I want to get something else. But I also know that we really, really, really need him. And if you get rid of him, then you're losing something on the defensive end. Like, it's just tough. They're in a really tough spot with Andrew Wiggins, and I have to give him credit. As much as everybody questions where he was during his absence and everything the last couple of years, this year, his name has basically been in the trade machine by every big national reporter, myself included, for 3 months straight.
I think I'll say
all he's done is played hard.
He has, and you know what? To Andrew Wiggins' credit, I'm sure he hears some of it, but he's very good at blocking out the noise. He's very good at all that. If you've ever seen any of his post-game press conferences, he's very good at just, I didn't hear anything about that. I don't know what you're talking about, and I believe him half the time when they're talking about the trade aspects, all that sort of stuff. He's been able to block out the noise, and I think he is rejuvenated. You've alluded to it. Passing of his father, sort of a clear mind now, right? Not having that weight of that sadness on his mind all the time. Not saying he isn't sad. He lost his dad. But there is a sense of closure. I'm sure you could speak onto that as well for a player of that caliber, having to go through all of that. I couldn't imagine what he's been dealing with. And listen, the proof is in the pudding. He was like a 12-point scorer a game last year. He was awful. He was not just awful. We were talking about just giving him up to get him off the team last year at times. No, and I'll be honest, I did too. I was like, the vibes I'm getting from him were so bad, I felt that they were bleeding into the other players of the team. I felt like when I was watching him, even off the bench, because he couldn't be a starter at time last year, just off the bench, it was awful. And it just looked like his head wasn't in it. And you know what? His head probably wasn't in it. And rightfully so, right? But I just felt at the time, and it wasn't anything against what was going on in his personal life, just on the floor, this team just wasn't good enough, and they needed a change. But I'm very happy to see that he's bounced back in a big way, and he might get traded. But you know what? If Andrew Wiggins gets traded, I'm sure he's going to play just as well he's doing here somewhere else. And maybe it is time for change for both parties, but I hear you when you say I'd have a hard time, given how he's been playing, to move on from a guy like that. But I'll just say this. If he's your second best player right now, it's just not going to be good enough.
No, I know.
He's averaging 17.6 points a game.
It's more than he did the year that he was an All-Star.
But that's also 56th in the NBA.
I understand that. But on this team, the conundrum they're in, they're so thin that surrendering him is tough because he is the one guy that everyone else would want on their team. He's the salary that matches up, but you also need him. So like any trade you execute, you would also want to try to keep him because you need him. It's just a really tough spot.
It'd be a major risk. No, that's the word you keep going back to.
I don't even know about risk. It's just you're losing something.
But that's a risk, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Any risk you're losing, you're risking losing something of great value or importance to you. That's what a risk is. And it'd be a risky move to move off of Andrew Wiggins because you know you're getting captain consistency, at least more so this season than last year and obviously the prior season. And I'll say this with Andrew Wiggins, because we'll give him his flowers here. When he came onto the Golden State Warriors, he was a flop. Like, he was he was a number 1 overall pick.
He was underwhelming.
I
wouldn't call him a quote unquote bust. I would say he didn't
strong.
He didn't live up to the number 1 pick billing.
No.
Would you agree?
I would absolutely agree.
But
he
was not a bust.
I still
bust is a guy who can't play.
I still don't know if he has lived up to that billing at this point in his career. He had a very good run in the finals.
What's he, a one-time All-Star?
Yes.
He's a one-time champion.
He's had a good career. He has had a good career.
But
again, expectations being a top 5 lottery pick, it's different. Same in the NFL, right? Yeah. There's levels to this. But when he came here and what Ron Adams and what Steve Kerr and what this coaching staff was able to do, not just offensively, because he could always get his own bucket. That was never a problem. His mid-range game, he was strong, he was lean, he was fast, he was quick, he could do all of it. But it was the defensive prowess, working with a guy like Draymond, Ron Adams, that made him invaluable to this team. The defensive prowess of Andrew Wiggins and what we've seen. Again, I can't harp on it enough. I thought he did great last night. Franz Wagner and Paolo Banchero are loads. Those guys are huge. They got to the line 10 times.
I know.
And Draymond being there obviously is a huge effect with that as well. So yeah, not only would you lose a consistent score, but on the defensive end, it would be a risk. But, and it's a big but, shout out Kim Kardashian. It's a big one. If I can get a guy for the future or the short term, whether it's 2 or 3 years, that I know is going to be a better player overall, or at least I'm projecting, and he has to be a part of that, I'm making him a part of that deal. And I think a lot of Warriors fans are too. And if you disagree, 888-957-9570. But if you're desperate right now, everyone's got to be on the table.
No,
including Andrew Wiggins.
I hear that. And look, teams have to want you, right? So this is where it gets difficult.
And I think he's wanted by all teams.
No, I agree. Yeah. No, I agree with that. He is a valuable piece, I think, for the right team. And he's a valuable piece for this team. I just keep coming back to this conclusion. And I don't want to make it either or, but I feel like it is. A year and a half ago, if I said Andrew Wiggins is more valuable to this team than Draymond Green, considering they make the same amount of money and they have about the same amount of years left on their contract.
I don't think the fan base would agree with you.
What do you mean?
That Andrew Wiggins is more valuable than Draymond Green to this franchise. I think he is.
A year and a half ago, I get laughed at. Today, it's inarguable. Andrew Wiggins is more valuable than Draymond Green.
I want to pick that up on the other side.
And I have a harder time getting rid of him than I would Draymond.
I want to get into that on the other side. 888-957-9570. By the way, our slam dunk in Vegas contest is going on. You got to check this out, guys. I mean, you had me in Las Vegas. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4 to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 for each guest. That's $20,000 in total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas, the premium sports viewing destination, and to visit the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. So they got this huge board up there, Joe Shasky. I don't know if you've seen it, So you can go there. It's going to be nice. It's going to be toasty. The ladies got the bikinis on. You got your Speedo on. You're a big banana hammock guy, I'm sure. So you got that. You got their tan going. You got your sports. You got all that going.
Banana hammocks.
It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now. Log in and listen each day for the minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. More of your calls, more of your texts. Who's more valuable right now in regards to a trade or to this franchise? Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins. I want to pick that up. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
Yo, what's up, sports fans? It's Guru. And if you want to watch the game in style, head to Bay Street Emeryville with your crew. The Bay Break Dining Terrace has 3 big screens around a dope fireplace. Become a Bay Street insider at BayStreetEmeryville.com.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% off weekly with For You and your Safeway app. This week, it is all about buy 5 and get 5 free. How about that? When you buy 10 mix and match participating items, like some of my favorite drinks, Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Pepsi, or Smart Water beverages of various sizes, now we go to Dan Dibley because it's time for dessert.
And with soda, you need cookies, 16-count fresh-baked cookies, and pint-sized Ben & Jerry's ice cream, or 6 mega or 12 double rolls of Signature Select soft and strong bath tissue, and 6 rolls of Brightly paper towels, selected varieties.
Yeah, the paper towels would be nice. You dab all that chocolate off the side of your face.
Sounds good.
Perfect. All right, these and other great deals are available in the For You section of the Safeway app. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. We like saving money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
If you want premium redwood decking from sustainable forests, you want Humboldt Redwood, on sale now at Dolan's. This is the most beautiful and finest quality Conhart Redwood decking available in the Bay Area. Visit products at DolanLumber.com and see for yourself. That's DolanLumber.com. Humboldt Redwood Decking limited time sale only at Dolan's. Dolan's, always the best for less.
Our world is constantly changing, and every day, Stanford Medicine advances our understanding. Our world-class School of Medicine and adult and children's health systems work together, expanding what we know and sharing what we discover to make breakthroughs both possible and accessible. Stanford Medicine, advancing knowledge, improving lives. StanfordMedicine.org.
Toyota's President's Day sales event is on. Now's the time to save big on a brand new Toyota truck. Right now, get a low lease and $1,000 bonus cash on Tacoma, or get $2,000 cash back or low financing on Tundra. Every new Toyota includes Toyota Care, 2 years of complimentary scheduled maintenance. Get moving on these great deals. Don't miss Toyota's President's Day sales event. Toyota, let's go places.
Offer available to TFS to buyers with premium rated credit. Offers end 3/3/25.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Tune into 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off every Warriors game throughout the season as we get you ready for the action. Presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff.
I'm Brian Tedesco, CEO of Blaupunk Americas, the pioneers of the car stereo. Today, we're not just about sound systems. We are revolutionizing the e-bike scene with Blue Dot Bike. Thanks to AmericanEagle.com, our online presence now features a dynamic e-commerce website that showcases the quality and affordability of our foldable e-bikes. And our collegiate e-bikes, just perfect for the college fanatic. These e-bikes offer a new way to experience freedom on two wheels, no matter your age. When we needed a top-notch website to match our cutting-edge e-bikes, we turned to AmericanEagle.com. They made the impossible seem easy, tackling digital challenges like pros. Check out the Blue Dot Bike website to see AmericanEagle.com's amazing work in action. Need the best in website and digital marketing solutions? AmericanEagle.com is your go-to. They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
As of 9 a.m. this morning, our EV trucking company is officially in operation.
Andrew's zero-emission trucks are driving the transportation category forward.
We'll make driving safer, easier, and less stressful. Now our technology needs to keep up with demand.
He needs to put pedal to the metal on hiring more software engineers.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Spring forward with real unlimited data from Straight Talk this tax season and get a free Samsung Galaxy A16 5G or Moto G Power 5G 2024 with select plans. So you can stream games during Mad March hours, check the weather for April showers, and watch gardening videos about May flowers. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart and straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 4/15/25. Taxes and fees apply. Requires purchase of single line gold unlimited plan or higher. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Dub Nation, it's Kevon Looney. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
What's up, Kevon? Spadoni and Shasky here. And I love me some T-Pain on a Tuesday. Can we make that a thing now? Can we do T-Pain Tuesdays going forward, Carter? And after the show, just pull a bunch of T-Pain beds. I need it. Because if T-Pain is featured on anything, it's going to be a certified banger. No doubt about it. We've been talking Warriors win. Solid win, 104-99 over the Magic, who are not a great team. They're a 9-18 team on the road this season. They are 24-27 on the season. Warriors are 25-24, 15-13 at home now. But the biggest talking points in regard to Wiggins and Draymond Green. And we're talking a lot about trades and hypotheticals and championships. DPOY, one of the all-time greats, is going to be a future Hall of Famer, part of one of the greatest teams in the history of the sport. And yes, has his play dipped? He's getting older. Of course it has. He's not the same player as he used to be. Has Andrew Wiggins been good enough and consistent enough for him to overtake that second best player spot on the Golden State Warriors? I feel like at times it changes between both of them, but it's go time right now in the next few days. And I think these are conversations that Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are having ad nauseum when it comes to some of these trade packages and the value of these guys. And it's a very difficult spot I would not want to be in.
So let's have a fair conversation. It's inarguable Andrew Wiggins has been better than Draymond Green this year.
Yeah, I'd say he's been better this year.
I mean,
this year.
He's been a lot better. He's been a lot better, right? He's been way more reliable.
He's also been healthier. I'll say that. Draymond's been hurt.
That's part into these decisions.
Part of it. No, that's part of it.
You know, like that factors into these decisions. And so, look, I understand you got to give to get. I am not one of these naive, here, take a bunch of used parts and give me the greatest player on the planet. Give me Giannis for picks and pods. Like those deals are unrealistic. I'm just saying, like, for the right deal, And if all things are considered equal, I'm very reluctant to just surrender Wiggins just because his salary matches. And so I don't understand when I see a deal as big as the Anthony Davis-Luka one. Anthony Davis is really good. And I bet that the Lakers, like, they did have to think long and hard. I know people are like, oh, it's a no-brainer. No, you're also giving up a great first ballot Hall of Famer in Anthony Davis.
I want a championship for you.
As much as we want to critique and rip and stuff, and like, okay, Wiggins is a level down and Draymond's a level down currently compared to someone like that. Like, getting an old player, let's say hypothetically it's someone like Kevin Durant, like he is also 34. Now, it on the surface feels like a no-brainer because we all love Kevin Durant, but that also comes with risk. And why would I want to get rid of a 30-year-old guy who plays every single night for another guy who's, like comes with risk? Like, I'm reluctant to surrender Andrew Wiggins in a lot of these deals, but I know that I'm going to probably have to part with him. Like, I just feel like they're in a really tough spot, I guess is where I'm going with this.
Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Well, I mentioned it. You mentioned it. The word desperation. That's what the Warriors are right now, according to Anthony Slater.
They're surveying, they're canvassing, and they, to a degree, yes, they are desperate. They'll even kind of, hint at that. Now, does desperation raise their price to an unwise level? We'll see. I don't think so. They've kind of messaged out they don't want to do that, but clearly, like, not only trying to gather info on the landscape now, I do think there's a belief, again, as much fervor that the fan base might have Thursday if they don't do something big, I do think there's a belief internally, even from Steph's side, that there's still a chance this summer when other guys might potentially come available and it's easier to be flexible.
That scares me. That waiting till summer at this point kind of scares me.
So
I don't know what's going to change from here on out.
38-year-old Steph with more mileage. Ugh. Now, here's what I would say to you is that when I look at the league as a whole and I look at all the teams that are really good that you'd be chasing, space, speed, and athleticism is just dramatically needed for this team. And because that's what everyone else has. You do need to add a scorer. But you also need to have somebody who can run the floor a little and balance out the floor. Even if, let's say, you hypothetically get yourself Kevin Durant, you're infinitely more watchable. I don't know how much better you are as a contender, but you're infinitely more watchable. But you still need to have a bunch of other guys on the floor with those two dudes to balance it out.
In today's NBA, you need 2 bona fide studs, at least. You need 2 of them. And it needs to be like...
Is Wiggins a bona fide stud currently?
No.
Why do you say that?
He's because when I look at the landscape of the Western Conference, or you can throw the East in there if you want, who just won the title? It was Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Who are they going up against? Kyrie Irving, Luka Doncic. Who did they have to beat to get there? Anthony Edwards, and at the time, Karl Anthony Towns.
But using the Celtics as an example, wouldn't you want Andrew Wiggins in that Drew Holiday third best player role?
Great.
Right?
Great. I would love to keep him.
So you can see why I'm reluctant.
Yeah, I don't know if you can keep him in these scenarios.
Look, you're probably right. The more and more I think about this, the more and more I'm like, get me KD. Get me KD. But is there any way it can be KD for Dre?
Well, it sounds...
Because if I went KD, Steph, and Wiggins, boy, like Wiggins as your third, and then, hey, Wiggs, you guard these SGAs and all of these other elite guards and wingmen in the West. And then just let KD and Steph cook. Wiggins will get the best shots of his career. He could be a driver. He can be a catch and shoot guy, an occasional penetrator. My God, could you imagine what their team would look like? I would surrender Kuminga in that deal to get Kevin Durant. I would.
So thank you, Big Boss Man, for putting this in the box. With the Warriors aggressively pursuing Kevin Durant, it's important to note what a potential framework could turn into. Durant's salary with the Suns is $51.1 million. Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, Gary Payton II, and Kevon Looney is a near identical match at $51 million. You doing that?
Give me it again. I'm writing it down.
Wiggins, Kuminga, Payton, Looney for KD.
Is there any way I could swap it and be Draymond? Because I'm not. Wiggins and Dre make the same amount.
I mean, you could.
But would Phoenix take that? If it's Dre, yes, all day. Wiggins, I probably would end up doing it. But again,
I'm looking at.
Is there any way I could keep Wiggins in that transaction?
I'm just looking at from Phoenix's person doing this. I got Wiggins, Booker, and Kuminga. All of a sudden, I'm actually not feeling horrible about my team in the future. They're all relatively young still, too. Like, I feel pretty good about that. With Draymond in there, with JK and Devin Booker, now it's just like, I don't know. Wiggins, to your point, he's a huge piece. Huge. Draymond Green actually talked yesterday after the game.
I just think that Wiggins is more important right now.
But it's interesting because I think everyone's head is spinning right now with the Luka Doncic news, with De'Aaron Fox getting traded to San Antonio, Zach LaVine to the Kings. Everything is swirling right now in regards to the NBA. Again, I can't underscore this enough. This is Super Bowl week, and NBA is dominating the headlines. Was media day yesterday? I saw clips
yeah, all I saw was Goodell.
Could not care less at all.
Isn't that wild?
Maybe there's some Chiefs fatigue there, and they're going for a 3P, and the Eagles. I know here in the Bay Area, it's out of sight, out of mind, because that's just
no one cares.
You want to put your head in the sand when it comes to those two teams.
People are booking tea times.
Exactly. It'd be great. Oh, this weather, right? Draymond Green, yesterday after the game, he had a little back and forth with our guy, Anthony Slater, who we just heard from, talking about, the Luka Doncic trade and, the trade deadline approaching.
Sitting at 500, gotta expect that they're going to look to be aggressive. It's not an organization that's going to do anything dumb, but they're going to look to be aggressive, and I understand it. I respect it. So when you're sitting at 500 and you have the expectations as an organization that we have, it's definitely going to be a little more intense. And then you add into the fold of, Luka Doncic just got traded, so everyone thinks everything's possible at this point, right? If you saw that and you didn't call every superstar, you're crazy.
Yes, but also the fact that it came out that the Warriors were legitimately calling every single superstar is also not the best look, probably, because the thing that was great about the Luka Doncic deal, it was hush-hush, no one heard anything about it.
Well, a part of me kind of wants to go, guys, you've had Steph Curry for the last 3 years. Why haven't we been doing this for 3 straight years?
Well, Steph told us to shut up a couple weeks ago. Like that, low-key, like he told us to be quiet. Like, I don't want to hear anything about trade. Now, 2 weeks later, they're the same team, so now he's like, okay, well, maybe, they had a point.
Has the whole league just shifted because of the CBA? And then now this Luka thing?
Well, the second apron,
is it not just a Warrior? My bad. Is it not just a Warrior POV? It's every team in the league is now viewing everything different because of that.
I think that was a huge part of the Laker trade. You had to get this superstar now, and they're going to be getting him now at a discount in comparison to, what the Mavericks could have offered Luka Doncic. What was it? The $350 million Supermax now. Yeah.
And
it's going to be what happened with Donovan Mitchell when he went to the Cavs. It's basically going to be the same deal. Donovan Mitchell cannot have made as much with the Cavs as he could have with the Utah Jazz, who had his bird rights, yada, yada, yada. There's a bunch of nuance in there. But yeah, to your point, that's a huge part of it. And I'll just simply ask the question at 888-957-9570. You trading for Kevin Durant, Warriors fans? You trading for KD right now? He's making $51.1 million. And you heard about the potential framework. Wiggins, Kuminga, GP2, Kevon Looney. It's a lot of players for an older player, but a guy that on a given night can still win you a game. And we know they made sweet magic together, no pun intended, with the Warriors being the Magic last night. That is Kevin Durant and Stephen Curry. And they did it over the summer in Paris with LeBron.
But given that combination, Wiggins, Kuminga, GP2, and Looney for Kevin Durant, are we sure Kevin and Dre can coexist?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I know they've had quote unquote squashed their beef with the podcasts in the past, but is that beef ever really squashed?
I don't know. I don't have a feel for that.
And Kevin Durant is
Kevin's very odd.
I can't get in his head.
Yeah,
I can't. I don't want to get into anyone's head. I for sure do not want to get into the headspace of a Kevin Durant. He's on Twitter all the time, so I don't that's where he's at.
But here's why
Draymond though, so I don't know. Maybe they're more alike than we think.
Here's why the Kuminga thing is an interesting one for Phoenix and anyone who's on the receiving end of Jonathan Kuminga. You do have to pay him at the end of the year. And I look at Phoenix's salary cap situation, and just like the Warriors, and they're in a comparable spot where you would have GP2 and Looney's money coming off the books, some expiring deals. But what are they going to give Kuminga $35 million?
They might not have a choice because they don't have any first round picks in the coming years. They mortgage all their future on the Bradley Beal trade, and now they need some young assets. So absolutely, I'm paying Kuminga because he's a young asset at that point.
But the way I'm viewing it is that all of these teams are trying not to be in the repeater tax, and acquiring what they would acquire puts them into the repeater tax. I don't know. It's just it's crazy. Look, if you ask me if this is the deal, Wiggins, Kuminga, GP2, and Looney, I'd probably do it because it's box office for KD.
Right. Well, also again,
you're selling tickets. You're more watchable. You're infinitely more interesting. I don't know if you're closer to anything though.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. You trading for Kevin Durant, Warriors fans, 888-957-9570.
And are we sure the Suns are saying yes to that?
They might. They might not have a choice because Bradley Beal is using his no trade clause and saying, yeah, I'm good. I know you guys really want Jimmy Butler and Jimmy Butler wants to come here, but I'm not helping you out. Sorry. I like my situation here. So they are in a very difficult position where they might actually have to start thinking about, if Bradley Beal's not going to, he's going to play hardball with us, maybe we got to start looking elsewhere and getting rid of Kevin Durant and that, then maybe Bradley Beal wants to move on. Who knows? If I'm Devin Booker right now, how am I feeling too, first and foremost? He's like the young guy on the team. He's probably like, God, I want to get the hell out of here.
Who knows what he's thinking?
Who knows? Like, it's so fun.
He's played with so many random players.
This is why the NBA is so great. We can just mix and match it. The Luka Doncic trade literally allows us to do mix and match and do Twitter GM, as Stephen Curry alluded to a couple of. You can do that now.
Spadoni, the Warriors called about Paolo Banchero and LaMelo Ball. I couldn't believe that. When I saw that report, and it was that guy, Spiegel? What's his name?
Yeah, from Clutch Point, Spiegel.
He is really starting to gain a lot of traction, but he seems to be tapped in. And I'm like,
we've had him on before.
Like, think about what we just said there. They called about LaMelo Ball. If I said that a year ago, people were like, here, you're tripping.
Well, they could have had him. Shout out James Wiseman.
Well,
so I'm just saying they could have had him if they wanted him.
I go back to that time. Not many people were pounding the table for LaMelo. Nobody wanted in on the LeVar experience.
Some callers, but
Kerr
the
and LeVar Ball exchanged words.
Have you heard anything from LeVar Ball the last 5 years?
No, I know. I've
heard more LiAngelo rap songs. What is his rap name? Jello? I don't even know. What is it?
Yeah, but Spadoni, go back to 5 years ago when the actual draft happened. Like, Kerr had said some comments about LeVar, and LeVar made comments about LaMelo. Like, I agree with you. I agree with you now. In retrospect, it's silly. But
the only thing he said, and we'll get back to the actual I think the only thing he said is if LaMelo, or maybe this might have been who's my guy? Lonzo. It might have been Lonzo Ball when he said, if the Warriors drafted him, he'd be better than Steph Curry already on the team.
Yeah, that's an absurd sentence to say.
Lonzo. I think you can go get Lonzo if you want him. You want him? He's out there.
He's played like 15 games in the last 4 years.
Finally healthy. Dave is in San Francisco. He wants to join on this conversation. 888-957-9570.
Throwing names at the Warriors fans.
Warriors fans, you want Kevin Durant? You want him back? Here's a hypothetical trade scenario. Wiggins, Kuminga, GP2, Kevon Looney. You doing that deal? 888-957-9570. What's going on, Dave? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Happy second day, Spadoni. Now let me ask you guys. I would have to say you'd have to do Wiggins because do you think if they take Dre, do you think he could get along with Nurkic?
I didn't even think of that.
Great point. Oh, you flip Nurkic too.
They hate each other. They absolutely hate each other. So they would have to move Nurkic just to even do that deal. But I would try to part ways with different parts if we could keep Wiggins, maybe like Moody, Buddy, and Kyle instead of Wiggins.
I mean, what? But again, you've got to give something that the other team really wants.
And then 2 first-round picks.
So now we're adding 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, I don't know if that.
I mean, hey.
Yeah, I don't know if that salary matches though, Dave. Like Kyle Anderson's making 9 million. I appreciate the call. He wants KD though. I get it.
I know. Like I think most Warrior fans, they're in their head. They're trying to, like me, jump through hula hoops. Is there any way we can get KD and pair him with Wiggins and Steph?
And Draymond. You're probably trying to think that, but that's probably just impossible.
Yeah, that feels impossible.
It feels like it's a pipe. We do that as fans all the time too, right? We want the easiest way possible. It's like, how about, this empty bag of Lay's potato chips? And, it could be full at one point. How about you guys take that and we get Kevin Durant? It's great. And I'm not talking salt and vinegar. I'm not talking barbecue. I'm not talking sour cream and onion. I'm talking just plain Lay's. You guys could take that, right? Right? And thank you, Big Boss Man, for handing me all the salaries. I want to know,
like, from Warrior fans, like, are there any people that just straight up just want Kevin Durant at all costs? Forget what it costs. Forget who it involves. Forget drafts.
Hard to forget how much.
Forget the trade pick. Do you just want Kevin Durant no matter what? Because I feel that. I understand wanting him.
Well, Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, he feels some type of way about this. 888-957-9570. What's going on, Tim? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky on the Morning Roast.
What's up, guys? Hey, congrats, Spadoni, man. I'm happy for you, brother.
Appreciate you, Tim. I know you're a long-time caller, man.
Hey,
love you.
Absolutely. You know, Shasky, it's kind of depending on what you guys want as a team. Like, if we want to have a couple of years, Steph get 38, 39, KD get a little older, they both going to be a little injury prone as they get older, and just have great basket. You know, look at these two guys go into the sunset with Draymond, who's struggling to run up and down the court right now. If that's what we want to see, you know, okay. But getting rid of, you got 21 points that's going to be coming back at some point that may get to 24, 25 points because he's being empowered right now, coming back to the team.
Kuminga?
You're getting rid of what the league is right now. You're getting rid of 6'7", 6'8" athletic wings. The days of the big two, big three old heads are kind of done, man. I mean, it's all about skill in 5 positions with depth coming off of the bench. You talked about Boston earlier. It ain't just Tatum and Brown. It's Drew. It's Pritchard. It's Porzingis. Yeah. You can go on and on. It's depth coming off the bench. So, you know, if you want nostalgia, you want to see these old heads go out on a blaze of glory and not really win nothing, go for it. But you're going to get rid of what the league is becoming. I mean, listen, Kuminga is a different type of animal. You know, skill in both areas, left hand, right hand, score on 3 different levels, get to the basket. At 22, that's only getting better, right? Like, and if Wiggins keeps playing like he's doing, see, the thing about Wiggins is doing what he's doing now because Kuminga ain't there. When Kuminga comes back, Wiggins kind of morphs back into just catch and shoot Wiggins. You know, if he kept this up with Kuminga, now you talking. You know what I mean? But guys, you gotta. What's up?
Yeah,
yo?
Tim, what's your ideal future look like for the Golden State Warriors? Like, tell me what ideally you would like to see the future of the Golden State Warriors look like.
It won't happen because you guys both said it. Draymond, but they're not going to want Draymond at Phoenix, so that's not really going to work. You got to try and get more skill and athleticism at different positions, and kind of maybe you don't really have a person to pass the torch on. I won't put that on Kuminga right now, but you got to try and get more skill, athleticism at all 5 positions. Like a Cam Johnson coming on would be great because those are the type of players you need around Kuminga, around Steph, around Pod, around, you know, you got to kind of do that. I would love a Vucevic because what you've been saying, Shasky, for the longest, getting that big 2 guard, the big 2 guard is Wiggins when you get Vucevic because Kuminga goes to the 3. Yeah. Curry's already told you that. So I would love to see that lineup of a stretch 5 with Curry, Wiggins, Kuminga, and Dre, and then now Post comes off the bench as another stretch 5.
Thank you, Tim. That's Tim in Raleigh, North Carolina, and I get it.
It sounds like he doesn't want KD at all.
I get it. I think a lot of fans are feeling desperate, though. After you heard those two, they're going to feel what the team feels, and that's desperation. And KD, a lot of people feel like a lifeline. He's a very educated and smart caller. He's saying, yeah, I've seen this story before. It's not going to end well. But I don't hate Cam Johnson and Nikola Vucevic. It's not sexy like Kevin Durant, but those would be some moves if they got both of those guys. I think I'd be okay if I was a Warriors fan. I'm asking you, Joe Shasky, if the Warriors ended up getting Nikola Vucevic and Cam Johnson, would that do anything for you? Those 2 players.
They'd be a little better. But like in these NBA, like Kevin Durant, it's a headline guy. Yes. Cam Johnson's not a headline guy.
No.
You know, and so like, would it drive people to the stadium? Probably not. Would they be a better basketball team? Yeah, they probably would be. I'm talking about it for the immediate.
What's more important, though? Like, the more immediate future, like...
the more important thing is competing for a championship with Steph Curry.
I don't think there's an avenue for that in the
I think
next
a lot of people think that with Kevin Durant, you do that. And I don't know. Like, here's a great example. Like, 925. Of course you do the deal for KD. The team is 500. The very next text, 917. No. KD is not going to help Steph because Steph isn't a 1 anymore and KD can't stay healthy. I think people are really split on this one. So Carter asked a great question. To maximize Steph and bringing in KD, if you had to choose between Kuminga and Wiggins and one had to go and the other had to stay, who's the guy that stays and who's the guy that goes?
888-957-9570. We're going to continue to talk about that. Are you all in on Kevin Durant, even if it means, you know, a lot of players and a lot of picks? Are you going all in on KD as well? So we'll pick up what Chasky teased, as well as the Kevin Durant saga. Is it going to be part 2, KD part 2 in the Bay? I would love to see it personally. I'm all here for the chaos, and that's kind of what the NBA has been the last 48 to 72 hours. Chaos. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Life Source Water Systems. More of your calls, more of your texts. Cameron, Nick and Berkeley, John, I see all of you guys. That's coming up next. And I'll also tell you how you could win a chance to go play Knockout at Chase Center.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? Life Source Water gives you clean, filtered water from every tap with no salt and no frequent maintenance.
and Kevin Durant's agent, Rich Kleiman, all getting together.
Yeah, that's smart business. It's called getting close to the source, right? And making sure that guy wants in before you get really aggressive and start talking. I think it's smart by Joe Lacob. Wouldn't you want to talk directly with his agent, whether it's cordial, real, hardcore, or not?
Right.
That's what you would do. But the Bob Myers aspect is the part that I actually smiled the most about. And him saying Bob Myers was nearby. Boy, we miss Bob Myers. And Mike Dunleavy, it feels like, boy, he's been given a very difficult task. You've got the final embers of the dynasty. Do they miss
Bob Myers, or did Bob Myers put them in this exact situation that they're in right now? There's part of me that says, yeah, you kind of miss him, but also didn't he kind of set all this up and then he bounced?
Yeah, but I also trusted him.
Some kind of way about that?
No, I actually trust him to get out of the situation. His track record spoke for itself.
No, he's very good. He's an all-timer. He's going to be like a Hall of Famer executive, probably. But I think he did leave Mike Dunleavy with a steaming pile of doo-doo.
Show me a team that was great for a decade that didn't have some end where it was a little ugly. Financially, salary cap-wise, team-wise. Pick the team in sports. That's why New England is an outlier.
Yeah.
What they've done was an outlier.
Kansas City right now. Yeah. It's not over.
They literally started in 2018.
Yeah.
Right? With this particular core. Yeah. So they haven't even gone a decade. So I think that we kind of overreacted to how, it's messy. Bob's messy. Bob would have done a great job, I think, getting it out of it, because I think he's earned the benefit of the doubt. Poor Dunleavy took over a very difficult situation in terms of the only way to go was down, right?
Maybe
the only way to go is down. You're not going to continue to win. And then you've got a lot of expensive contracts who are really old, and they're watching the franchise players slowly start to decline. It's a tough spot to be in.
And if Mike Dunleavy, again, I've said this, these next 3 days could potentially impact the next 3 years of the Golden State Warriors in the Stephen Curry era. And would bringing in Kevin Durant wipe away all the negative reaction and fan vitriol they have towards him? I think it would help. Now, you got to start winning after that. And I think that's what you're having trepidation on right now in regards to the acquisition of Kevin Durant. But my God, I can't keep getting this out of my head. He scored 43 points in the first half yesterday, and I saw so many empty seats. I was like, that on a Monday against the Orlando Magic, if I had Kevin Durant there, place would be packed.
So if
place would be packed, and I know they're not going to be scoring 43 points in the first half. I know that.
So when you're making this move,
yeah,
Kevin
that's
Durant,
a factor.
When you're making no, I'm asking you, what's the bigger factor? Winning, building a winning team, winning at all costs, or the marquee? What's on the front of the Thrive City?
I think maximizing Stephen Curry is the biggest thing here. And part of that is also the name recognition of a Kevin Durant. I'm doing a cop-out. I'm saying both.
Okay.
I'm saying both right now because I do believe your team does improve with Kevin Durant because I've seen his track record with Stephen Curry. I've only seen them together and it's been greatness. Now they're both older. It's probably going to look a little different. But what if it doesn't? But I know that sounds crazy. What if it's just the secret sauce and they make sweet love together again and it's amazing and we all get to watch it? And yeah, there's no Clay, there's no Iguodala. It's going to be a little different. Let's say hypothetically in this scenario, again, Wiggins, Kuminga, Gary Payton, Kevon Looney, that's basically the match salary of a Kevin Durant. If you got rid of all those guys, you still have KD, you'd still have Dre, you'd have Steph, and then whatever combination you got to do it from there. I'd love to see it. I would. I
think a lot of Warrior fans would love to see it.
It could happen.
I had this theory maybe 2 years ago, and I floated it, and I got laughed at, but I was like, the only way the old guys are ever going to be able to, win another championship, it feels like, is if they all team together. And so what I'm saying is that Steph and KD's a great start. I think you need LeBron in there or another young thoroughbred to be able to run alongside those guys.
Well, let's hear Anthony Slater again talking about if Butler to Phoenix, Jimmy Butler, that is, because he wants to force his way. That's the latest right now. He's going to keep trying to force his way to Phoenix. Obviously, he's been indefinitely suspended from the Miami Heat. Jimmy Butler, very polarizing, shall I say, player at the moment. But if that fails, if Butler doesn't go to Phoenix, yeah, well, that might open the door for Golden State.
There's a Jimmy Butler domino and a Bradley Beal domino right now that is creating this scenario, right? I think we all know some of the dynamics at play, most of the dynamics at play. But, I mean, if you're the Warriors and you're willing to play this kind of waiting game right now, Miami's got to make a decision by Thursday afternoon. Phoenix has obviously been Butler's preferred destination for extension purposes. It's pretty well known Kevin Durant would like Jimmy Butler to be there. But the only way for Phoenix to get that done keeping Durant and Booker is to get Bradley Beal somewhere. Bradley Beal has a no trade clause. Again, this is knowledge everybody knows, but he's probably the least desirable contract in the league at this point. So if Phoenix cannot get anything done there, where's Jimmy going? Is he staying in Miami? That seems unlikely at this point. I mean, certainly Miami could take this to the summer and prefer, otherwise. But if it is the Warriors, there's other teams that you hear are kind of on the fringes of it, Milwaukee's, Memphis, something like that. Then the Warriors kind of gain a level of leverage if Bradley Beal's unmovable by Thursday.
It does feel like the entire league is playing this game of like the staring contest. I'm just going to stare at you, and whoever blinks first is the one that loses. Yeah, and it's like, is Jimmy Butler going to go to Phoenix before Durant wants out of Phoenix? Like, God, there's like this whole good, the bad, the ugly thing going on right now where you've got all these different teams basically pointing weapons at other players and other teams, and everyone's trying to see who's going to make the first move here. I don't know.
Is that a Mexican standoff, so they call it? Yeah.
Yeah.
All of them pointing at each other. Yeah.
I just
go back to The Office and the meme there. So.
If you told me Jimmy Butler made it to Phoenix and that appeases Kevin Durant and there's no way that he goes out, I would believe that. If you told me there's no way that Jimmy Butler can get to Phoenix and now Kevin Durant wants out, I believe that. If you told me, hey, Jimmy Butler got to Phoenix and Kevin Durant still wanted out, I'd believe that. Like, all of these different machinations are all plausible, especially now that the Luka got traded for Anthony Davis.
Bradley Beal is the key to everything. It's just hilarious.
What if Devin Booker's available?
Maybe.
What if Devin Booker's available? He's the two guard. Like, the more and more I've been thinking about it, like, I want KD?
Houston tried to go after him last summer. Remember that? Houston tried to go after Devin Booker.
He's the two guard that you want to pair alongside Steph Curry, and he's the two guard I would be no-brainer surrendering Kuminga and Wiggins for without a hesitation. He's younger. He's in his prime. He plays defense. He can shoot. He can take guys off the dribble. He's the bigger body you want alongside of him. But why in the hell would Phoenix ever trade him?
Well, why the hell would the Dallas Mavericks ever trade Luka Doncic?
That's what I'm saying.
So to your point, like, everything is on the table right now. That's what Draymond was alluding to yesterday. That's what Slater, that's what Shams, that's what Windhorst, all these guys we're hearing from today. Everything's on the table. So if you're just joining us and just tuning in, you're like, what the hell are we talking about? Kevin Durant? Yeah, Kevin Durant's a real possibility for the Golden State Warriors again. Kevin bleeping Durant, the guy that won 2 finals MVPs here at Oakland, California, the guy that's going to be, his jersey is going to be hanging in the rafters one day alongside Steph, Dre, Clay, Iguodala, who's going to be retired. What is that, next month? Like, he could come back. And what a story that would be. What a final chapter that would be.
Possibly.
Kevin Durant, Stephen Curry, and maybe Draymond Green.
Reunited, and it feels so good.
Maybe, for at least a couple weeks.
But can I ask this question?
I'll allow it.
Devin Booker and KD are right where the Golden State Warriors are right now, with Bradley Beal. Whatever you think of him.
Yes.
If I hollowed out the Warriors to acquire KD, Steph and KD, how does that make them significantly better in the West, considering Booker and KD aren't that good right now?
It's a great question.
Maybe I didn't phrase it right.
No. It's a great question.
Look, they're more watchable. The Warriors are way more watchable, and I'm all for that. Sign me up.
If the trio
of
if the trio of Devin Booker, I didn't mean to cut you off, sorry. If the trio of Devin Booker, Kevin Durant, and Bradley Beal isn't very good right now, and they're 25 and 24, what makes you think the trio of a Draymond, Steph, and a Kevin Durant, what makes you think they're going to be any better? I understand that. And the depth is a thing. Depth is an issue.
Age.
Good God, can I get anything from Buddy Hield at this point from the three-point line? It feels like I'm pulling teeth watching him.
Look, Booker's averaging 26, 4, and 7. It's been really good this year.
He has been.
And they're in the kind of similar spot to where the Warriors are. So I think the
West is also just so damn good.
Look, Kevin Durant is a great start, and I will take it. But boy, they're still a long ways away.
And they got to start somewhere, though. You always got to start somewhere.
I agree.
Cameron's in Antioch. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. Are you going all in on Kevin Durant, players, picks, everything. You going all in on KD right now, Warriors fans. What's going on, Cameron? You're almost Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Roast.
Good morning, man. Yeah, man. I mean, I thought I got Bonte fired for a second. No, just playing, but
I love the pick, by the way. It was great. I know you're trying to fire Steve Kerr with the sign, though.
for sure. But just before I get on the Durant thing, when y'all said Bob Myers, how the fan base feel, we not that mad at Bob because Bob's hands was tied. He already said he couldn't bring in the players that he wanted to because Kerr wasn't going to play him, and the final stop was with Lakeup. So it's his team, and he makes the final decision. So I can't really be too mad at Bob because he tried. So I understand why he left because he knew what he was going to have to do. He knew he was probably going to have to get rid of Clay or make a move like that, and he didn't want to be here for that, and he couldn't make the move that he thought was the best for the team. To get to Durant, so you said we got to give up Kuminga and Wiggins and who else?
Gary Payton and Kevon Looney. Those salaries would match Kevin Durant's $51.1 million. So GP2, Looney, Kuminga, Wiggins.
I honestly would put Draymond in that and keep Wiggins or Kuminga over Draymond. Draymond is a great defensive player, but he's getting up there. And Kerr, he's putting him at the 5, fresh off an injury. Soon as we had a 15-point lead tonight, soon as we went to 4-guard lineup with Dre at the 5, they came back. But I would have wanted to blow up our roster for Durant. Well, let me see.
Hey, you know what, Cam? I love that. That is exactly how we all feel. We're like, yeah. Wait a minute. What does that leave us with? That's every machination of these trades.
Thanks, Cam.
Like, great example. Okay, you put Looney in this deal. Like, it's easy to say, but like, let's call it what it is. Like, Looney's a trusted agent on this team. Yeah. He's very important.
Sure.
Trace, he didn't play last night, I don't think.
Trace Jackson Davis?
I don't even remember. I don't know if it was a DNP. He didn't play at all. Yeah.
Lindy Waters, TJD, and Kyle Anderson were all DNP coach decision. I don't even know what Kyle Anderson's on the team at this point. I don't see the guy.
Well, he was on this team because they made a 14 trade to get Clay out of here. Yeah, Clay signed somewhere else, and so to make room for him in Dallas. And yeah, that's why he's
slow-mo getting slowly phased out. I'm just calling it like I see him. All right, like that's what it is.
No, but like you get rid of Looney and like, so now you got Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah. Your boy TJD.
Look, it's a great start, and I think it does sell a ton of jerseys and tickets.
Played well in spots this year.
No, he had a great month.
He's looked like a sophomore. Like, I'm not mad at TJD.
He had a great month.
Yeah.
But he's kind of fallen out of favor.
Yeah. Well, because Quentin Post has been playing well. He's also
true.
So,
that's true.
And you're going to keep Quentin Post in this.
So, like in these different trade machinations.
Can you imagine Quentin Post and Kevin Durant on the floor together? Those long defenders. I know you don't think much of him defensively right now. It's a big team all of a sudden. You're bigger.
I'm all for a young guy getting opportunities, right? But you have to be committed to the young guy playing. Like, that's the problem with why we're where we're at. Like, look at Moses Moody. I don't think he's an all-star, but the more he's played, this is the most consistent minutes he's gotten in months, years. He's playing his best basketball. He is. He's playing his best basketball. Now, he just might be a role guy. He might be a 6 or 7 man. That's fine. But if you get a guy like Kevin Durant and you have to surrender GP2, Looney, Wiggins, and Kuminga, well, Moody, I think, has proven now he can be useful for you.
Yeah.
He can be a useful player for you. How useful? I don't know. He's not a huge difference maker, but he's a useful guy.
He was a difference maker last night and won 17 points off the bench, 24 minutes.
Really good.
Absolutely. Nick in Berkeley wants to join in the conversation, 888-957-9570. Nick, you all in on KD?
Yeah, I'm all in on KD. Well, you can't sell the farm for one cow. You feel me? Like, what if Durant goes down for some reason, God forbid? You know what I mean? Then where we are? Dude, we can't just be giving up players. We're trying to add players. You know what I'm saying? Give them some draft picks. We're doing it for Curry. You got to, maybe give us somebody, but don't. Man, I don't know. Wiggins or Kuminga. I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I would have to say give up Wiggins, man. Kuminga's younger. He's been around more. He hasn't disappeared at times. I'm sure Wiggins is back minus all the family stuff. I can't knock him for that, but I'm just saying that, hey, man, like, Wiggins is playing great, though. Don't get it twisted. Like, I'm not hating on Wiggins at all. But, like, we need a big man. You know what I'm saying? Durant is kind of a big man on defense. Plus, he could help Kuminga and Moody. He could develop. He could get inside their heads a little bit and help them with their game. You know what I mean? If we have all three of them on the court at the same time, that's a long team right there, man. And we need a long team against some of these youngsters. You know what I mean? And I'm just saying, like Like, I don't know why Dallas would just get rid of Luka like that. Like, man, that's insanity. That's just crazy talk. For the Browns, the only reason why Brown was playing because LeBron was like, you better not get hurt because he's always hurt. Now out for a few weeks at a time. So I don't know where they're going with that trade, but I'm just saying let's go, Dubs. But, one thing Joe Lacob isn't, he's not going to panic. He's not desperate. Like, they always try to rob us back in the day for players when we were down and out. We looked for one big player. And, let's just get it cracking. And whatever you got to do to win, just win, man, do it for Kerr. For Curry. And Spadone, congratulations, man. And don't let Shasky, man, talk over you no more. You know what I'm saying? You got to get on about that.
Thanks, Nick and Berkeley. Don't worry.
Are all of these moves Hail Mary moves?
I wouldn't consider this a Hail Mary move. Not when people are reporting that, there's legitimate, interest.
No, I mean, you're so desperate. You're giving up so much. It's just the chances of it. Okay, you get Durant. Are they all at the podium we think we can win a title?
Well,
I'm asking.
At that point, I think it's fair to ask, is Stephen Curry now your second best player? And I think if Kevin Durant is your first number one, and now you got a number two of Stephen Curry, you got to look at it differently because the load's going to be off of Steph scoring the ball wise. We were watching last night, really and you've just watched Steph, and I likened it, and we were talking before the show, I likened Steph's play this year from what I saw, and listen, people aren't going to like this comparison, but what I saw from Nick Bosa on the defensive line last year, he had no help. And it felt at times he was asked to play first, second, third down repeatedly in games, and the wear and tear got to him, and he wasn't the same player anymore because he had to be the defense at times. When Fred Warner was hurt, Nick Bosa had to be the defense at times. Stephen Curry has to be this Golden State Warriors offense, it feels like, all the time for them to win. Yeah, it's great when Andrew Wiggins steps up, but there's been nights where Andrew Wiggins steps up, Steph does, and they still lose. And last night, it wasn't even Steph's best performance. He was 2 of 12 from beyond the arc. It wasn't great. He got to the line okay, but just having a consistent scorer alongside him and Kevin Durant, God, it's got to take a load off of him physically and as well as mentally. And by the way, hey, can we get some of those 10-minute quarters coming up here too? I wouldn't be mad at it. All of a sudden, it's not looking so bad. All right, I'm doing my best pitch job here.
No, I love that Bosa comp. I love that because I feel like as he crosses half court, he's getting obviously double and triple teamed, and then
getting chipped, right? As Bosa would be.
But also, even when he has one-on-ones, you're seeing he can't move like he used to. He's still great, but not as great.
You have tendonitis anywhere, Shasky?
Well, and his thumb and his hand,
everything.
You can just tell he hasn't been able to. He hasn't had the ball on the yo-yo like he's used to.
He's been battered and beaten and bruised. That's kind of what, and he's had to do that his entire career. Yeah, he's bulked up a little bit, but again, he's banging up against these guys that are 6, 7, 8 inches taller than him and 50, 60 pounds bigger.
So you make the deal for Durant. Forget this year. It's about what you do in the offseason then, right? Anything you do this year is kind of whatever. Not that you give up, but it's a move that you're saying to yourself, all right, yes, we got him for right now, but it's about the next 2 years. Then there's some clarity. And on that end, I think that's a great move. Because the more I've thought about it, all right, you get Durant. These next 2 years after this season is basically everything we are accomplishing is to win the championship in one or if not both of the next 2 years.
You would be in a similar boat to what the Dallas Mavericks just did.
I was going to say the Tampa Bay Bucks.
Oh, that's fine.
With Tom Brady.
But Dallas just put themselves, they have an expiration date now.
Okay.
So 2 to 3 years.
I'll stay within the sport. I'm with you. I'll stay within the sport. But I look at someone like the Milwaukee Bucks, and boy, it sure feels like they're all in for right now.
Good Lord. Did you see last night that none of their starters played? They were all out with injuries and they were all hurt and they were all old. I just looked at it was Giannis.
They're old.
It was Dame Lillard. It was, Giannis sneakily getting older now too. For some reason, I think of Giannis still in his late 20s, but he's in his 30s now.
He's 31?
Yeah. He's been around for a long time, since he was 18, right?
Joe, that's not old.
Well, I'm 31, Joe.
Yeah,
I know.
Thanks.
I'm just saying.
Thanks, Coach.
I feel old sometimes. I got more gray than you. So 2 kids will do to you, by the way.
He's 30.
30.
Giannis is 30.
It's too old.
So that's too old. But the Warriors relying on 37-year-old Steph Curry and what is he, 35-year-old Kevin Durant?
Did you hear what Giannis said the other day about the Europeans?
No.
Giannis was basically I love Luka going to LA. I would love for Jokic to go to New York. I want all the Europeans to be dominating all the headlines in the major markets. He was doing that with a smile. I was like, was he saying something there? Was Giannis saying something?
Interesting.
Does Giannis want to come play in, I don't know, one of the top 5 markets in all of America and San Francisco? Does he want to play in Miami? Where does he want to play? I'm just saying. Chicago. No, Chicago. No one wants to go to Chicago. Oh, my God. It's just... I'm looking at this Golden State Warriors situation right now, and it almost is damned if you do, damned if you don't. Like, I'm ready, and I think you are deep down, Joe Shasky. I'm ready for this team and this deadline to pass and nothing happened. I'm preparing for it.
Why do you say that?
Because they're linked to all these players, and when you're linked to every single player, it really means you're linked to none of them.
What?
Like, let's keep it a buck.
It feels that way.
The Raiders were linked to Ben Johnson for weeks as their head coach, and then he took the Bears job immediately. Like, this is what it feels like to me. They're linked to all these players. Oh, yeah, maybe.
Fontaine?
Maybe.
I'm thinking about, like, hey, standing pat and waiting to the offseason. He's been saying that for weeks and months.
We'll ask him about this on Friday after the trade deadline, too.
Okay.
At 9 o'clock, Bonte Hill. Yeah.
Okay, but I ask you the same question.
Yeah.
They stand pat and they don't do anything and they wait for months and they say offseason is when we're going to make a move.
I would hope.
How does that land with this fan base?
Well,
they're restless already.
I have to see again.
I don't even know if restless is the right word. They're ready with pitchforks at the gates. Right now.
You think the Giants stuff was bad when we get Giants calls and it's like, wow, Farhan didn't do jack bleep? Yeah, it's going to be that it's going to be that on steroids.
I think people are more angry with the Warriors situation because of the sand coming out of the hourglass of the Steph Curry era.
Yeah, I'm seeing the
whereas
mortality.
the Giants didn't have a Steph, right? So there wasn't this literally there's a race against time. Like, you know that movie with Justin Timberlake where he's got the time on his watch?
In Time, I think it was called.
It was a really good movie,
Olivia
actually.
Wilde, yes.
I like Justin Timberlake as an actor. But
thank you.
No, I do. But that's what it feels like with the Warriors. There's a race against time.
Time keeps on ticking.
How many, let's call it, how many years do we really think Steph has?
2. Probably 2.
Of being like an impact player.
I mean, he's already lost a step this season. You've already seen it. Like, he's not the same guy anymore. LeBron's not the same. I mean, LeBron's playing amazing. Still not the same guy.
I merely suggested that Steph shouldn't take the max after his contract expires, and people lost their minds.
Well, that's why you think it's funny. It's like, yeah, bring in LeBron too. I was like, you think LeBron's coming in here for anything less than the max? Like, come on.
Well, he'll leave just enough room for Bronny. Don't forget.
Not even just Steph. Kevin Durant turns 37 in September.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
I didn't know he was that old either. I thought he was a little younger than Steph. That's not good.
The Golden State Geriatrics.
No, the golden age right there. The golden girls. There you go.
They're gonna have forget what's it? Rakuten is the sponsor.
It's right behind us.
Yeah, it's gonna be Life Alert is gonna be on their jerseys.
Hey,
I mean, what are we talking about?
All senior citizens must have Life Alert. God, I love those commercials.
Am I wrong, Carter? Come on, you love that one.
That was pretty good.
Anthony Slater on. Unsure if it'll be a big move. Anthony Slater, our 95 Southern Game Warriors insider, on with Willard and Dibs yesterday.
Yeah, I think something happens. I think they're just sorting out the degree of something. Can they get something seismic done, or does it have to be more minor around the edges, repositioning themselves for a dream of the summer? That again, I understand the frustration of the fan base, especially if Steph Curry is about to turn 37 years old next month. That by the time you maybe strike on something, it might be too late. It might already be too late, right? We've had these existential conversations for months now. I do sense a desire by them to shake it up. And again, I think I've reported, I know that they've kind of shopped around their 2025 protected pick. Like, what could that potentially get on the market? And if that does get a guy that helps you now, maybe helps you next season, or helps you get to another guy this summer, it would make sense. What doesn't make sense, as we've talked about, is just, flinging everything at, a player that's only going to kind of marginally up you. But at this point, that doesn't seem to be what they're thinking.
Doesn't seem to be what they're thinking. If it's marginally better. So I always mentioned the Cam Johnson, the Nikola Vucevic thing. Maybe they're out on those guys. It was reported that they were at one point in on both Levine and Vucevic. Wasn't the right asking price. I don't really know what it was because it didn't feel like the Bulls got a lot for Levine to begin with. It was very odd, the whole thing, how it went down. And it leaves me scratching my head if I'm a Golden State Warriors fan right now. And we keep going back to this Kevin Durant thing. And you mentioned it earlier. Keeping Wiggins or keeping Draymond, if that's what it came down to. Which guy can you not part with if you're trying to bring in Kevin Durant? Draymond Green, Andrew Wiggins. one more before I hear from you, Joe Shasky. This is what Slater had to say in regards to if Draymond could be traded.
Nobody around the Luka Doncic situation, reporters, best in the world, was aware that was happening. And I think it's a lower level scale, but similar. Like I don't think I would know that Draymond Green is being shot because I don't think they can have the world know if that was the case, right? Would I be, absolutely floored if it happened before Thursday? Not necessarily, but it's going to have to be done somewhat quietly because of the ramifications and the figures involved in the political nature of it. But have I personally thought about, if you're looking at the Wiggins contract, you're looking at the Draymond contract, you're trying to stair step. Certainly, I imagine it's a topic that's been broached, but again, nobody's going to tell me that right now.
I have such a hard time believing that they can keep something from Draymond in this organization. I just don't believe it. He is so entrenched with Kerr, with Curry, Dunleavy, and Lacob. I don't think they could keep anything from him if that was the case.
But about a year ago, if I said the same thing about Klay Thompson, would you have believed it? Even though I know Dre has been more proactive with the front office?
I guess not.
Because
but they're so different. Klay and his relationship with Joe Lacob, I feel, is so different than his with Draymond. With Lacob's with Draymond, they're different people too.
Yeah,
they're just so different.
But
I know what you're saying.
So beloved.
No, I understand what you're getting at.
So beloved.
I understand what you're getting at. But they literally, you saw the writing on the wall earlier in the season with his comments and saying, I'm a 4-time champion. I do all this. I was, and he was just getting after it to certain people, snapping at the media. He was doing this, that, and the other. And he had his camp during the Kings series, right before one of the worst playoff series I've ever seen from a star player he had against the Los Angeles Lakers. He had his team leak out what kind of contract he was looking for. Remember, to Woj? It was the morning of that Game 7 in Sacramento. It was Klay Thompson, and he's seeking 4 years, $160 million. It's like, what? Given what we've just seen from you this series? So how they went about it was different. I think Draymond, he drove Joe Lacob's house to get a deal done. I don't think they could keep anything from this guy. Well, so he'd have to be in on the conversations.
Yeah, they're scared of him.
You said it.
I think this brings me back to it. I said to you this morning, and the more and more we've talked, this is before the show, you and I were kind of kicking some things around this morning. And we've been talking now for 2 hours about it. We've been talking to the fans about it. I see everybody in the YouTube chats commenting about it. Why are they so desperate right now? What has changed from 2 weeks ago when Steph says, hey, Twitter fingers, everybody be quiet, let us do our thing. Why all of a sudden has it changed? And I really, truly believe this. It's not fan reaction. I don't think they care what the fans think to a degree. It's not going to move them on making transactions. They'll listen to you, but it's not going to force their hand. I don't think it's the front office changing. I think Steph came to a come to Jesus moment in the last couple of weeks and was looking around like, this is it? This is what I got to work with? And I think he's starting to feel his own mortality. This is my speculation, just watching his body language and listening to things that he's saying and reading his face and watching him for the last 15 years. Things have clearly gotten more difficult for him. And I think he's seen his own mortality in the mirror, and it's a tough thing to come to grips with. I think Steph's put the pressure on the ownership, and it was like, get me somebody. I really do. I think Steph's put his thumb on the scale.
He's done something he's never done before.
Yes.
And he's going, less Steph Curry is what you're saying.
I think he's looked around and he was like, this isn't good enough. And I think he had certain allegiances to specific guys on the team, and I think he had allegiances to himself where I'm not going to meddle that much, but I think he's looking at his own career and he's saying to himself, one of two things is going to happen. I'm either finishing a Warrior and we're going to go out on some semblance of a good run, and I'm going to have to put my thumb on the scale, or I got to get out of here.
I just have such a hard time seeing him wanting... Similar to how I feel about LeBron leaving Los Angeles at this point in their careers, because he's 40, he has his kids there. Steph has how many kids? 4? That's at this stage in his career.
You think he's just sitting by, not disgruntled? No, I think he's clearly frustrated.
Well, he's clearly frustrated because I heard him frustrated 9 games ago on whenever that was, January 15th, when they were 20-20, and he goes at the Twitter fingers, Twitter GMs tell him to shut up. I knew he was pissed off then. I've never heard something like that from Stephen Curry. And he said, let us figure it out. Give us some time. Well, we gave you some time, Steph. You gave you 9 games. And those 9 games are 5-4, and you're basically the same team. So, so maybe that's changed.
And the game has never been harder for him on this team since his second year in the league, first year in the league. He has never been guarded this way. He has never been less efficient. And he's looking around saying, I need help. I think it's an acknowledgement of a couple of things. Number one, like the roster's not good enough. And he knows that. And the second part is he sees himself diminishing a little, which I think is actually the smartest thing he could see, is the self-awareness that he can't be Superman every night. And then the third part is maybe I made some alignments within this roster and I aligned myself to certain people, and that maybe I'm a little frustrated that I did that.
Yeah, he's mad at himself.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then you know what? I get mad at myself all the time. I understand where he's coming from that, but also that's kind of what we do in the last years of our, whatever sport you played, whether you're, you got to a certain age, you got to a certain point, it's just like, man, like maybe I'm just not good enough. I need more help and I got to make my voice heard more so than anywhere else. And that's right now. Is it too little too late though? Should they have been doing some of these trade talks earlier in the season? Now they're kind of forcing themselves into, that's the thing with the Luka Doncic trade. That was in the works for a month, basically. They've been working on that deal, Pelinka and Nico Harrison. We know the Warriors' mindset, their thought process. I don't think they were working on anything that degree or that level the last few weeks. Now they've kind of forced themselves, within these last 48 hours or week, this desperation that we're calling it, they forced themselves to pick up all these phones. You call this person. You call no, I'll call it. That's kind of what it feels like right now. And they are just scrambling.
Chaos mode.
It's chaos right now. And I feel it. The fans feel it. We're all feeling it. Is Trucker George feeling it out at the Port of Oakland? 888-957-9570. What's up, Trucker George? You're on Spadoni and Shasky, the Morning Roast.
Hey, how you doing, guys? Good morning. How's my signal sound? How do I sound out here?
Sound great.
Oh, first off, I think that the Golden State Warriors as a franchise are very self-aware of their needs and their wants. But honestly, I think Dunleavy was hired as a transitional GM in the first place. I also think that Joey Lightyears is very realistic about how this thing is going to end. That's why everybody from coach to main role players are all on 2-3 year deals max. I also think that long-term, the Warriors are going to invest into some role players to go along with JK and TJD and Pods. They're pushing these guys for a reason. Maybe Wiggins isn't in the long term. Maybe Draymond is on the trading block. Maybe Steph has seen his reality. Maybe next year this is last year. And coincide with that, it's the All-Star game. The All-Star weekend is coming up soon. I mean, this is probably the last year, the last hurrah, and we'll probably see a much different team. I would really like to hear you guys speak on that a little bit. I really want to promote the youth movement. I love Warriors basketball. I love Steph Curry, but I play for I rejoice in the front jersey. I'm saying, on the jersey on the front, Golden State. The Bay's team.
So it's interesting that you say that because
thanks, Trucker George.
Look, I have fun with all the trade machinations. I do. I love it. Get me KD, get me LeBron, get me this guy.
The trade machine is just as good as Call of Duty as far as I'm concerned.
Look, you're running a business, so this isn't real. But if this were a video game and I was running this team, there's only one way to do it. I would have traded everyone not named Steph Curry. I would extend Jonathan Kuminga, and I would try to get as many draft picks as I possibly can because I need to reset this team moving forward. But in real life, that's not a great business decision. In real life, you could alienate Steph Curry. In real life, there's no guarantee that Jonathan Kuminga evolves to anything, and he's a $40 million contract you regret a couple years from now. In real life, there's no guarantee you hit on those picks. In real life, I don't know if Draymond or Wiggins gets you anything. In real life, I don't know if the expiring contracts of Dennis Schroeder, Kevon Looney, GP2, and Lindy Waters nets you anything significant. In real life, it's hard. So, if this were a video game, I believe their quickest path would be, gut everything and go youth movement.
Yeah.
But it's not real life, and there is big bucks invested into that, paying off that stadium. And
there's egos.
I think it's really easy for me to sit here and say this is what I would do, but I also am being completely naive to the books.
95.7 The Game knockout tournament is back, Joe Shasky. I know you're fired up about that. We're going to be fired up about this, and we're going to continue this conversation on the other side. win a chance to shoot hoops on the floor of Chase Center. We will be giving out the keyword next segment. So stay tuned. Between 8 and 8:30, we're going to be giving out the keyword. And then between 8:30 and 9, you're going to want to be listening. You're going to hear a sounder. Carter, do you have that sounder ready for me? Because you're going to be hearing the sounder between 8:30 and 9. And that's when you're going to call in and give the keyword. And you will win a spot in the tournament and a chance to shoot hoops on the court at Chase Center. Tournament is Monday, March 3rd. Listen all day long right here, 95.7 The Game, in the 8 o'clock hour, the 12 o'clock hour, and the 4 p.m. hour for your chance to win and play knockout. Have to be 18 and be a California resident. All right, it's time for the injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Oh, boy. No Sam, but still Sharks on the injury report. All right, the Sharks could be without Tyler Toffoli for tonight's game against the Montreal Canadiens. Toffoli, eyes on, is dealing with a lower body injury and will most likely be a game-time decision. Toffoli was dealing with another lower body injury last month that caused him to miss 3 games. I don't mean to laugh. I just love in hockey where it's just a lower body injury. Yeah, somewhere, just general area, foot, toe, quad, I don't know. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls, more of your texts. And I kind of want to dive into that, what you're just alluding to, Joe Shasky. It's one thing to say you want to rip a Band-Aid off and go full youth movement. It's another thing to actually do it. And I have a hard time finding out or figuring out what this future of this team is going to be under Mike Dunleavy going forward. Maybe if we put truth serum into Mike Dunleavy, maybe he would say something different. But when you have an owner like Joe Lacob, you have a superstar like Steph Curry, and you have this Warriors fan base where they're at currently, it's going to be very difficult. We're getting to on the other side. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast.
He's an Italian.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
Hey, Steve, why are you on the roof?
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh! The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Is that Fillmore Michael or is that Filmo Mike?
Filmo, we got to have you redo that bad boy. Hi, this is Fillmore Michael here, reporting live from Eddy Street.
Might be listening right now.
I love Filmo, but that was not Filmo Mike. That was a hostage video with Fillmore Michael. I love that guy.
Oh, Warriors 104, Magic 99. That was the final last night. Warriors move back over 500, but it's this. They might be 500 by tomorrow. They might be under. They might be over. They've just been in this bogged down mediocrity puddle. I don't even know what you want to call it. It's raining outside, so please be safe if you're just driving to the roadways, if you're commuting, whatever you're doing, please be safe. It is pouring out there. It's pouring all night, whether you're in Oakland, San Francisco, wherever you're. Good morning to all of you. It is Joe Spadoni. It is Joe Shasky. You're going to have a chance to win a spot at the knockout tournament in this segment. Be listening for the next 10, 15 minutes. I'm going to be giving out the keyword. So please, if you want to have a chance to go to Chase Center, shoot hoops on the floor and play knockout, you're going to want to be listening for the keyword in the next 10 to 15 minutes. We've been talking all morning, Joe Shasky. This team is desperate. That's the word that we've just desperate. Not desperate housewives, desperate Warriors. Desperate Dunleavy. How about that? That's what he is right now. You got to make a move. Is it Kevin Durant? Is it LeBron? Is it Jimmy Butler? Is it, well, Jimmy Butler doesn't want to come here. Doesn't want to sign an extension. So he's not coming here. But he might also not be going to Phoenix where he wants to go. And does that leave the door open for Kevin Durant? You guys were just talking about it. I'm not going to bring it on the air. And I, listen, it's pie in the sky, all of this. But the future that is potentially looking like this in Golden State, and we heard the rumors from Mark Stein, Substack, formerly via ESPN. You know, he was saying, you know, look out. If the Warriors could trade for Kevin Durant, and then in the summer, maybe they get LeBron James. You guys really believe if they get 41-year-old LeBron and 37-year-old Stephen Curry and Kevin Durant, they are a lock to win the championship?
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
It's not a question in my mind.
You're on crack.
I'd put them in a 7-game series against who, and you're afraid?
The Celtics would absolutely wipe the floor with that team.
Celtics this offseason are going to be unloading some of their contracts because they're well over the salary cap.
Doesn't matter. They still are so much younger than you.
I don't trust Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown against that group of teams. No.
What scares you about them?
They just dominated. They went against the world, and they were the 3 best players on the planet.
We learned the world is not that great, all right? America still dominates the sport of basketball.
Within
and Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum. Jaylen Brown should have been on that team.
Off the bench.
No, Jaylen Brown should have been a starter on that team. Stop.
Look, they've got one last run in them. You could put Bronny at point guard and me at power forward, and we're winning the championship.
I'd give him a chance to win it this year, even. That's really saying something.
I don't believe you believe what you're saying right now.
You get in the playoffs.
Still a top 10 player in the league.
Offensively.
So that's what it's about, getting buckets.
Oh, my God.
Is it not?
Yeah, it's about getting buckets, but you have to play somewhat of defense.
Okay,
LeBron
sure.
Can't. Steph can't.
Quindary Weatherspoon, come on in. Play some defense.
Stop.
I'm being real.
You're not. G-Man in Oakland, KC in San Jose. I'll get to you in a second. For bleeps and giggles here, what does LeBron's future in LA hold, Anthony Slater?
All the reporting out of there, including at our place, Joe Varden, who's known LeBron and everyone around LeBron for a while, said he's not waiving his no trade clause. So I just expect, he controls his own situation, at least until the summer. I expect he's going to play it out. And while the Anthony Davis departure probably shocks him in a lot of ways, I'd be kind of intrigued if I was him to see how him and Luka work, So why not play it out, obviously, in a place he prefers to live? His son is there. I mean, not that couldn't necessarily get solved, but all signs, and again, I'm a little bit more outside reading the people who are there and know them, is that he's just going to stay for the rest of the year.
And I think he stays in LA.
I do too.
For his career, but I had to throw it out there because it was a hypothetical. I heard Evan Giddings filling in for Guru yesterday along with Matt Steinmetz. He was bringing it up, the potential of the real last dance of those three. It would be fun to watch. I'm not saying here it won't, but that's where we're at right now. That's where we're at as Warriors fans. If you're a Warriors fan, you're saying, yeah, you know what? Pie in the sky? Sure. Whatever at this point. Because I don't think there's a lot of Tim and Raleigh, North Carolinas that are really saying, let's go full youth movement. I don't think that's a majority of the fan base right now. And I think they know that they're going to keep Steph and they're not going to go full Band-Aid off. They're not going to go full, Dirk Nowitzki at the end with the Dallas Mavericks. They're not going to go Kobe with the end of the Lakers. They're not going to do that. But that raises some questions here, Joe Shasky. What is likely for this team in the next couple days? And from what I'm hearing from Anthony Slater yesterday on Willard and Dibbs and around the tea leaves, I just don't think they're going to be making some sort of big, crazy move. And I think Warriors fans are going to be pissed in a few days.
So you think that all of the leaks and everything being public is to save face for,
yes.
Hey, we tried?
Yes, that's exactly what I think it is.
Really?
I think it's a bunch of smoke. I think it's a bunch of, you know what, we try to do this, that, and this. How can it not be? 2 weeks ago, the team told us to calm down about the trade machines and to just be patient and that everything's going to be fine. Well, now everything's not fine 2 weeks later when you're still basically the same team? No, they got scared. They got nervous because the Lakers acquired Luka Doncic, and they're scrambling right now. And it's too little too late, I think, for some of these trades. I really believe that. The Luka Doncic
I just don't think they have the ammunition to actually get it done. I think that's how poor the roster is right now in terms of how it's viewed by other people. Like, to get Luka, you had to surrender AD.
Yes.
Okay? The Warriors, as much as I like Wiggins, I don't think he's viewed in the same stratosphere as someone like Anthony Davis.
No, he's not. Anthony Davis is a Hall of Famer. Andrew Wiggins is not going to be a Hall of Famer.
No, but I'm saying even like currently, like I know there's an age difference between the two of them.
They're not that much older than I think he's only
1 year.
Yeah, I think 1 year apart, or two. Yeah.
But come on, there's like, what do we really think Wiggins is netting them? Like just forget the salaries matching up as a player to give to get.
If I was going to trade Andrew Wiggins, let's say hypothetically, I could trade Andrew Wiggins for Brandon Ingram and maybe get a first-round pick.
Who's an expiring contract.
Yes.
Okay. And Brandon Ingram, you'd have to re-sign.
Yes.
I'm open to bringing in Brandon Ingram, but I'd rather give up some of our expiring contracts.
For sure.
Instead of giving up Andrew Wiggins. Like, I think Andrew Wiggins alongside Brandon Ingram, now I'm intrigued.
Like, I don't think...
But you got to pay him and or Kuminga.
Correct. I don't think I'm getting Cam Johnson just straight up for Andrew Wiggins.
No,
I don't think that's doable.
They want picks.
Correct.
He makes a little less.
Exactly. Are we attaching all the... Like, that's the one thing the Warriors have right now we just haven't really been talking about is all the picks. But again, are we willing to give up a lot of picks for 2 to 3 years, and then you're totally effed, right? Like, that's kind of what we're talking about right now. But we're also talking about whether you're all in or all out on Kevin Durant. If you were to go get him, if he was available, Warriors fans, would you do whatever it takes to go get Kevin Durant? G-Man is in Oakland. He wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, G-Man?
What's up, G-Man?
Spadoni and Shasky. G-Man. Good night. He gone. KC is out in San Jose. He wants to join the conversation as well. What's up, KC on Spadoni and Shasky?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call. Before the Warriors take, just want to say, hey Joe, congratulations, man. A lot of hard work to get where you are. I mean, I'm gonna miss Bonte's simping for Purdy contract in the next couple of months, but it looks like he'll be coming in on Friday, so I'll try to give him a call post 9 if you guys are taking calls at that time. But Shasky, you know what this makes you, right? This clears the path for you to be the Joe Ralph Barbieri Shasky of Bay Area Radio.
All right, let's
Angels fly because they take themselves lightly, my friend. This is it.
To even be mentioned in the same breath as someone as revered as Ralph is I'm humbled that you would say that, but I don't consider myself anything like that. But I appreciate you saying
He's first team all radio, KC. I'm the G League MVP, so that's where we're at right now.
All right, man. Greatness comes in all shapes and forms.
Now you're hitting all of them. What you got on the Warriors?
As for the Warriors, look, 20 years ago, in my mid-20s, you get KD, you do whatever it takes. It's a sugar rush. Reality, you can't do anything. You can't do anything. You cannot give up anything. You can't give up because next year's pick is probably 11 or 14. That's how we got a Clay. I know it's a long shot. You're not going to get a Clay again, but we cannot trade. This is it. I hate that, but all this stuff, I agree with. This is just to get out, make some noise, save some face for the All-Star game. There are no major moves. I want them to be made, but the right move is not to make a move. This is it. Get used to this roster for the rest of the year.
Again, thank you, KC. That is a tough look. After all this, not doing anything, standing pat, and I don't know if you guys heard it yesterday, Steve Kerr, and maybe we can get the sound. It was before the game, Carter and Matt. He was talking about, and a reporter kind of asked him a question, and a kind of leading question, and Kerr kind of checked him on it. But basically, he was saying, he's like, you said earlier you don't envision this team not making a move at the deadline. And Kerr's like, no, I never said that. I said, it was standing pat. It'd be tough to envision that, but I'm butchering it here right now.
Evan Giddings was the one that asked that question.
Was it Evan?
Yeah.
Oh, let's get him over here. E-Dog, Evan Giddings, producer extraordinaire and host of Warriors Live and Warriors Wrap Up, doing a hell of a job. But yeah, Steve Kerr was a little testy there too. And I think the players and the coaching staff are feeling it, not just, the front office where all the pressure gets on him. We had Bob Myers on the station last week. He was saying the amount of pressure, he learns a lot about himself during these few weeks. And Bob never made huge acquisitions at the trade deadline, not massive ones that, like Luka Doncic size. He never had to do that, right? He never had to make a lot of trades because his team was just so damn stacked. But he learned a lot from having conversations with other teams that were trying to sniff around the players, right? And he had to stop and think oh man, maybe this does change how I think about certain things. So it's very interesting to see how Mike Dunleavy is going to start attacking these next few days, because I don't know if you saw the reports as well. I think it was Bill Simmons. He was on his Ringer podcast, and they were talking about Rob Pelinka, who general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers, talking with Nico Harrison, general manager of the Dallas Mavericks. And he was saying, Rob Pelinka was playing some chess here, devaluing Luka Doncic to Nico Harrison a little bit. He's like, I'm taking a risk here. Luka, he's got these injuries questions. He's got a work ethic issue. I don't know. Nico, it sounds like you should be helping me out a lot more. I'm actually taking this guy off your hands, and I'm actually you kind of have to do those mind games though. And those are the conversations that Mike Dunleavy's going to have, not to that extreme, but that's the sort of thing. He's got to be this businessman. And I know Bob Myers is a great businessman and a great politician, and he could do a great sell job.
Great with relationships.
Do you have that confidence in Mike Dunleavy that he can get something done here in the next couple days?
He's only been around a couple years. But I would say this, I think his draft picks have been okay, right? So as a talent evaluator, I think he's all right. But as a negotiator, that's a different skill set, and I don't know. Some people are really good at just executing draft picks. Some people are really good at swinging deals, I don't know. I think, can I say to be determined? Because I don't think we have enough evidence.
That's why I think these are huge 3 days for him.
Here's what I would say. Him and whoever's involved in the front office with the decision making, the whole CP3 expiration of the contract and not using that as a trade piece was an abject failure.
Yeah.
It's pretty obvious right now. It's an abject failure. So it's hard for me to think that they understand asset valuation currently. They have one demerit against them.
God, I feel so much better if they had Jordan Poole on this team right now.
Well,
which is
too.
Crazy to say, but also not crazy to say.
Let me ask you this, because I think KC was basically saying it's over, wave the white flag. They're running a business here, right? They're running a business. And when you have a cash cow like Steph Curry, you don't just punt on him. And what I mean by punt on him, you don't just let everything diminish around him. But I do hear this from a lot of Warrior fans. And at times I admit it. I raise my hand. I feel this way too. Maybe we should just trade everything off and go through the draft. Let's say you're the Orlando Magic today. Okay. The Orlando Magic went 22-60 and got the number 1 overall pick. They got Paolo Banchero. Paolo's been a hit.
Yeah.
He's been a hit. Okay. Since going 22-60, they went 34-48. They went 47-35 last year, and they're 24-27 this year. Now, they lost in the first round last year, and they've got Franz Wagner, who was here before him, and they've got Paolo Banchero, and it feels like they have a budding future. But if I say the Orlando Magic is the high watermark of what you're hoping to attain post Steph Curry, I don't know if that resonates with Warrior fans.
Well, they're going to
because of the highs of what they've had the last decade.
It's the Chicago Bulls conundrum, right? What they had to deal with post Michael Jordan is what the Warriors potentially are going to have to be dealing with post Stephen Curry. There is no one that's going to be close. And
like Paolo's a really good young player.
He is.
Franz is a really good young player. And because of our calibration of championship or bust, because we've been, basically huffing on them fumes for however many years, like that feels so below like the high of championship. Like where they're at, the Magic is so below the high of where the Warrior fans were. I think we're all unrealistic. Is where I'm going.
I want to respond to that real quick, but it's time to give away the keyword you need to know to win a spot in the knockout tournament. The keyword, ladies and gentlemen, LeBron. Again, the keyword, LeBron. Listen between 8:30 and 9, and when you hear the sounder, you're going to hear a sounder. Carter, you're going to hear a sounder. When you hear that, next segment, you got to be the first one to call in and give the keyword LeBron, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the 95-7 The Game knockout tournament. I liken it to this, Joe Shasky. How we view the San Francisco 49ers quarterback is how we're going to be viewing these next top 5, top 10 picks, whatever it's going to be, the post-Steph era. That it's never going to be enough. The next best thing is never going to be enough until they break through. Like, the Chicago Bulls haven't been able to break through, in large part also, and they got Derrick Rose, and it sucked. He was an MVP.
He was beloved.
He was awesome.
He was beloved.
And it was like a flash in the pan. He was gone.
No, I know, but he was, to be fair, they loved him.
They did. But also, I'll say this. Ownership is a big factor here. And Joe Lacob, I do trust him because I know he wants to win at the highest level. He's going to do whatever it takes. He's come into this studio and talked to you and Bonte in the past about it. He is all in on winning. But there's going to be some hard truths that cut both ways here. Shout out Stannis of the House Baratheon in these coming days. There's going to be some hard truths and hard conversations if you're Mike Dunleavy and you're Joe Lacob. Is Mike Dunleavy trying to be the GM for the next decade or for the next couple years? I know Joe Lacob's staying. What is Mike Dunleavy going to do? That's going to be the question. Dave is out in Fresno. He wants to join the conversation. Hey, What's up, Dave? You're on Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning. I think there could be some factors watching some restraints with the Warriors. I think one, and I want to hear what you guys think about this, the Draymond factor. Maybe people are hesitant to come to Golden State because Draymond's locked in and he's kind of has this combustible attitude, this self-entitlement, and I just don't see, like, you see how Fox wanted to go to San Antonio, Butler, hey, I want to go, like, they're picking where they want to go. I just don't hear guys, hey, I want to go to Golden State. Personally, I just think it's a Draymond factor because, who wouldn't want to play with Steph? But if you want to play with Steph, you got to play with Draymond too. And you can't really trade him because I don't think he has much value outside of Golden State. And the second factor, I think, and you guys already touched on it, you have some young players, but it's too much unknown. We didn't really showcase them enough to get really good value out of them. So, they were high picks, but we don't know. Like, the rest of the league doesn't know. They show them flashes, but you can't really, gauge their value because it's been too inconsistent. So the Warriors are kind of, they put themselves in this mess in a way, and they're kind of stuck. I don't know what trade is out there or what they can do.
Well, there were lots of different.
Thanks, Dave.
Again, these are all reports, so I don't know what's real and what's not. But I saw stuff that, anybody could have had Zach LaVine in the offseason. But at the time when the Warriors had the CP3 money, which would have matched up to what LaVine was making or close to it, the Warriors didn't want to take on that contract because they'd go into the repeater tax.
Well, he was also coming off a foot injury, if we all remember that. He had a foot injury that he's recovering from, and he did not have as good a year last year as he's having this year. So there's nuance to these things, too.
Yeah, but
his value was not as good as it was last year, I don't think.
No.
So maybe it was the time to get him, but the injury concern was there.
I hear you, but this goes back to, I think that the Warriors have overvalued their own and undervalued, what other people can bring to the table. And not that they were risk averse, but I think they were afraid of making the big mistake. And the irony is like all their big swings ended up working out for them back in the day. And it led them to greatness. And it feels like they're a little afraid to take the big swing.
Do you think they're afraid, or you think people aren't biting?
It might be a little of both. I mean, I'm sure no one in the league wants to deal with them. It's like dealing with the Yankees or the Patriots in their prime. Like anybody who would make a trade with the Patriots, like, what are you doing? Make a trade right now with the Chiefs. Why? Why would you ever make a deal with the Chiefs? If there are 30 other teams, I'm going to deal with one of them before I deal with you.
But see, I don't buy that because the Lakers just got Luka Doncic. Who wants to deal with the Lakers? There's always a Lakers/LeBron tax. We talk about it on the show all the time.
Yeah, but the Lakers had AD. So that's why you want to they love AD. I don't know who who are people loving on the Warriors? Who's the guy every team in the league has to have on their roster? Because if I put Anthony Davis on the open market, what do you think? 27 teams want him?
See,
Am I wrong?
Yes, no.
Okay, so
Anthony
let's do
Davis
the exercise.
Every single
Who
team.
on the Warriors, outside of Steph, do 27 or 28 teams want?
Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga. And I would say, I think Moses Moody could be serviceable on most teams.
You think that many teams want Kuminga? That's interesting.
I think a lot. Okay. I think they'd love a young athletic guy like Kuminga.
Do you think 28 of them want to pay him the $30-40 million?
No, but they take him now.
Okay.
They take him, absolutely, and then we'll figure it out because they're betting on the future with him. Absolutely. Draymond Green's only a few teams I think could use him. I think fringe championship teams that feel like they're a Draymond piece away potentially, they would go after him. And I think Carter put his one up either for the break or only one team, and that being LeBron James and Los Angeles Lakers. Yes, I'm sure Draymond would love that as well. But Will say this in regards to Dave in Fresno. He said, I don't think people want to play with Draymond Green. Let's not act like it's easy to play with Steph Curry too. I will say that. It's not easy to play with Steph Curry and this system.
No, that I agree with.
We saw it with Kevin Durant and how things went down at the end there. It was never Kevin Durant's, or check that. It was never Stephen Curry's fault. It was always under KD's fault because everyone that comes in there is going to be compared with Steph Curry. We kind of touched on this a little bit yesterday. And it's not a fault of Steph Curry. It's just what he means to this team and this franchise. It's hard for a Jimmy Butler to come in here and not get Jimmy Butler, and he's ruined all his reputation, by the way, was loved in Miami. Absolutely loved. He's not going to get that here in Golden State. If anything, they're going to get their first chance and opportunities. Oh, Jimmy does something boneheaded or gets in a tiff with Steve Kerr. Get this guy out of here. God, we don't need that in there. We don't. No. So, yes, I hear you that it might be a Golden State Warriors tax. It also might just be a Stephen Curry tax and the curse of having to play with one of the most beloved athletes, maybe the most beloved athlete in the history of Bay Area sports. We're up against it. We're going to take a quick break. Come on back. More of your calls, more of your texts. G-Man's back. I'll get to you, G-Man, on the other side. Kevin Durant. It's a desperate move, potentially, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Are you doing it, Golden State Warriors fans? 888-957-9570. Making the call, or are there other calls we're not talking about that Mike Dunleavy should be making? Talked about Zion Williamson yesterday. I think they should still go after him. Anthony Slater talked about that yesterday, on Willard and Dibbs. He has his reservations. We'll get into that. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by the Inn at the Tides.
Not yesterday. It feels like a long time.
7 years.
Man. All right.
I don't have any kids.
I think we kind of overrate just like all the nuances of all these players and all this stuff. Like, I'm not saying that he's not diehard. My brother has watched 1,000 Warrior games in his life. All right? He's 35. What is he, like 36, 37 years? I don't even know how old my brother is right now. He's got 3 kids under the age of 5. All right, Spadoni? 3 kids under the age of 5. He's got a full-time job. His wife's got a full-time job. He's a busy person. He maybe goes to 1 Warrior game a year.
Maybe. With you, probably.
Exactly. He represents a bulk of the fan base in terms of, like, most people don't go to every game. No. Most people can't name the entire bench for the Orlando Magic. That is your bulk of your fan base, all right? You can call that bandwagon. I call that real fans. Mm-hmm. Very few are tapped into every single team in the league. This is a text he sent me right now, and this is right out of the Matt Nahigian playbook because this is how he feels. My brother's like, look, man, sell the farm. This is from Deli Boy. Go big. Get me KD again. Get me Paul George. Get me LeBron. I don't care. Get me all of the above. I need something. And I think he represents a lot of people where they're like, I don't care about what happens a year, 2 years, 3 years from now. He's probably not going to be as tapped in if I gave him the Orlando Magic roster and threw them into Warrior jerseys. You know? People want big names, big stars. I don't know if that makes you better, but it's infinitely more watchable.
What the Warriors have done to this Golden State Warriors fan base the last, I don't know, let's go back to July, June. They've just taken them on an emotional roller coaster. You know, you go down to Boardwalk on the Giant Dipper, the Hurricane when it was still there, you know, the Fireball. You know, that's what it feels like right now because just going back to last summer, they were in on Paul George. They were in on Lauri Markkanen. They were going big fish, big game hunting. And then you go to a couple weeks ago, let us figure it out. At Twitter, NBA GMs, shut up. 2 weeks later, they're desperate. So I can forgive, and I have some empathy with Warrior fans right now when they're freaking out and they don't know what's going on and their emotions are all left and right because that's what the front office, and that's what the media, that's what we have been conveying to them. You know? It's been this crazy roller coaster. It's been Top Gun. I don't even think they call it that anymore.
But Joe, also, I think that like when I look at the fan base, they're also not dumb.
Real quick, at some point in this segment, we are going to be giving away the keyword for the knockout tournament. You're going to be listening for a sounder. When that sounder hits, I'm going to tell you all about it. So just be listening the next 10 minutes.
So like they're not dumb. Like we've watched the greatest basketball ever in this market. Now, maybe one day there's something like crazy that happens and they go on a similar run. I find it very hard to believe. But let's just say maybe they do. All right, I'll hold out that 1% of 1% hope. But most of us have watched great basketball. We know what great basketball looks like. And when I look at the way the Warriors have talked about, referred to, and presented Brandon Podziemski, I think the majority of the fan base is like, look, we like, Pods, but what the hell are you talking about? All-star? Like
that's the owner. It's hard to get away from the owner's
words. This is where the Warrior fan is like, wait a minute, dude. Like, I've watched great players. Like, Sean Livingston was a great player. He didn't even start for the Warriors. No. Okay? He was a great player for them. All right? Now, was he even an all-star? He might have been with I think the Nets one year before joining the Warriors. Maybe he was one time. Do you know how hard it is to be an all-star? Dude, I would do cartwheels if Podziemski developed into TJ McConnell for 5 straight years. Cartwheels. And when the Warrior fans see, whether it's real or not, but when they see reports that Podziemski is the sticking point in some of these moves, they throw their hands up and they're like, what the hell are we doing?
Sean Livingston, never an all-star, by the way.
Okay.
Never.
There you go. He had a hell of a career.
He did. 3-time champion.
Hell of a career. Yeah. And so I do believe that the majority of Warrior fans are sitting here like, come on, man. Stop telling me about these trees, these redwoods that are going to grow to the sky when I'm looking and all I see is seeds. Like, stop that. We have a redwood that's grown to the sky. His name is Steph Curry. You do whatever you can to surround him with other redwoods. And if that seed of Podziemski, like just hypothetically, is the thing that's holding you back, wow, man, people are going to look back pissed.
Well, using that analogy, too, it's not the time if you're trying to maximize Stephen Curry planting new seeds. By the time those trees are grown,
it takes hundreds of years for a redwood to grow to the height of a redwood.
I think you're using the analogy. What is it? The famous mustard seed tale, right? Something about that. There's biblical. I don't know.
But one sec. Even if you have seeds, you have to water them. And the reason why Kuminga is where he is right now is because you failed to water it for 4 years, and then you held on to him, and you didn't play him. And then you don't even know what he costs now. Like it's honestly it was the most frustrating exercise the last couple of years.
I don't get it. The playing, the non-playing, the minutes, him going at he's going to CJ Holmes. The whole thing has been very odd, and that's why a little bit. And again, I'm not blaming Bob Myers, I'm not blaming Mike Dunleavy, but just the handling of a lot of the young guys. Steve Kerr's on that. It's been not a disaster, but it just hasn't worked out the last couple of years. But we're on the verge of a disaster if you don't do anything the next couple of days. I'll tell you that right now. The fan base is on the verge of freaking the hell out if you don't do anything in these next couple of days. I think these next couple of days, again, could determine the next couple of years out in Golden State. G-Man, Oakland, what's up, man? Y'all, Spadoni and Shasky.
I'm back. I lost you guys earlier. What's going on, JoJo or Joe Squared?
Sure, we'll take it. We like Broseph, too. Bro Tato, Bro Montana. There's a lot of them.
Congratulations, Spadoni. Fired me up this morning, Shasky. I got 3 quick things for you guys. One is what Spadoni kind of mentioned earlier, and I don't know what he's smoking, but, there's a lot of new strains out now. But any team, any manager, any coach is going to take Kevin Durant and LeBron to come and play with Steph Curry. That's an instant no-brainer.
Totally agree.
I only said, real quick, I only said I don't think they win a title. That's all I said. I don't buy that, but go ahead.
I'll watch it to see if they do.
Of course.
Hey, I love that answer.
Hey, I think we all would. I would rather watch that than 43 points combined from both teams in the first half yesterday. I'll tell you that.
We're talking about redwoods. Those are the other 2 tallest redwoods, down there in the sport. So
totally
surrounding him with redwoods, tallest trees that we possibly could. So, I'll take those 3 versus any 5, like Shasky said earlier. Number 2, to that point, I'm taking Kevin Durant. And the reason why I'm taking Kevin Durant is because we need the help. And the reason why we need the help is because of one word that I haven't heard in almost a month of us talking about all these trades. And it's the same problem that the 49ers are having. You kind of almost got there earlier when you were talking about the quarterback play. But the word is not coaching. It's not scheme. It's not talent. It's not athleticism. It's consistency. And the Warriors and the 49ers are lacking consistency from players that we should expect that from, players that we're paying that from. And that's why we need to trade. And that's why Steve Kerr and Steph Curry are so fed up, because they have guys that are talented. They have guys that have the skill. They have guys that do have the athleticism on the team, but they're just not consistent. And we need more consistency, and we can get that consistency with a guy like Kevin Durant.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Consistent on our team, like Kuminga, for whatever reason, right? If it's coaching, if it's not watering him, playing time, his timidness, whatever. And Wiggins. Like, I mean, I love Wiggins for the defense, but if we're going to get 10 per game one day and then 27 the next day, I don't want you. Give me a guy that can give me 15 all day. And you go back to the Warriors championship teams, and that's what we had. We didn't have the best guys coming off of the bench when we had the, strength in numbers. Guys like Harrison Barnes, consistent though. We know that Harrison Barnes is going to give us a consistent 12, 15 points easily, right? Andrew Bogut, same thing. We just need consistent players, not the best players. And like I said, same thing with my 49ers. And, with the inconsistency of our defense, the inconsistency. And some of it is because of injuries, right? You can't, and you can't get the chemistry back to get the consistency because of injuries. But some of it is just players.
Yeah, consistency is key, G-Man, for sure, man. I appreciate you.
Don't be a stranger.
Don't be a stranger. Thanks, Larry Bear. 888-957-9570. Consistency, yeah. They've been consistently inconsistent is what they've been. Like that's kind of what this team is. They're a mid-team. They are a play-in team, and they need something to change in a big way. And again, to his point, yeah, you'd love to have Kevin Durant. You'd also the team needs to play better. But that's not going to happen unless you get good players around you. And right now, They're relying on Buddy Hield. God love him. Buddy Hield, he started out so great, Joe Shasky. So great. I know you're sipping the Kool-Aid, and it was awesome.
It was a freaking 2 weeks. He's been bad for 3 months.
It's been bad. Kyle Anderson doesn't even play. Those are your 2 big acquisitions. D'Anthony Melton. They're relying on D'Anthony Melton. He's not even on the team anymore. Those are your 3 big acquisitions this summer. They're all not doing anything. That's kind of where we're at right now.
If we're going to dream, can I dream really big?
Sure. Go as high as you can go. Bring Michael Jordan back. Time machine. Let's go.
If I had it my way and we could just,
Frank Sinatra.
All right. I would go get KD and I would have it whatever and I would exhaust all whatever you needed to get me Ingram and Zion. What? Why? What?
Is that even feasibly possible?
I don't know. But you're asking about in these hypotheticals? Because I would want a young, you're not getting Paolo. I don't think you're getting Paolo.
No.
Those guys are attainable. These 3 are attainable. I would try to get, now you have a guy for the future. You take a risk in Zion, a swing. You go in on KD, and then you have the expiring contract of Brandon Ingram, and you kind of just, hey, we can either retain Ingram. We can see what he looks like alongside Kevin Durant. I know he's a ball stopper. I know people would say, what does that look like? I don't know, man. You put a lot of shooters around Curry, and then you have the one splash player in Zion. I like that a lot. And then I say to myself, worst case scenario, it doesn't work out with Brandon Ingram. Sign and trade. And you can get something back. I would try to swing for the now and the future. If we're going to go hypotheticals and we're going to keep dreaming.
There it is. That's the sounder. Be the first caller to call in with the keyword 415-523-4652. That's 415-523-4652 with the keyword, and you will win a spot in our knockout contest at Chase Center on Monday, March 3rd. Must be 18 and a California resident. Next time to win, it's going to be at noon on Steiny and Guru. So you don't have to win this time. Check in back at 12 and then also at 4 o'clock with Willard and Dibbs. And we're going to be doing this all week long right here on 95.7 The Game. To your point, we brought that up yesterday, a name you just mentioned, Zion Williamson. Why aren't you in on that if you're the Golden State Warriors? He checks the boxes of a Luka Doncic. Doesn't have the consistency, going back to our boy G-Man right there.
I think he's one of the most riskiest players in the league.
But if it pays off, it could be a championship with Stephen Curry. That's how special of a talent
he lower?
He is.
Is Zion viewed lower than what Wiggins was viewed when they got him?
No. I think Zion he's been a 2-time All-Star. Wiggins was never an All-Star. Zion's been legit.
Has he been an All-Star by name?
Doesn't matter. He's been an All-Star twice.
Okay,
I don't scoff at that. I don't scoff at that. We were talking about, you were just mentioning how hard it is to be an All-Star in the league. He did it twice.
No, you're right. You're right.
Slater.
It's so hard to be an All-Star. That's the thing I don't think people understand. It's so hard to be an All-Star in the NBA. It's not like the Pro Bowl where freaking Drake May is out there. It's absolutely absurd.
Mac
do away
Jones.
with the Pro Bowl. Come on.
Anthony Slater on if the Warriors are interested in Zion Williamson.
Big risk. I'm curious. I don't know. The Pelicans seem like a team that they're way out of the playoff race. They got all these very intriguing players. I don't know what they're necessarily doing. What about Brandon Ingram? What about CJ McCollum? What about Trey Murphy? And Zion is obviously a name there. He's got this interesting contract with a lot of outs, but he's still this potentially spectacular player. To your question on the Warriors, I think it's worth exploring, but I don't know what the asking price is, and I would group him in a lower tier, more riskier than Kevin Durant, or even in some ways Jimmy Butler.
He thinks it's riskier than both those guys, but he's also 10 years younger than both of those guys, right? But age has got to play a factor in this,
no doubt.
That's why the Luka trade was freaking amazing for the Lakers, because they got a young guy. Now it could blow up in the Lakers' face. Brian Windhorst was talking about this morning. Yeah, if Luka doesn't sign this summer, then maybe it's maybe the Lakers shot themselves in the foot.
Why wouldn't he sign in Lakerland?
Exactly. I don't buy that.
He is going to print money.
I know.
He gets to live in L.A. with the marquee team of not just that region, but of the league.
You can see the merch now. L.A. Luka. That's what it is.
Wow, I didn't even.
It's a capital
La
L.
Luka?
No, you spell it.
I know, but La Luka.
La Luka, and it's also L-U-K, and then another capital A. L-A. Luka. Come on, it writes itself.
Wow. You've thought about this.
Well, Luka, if you need a guy on your team, just hit me up. I can use the money.
What's riskier, acquiring Kevin Durant, acquiring Zion?
Given what it's going to cost you, that's a great question.
Because you're falling off.
That's a great question because
the cliff with KD. You have no idea when it's over.
Exactly. At least with Zion, I got a couple years to say, you know what? Let's see. I can sell Zion a couple years.
Did what they did with Otto Porter Jr. in terms of managing his health that year, does that make you somewhat encouraged?
Yeah,
or is that just such a fake?
But also, Otto Porter didn't have weight issues.
He had chronic foot injuries.
But that's different than not being able to stop drinking Mountain Dew.
How about what they did with Klay Thompson and being able to come back with him and have him actually be able to play every day? Like that might have been a career ender for a lot of people.
Different body types, but yes.
I'm just asking. Kevon Looney had the hip injury.
Yeah.
Like
he had the
if
neuropathy.
There ever was an organization that's kind of like figured out somebody's health thing, like I guess Dre's the whole other side of the spectrum because he's been off and on the floor a lot. But if you look at, he plays a lot of games, Dre, for as banged up as his body is. I'm trying to sell my own self on the fact that I think that they can rehabilitate Zion.
I would take the risk. God, I would love to see Zion Williamson. I could imagine the fans saying, "Oh my God, we just got Zion." Like,
I would want to go to a game to watch him the very next game.
You know what?
That's the way I view it. Like, they're infinitely more watchable.
It would shift the word that we're all using right now from desperate to hopeful if you were to get Zion Williamson. That is what we're dealing with if you get a guy like that. Going from desperate to hopeful within a span of a few days, that is the move that Mike Dunleavy needs to make. Are you hopeful with Kevin Durant? A little bit. And you're going to be excited, and it's going to be like the band's back together, and that's going to be fun for a little bit. Then you're going to realize if we're not winning again, then it's like, okay, maybe for the next couple of years, and maybe make a move this summer, it's going to change. But I do think the age factor of a Zion gives you so much more hope down the line, and that's where you kind of get that Luka feel to Los Angeles in Golden State.
If you double team Steph Curry and you've got Zion cutting down the middle of the floor, oh my God.
And you're not stopping him. He's a freight train.
He'll score 30 a game, right?
He's a rhinoceros. You're not stopping. He's a rhinoceros, dude.
He's the Aaron Donald
You
body.
see Gladiator 2? The guy's fighting the rhino?
By the way, people that are mad about Gladiator 2, what did you think you were signing up for?
I can't believe they put great white sharks in the Coliseum.
It was, my cousin was so sanctimonious. Jimmy, if you're out there, so sanctimonious about how disappointing it was. I go, did you think you were signing up for like theater at its highest? It's called Gladiator 2. It came out 20 years later, and Denzel's in it, and you knew he was going to play Denzel.
Gladiator 2, this time it's personal.
Exactly.
Miguel's out in Hayward.
You're like, he didn't even talk in a Roman accent. It's like, yeah, I know, it's Denzel.
Real quick, I want to give out the knockout winner.
For $20, I thought it was fine.
Exactly, please.
Guru went a little too far and said it was one of the greatest movies he's ever seen.
Yeah, that was a stretch. The first one is far superior and actually won like Academy Awards. Bronwyn Cox, that's the name, Bronwyn. Never heard that name before, but I respect it. He was the knockout winner again. Bronwyn Cox, congratulations. 12 o'clock, excuse me, Bronny.
I'm surprised someone hasn't done this earlier. Guys, I don't know if you know this. The fake Steph Curry has created an account on YouTube and is in the chat. And he's now telling you, put your chat fingers down because I'm tired of being on the bum Warriors. I want to win. That is the fake Steph Curry or someone pretending to be Steph Curry.
How do you know it's pretend?
On the YouTube chat.
How come that's not Steph? How do you know?
I'm just going to do what Steph wants me to do now.
Miguel Hayward, you're almost Bedoni.
What's up, Miguel?
What's going on, Miguel?
Hey, good morning, you guys. My question is this. Do you guys think that the Warriors already have the trade for Kevin Durant? Or do you guys think that the Warriors, or do you guys think that the Warriors are just waiting for the last minute, whatever they can get as a better trade? Because yesterday I was at work. I kept on looking at my phone just to see Kevin Durant got traded, but nothing yet. So I just wanted to get your opinion. What do you guys think?
Honestly,
do you guys think that the Warriors are waiting for like the last minute?
No, I don't think they're waiting for the last minute. I don't think they know. I don't think Phoenix knows what they're doing with KD, and I don't think that the Warriors. I don't think they have any. I think they would have expected it. They would have done the deal if there was a deal to be done. I do. I really believe they would.
If they are waiting for the last minute or last second, whatever, last day, it's because Dennis Schroeder is trade eligible the final day. Like that deadline day is when you can trade Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah.
So you would think expiring contract, he's going to be a guy relatively young. Didn't work here at Golden State, but he had a hell of a first half with the Brooklyn Nets. Like, that's a guy you would package for someone else, maybe to Phoenix, whoever. So they could be waiting for the last day. Again, you're cutting it awful close. It's something can happen.
I worry about other teams jumping. It's just, like apparently the Warriors had some sort of offer for Levine and Vucevic on the table. Yeah. And they were like, we got to kind of wait a little. And the Bulls were like, well, we're not waiting.
And they didn't. And they made a 3-team trade that no one saw coming on the heels of a trade that no one absolutely saw coming with Luka Doncic to the Lakers. Now we got De'Aaron Fox. I guess he's wearing his number 4 jersey. He's wearing a number 4 jersey of San Antonio because his wife played in Texas, and that's where they met and stuff like that. So that's a nice little homage there.
Oh, okay.
It's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Number 1 teammate, his wife. Sure. Like you and Michelle, your number 1 teammate.
Yeah.
No?
Depending on the day.
Gene, Oakland.
I mean, you know relationships. You know?
Boy, do I.
This morning, actually, quick little aside. Yesterday, I picked her up, right? I went down to her work. I swooped her up. I brought the baby down there. And so we're in the car, and we're on our way to go have dinner. And I'm driving through, and I'm about to call Carter in the phone because you had some phone issues. I couldn't call you directly. And so I'm driving down the street, and who do I see coming out of the library? Hey! I roll the window down. Matt Steinmetz, I'm a big fan of yours.
What?
Hey, Steiny, I'm a big fan of yours. He turns to the right, sees me in the truck. I roll the window down. I go, hey, bud, do you want to ride to BART? You know, it's probably 8-9 blocks or whatever it is. And he looks at me like I just spit on him. And he's like, no, I'll walk myself. This is my exercise. And I'm like, okay, Steiny, I'll give you a ride down the street. And he was like, no, I'm
That's
okay.
his exercise, 9 blocks?
He totally shunned me. I mean, he gave me the Heisman stiff arm.
I got a big ass.
Yeah, because you're walking only 9 blocks.
And Michelle goes, who is that? I go, that's Steiny. Second thing she says, is he still doing that podcast with Sal?
Sal and Steiny podcast.
Said, no.
The great Sal Castaneda.
A new episode has not dropped on the Sal and Steiny podcast.
Oh my God.
Where I was a frequent guest.
I could never have.
It kind of made me sad. I wanted to give Steiny a ride. I was trying to be nice.
You're trying to be nice.
Would you have rolled the window down to ask Steiny if he wanted a ride?
No, I would not have.
Really?
No.
You would have kept it moving?
Because I know Steiny. Because I worked with him every single day, Shasky, and I know he enjoys his walks.
That's but I also love the awkwardness of him getting in the car, probably a beer deep, and then like, hey, Steiny, hop on in.
It's a little shtick on your big shtick.
Oh my God.
Gene, Oakland, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Gene.
Morning, fellas. First of all, congratulations, Spadone. Hey, you earned it. You deserve it. So.
Appreciate you.
So I'm going to be once again, I'm going to be the outlier here. I agree with you, Spadone. Even if you brought LeBron in with Durant, excuse me for a minute. Sorry. Anyways, if you brought them in and to play with Curry, you still wouldn't win a championship. I mean, listen, who would they be playing with? First of all, a bunch of G leaguers and raw rookies. So, I mean, every championship team has had 2 or 3 superstars and a hell of a supporting cast around them. So, and you'd be looking at guys that are another year older. And let's get to that point. I mean, Durant still has a lot left in the tank, still playing very, very well, but he's not what he was 3 years ago. LeBron is an amazing specimen, doing things at age 40 that I don't remember anybody ever doing. But, he's playing less minutes. And Curry, this is the elephant in the room. I'm sorry. The man is really slowing down. I mean, I looked at his last 8 games. He's shooting about 38% overall and about 34 from threes. And, yeah, he's getting hounded all the time, but he's missing open shots, too. I was at the game last night. I watched him carefully. I also watched Wiggins pretty carefully. And I want to say something about that. I understand, Wiggins would have to be part of any kind of, big deal. But I think we should try to appreciate what we'd be losing. Not just a very good defender. This is a guy that works his ass off, works harder than anybody on the team. The guy is missing free throws now. Why? Because he's tired, okay? He hasn't had a break since the beginning of the season. And quietly, he's one of the team leaders. He was sitting on the bench there, and he leaned over to Moody, giving him a pat in the back and encouragement, probably some advice. So, I'm sure that if Wiggins went, we'd realize just how valuable he was when he goes, all right? But so let's try to be a little more respectful of Wiggs. Sure, he's not the sharpshooter we would ideally like him to be, but I would say he's marginally close to what he was in 2022 when he was an All-Star, Spadone. I guess you forgot about that. So,
no, I didn't. I knew he was a one-time All-Star. He was a one-time All-Star. I remember that. Let
me ask you this, Gene. Would you take Zion? Would you take a swing on Zion?
Well, what are we giving up? We giving up Kuminga and Wiggins? No, I don't think so.
I'm reluctant to get rid of Wiggins. I'm reluctant. Again, I've made it pretty clear. I would trade Draymond all day, every day before I trade Wiggins. I just don't think teams want him.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you could keep Wiggins, sure. I mean, I'd take a shot at him. I mean, when the guy's playing, he's a force.
Yes.
Yeah. No doubt.
Thanks, Gene. That's Gene in Oakland. Listen. Going back to, Andrew Wiggins, the Draymond Green, all these conversations we're having, all the players that the Warriors are linked into, you hear from the fans, and a lot of them are calling today, and we appreciate it, 888-957-9570. The more time keeps ticking away, the more sound we're getting, and we're going to play what Brian Windhorst had to say here in a second, I get less and less optimistic that they're going to make a big move. Something about this whole thing feels saving face to me, and I don't like saying that, but that's what I feel like I'm getting here. I feel like I'm getting a whole, Shams, he's leaking out to they're trying to do this, they're trying to do that. But again, Brian Windhorst, this is the latest from this morning on ESPN.
They've been trying like that for a year. They tried LeBron, they've tried Paul George, they tried Lowry Markkanen, now they're trying Jimmy Butler, now they're trying Kevin Durant. You may see some other names in the next 2 days. They don't have a lot to trade. I mean, they're trying to trade Andrew Wiggins and some draft picks. That's just not going to get them very far. At least it hasn't. I mean, we'll see. I will say this. I think Miami was willing to do that deal. And they were willing to do that deal for Jimmy Butler. So let's see if by Thursday that gets revisited. Jimmy Butler didn't want it. And because he's got an option in his contract, he has some measure of control. The Warriors wanting to do something and actually being able to do it is two different things. But I'm telling you, everybody I talked to overnight this morning is like their Warriors are very, very active.
What changed?
I just keep going back to Bone Thugs and Harmony 2007. I tried so hard. Tim and Akon. Can we get that, please?
Such a banger.
That's exactly what this has turned into.
Oh, my God.
I try so hard. And, is it right? It's so good. I can't seem to get away from me.
Hey, this is a banger. This is such a banger.
Let it go. Let it go.
Akon.
It's so good. It's so good. Oh,
I can't get away from Cleveland, man.
It doesn't.
So this is Dunleavy talking to Lacob. No trade comes easy.
You gotta try harder. It's so good. Isolate that as a drop if you can, Carter. That's going to be your homework.
And I try so hard.
That's Mike Dunleavy and the Warriors.
Hey, that is such a great song.
As you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGNZ FM in HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports
underrated.
Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app. That's kind of like their last big mainstream hit, I feel like, 2007,
Bone
right?
Thugs is the only group ever to have a hit song with Pac, Biggie, and Master P.
And Akon. So there you go.
And Akon.
But there's a little level below those guys.
They got hits.
They got some bars.
Love Creeping on the Come Up, one of the best albums no one ever talks about.
They're part of our intro. It's the first of the month.
Everyone goes to East 1999, but I'm telling you, dude, there's so many good ones.
Let's go out to L out in San Pablo wants to join in the conversation. What's going on, L? You're on with Spadoni and Chasky on the Morning Roast.
Thanks. I appreciate it. So here we're talking about Zion, Durant, and LeBron. The way I look at it when we think about injuries, Zion injury risk at age 25 compared to Durant injury risk in his mid-30s and LeBron injury risk in his 40s. Which of the three would I want on my team, thinking not just now, but also for the future? I think I would select Zion because of his age. He has the opportunities to recover from whatever injury-prone situation he is and be a very good player for the Warriors now and in the future. What are your thoughts on that?
I think this reminds me a lot of the Christian McCaffrey thing, where Christian McCaffrey was deemed like damaged goods. And maybe Christian was more healthy than where Zion was at, but Zion's 25. His
so
best
young.
basketball is the next 3 to 4 years.
Yes.
It
And
literally aligns exactly with what you want with Steph.
again, I'm using the word hope here because that's what I'm trying to get as a fan. That's what the Lakers just got for their future is more hope in a championship aspiration. If I get Zion right now, I go from desperation to hopeful. Like that's exactly what that's the move. If I get LeBron and KD, great, fun for 2 years and it's over. It's a wrap.
Let's say, time out. You get LeBron and KD, you do like one of the, like, let's not pretend like, oh, great. No. They would be flexed into almost every single game.
Awesome. Be awesome for a year, maybe 2.
I would say you get Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and LeBron James. You would have, and I'm not saying forget the winning for a second. I'm talking about the eyeballs, coverage, and the way it would be received. It would probably be as wild as the Heatles getting together. Come on, listen to what we're saying. LeBron at 40, Steph Curry
at 40,
but he's a freak.
People
said the same thing about Tom Brady.
Yes.
Tom Brady was Tom Brady till the very end.
Different way different position, though. Way different.
LeBron is one of one.
And Stephen Curry.
I'm never going to doubt LeBron. I can't.
But
as much as we all hate him,
but you're also,
let's come on.
But this current iteration of Stephen Curry is not like the current iteration of LeBron James. It's not even close. Like, I think we got to give, and I get it. This is Steph Curry country. LeBron James, one of the biggest rivals of all time. What he's doing at 40 years old is not what Steph's going to be doing at 40 or 38, 39. Steph's already losing a little bit here. We're seeing it.
We're talking about 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years he's going to be 39.
I know, but what I'm saying is that it's just with this team, with that kind of a team.
He can't play back-to-backs, and neither can LeBron.
All you have to do is just get into the playoffs with that team.
Can they?
I think they could.
I mean, the Warriors and Suns are in the box right now. That's Kevin Durant. That's Steph Curry.
Yeah, but LeBron's Lakers are, what are they, 5?
Yeah, they had Anthony. I would be shocked if they're 9 games over 500, I think. Yeah, they're the 5th seed.
Look, it's old and there's not a lot there. I understand that, but what are we? They were the 3 best players on the planet this summer. It was pretty obvious. And if you're getting into a tournament and you tell me it's a tournament format, it's best of 7, and you have KD, LeBron, and Steph as what? Look, yes, the regular season and all the getting there that's a whole nother conversation. I'm talking about the second you get in, you're fooling yourself.
Deborah San Leandro joining the conversation here. 888-957-9570. What's going on, y'all? Spadoni and Shasky.
Morning. I hear there's a newcomer in the building. Welcome to Warriors Land.
Thank you, Deborah. I appreciate it. It's very fun.
Hey, so look, can I make a couple of points? I'm a long-time season ticket holder, right?
Yes.
So I love
I want your opinion.
I go way back. One, Paul George. I did not want Paul George because, look, where is he now? What has he done for Philly?
Nothing.
So it's not just about a big name. You have to be able to be on the floor and produce. The Clippers became a better team when they got rid of Paul George because he was taking up minutes or time and money, right? So I didn't want Paul George. Another thing, Wiggins. I love Wiggins. Wiggins is consistent. I know he had a really bad year last year. His dad was dying. He was going through a lot of personal stuff. But in 22, when we won the championship, he was the second best player on the team. Right now, he's the second best player on the team. So I want to make that point.
I agree with that.
Get rid of Pods, man. Pods not showing me all of that. I don't see him being an all-star. I don't see him. I mean, he's just not all that. I don't know what they're seeing. You know, he had a little flash in his first year, but to me, he's regressed this year. He's regressed.
He's a backup point guard.
Yes, backup. He's not even T.J. McConnell.
Yeah, well,
okay,
we agree. And I like the guy, but they think of him. I don't get their viewpoint of him does not align with what my eyeballs are telling me. That's all. And I like the player, but he's not a star.
So, Deborah, you don't think Kevin Durant wants to come here?
No, and this is why. Okay, Kevin Durant is an unhappy person. You know what I mean? Doesn't matter about the team. He's trying within himself. It doesn't matter where he goes. So he wasn't happy because this was Steph's team when he was here. He didn't feel that we appreciated him. I love Kevin Durant. But he's just not – he's like a dark cloud. Even though he has the best talent, he's like a dark cloud because of his attitude. But now would I take him? I'd take him back if he had a different attitude and he wanted to come. I'd take him. I'd also take LeBron. But you know who I'd take first over both of those?
Who?
I'd take Zion. I take Zion.
So that does it for you as a season ticket holder. Like Zion is the hope. You really like that.
I like Zion, and this is the thing too. New Orleans is notorious. They have the worst. They had the worst facilities. They had the worst medical staff. I think if you come here, he would be taken care of.
Hey,
he would be able to thrive.
Deborah,
he would be mentored.
It's a great call because you know what? And we're talking about this guy the last couple of days, not as much as we should have. Anthony Davis was a one-time Pelican. And look what happened when he got traded to a better situation. What a title.
And he was around a guy who takes his body very serious in LeBron James, and that rubbed off on him. Deborah, please call back again.
That was really good.
That was such a great call. That is a season ticket holder. That's a season ticket holder who's telling you, like, okay, look, I would take LeBron. I would take KD. But boy, go get me Zion.
Right?
Swing on it, man.
Keep your butts in the seats there. That's what you want to chase in there. I didn't see a lot of butts in the seats yesterday. You know what? I would have seen a lot more if Zion Williamson was there going up against Paolo Banchero. Are you kidding me? 2 young future studs in this league. That's awesome. Sorry, Buddy Hield wasn't doing it for me. Brandon Pajemski, Moses Moody. I love all of them. They need a marquee guy alongside Steph Curry because at this point, Steph Curry can't just be the only draw. We need multiple people now. Luka and LeBron.
It's
Tatum.
the torch.
Exactly.
You're handing the torch to him.
Yes.
Like, that's what your hope is. Like, and then she also brought up another element, which is the Pajemski element, which I think a lot of us like Pajemski. We just don't think whatever they view him as is realistic. I'm talking about now and into the future. The Pods thing is the most perplexing thing. I like the player. They like him infinitely more than anyone else does. And it's very perplexing.
Very odd. Do you know what's not very odd, though? John Gambadoro, longtime talk show host in Phoenix, Arizona. He is so locked into this Kevin Durant situation, and he's going to be joining us, Joe Shasky, courtesy of the River Islands guest line, in about 10 minutes here. On the other side, John Gambadoro coming up next, talking KD, talking Suns, talking all that. And that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes...
Kevin Durant. Well, we got a guy that knows the ins and outs of the entire Kevin Durant, Phoenix Suns, all that drama. Bradley Beal, John Gambadoro, co-host of the Burns and Gambo show from 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, joins us now courtesy of the River Islands guest line, as all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line, River Islands in Lathrop. First and foremost, good morning, John. And I got to ask you this first, because we're asking everyone, and we'll get to the Phoenix Suns here in a second. As I look at Luka Doncic in a sweater next to Rob Pelinka at this press conference, just your thoughts on the last, 72 hours of this NBA news cycle, man.
Well, buongiorno. Good morning. Yeah, it was crazy because I was watching the Suns and the Blazers, the first game. They lost 2 of them. I can't believe it. And then, all of a sudden this is coming out, the Shams report. I'm like, all right, this can't be true. There's just no way, right? We all thought he's hacked. So we're all looking and say, so I called Dallas and I called Utah, 2 of the teams involved in the deal. And I spoke with people on both ends. They're like, nope, this is true. It's actually true. It's going down. So then I knew that the trade was real. But I think for about 30 minutes there, everybody was just trying to figure out if it was real or not. Even Bobby Marks, I had Bobby Marks on my show yesterday. He goes, I was talking to Shams 5 minutes before that. It never came up. And then 5 minutes later, so I thought he was hacked. I called him back, and he said, no, it's real. So just crazy. I understand why they kept it a secret, because I don't think they got enough for him, clearly. But you keep it a secret because if you start auctioning it off to everybody, Luka's going to control where he goes. He's going to veto everything and say, I'm not going to re-sign there, I'm not going to re-sign there, I'm not going to re-sign there. He's going to end up controlling it with his agent anyway. So I understand why they kept it secret, but clearly the Lakers got a steal here, and Dallas didn't get enough.
All right. What's the reverberation around the league? Because it feels like the Warriors in particular, this threw them off their kilter. I mean, maybe there are other things. I mean, they're drunk dialing everyone trying to hook up at this point, like with anybody. Is that
oh my God.
Is that league wide, or is that just the Warriors?
No, I think it's everybody was shocked by it. But listen, the way I look at it, I think the Warriors and the Suns are in a somewhat similar position with aging stars and, not a lot of assets. And this league's going to be dominated by Oklahoma City and Houston and San Antonio. And there's 4 really dominant young teams that are going to dominate this league for the next 5 years. So it's hard to go all in to try to get a Jimmy Butler or somebody like that, another aging star, to compete with these young teams that are so good.
Have you heard anything, Gambo? We're talking to John Gambadoro, co-host of the Burns and Gambo show from 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports. Very tapped in with all things Arizona. Have you heard anything from Durant or his camp, whether he would want to come to Golden State or not? Because Anthony Slater, who covers the team for The Athletic, he noticed last Friday when the Suns were in town that Rich Kleiman, Bob Myers, who was calling the game for ESPN, and Rich Kleiman, obviously KD's agent, and Warriors owner Joe Lacob, they were all getting together and hanging out.
Getting together, yeah.
Yeah, what did you make of that? And have you had any feelers out in regards to a KD return to the Bay?
We've had the owner, Matt Ishbier, on our show, and the plan has always been that they would re-sign Kevin Durant to a 2-year deal after the season was over. Remember, Curry did his deal, and everybody's like, is Durant going to do a 1-year deal? And they basically said, no, they're going to do a 2-year deal. So Durant didn't want a 1-year deal. He wanted to wait till the season was over and then sign a 2-year extension. So that would give him 4 more years of play, and then he would retire. So this year, and then 3 more years, and then he would retire. But I think with the way the season has gone for the Phoenix Suns, I think anything's up in the air. Now, I know for a fact the Warriors have called the Suns and been very aggressive about trying to get Durant. I can absolutely confirm that's 100% true. But so have a lot of other teams, right? Other teams have called too. The Suns are in a tough spot. They're trying to get Butler. If they can get Butler, I think Durant would stay. If they can't get Butler, then, guys, I don't think Durant's on this roster next year. I just don't think he's here.
What about past the deadline? If they're not able to pull
Jimmy Butler, what's that?
What about past the deadline? Let's say they don't get Jimmy Butler. They know this. Does he stay on the roster past the deadline?
Yeah, then I think you go into the summer, and I think you look to move him.
Gotcha.
Look, if the Suns fail this postseason, there'll be 3 postseasons with Kevin Durant that amounted to nothing. Remember last year they got swept by the Timberwolves. So this year they're a 500 team that are destined for the play-in right now. The way they just lost 2 games to the Trailblazers, for goodness sakes. And they're fully healthy. The Suns are fully healthy. They're not a good basketball team. There's a lot of talent. So on paper, it's how is this team not winning? They changed the coach. They added point guards. They added young players. They improved the depth, and they're not winning. It's just odd because on paper they look good, but it's just not really working.
Where does that leave Devin Booker? Because the Warriors have a clear need for a two-guard, and he is like the prototypical two-guard, big, can play alongside Steph Curry, can catch and shoot, can facilitate in the half court, can defend. If Durant does leave, even if he doesn't go to the Warriors, where does that leave Devin Booker and the Phoenix Suns?
Well, the Rockets own all their picks, so if the Suns are going to tank, it doesn't pay unless they make a trade with the Rockets to get their picks back. Imagine okay, we're going to trade Durant, we're going to trade Booker, we're going to suck for 4 years, and then your picks all go to the Rockets. Their picks are, they traded the 2031 pick. They don't have a lot of control of their picks until they have 6 first-round picks coming up. But there's not really control of those picks, right? It's not their own pick that they're going to get because they're all swapped out, right? Most of them are swapped out. So if you're going to tank, you would hope that Houston would want Booker because then you could trade him there and get your picks back.
Wow.
And then if you get your picks back and you tank, okay, now I got a top 5 pick and I get to keep it. Because if you trade Booker to Golden State or you trade him anywhere else, you're reliant on that team being bad to have a, and they're not going to be. With Booker, they'll probably be decent. So they're really in a tough spot, the Suns, because the Durant trade, all the picks went to the Nets, and then the Nets made the trade with Houston, and now Houston's got all the picks. So if you look at who controls the Suns' picks going forward, I mean, it's crazy. It's hard to want to tank because they don't even get their own picks.
Let me toss this hypothetical at you, John. Durant's salary is $51.1 million right now, so the Warriors are going to have to match that. Andrew Wiggins, Jonathan Kuminga, Gary Payton II, and Kevon Looney. Suns doing that deal?
No.
Why?
Because they're not going to win. I mean, the Suns need draft assets. They need draft assets. You got to look for. Again, do you think that the Warriors or the Suns are going to win anything in the next 5 years? Oklahoma City, Houston, Memphis, the Spurs with Fox and Wembanyama? The Suns and the Warriors have to start playing for 5 years from now. Wow. They both do. They're not winning anything this year, next year, the year after. These other teams in the West are too young, they're too athletic, and they have too many assets.
All right, so
look at how many assets the Spurs have, the Rockets have, the Oklahoma City Thunder have. I wouldn't make a trade that doesn't set me up with assets that I could use for the future.
All right, so that begs to as from an outside perspective, because we've been talking a lot about Wiggins, Draymond in terms of salaries and whatnot. From your vantage point, who has more? Who can get them more assets, Draymond or Wiggins, if they were to sell one of those players?
I think Wiggins. Remember when the Suns got Beal, guys. When the Suns got Beal from Washington, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but this is true. They could have made a deal straight up and had Jordan Poole. So they could have had Jordan Poole instead of Beal. Now the difference with that is that you could trade Poole. He doesn't have a no trade clause. Beal's got a no trade clause. But look, Chris Paul went to Golden State anyway. They could have done a deal for Jordan Poole and had Poole here. And even though he's not great and the contract sucks, at least it's a tradable contract. Beal's got a no trade clause. They can't trade him unless he says, okay, I want to go there. And so we're all trying to figure out where does he want to go. So, and if he wants to go somewhere, maybe they make a trade. But if he doesn't, they're stuck. So that was the difference when they got Beal, is that they could have had Jordan Poole. And again, not much. I don't think he's a better player, or it's just a contract is a tradable contract. You wouldn't have to go asking him, can I go somewhere? So I think the younger player is always the more valuable asset.
John Gambino joining us here, Spadoni and Chasky on the Morning Roast. Gambo, host of the Burns and Gambo Show from 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports, knows all thing Phoenix Suns. And I'm going to just shoot it to you right now. Your gut, what does it tell you? What does this Phoenix Suns team look like? Is it the same? Do they add Butler? What's this team looking like come Friday after the trade deadline?
They've been trying to get Butler since December 10th. So 6-7 weeks. It's coming right down to the deadline. I've spoken with the organization. Their goal is still to get Jimmy Butler. So I'm going to say I think they find a way to get it done. I don't think Miami's going to take Beal, but I think somebody else will take Beal. And if somebody else takes Beal, you could probably make a deal work. Again, I don't know how much better it makes them. Maybe it gets them out of the first round or the play-in, but I think they'll trade Nurkic, and I think they'll find a way to get Jimmy Butler here. Because if they don't get Jimmy Butler here, then I think you're going to see huge changes with the Suns this summer, which might even include Kevin Durant being traded.
God, it's just been an unbelievable few days and weeks. Super Bowl week and NBA is just dominating. It's insane.
Any feel on this one? Because we don't have the answer. Could Draymond and Kevin Durant coexist on one team?
Again?
Yeah, Durant's I've come to really appreciate his greatness watching him play every day. Now, he plays within his own system, right? And I'm actually shocked at just how the Suns are so mediocre when they've got two guys that'll probably go to the Hall of Fame on their roster, and one of them's in his prime in Booker, and the other one hasn't slowed down a bit. I'm still amazed at how great Durant is. He's not the alpha male leader that Jimmy Butler is, but he's a good player, and he's a good teammate, and he's accountable, and he's in the, he speaks to the media after every single game. Like, I have a lot of respect for him. I don't think that Durant's a problem. I think he can coexist with just about anybody. The problem is with all of these, stars is like, hey, when things don't work after 2 years, it's like, he fired since Durant's been here, they fired Monty Williams, they fired Frank Vogel, and now Mike Budenholzer's got a 500 team. So it always falls on the coach. The coach gets the blame when it's really the overall players that should get the blame.
Real quick, Gambo, one more for you before you head out. We appreciate the time. Any chance a Luka Doncic type trade happens with one Devin Booker that kind of comes out of nowhere here? Do you foresee him, not being a Phoenix Sun after the trade deadline?
No, I don't. Not now. Because I think that because they can't tank unless they get their picks back. It doesn't pay to trade Durant, Booker, be a team that's one of the 4 worst teams in the league, have great lottery odds, and you don't have your own picks. It doesn't pay. Like, somebody else is going to be drafted in the top 5 for you. And that's Houston. So I don't see them trading Booker right now. Again, the only way I see them trading Booker is maybe this summer or next summer, and it would have to be to Houston to get the picks back.
There it is. Hey, John, we appreciate the time, man. Crazy couple days coming up here down the wire. I'm sure you're going to be locked and loaded and very busy. So appreciate you stopping by, man.
You got it. All right, boys. Take care.
Thank you.
That's John Gambadoro.
He basically telling you that they're screwed no matter what they do.
Yeah.
Like, KD's out.
That was it.
If he's not out at the deadline, he's out in the offseason. He's out.
He's gone. And Devin Booker might be gone too. They have screwed themselves with this Bradley Beal deal, so much so that they have to have Jimmy freaking Butler, of all people, to come and save them. The guy that was just a cancer in Miami is just indefinitely suspended. Come on, Jimmy. We'll treat you right. Real quick, Joe Chassis, I got to get this out there. Our slam dunk in Vegas contest is on. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations to Las Vegas plus $5,000 for each guest. So you got a winner and 3 guests. That's $20K total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Las Vegas. You get to watch their March Hoops party at the Stadium Swim. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the College Basketball Championship. And winning is easy. Just download the free Odyssey app now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour for your daily entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20K. Your thoughts on what Gambo just had to say?
Basically that Phoenix is all in for now, and there's no incentive for them to blow it up other than if Kevin Durant literally demands out.
You think he will?
I mean, how can anyone know what Kevin Durant wants to do?
That's the thing.
Right? I'm not even going to begin to get inside that guy's head. He might block me anyway.
And you heard from Gambo there, and I think that's the national perspective, and that's most people's perspectives is, hey, the Suns and Lakers are cooked.
No, Suns and Warriors.
Sorry, Suns and Warriors. You're right. Suns and Warriors are cooked for the next 5 years.
I mean, I'm looking at their draft picks. I just don't know what to say.
Listen, I hear him on the Wiggins, like they want picks, but Wiggins is only 30 and Kuminga's young and he's a rising star. Like, I don't think you're getting that anywhere else. Like, I hear, like, you might have to attach a couple picks there, but if that's all it takes, sure, here's a couple first-round picks. I know Gambo's saying, like, no, they want top 5, they want top 10 picks. That's not happening. So, yeah, maybe the Devin Booker thing happens. I just think you're not in a position to scoff at a Jonathan Kuminga if you're the Phoenix Suns right now. I mean, when you're relying on Bradley Beal, who looks cooked, who's in his early 30s, Yusuf Nurkic, like, come on. Like, I think Kuminga is a great commodity right now. I know he's been hurt. God, he was incredible before that.
It feels like if you
maybe we're overvaluing him because we watch him every day. So is that the case? Jonathan Kuminga, are we overvaluing him in his, perception around the NBA?
No, I don't know what Kuminga's value is because here's the thing with Kuminga's value. You have to know what you want to pay him this offseason. And I always bring this up, but like the Emmanuel Quickley deal. I mean, like, come on, dude. Like $50 million for a guy who's done nothing. I'm not doing that. I'm just not doing that deal. And that's what a lot of these young guys want. These max contracts or whatever from these young guys that are very unproven, those are as risky as swinging on a Kevin Durant. Actually, I think they're more risky. Kevin Durant, at least I know, is great. Will his body hold up? That's a different question. But I keep coming back to this. Like, the only way KD's out of there is if he demands out. I don't know if he's at that position right now.
No.
And why would he demand out of there to want to come here when we're very similarly positioned? Except with a couple more picks. Why does he care about the picks?
That would be, and if he doesn't go to the Warriors, maybe he goes somewhere else. That'd be his fifth team now? Fifth team. That's incredible.
Yeah, but we're the only one that might build him a statue.
I don't think he's getting a statue.
No, I don't either.
I don't think anyone should get a statue except for Steph Curry, but that's just me personally. I think that he's that important. I think it's only Steph.
That one. I mean,
that's fine. It's fine.
I mean, they gave freaking Gaylord Perry a freaking statue and Orlando Cepeda. Those guys.
That's the Giants. That's not the Warriors.
I'm just saying, like, statues get given out
left and right. That's what we're doing now. It's Oprah. Everyone gets that.
No, well, the Giants have, they got a little, they got a little flippant with some of the statues.
And where's Barry's? Have they gotten Barry Bonds' statue yet?
No, that pisses me off.
Oh, God. Final chance to get in. We got about 20 minutes left in the show. 888-957-9570. Spadoni and Chasky. We've been talking about ad nauseum. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Kevin Durant to the Warriors. You doing what it takes to get it done?
Well, here's what I would ask. Like, sure. You just heard from the Suns' perspective. It's basically you guys better win with this team or you're done. And when I mean done for like a long time. And you're only arming other teams with more ammunition. Is that what we want to do? That is woo.
Well, that's the reality. Look at the standings right now. The teams that he just mentioned. Oof. The Thunder aren't going anywhere. They're 39-9, and they're getting Chet Holmgren back. If they have they even gotten him back? He's coming back. Memphis Grizzlies are 34-16. They got Jarrett Jackson Jr. They're not going anywhere.
I don't fear them as much as OKC, but keep going.
Probably because you've beaten them in the playoffs, but that was a younger team.
And I just don't trust Ja to stay healthy and out of trouble.
It's been healthy. They're 9-1 in their last 10.
No doubt. But it seems like every year, broken wrist, that.
Sure. Houston Rockets. They are an interesting team. They're very young.
They're a year away. They're real contention.
They lean on their youth and talent a lot, not great X's and O's, and that has won them a lot of games because they're just physically freakish.
I'll take them serious when they move off of Dylan Brooks.
Okay, fair enough. And Freddie VanVleet, your boy. Nuggets, 31-19. I fear the Nuggets in the playoffs. You bring up
Fred VanVleet, and I think of him and Norman Powell killing the Warriors in the 2019 finals.
Hey, Fred VanVleet.
Oh, my God.
Fred VanVleet hit some of the craziest.
Running a boxing one on Steph. What?
He hit some of the craziest shots I've ever seen, Fred VanVleet.
So did Norman Powell.
Was he bleeding out of his head at one point,
Ibaka, the corpse of Serge Ibaka killed them.
Marc Gasol.
Yeah, another guy who was literally the Walking Dead. 23rd episode.
Hey, he's low-key a borderline Hall of Famer, I think, Marc Gasol. Doesn't he have a DPOI? He's been a multi-time All-Star? Marc Gasol.
Sure, everyone gets in the NBA.
Yeah, Andrew Wiggins might get in.
No, he will not get in.
The Minnesota Timberwolves. They got Ant-Man still. Julius Randle. I don't know. That's a team, too.
See, is Ant-Man available?
Well, he talked about that yesterday, and I guess he got assurances from the ownership that he's not going anywhere.
As Luka buys a $15 million home and is traded seconds later.
I know, it's so weird seeing it's the Lakers uniform right there. It's so odd.
He looked thin in that press conference.
He's got the hydroxy cut. Remember those commercials?
Hydroxy cut. Those? I was going to go Ozempic.
Well, that's true. Everyone can get Ozempic now. Do they test for that in the NBA? They might need to for Zion and Luka. Steve Kerr, I teased this sound earlier. We're going to get to it. I love a 3-hour tease. Steve Kerr was asked about the approach of the team heading in to the deadline. Take a listen.
Independent of the two teams and other teams that have made moves, is that still, you feel like the approach going into the deadline, essentially 72 hours away?
Yeah, the deadline speeds things up. And has a way of making teams, make their best offer. I know Mike is talking to everybody and on the phones and talking about potential deals because that's his job. And as I said the other night, if there's something that makes sense that can make us better, Mike's going to do it. And, my point the other night was when you're 500, you don't reserve the right to say, no, we're going to stand pat. We're fine. We're not fine. We're 500. We're in 10th or 11th place in the West. So we got to look at everything, but you don't chase bad deals either. So if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. We move forward.
If there's nothing there, there's nothing there, Joe Shasky.
I've never heard him talk like he's being peppered with questions about the trades.
Yeah.
Peppered.
Yeah.
I mean, he's basically wearing a bulletproof vest every time he goes in front of that, hypothetically, going in front of the crew of the media. All they're asking him about is these hypothetical trade questions. I feel bad for the guy. Like, I really do.
He signed up for this.
No.
He knows what it's about.
The coach does not sign up for being asked ownership and GM questions
all the time.
nonstop.
Shanahan gets asked this stuff all the time.
Yeah, but Shanahan, the buck does stop with him.
Okay. Yeah, but Steve Kerr has won 4 championships. Steve Kerr is more of a made guy with the Warriors than Kyle Shanahan is with the 49ers.
Shanahan runs the Niners. He was hired before the GM. Steve Kerr works for Joe Lacob. Like, we know that Joe Lacob is owning it's a very different power dynamic.
Which should make it a lot easier for him, so he doesn't take anything personally. He's like, all right, yeah, we're just doing this. Yeah, we're doing that. It's fine. He's fine. You feel bad for Steve Kerr?
On some level.
Why?
Like, he's being asked a lot of questions that he can't. Like, how is he supposed to navigate? Like, I just think it's unfair, but it's also part of the job. I'm not saying that, like, woe is Steve Kerr. Like, I get that he is compensated to answer these things, but what's he supposed to say? Yeah, guys, I really want Zion.
Here's more from Evan Giddings. Our very own Evan Giddings do a hell of a job covering the team and Steve Kerr yesterday.
After Friday's game, you said that it would be hard for you to envision this team standing pat at the deadline.
I didn't say that. What I said was we're 24 and 24, so we can't stand here and say, oh, we're good.
Yeah,
we'll stand pat. But I didn't say it's tough to envision. It's actually very easy to envision that. All that takes is there aren't any good deals out there. So I maybe my words were misconstrued, but my point is, like, if you're 500, you have to be open to everything.
I agree.
The more I hear him speak, the more I think they're not doing anything. That's literally what I just got from both of those.
Do you think he's doing what I'm doing?
We've been talking for the last 2 days. We'll talk about it tomorrow. We'll talk about it the show leading up Thursday, and they're not going to do diddly poo. And I'm going to be like, okay, well, that was great. Back to the Super Bowl. Like, I feel like that's the collision course of where we're headed. I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a Zion. Hell, I hope it's a Kevin Durant, a Cam Johnson, something. But it might just not be nothing. It might not be anything. It's just great. Awesome. What are we doing?
What are we doing? We're desperately drunk dialing. Told you that yesterday.
Not desperate enough. Clearly.
Well, no.
Go get Zion.
No, just because you're desperately drunk dialing doesn't mean that anyone's picking up. You could text all you want. If you ain't getting responses back, like, that's...
So we actually have something pretty interesting here.
Oh.
Bovada already has up Kevin Durant's next team.
No
the odds
way.
for it.
Of course they do.
But what's the date? What's the date of when they think he's going to get moved? Off season or deadline?
No, this is for the deadline.
Oh, the deadline. Okay, yeah. I just want to clarify.
They have the Wizards as the favorite to land Kevin Durant.
No way.
Even more interesting, they have the Lakers at 4th at plus 600 odds. And even more interesting than that, there's 10 teams on here. The Warriors are not one of them.
That's Bovada right there. For all you betting degenerates like Eric Carter over here.
Do me a favor. Slam the casket shut on that whole idea. Let's just put a couple nails in there. We're done talking about it. I'm now doing the pivot, don't panic. I'm on to Zion. Get me Zion and Ingram. Get me Zion and Ingram.
Anthony Slater. Are they interested?
Big risk. I'm curious. I don't know. The Pelicans seem like a team that they're way out of the playoff race. They got all these very intriguing players. I don't know what they're necessarily doing. What about Brandon Ingram? What about CJ McCollum? What about Trey Murphy? And Zion is obviously a name there. He's got this interesting contract with a lot of outs, but he's still this potentially spectacular player. To your question on the Warriors, I think it's worth exploring, but I don't know what the asking price is, and I would group him in a lower tier, more riskier than Kevin Durant, or even in some ways Jimmy Butler.
I'm telling you, dude, the move to make is go get Zion. And if you can't get KD, give me Walmart KD. Give me Brandon Ingram.
Walmart KD. I like Kmart KD because the K's together.
I haven't been to a Kmart for years.
Love me a Kmart. Are they still around?
That's what I just said.
888-957-9570 is the number. We got a couple minutes left here in the show.
So he's not the Rolex version of KD. He's the Folex version that you get on 6th and Market.
You go to Mervin's, you get the knockoff jeans. Remember, again, another place that doesn't exist.
Mervin's.
Loved Mervin's. Actually had a good deal on some Levi's jeans there back in the day. 888-957-9570.
If the Warriors come limping in with we salary dumped somehow some version of Dennis Schroeder and Buddy Hield and brought back nothing. Oh God. You think the pitchforks I'm telling you, dude, Warrior fans are.
Oh, it goes back to Bone Thugs.
Oh my gosh.
I tried so
They don't want to
hard.
hear it.
That's going to be the theme of the show. I tried so hard.
Poor Mike Dunleavy. Oh boy.
They're literally, we alluded to it yesterday. If that happens, then they're the Giants of the Farhan Zaidi
era. I'm frustrated too, but I also take a step back and I realize this is the greatest basketball I've ever seen for 10 years. Eventually it was going to end, right? It's tough coming to the admittance that I'm staring into the mirror and it's going to end. But come on, Warrior fans. Does everyone have to be the bad guy when the era ends? Was Belichick the bad guy, or did they just run out? He just exhausted everything.
Well, he was kind of the bad guy because Tom Brady won a Super Bowl.
But now that we've
after.
had a couple years.
Oh no, he's not the bad guy. No, they got Mike Vrabel now, so they're happy. So there's that. Rolando, Napa, 888-957-9570. What's up, man?
Hey, big fan of the show. I love listening to you guys. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
And, you guys do great work. But I'm out on Durant, but I'm kind of out on Zion. But I have a question for you guys. So you said that you have a gut feeling you're not going to do anything. But I have a question for you and Chad. Who makes a big major trade first? The Warriors or the Niners? What do you guys think?
Ooh. I would assume the big trade out there right now, and thank you, Rolando. Myles Garrett is out there right now. He has requested his trade from the Cleveland Browns.
The Niners can't trade till after the Super Bowl, and the league year starts. Okay. And I don't know when that is specifically. I think March 1st.
The new league year, correct. It'll be next month at some point.
Basically, are the Warriors going to make a big trade at the deadline or not is the question, right? Because we know the Niners are going to do something. They always are.
Are they?
Absolutely.
They're going to pay Brock Purdy. We know that. They're going to do that sooner rather than later. Jerry Rice said yesterday on with us, and you can find that entire interview on the YouTube page or on the free Odyssey app. He said they better get that deal done now.
I think the Warriors are going to swing on Zion.
Dude,
do what I want them to do. Go get Ingram, test drive the Brandon Ingram thing, see where it goes. It gives you optionality in the offseason to flip him in a sign and trade. I'm telling you, go get Zion, go get Ingram.
Matt,
buy low.
Matt, corner pocket. You in on Durant?
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm in on Durant, but I'll get to that in a second. Something more important out there. Spinones, congratulations. It's great to have you in the morning. You deserve it. You earned it. You guys sound great together.
Thank you.
So
appreciate
welcome
it, man.
aboard.
Thank you.
You got it. So in on Durant, because I think you look at this player, we know what we're getting, right? Everything else is, I'm with Joe on everything. We don't know what Kuminga is. That's not our fault as fans. We never saw it. We don't see enough of it. I think the league is in the same boat. So, Durant is your sure thing. I want to be in on Durant if it can happen. I'd like to see that. And Joe, to your point about why everybody is, kind of freaking out that this thing's ending, you're right. We saw 10 years of the most amazing basketball. It was incredible. We watched them reinvent the game in front of us. The greatest shooter of all time has played here for over a decade. It's incredible. But as a season ticket holder, what I'm disappointed in is the fact that there's no transition plan, right? We all, in our minds, when this thing started, it was the Spurs were good for almost 2 decades. They went from the Admiral to Tim Duncan. They had Ginobili in there. The Spurs had that continuity between teams. They didn't win the title every year, but they were good every year, and you could see what was going on. And so you get Pop. Then, you get Pop to Steve Kerr, You get a new leader, you get a new ownership group, and you think it's going to be like that. That's what I'm disappointed in. Let me know if you agree with that.
Well, no, I think it's a fair point, but there's a couple things. Number one, they got Tim Duncan as the number 1 overall pick when the Celtics had the worst record in the league, which no one saw coming. David Robinson was like a 10-time All-Star by that point.
Yeah.
He's one of the greatest. I think he's the top 75 player of all time. Yes. He was on the Dream Team. One of the greatest players that no one talks about. Right, he was unbelievable. So year 1, boom, championship. They had Sean Elliott, for crying out loud. Like again, go back to that team, that first team that won the Spurs. It was such an unprecedented thing that they caught lightning in a bottle. Then they get credit for what they developed over the 20 years. The Kawhi Leonard thing. I think the Warriors, in theory, tried to do the Kawhi Leonard thing. The problem with it was, I don't think Kuminga is as good as Kawhi Leonard. Secondarily, I don't think they fully committed to the development process of Kuminga, seeing it through the ups and downs. And look at what Kawhi Leonard started as, and then what he eventually evolved into. It's really difficult. The guy couldn't even dribble. Couldn't even dribble when he first came into the league. You know, like he took a rapid ascension, and he gets a lot of credit for that. It's not that easy. Jason Richardson went like 13 years before he learned how to dribble. I love Jason Richardson. Like I couldn't dribble with his left hand. How long did we watch Klay Thompson? He could barely dribble. And I'm talking about dribble in terms of being a proficient playmaker, the way Kawhi is currently. Like even though he's been injured like crazy, I think the Kuminga thing, in theory, that's what they were trying to do. I think they overrated him. I think I overrated him. I think they underestimated how difficult it was to become a Kawhi Leonard. And I think just because they saw the ascension of Draymond and Klay and Steph, maybe they were fooled into thinking it's easier than it is.
It's a great point from Matt. And that's really why fans are freaking out right now, because they're seeing the future, and the future is I don't feel great about just Podziemski, TJD, Moody, Kuminga. You guys are telling me you were in on Paul George and Lauri Markkanen last summer. You guys are telling me you're desperate and you want all these different players right now. You're also telling me that we have to be patient. You're sending me mixed messages right now, and that's why, as a fan, that's why I'm freaking out. It's not that this is the last dying embers of a dynasty. It's that you keep tugging my emotional heartstrings in all these different directions, and I'm not sure how to feel, because I don't think you know what you want right now. If the front office, I don't even know what they want right now. Do they know what they want?
But I think it's a great question. I don't think they know what they want, but I want to make this very clear. This is the big difference between the Spurs and the Warriors, and I don't think it's arguable at all. At the top of the pecking order, Ginobili, Parker, and Duncan always took less than max value.
The Tom Brady approach. Yeah.
Duncan was okay with his role evolving, and because he was a big, I think it was a little easier not being the offensive focus of the team. You know, Ginobili came off the bench, so by nature, he was more willing to adapt. When I look at Klay and Steph and Draymond, their unwillingness to adapt to the youngsters taking on a bigger role, and their unwillingness to financially be more flexible and not getting all up in their feelings because the team viewed their role to start evolving, that's the big difference. Think about this. As much as we talked about Kuminga, their Kawhi, or at least their fountain of youth, could have been Jordan Poole too. And they tricked that off for ego, for contracts, for playing time, for a lot of reasons.
You know what's the fountain of youth for the show? It's Fast Five. All right, it's time for the final thoughts of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. The future starts now with the next generation 10G network. Joe Shasky.
All right. My final thought is this. I watched the worst movie I've ever seen on Sunday. It's called The Substance. And when you click on what it's about or whatever, it said Demi Moore's greatest performance as an actress. I guess she was nominated for some sort of an award. I watched it with my wife, my niece, and the little guy. It was the worst movie I've ever seen start to finish. And I swear to God, at one point, we clicked the pause button. It was like an hour and a half in. I go, Jesus Christ, there's 47 more minutes left in this movie?
All right. I got the...
Dennis Quaid is in it. It is one of the worst movies of all time.
I got the synopsis.
The silver lining, lots of nudity.
Great. Awesome. Shout out Bianca Sensory.
Lots of nudity.
Elizabeth Sparkle, renowned for an aerobic show, faces a devastating blow on her 50th birthday as her boss fires her. Amid her distress, a laboratory offers her a substance which promises to transform her into an enhanced version of herself. That's what the Warriors need right now. Can we do that with Steph?
For
Can we do that with Draymond?
For $6, it was one of the worst purchases. And I'm not one of those people that complains. It was the worst $6 rental I've ever hit. You know, yes, I'd like to purchase. Horrible.
Hey, I watched Wicked last weekend. That was pretty good.
Demi Moore. Demi Moore. Look, listen to me.
G.I. Jane.
What are you thinking? It's horrible.
Carter, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm totally out on that movie. That sounds awful. Yesterday was my pop's birthday, and today is my mom's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday,
I'm wishing my mom a happy birthday.
Hope your birthday is
Happy
booming.
birthday, Carter's mom.
Nahegan, you got anything back
What's your
there?
mother's first name?
Serena, like Serena Williams.
Oh, nice.
Serena, happy
like
birthday.
that.
I hope your birthday's booming.
There you go. Thank you, AB. He actually had some comments recently, too. What do you got, Coach?
How much
What do you
money
got?
is his Twitter account making?
No, it's not on the board. It's not up on the board. Oh, no.
Who is
It's
that?
all right. It's all right.
Oh, it's the big boss man.
He's coming over there to
It's
speak
the
on
big
the
boss
mic.
man.
He doesn't know which one to do. I'm doing play-by-play of Nahegan trying to speak on the... There you go.
I cannot. I had to get this out. We have someone come and clean our house once a month. They're coming today.
The clean
last
police.
night.
Yes, I love this.
Explain to me why.
It's women.
I have to clean the house the night before when they're coming today.
She flips out on me every time. You got to clean up. I go, what's the point of a cleaner if I have to clean to get ready for the cleaner?
Money. Pay me the money.
Get me my money.
What is going on here?
I don't know.
My final thought is...
I'm so with Nahegan on this.
Stay dry, people. That's my final thought. It's wet out there. Be safe. That was...
It's like the clean police are going to audit us, Matt. That's what it is. It's like, here come the clean police. Like the cleaner knows that the house is dirty. It's okay. She's not going to look at us anywhere. I'm still going to pay her. It's all good.
Brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Standing Guru next.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Come hang with me and Steiny at Bay Street, Emeryville on Thursday, February 6th for the now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have a great point. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
We're Warriors.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. He's back. Our main man, Daryl the Guru Johnson, in the house.
What's up, baby?
After a short respite. And boy, we got some catching up to do, man.
We do. My first show, not seeing Spadoni and holding it down with Butch on the roast, but my first show, not seeing Bonte and doing our little show. So it's weird, but Steiny, so much, man. So much trade action that I need you to get me through these 4 hours. And I feel like there was so much trade action, nobody took a shot at me not being here.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, we squeezed some stuff in here and there. Right. But what, like, you haven't been around for a couple days, and so much has happened. So go ahead and just throw out there what's hitting you.
Saturday night, I had a friend, he'll remain anonymous, that sent me the sham tweet about Luka getting traded. And to that person, my friend, I apologize. I can do it. I am sorry. I basically cussed him out. How dare you send this crap? Dude got hacked. Steiny, what did Luka do to get traded? He is a generational talent. 22 playoff games last year. He averaged 40 minutes. He's taken the team to the finals, the Western Conference Finals a couple years ago and lost to the Warriors. Luka, the Don, got traded. And I feel like the Mavericks, Nico Harrison, I hope you're renting. Steiny, his days are numbered in Dallas. Please tell me that we're going to find out here shortly what Luka did, who he slept with, because you don't move guys like that. And Anthony Davis, I love him. But Steiny, this has shocked the world, and now the Warriors, to me, to bring it local, they're the guy. I was single at one time. The club's over at 1. It's 12:48. You're looking around like anything will do. Now they're linked with everybody, and I don't know if that's good or bad, but what happened? I'm not mad. What happened to, well, we're going to worry about, we can't mortgage the future. Steiny, am I wrong to feel like our Warriors are desperate right now? And I think I like some of it, but guys are dropping off the board rapidly. Good morning.
How's it going? I mean, I don't know if they're desperate, but they are certainly highly motivated to make a deal. That's what it seems like. Which
I don't want to cut you off, Steiny. Yeah. We had a small trade come in. Can we throw it to Evan?
Oh. Yeah, so Dallas, the Mavericks, making a move. They're sending Quentin Grimes and Philadelphia's 25 second-round pick to the 76ers for Caleb Martin. So Caleb Martin is going from the Sixers to the Mavericks.
Okay.
I always liked the Martin brothers.
All right.
But go ahead, Steiny.
I mean,
what's going on?
It feels like on Friday, the Warriors' target, at least, was Zach LaVine, but now he's in Sacramento, so he's clearly off the board. There are reports that they're back in on Jimmy Butler. Obviously, Kevin Durant looks like he's a big target for the Warriors. At least they're trying to finagle a way to get him to Golden State. I think Vucevic is still on the table, but it also sounds now like anybody may be on the table for the Warriors in terms of making calls. That's what Shams reported yesterday, Goo, is that the Warriors have called everybody. They've called New Orleans. They've called Philly about Paul George. They've probably called Milwaukee now about Giannis. And who knows if they're getting doors shut in their face or not. But I would be...
Talk to me.
I'd be shocked if they didn't make a move. I would. And
so even Zion, like so you're willing to risk the biscuit per se, because Steiny, you gotta meet me halfway. When I left you, it was kind of like Kuminga's off limits, and I understood it. And at first I was like, but I'll say this to Joe Lacob, Steiny, it doesn't seem like trades are hard to some other organizations. Is that a low blow? Because I'm not. That's not my intent.
I mean, I think the Warriors
I don't like hearing
it's going to be harder for the Warriors to make a trade because they're not in as advantageous a position as some of these other teams. When the Sacramento Kings say De'Aaron Fox is available, the league's going to jump. Luka Doncic is somebody who, had they opened it up, every team in the league would have been interested. But for whatever reason, they just dealt with the Lakers. But again, I look at the Warriors, and I don't see one player that another team covets. We really want this guy. If we get this guy, our trade deadline will be complete.
Right now, you mean?
Yeah, I don't think anybody's looking at the Warriors roster. I think the Warriors are trying to make a deal, and they have players that maybe interest the other team, but I don't necessarily think the Warriors have a player or two with an unbelievable amount of value that they can flip for some difference-making player. I don't know that guy's on the roster.
So Steiny, are you saying these are my dad's words, Mr. Norm, son, don't mistake activity for achievement. Would they just be doing something to do it, to appease fans?
No, I don't think they would. I mean, if they acquire Kevin Durant in the next 2 or 3 days, I don't think they'll view it as a gimmick. But I do wonder how much of it is being pushed by what's going on outside their control with other teams. But
do you think any of this noise, because these players they're human, right? We got some Ann Edwards sound we'll play later in the show, Steiny, just about how this Luka trade has every player feeling like they can be touched. Last night was a rock fight, and they were lucky to win the game to go 1/500, the Warriors, that is. Do you think any of that subpar play, or what I deem subpar play, was because of where the Warriors are at, and now they're attached to any and everybody?
I think they're calling everybody. They want to do something. They feel like they have to do something. They're 500, but to me, it's obvious. They have, like right now, the Warriors have no idea who will be on their team on Thursday at
I don't
noon.
think that's good, Steiny.
Well, I mean,
wow.
I don't know that it's good or bad. I think they have to keep all their options open. But, I mean, think about it. I think they're open to having Jimmy Butler on the team on Thursday, Kevin Durant on the team on Thursday, Vucevic on the team on Thursday, hell, maybe Paul George on the team on Thursday. And they've got to be ready to go with one of those guys the second that it becomes available.
Now, I believe I heard our Anthony Slater, I believe it might have been Willard and Dibbs, Steiny, or he wrote it on The Athletic about the Warriors were romancing the stone with Levine, but Lacob and company thought maybe they could get something better. That's where it will hurt if we get to Thursday, and I know we got some time, and they can't get something of that stature. Then it's like, my analogy, I know it's bad, Steiny, you're at the club, just, you know, it's closing time, and you're trying to make something happen, but you're kind of great, you know what I mean, for the wrong reasons.
It's crazy time. The other thing is it's doubtful. I mean, we got Tuesday today, we have tomorrow, and then we have Thursday till noon West Coast time, 3 o'clock Eastern time. And the other thing is, just as a practical matter, with Dennis Schroeder, he can't be traded till tomorrow. So I'd be shocked, or I'd be surprised if the Warriors made a move today, because I think Schroeder's probably a key piece, maybe, as an expiring to anybody who they may trade with. But I'm starting to think that the Schroeder trade, and the fact that he couldn't be traded till tomorrow, maybe that cost him Levine. Because maybe Schroeder and the Warriors and the Bulls were talking about a deal for Levine. It included Schroeder, and then the next thing you know, De'Aaron Fox wants out, and the Kings and the third team there. What am I thinking? Spurs, and
who got a new point guard? Good Lord!
And I think that the Chicago Bulls said, you know what? Let's take a bird in the hand right now, and let's move Levine for these guys. And obviously, that takes the Warriors out of the running. But here's my question to Warrior fans. We know all the names. We know KD. We know Butler. Levine was out there. A lot of other names starting to surface. My question to Warrior fans is, how are you feeling right now, though? Just how do you feel about where this team is 2 days before the deadline? Are you nervous that the Warriors will make a move that that maybe sets them back down the line? Are you worried now that after all this talk, they won't do anything and it'll be an unbelievably disappointing Thursday? I just kind of want to take the temperature of Warriors fans, knowing that they're 2 days before the deadline and their team and front office apparently is turning over every single rock to find a player to go with Steph Curry. Does that make you feel better about where the Warriors are, a little more desperate? 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll also get into last night's game. There's some great sound from Draymond Green and Steve Kerr. And also coming up at noon, your chance for to play Knockout at Chase Center. That's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
I was at the Circa. Putting in work. I am the system of this show.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Guru, here's all you need to know about where Warrior fans are right now.
Lay it on me.
This from the 510. If Mike Dunleavy is unable to acquire a legit superstar by the deadline, my opinion would change from patience will be rewarded to maybe we have a GM that is too scared to pull the trigger.
We'll see.
Then there's another school of thought from the 408. Please don't go big game hunting for us fans. Build the team properly by drafting well like we did with Curry, Clay, and Draymond. So those are wide varieties of opinions right there.
Yeah. Because if you land a big boy, it's going to cost you Wiggins or Kuminga, Donnie. That
maybe
we know.
both now.
Ooh.
Maybe both now and picks.
Man.
Who knows?
I do have to say something about because I was in the crowd of get Jimmy Butler, Malcolm X by any means necessary. But, Sonny, what if I told you just as a fan, I hate the way that he was off our board by him saying and telling the org he wouldn't re-up here. That just, I don't know why I didn't like that. Yeah. And some people are happy he said that, but to look at Steph and Dre and the Bay and say, you know what, I ain't coming.
Yeah,
I didn't want you anyway.
I mean, it's interesting because that was something that Windhorst reported that, like, Butler made it known to somebody that he wasn't going to sign an extension with the Warriors. So the thought was, well, then they're out of the Jimmy Butler game. But maybe, there's still a 3-team deal out there involving Butler. But, I guess of all the names now, I would be a little surprised if it is Butler. But this is Steve Kerr a couple days ago talked about we just can't stand Pat.
Yeah.
And the number is 888-957-9570. I just want to know how Warrior fans are feeling about all this talk about their team and all these players that they're making calls about and what you make of it and how it makes you feel as a Warrior fan.
This was Friday, right?
Yeah, Steve Kerr was talking about, we can't stand Pat, and our very own Evan Giddings asked him a couple questions before the game last night. It was very interesting. Take a listen.
After Friday's game, you said that it would be hard for you to envision this team standing pat at the deadline.
I didn't say that. What I said was we're 24-24, so we can't stand here and say, oh, we're good.
Yeah,
we'll stand pat. But I didn't say it's tough to envision. It's actually very easy to envision that. All that takes is there aren't any good deals out there. So I maybe my words were misconstrued, but my point is, like, if you're 500, you have to be open to everything.
Gotcha. Well, obviously with that, independent of the two teams and other teams that have made moves, is that still, you feel like the approach going into the deadline, essentially 72 hours away? The deadline speeds things up and has a way of making teams, make their best offer. I know Mike is talking to everybody and on the phones and talking about potential deals because that's his job. And as I said the other night, if there's something that makes sense that can make us better, Mike's going to do it. And my point the other night was, when you're 500, you don't reserve the right to say, no, we're going to stand pat. We're fine. We're not fine. We're 500. We're in 10th or 11th place in the West. So we got to look at everything, but you don't chase bad deals either. So if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. We move forward.
Evan should have finished up with, you said what you said.
Yeah. Good job, E.
I said what I said.
All right, so it's basically semantics, but Steve Kerr saying, what I really said was at 24-24, you can't just stand pat, meaning you can't just say we're fine. We're going to try to make deals, but that doesn't mean we're going to be able to not stand pat, if you know what I mean. I'll tell you what I couldn't help but think about when I heard that is Evan saying, you said it Friday night. And you know what? It's just what I thought. I might be wrong. Maybe on Friday, Kerr thought they had a great shot at LaVine. And that they were probably going to go in that direction.
Yeah.
And then LaVine is off the board, and now they got to kind of go back to square one with all the other players, and maybe he's seeing that it's possible they won't do anything. I don't know. But it's clearly obvious that they're trying to do something. And the question is, what?
Yeah, and let me just take you through the psyche of a fan, because this is how I'm looking at it.
That's what I'm looking for today. If you're a Warrior fan and you hear the Warriors are calling every team with a star, are you like, yes? Or are you thinking, oh, boy, I don't like the sound of that?
Because, and I'll tell you, you said the word change, Stoney. I mean, even Kerr kind of changed his view in regard to a couple weeks ago. He said, it's about the future. Curry backed him up and Dre backed him up. And I know those are just words and maybe a lot has changed, but I told you one of the staples that was implemented by my parents was worry about what's going on in your house. But Stoney, as a fan, it's kind of hard now to get to Thursday if we do and the Warriors stand pat when you're watching the 4th of July starting last Saturday and De'Aaron Fox and all this stuff is going on, and you're kind of left out with just being who you were going in. And now, that's just an average team.
Yes.
I thought Kuminga was off limits, and I understood it for a while.
I know this isn't going to make Warrior fans feel any better, but over their last 10, they're 6-4, the Warriors. So they've definitely kind of stabilized here. And this tweet, Goo, how could anyone watch the Warriors play last night and think they're a player away from winning a top 6 seed? Well, I'll tell you why. Is because right now they're tied for 9th, and they are a game and a half out of 7. They're 3 games out of 6. So, listen, I'm the first guy that's always said be careful about how close you think you are when there's 6 teams above you.
Right.
But the reality is, the Golden State Warriors right now, if they can win, 3 or 4 games out of their next 5 or 6, they're going to be 8 or 7. And then at that point, who knows? Now, they're not going to not make a move or make a move just because of them being closer to the 6th spot, I don't believe. But it's possible. It's possible they get Kuminga back.
When is that? Have you heard anything?
Probably not till after the All-Star break, I would think.
I mean, he is needed now, and I know when you're 500 or you're fiddling around there, you cannot style point wins. But Orlando, that version of that team coming into yesterday's game, Stoney, was 1-8, and it went 15 rounds, and Orlando came and took the lead with about 4 minutes left. So I'm Mr. The math is there, and you talked about the 6-4. It doesn't feel 6-4 like. But, man, you got to do better than last night. And I'm going to be honest, I wonder how much, and I know we got some Dre sound where he spoke to it, Stoney. Do you think this team is pressing with all this noise about anything could pop off in their locker room?
I don't think so.
So that was just about basketball last night because they were kind of lethargic.
I mean, they won. I mean, it wasn't a pretty game, but they won. And like I said, they're 6-4 over their last 10, so they've kind of stabilized. A little bit. And
they lost by 25. I hadn't talked to you Friday to Phoenix, who they're behind.
Yeah. Let's go to Brian in Hayward. Hey, Brian, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm really interested to see what happens on Thursday. Thanks for bringing it to my attention. I actually didn't know Schroeder wasn't allowed to be traded until Thursday. So that kind of makes more sense. How they haven't made any moves yet.
He can be moved tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, Thursday. Right. Yeah. Thursday. I'm sorry. So if that's what the case is, then it totally makes sense why we're kind of not accelerating on a move right at this moment. But it does make sense that as crazy as it sounds, it does make sense to try to acquire KD back. And if there's anybody I want to get back in return to give away Kuminga, because I am a Kuminga fan,
right,
is KD again. A few years ago, right before we did get KD, essentially what we did roster swap was remove Barnes and bring in KD, and then after KD, we removed KD, brought in D'Angelo Russell, swapped him for Wiggins. Now we're basically getting rid of Wiggins potentially because of his contract, and whoever else we bunch in, we might as well try to go all out and get KD back. That's our best option at this point. Nothing even comes close to that. I mean, maybe a Giannis trade, but I don't know what's going on in the works there. The Warriors have always swung for the fences, especially when somebody does something like this with the Lakers. I don't have any doubt that Joe Lakers is going to swing as hard as he can along with Dunleavy. And lastly, I don't think that The Lakers, I don't think that the Mavs got such a bad deal. And I'll end with this, and I'll take your guys' comments off the air. But that GM in Dallas isn't playing games with Luka and all that. He's running it. He's not going to let Luka run the franchise. Mark Cuban's gone. So I think he made a smart decision. Move out the guy, even though he's a generational talent. Can't compare him to anybody, really. I think he brought in the safe choice with a defender like AD. He's going to mesh well with Clay and Kyrie. They're going to have a good team. And we can never forget, defense wins championships, okay? These one-on-one guys, Harden and Luka, they're great players. But remember, defense wins championships. And I think the Mavs didn't hurt themselves, but I think maybe the Lakers brought an entertainment factor to their franchise for the next decade. But I don't know if it's going to translate to winning. So thanks for taking my call, guys.
Appreciate it, Brian. All right, he's in on KD now.
That excites me.
Well,
I'm a shocker.
But let me temper your excitement a little bit. And Evan, I want you to make sure to listen to this so I get it right. A potential deal for Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
This is what I heard from Jake Fisher of the Stein Line. It would take Wiggins, Kuminga, Schroeder, Moody or Pajemski, and picks.
That has to be wrong, though, right? That's come on.
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
Yeah, Kevin Durant's a player that's going to cost you a lot, if not everything. I mean, that's the marketing deal.
That's your
the
whole
deal that they want to market mortgage for. Well, but Schroeder's not going to be with you next year anyways. If you don't want to pay Kuminga, it's not that bad. You need Wiggins to make the money match, and then.
So this would be all in for the next 2 years for sure.
Yeah, and I think, and this is where I do think Evan is absolutely on it. I really do think the goal would be, can we get KD and we make that kind of trade? Okay. We finish out the season. Now can you get Durant? I mean, can you get LeBron James? Like, that's what's being reported.
Right.
Is that the Warriors are somehow thinking about having or trying to land both. It sounds like absolutely positively crazy talk, but you get Durant in here and you get to the off season and all of a sudden you realize, you know what, LeBron's out. He's out in LA. Well, then everything's on the table LeBron wise. Maybe he wants to play with Curry and Durant. It's not the craziest notion. I can see why some fans would be very skeptical and saying, guys, come on, why are you even talking about this? Well, we're talking about it because
it's out there.
And the Warriors are trying to pull something crazy off. And we know they called LeBron last year.
Yeah, and
so,
I'll say this to that, Steiny. A lot of people got caught up. I was one of them with words. And I kind of was basketball hurt when I heard Dre and Steph and even Coach Kerr kind of talk about the future that didn't involve them maybe. But now I think we can all look at each other. If the Stein line is correct, Steiny, and those reports even yesterday linking the Warriors to any superstar, then they're going all in regard to their young chips or assets, and that's including Wiggins.
I would think so. I don't think you're getting Durant without Wiggins or Kuminga. Probably both. They probably view him as a different level player. I mean, the one, then you have to ask how good is a team. Well, the other thing I was thinking about, the Doncic trade.
My goodness, man.
This is Draymond Green on the trade and where the Warriors are at.
Sitting at 500, gotta expect that they're gonna look to be aggressive. It's not an organization that's going to do anything dumb, but they're going to look to be aggressive, and I understand it. I respect it. So when you're sitting at 500 and you have the expectations as an organization that we have, it's definitely going to be a little more intense. And then you add into the fold of, Luka Doncic just got traded, so everyone think everything's possible at this point, right? If you saw that and you didn't call every superstar, you're crazy.
All right, so that's Draymond Green. One thing I was thinking about is we've talked a lot about Draymond Green and whether the Warriors would ever trade him or not. A lot of people still don't believe they would. Some people think they should. But the one thing I'm convinced about now is they might move him, and he would never know about it until they notified him about it.
Would you have a problem if I said I felt like I heard that in his voice and his tone? Because when he talked about the Warriors, Steiny, it was always what we would do. And I don't know if all these NBA stars feel humbled by the Luka trade that they feel like they can be touched. But I'm sorry, Steiny, that was the first time Dre spoke to where I felt like he wasn't coming from a vantage point that he was in on it. You know what I mean? Like his number could be called.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's go to Savala in Richmond to get us going today. What's up, Savala? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm doing great. How are you?
Hey. Doing well.
So I am a relatively new fan. You know, I've only been a basketball fan for about 3 years, so I don't claim to know everything about this game at all. But my feeling right now as a fan is that I will be extremely disappointed if we don't put all the chips on the table and do something big and or desperate. And that's because Steph Curry is a once-in-a-lifetime player, and we have him for a couple more years. I mean, maybe a little more than a couple, but we don't have him for that much longer, right? He's a once-in-a-lifetime player. Podziemski, Kuminga, these guys are great. They're not once-in-a-lifetime. Like, there will be more of them. And I feel like this worry about mortgaging the future, it's just a little... It's like it's already mortgaged. We're going to be rebuilding anyway in a few years. Now, again, I'm not like the ultra fan who knows everything about this sport. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it just feels like it's already mortgaged once Steph is gone, Draymond. So now is the time. Strike while the iron is hot. That's how I feel.
You're not alone.
Yeah. Thanks for the call.
You're absolutely not alone. And like that's the exact scenario that Joe Lacob and Dunleavy are trying to figure out right now. How much is too much? How much is not enough? I will say this, though, about Curry. And, it's fun talking about trades and it's fun talking about possibilities. But, I mean, the reality of the situation is, Steph's not playing great. And they're still winning some games.
All right.
So, first of all, they're 6-3 without Steph. But in the last month, they've won 4 games where Steph either didn't play or he wasn't very good. I mean, they won, I get it. Oh, last night, they were lucky to win. They held on, and man, they didn't look good. Well, Steph was 7 for 21 and 2 for 12 from 3.
Yeah.
They still found a way to win the game. A few weeks ago, they went to Detroit. He went 5 for 21, and they won the game. Like, more and more, they are they're functioning more and more without him, whether it's by necessity or not. Like, when he sits, they don't, he may not play tomorrow. And I get it's Utah, but they may
beat Orlando before the other night.
So they go in and beat Utah, right. And I get it's Utah. Well, all of a sudden, they're 7-3 without Curry. And I'm not saying that to say, well, they're better without Steph Curry. What I'm saying is they've done everything they could have done, knowing that Steph's going to miss 15 games a year at least for load management and just being careful. And if I were to tell Warrior fans, he's going to sit out 10 games before the All-Star break, but you're going to go 7-3 in those games, you're like, wow, we should be having a good year. But they're having a mediocre year. So something's not going right when they have the players that they need available.
Yeah, and Steiny, I'll say this about Steph because, they're going far as he takes them. And what I do like about all this this scuttlebutt in regard to the Warriors being attached to any and everybody to kind of change their fortune in regard to winning and losing, the bottom line, Steiny, is you made me tingle a second ago when you brought up their record. But last year, partner, they were 46-36, 10 games over, and that still wasn't good enough to qualify for the playoffs. They're 1 over now. I'm looking at Utah tomorrow. Then I'm like, okay, but you can't ignore, the orange sign in the road, which is the trading deadline. I bring that up because, Steiny, I don't think the Warriors would be attached to every superstar if they thought, okay, if Curry's off or he's getting off to these slow starts, and I don't know why he's getting off to these slow starts, Steiny, but if they felt like that was sustainable or could take them somewhere, I don't think they would be having their wagon hitched to any and every possible superstar. So I feel like the organization is telling us, yeah, Steiny is 6-4, we're winning, but they know it's really not something that they can, that they want to be known for moving forward. Like it might not even be good enough to get him in the playoffs.
Exactly.
If they don't make a move and he continues, how he's playing.
Exactly. And that's the other thing. I mean, if it's all about getting another superstar, or let's just say star in here with Steph, at this point in an older, we're talking about Durant or Butler. I mean, no, I don't think that Butler and Curry or Durant and Curry at this point ensure you're going to make the playoffs. I don't. You might, and you certainly could have a better chance at it, but that's one thing the Warriors have to weigh is how much does Steph really have left and how much will a player like Durant help him?
Wow. And what's funny about that, and I don't want to give you a victory lap because you haven't actually won and you're not trying to win, but the bottom line, Donnie, is I've had some ample time as I've been off and I'm watching these games back. And I've been telling you and anybody that will listen, I'm blaming everything around Steph for Steph's slow starts or whatnot. But, Stoney, the more I watch him, if he were here right now, I would just put my arm around him and ask him, why are you waiting a little bit longer to get going? And I'm just talking about shots. Forget them going in or not, Stoney. Like, I'm coming to the realization now, and you might say, and I think I can guess, Goo is age, but it's something more than that to where there's got to be a mindset to where with this version of your team, it's imperative that you get off to faster starts, and for whatever reason, Steiny, he's not. I'm watching the mannerisms before the game, before the jump ball, and I'm like, oh boy, he's ready. He's locked in, and we'll go a quarter with maybe one shot. And I can't, and I'm going to stop blaming what's around him for that. I would love to know what that's about, because if it continues, regardless of who you bring in here, Steiny, then you question, like, I would bring up what's left.
Exactly.
That's scary.
No kidding. Like,
for me,
it should be. You mortgage the future to get somebody in here to play with Steph, and it doesn't have results that come pretty quickly, then there may be hell to pay.
Well, the young lady that just joined us real quick, Steiny, she hit it out the park. Your future is Steph Curry, Steiny. You're going to have to rebuild when he's gone, and I think they know that.
Maybe that's.
But what if you know that and you still can't get anybody to dance with you Thursday?
Or what if you think you're going to be better than you are after you make a deal? Like, that's the thing that I'd be worried about.
But as a fan, I know of course, Steiny, I would be like, at least you tried.
Well, you could say at least you tried, but you're going to be in a worse position for having tried if that's the case with Steph Curry. I mean, the other thing is, fans can be sentimental about where Steph Curry's at in his career. I hope the Warriors aren't sentimental about where Steph Curry is in his career because, even you bring a star in here, he's not going to turn 34 in March. He's going to still turn 37.
But they must feel it would help. That's why they're in on everybody.
Well, obviously they might, and they could be wrong. They've made wrong decisions in the past. 888-957-9570. I see everybody lined up on the other side, so I will absolutely take some calls next hour, or next segment. Download don't forget, coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play Knockout at the Chase Center with 95.7 The Game. We're going to be giving out another spot during the noon hour. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project.
A real GM will go pick up Dwight Howard.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
D. Howard.
Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it. Here's how I'm going to open up the segment. Anthony Slater was on with the afternoon show yesterday. How are the Warriors feeling?
They're surveying, they're canvassing, and to a degree, yes, they are desperate. They'll even kind of, hint at that. Now, does desperation raise their price to an unwise level? We'll see. I don't think so. They've kind of messaged out they don't want to do that, but clearly, not only trying to gather info on the landscape now, I do think there's a belief, again, as much fervor that the fan base might have Thursday if they don't do something big, I do think there's a belief internally, even from Steph's side, that there's still a chance this summer when other guys might potentially come available and it's easier to be flexible.
So they're desperate, whether it's now or in the off season. They're surveying the landscape in a big way.
My question to you is, do you think they did their due diligence to where they've waited a little too long to try to go all in and push the chips in? Maybe if they had, I'm just speculating, Steiny, looked each other in the face and maybe they had that conversation, said we're going all in. Maybe they could have beat some teams to the punch.
Well,
because when you're desperate, it means.
You could make a case they made a trade before anybody else for Schroeder, and now because they may need to move Schroeder, they have to wait till tomorrow.
I'll give you that, Steiny.
But another name has surfaced: Mark Stein and Jake Fisher of the Stein line, saying the Warriors now are talking to the Pelicans about Brandon Ingram, and to me that tells me that if you want to say desperate, maybe they're desperate. But Brandon Ingram is somebody that they're going to have to pay. And that felt like a month ago was a hindrance. If we get Ingram in here,
right,
and we somehow get Ingram and keep Kuminga, how do we pay them both? But maybe Kuminga's going out, and that'll leave them with some money to sign Ingram in the offseason. But what I'm hearing and what I'm sensing is there may be a new player on the Warriors on Thursday, but right now the Warriors have no idea who that's going to be.
And Steiny, I'll tell you what, I kind of don't want it Ingram, and I'm going real time. He's not available right now. He's not playing.
No, he's hurt right now. He's hurt.
Zion's back.
But so's Kuminga. So's Cam Johnson. Luka was hurt. He's going to play Saturday, though. Luka's not going to play Thursday against the Warriors. His first game of the Lakers will be Saturday.
Real quick, before I saw Willard tweet him and Grandy over the weekend about Cam Johnson, and I like the player, but Steiny, is Cam Johnson, is his portfolio, is his game big enough to where it resonates to where it would shock the Richter scale?
Well, I don't care if it would shock the Richter scale.
You want him, though, or
he's a good player. I would like take him. I would absolutely take him, for sure.
But not a superstar necessarily to go with the chef.
No, but a guy like Cam Johnson for the right pieces probably makes you better. And if you can't get better by a long shot, you got to take incremental steps. Let's go to Will in Oakland, get us started in this segment. Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
I'm doing all right, fellas. Just hoping the Warriors can make a trade.
All right.
Really just confused on what's going on because with Dunleavy, as a old school Warriors fan, this guy was the number 3 overall pick, ripped the Warriors fans, never really lived up to the hype, becomes the GM. So we already kind of had our feelings. The people that have been here before the Steph Curry,
right?
Supernova that is. And now he becomes the GM. It's like if Trey Lance, takes over for John Lynch in a couple of years. Like, what is going on? Like, this is crazy. And, I've been patient with him. The draft picks, they're not stars. They've been solid guys. You hear about him pulling out of trades for marketing and other people because of Brandon Pajemski, who's, like a 7th, 8th man. I think that's his ceiling in the NBA. He's not a bad player, but to kind of be the missing link to hold back a trade is crazy. But what really got me upset was the Zach LaVine thing, because if you look at the Bulls' return on that,
right,
I think it was Trey Jones, Zach Collins, and maybe a pick from San Antonio. No first-rounders included. You're telling me with the Bulls, moving on from LaVine, that's all it took for them to just send him off to Sacramento. That's just a bad job by the GM. And I understand it's not an easy job. It's a hard job. But the simple reality of it, fellas, is you owe Steph Curry everything. I've been here before. this whole thing happened. This is the greatest player to ever don the jersey for the Warriors. Not even close. This man has stayed true to us. He has the tweet in 2009 where it's like, we're going to figure this out. And lo and behold, he does. And all this man wants to do is maybe go out in a competitive way. We're going to suck anyways, in my opinion, when this guy leaves, because he's a one of one. You can never replicate the impact Steph Curry has had for the Bay Area, for the team, for the fan base. You got to go all in, man. It's not a question. And if Dunleavy doesn't get something done in the 48 hours, Warriors fans should react to him the way he was in his playing career, because, man, it's upsetting. You know, the fact that you can't land somebody in. It's not easy. We saw Karl Anthony Towns go to the Knicks. We've seen Paul George go to the Sixers, and granted, Paul George, he has an injury history, and he didn't really play, so maybe it's a dodge bullet. But you got to do something. I love Barry Bonds. That man never brought a title to the Bay Area. You know, this guy's won 4 rings for us and has gone to 6 championships when the best thing the Warriors had done in 40 years was the We Believe team. You owe this man everything in the arsenal. Go and get a guy, Dunleavy, or your days are numbered as a GM.
Thank
Will. You, guys.
Yeah.
Appreciate it, Will.
I was going to ask Will, Steiny, because, man, my heart's pumping. It does that anyway, thank God. But I was going to ask him, who would suffice for him right now? Like, what's that name?
Oh, it's clearly a KD. He would take KD in a heartbeat.
Who would you take, KD or Zion? Oh, God. You're pragmatic. You always think about the future, and if you're being proactive, Zion could be the next guy for 8 years, Steiny. I mean, that's, but I'm going for Durant, man.
Yeah, I like
one last ride.
This is the quote. This is where I'm at. And Steve Kerr told this to Logan Murdoch of The Ringer yesterday.
Wow.
Listen to this quote. We are in an almost impossible situation. We're at the fading end of a dynastic era where no matter what this team does, it's going to be hard. And that's kind of I don't know that there's a win-win move out here for the Warriors right now.
Especially after you hear the head. Steiny, what if I told you real quick? I wish he would have kept that to himself. Fading and impossible. That means old and over.
Almost impossible. Almost. They're almost. It's almost an impossible situation.
I don't like it,
but it is
everything.
Yeah,
it is.
Kyle,
That's what happens at the end of a dynasty. You do get into kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't.
Well, you're trying to put some gas, some Texaco into the dynasty.
Yeah.
And you could have did that with Levine. You could have did that.
Well, I cannot hold it against the Warriors for not getting Levine if they had something in the works with Schroeder, but they couldn't do it because they had to wait till Wednesday, and the Bulls were like, we can't wait right now. We got to make a move. Now we don't want to be stuck with this guy after the deadline.
I haven't only been here an hour, Steiny, so you and Evan held it down Friday and yesterday. Is it just me early, or am I not hearing a lot from the text line, the chat, and the calls about the future like I was when I was here on Thursday? Are Warrior fans done with the future? Is it all just Kenny Rogers, the gambler, go all in?
I don't know.
It feels like that.
I mean, it feels to me like the names they're talking about, whether it's Kevin Durant or Butler or heck, even Levine maybe, although they didn't get a lot of picks for Levine. But, yeah, I mean, it feels like some of the names they're talking about are big enough names that they'd have to give up some future picks. And I'm, and that, forget me, they better be careful about doing that.
And how would Zion and Dre coexist?
Jay Capina, $5 super chat. I can see Guru having the time of his life if the Warriors ran with Steph, LaMelo, Kuminga, Zion, and Quentin Post. That's about 2 transactions they'd have to pull off to have that lineup. But I think Guru would be excited about that.
There was I won't even bring it up because I can't remember the guy's name, but some rando on Twitter last night, Steiny, he Warrior fan, and he got to 12 things that the Warriors FO front office is kind of struck out on, and they started back from Wiseman. Moody could have been Wagner. Kuminga could have been, I forget who Kuminga, but he just the whole thing with everything that's gone wrong. But the bottom line is it's Eddie Murphy and Nick Nolte right now, 48 hours, Steiny. And again, I don't know if there's a game changer out there, but I would be excited if Evan played the breaking news sounder and this team looked different than it does now. But there's something telling me, Stoney, Kuminga and his ankle, whenever he's healed, that may be what the Warriors are getting back, and they just run this year with that as currently constructed.
Let's go to Sam in Chicago. Hey, Sam, how you doing, man?
Points today for you. First, you guys talking about Steph. I get it, man. He's getting older, but I think the one difference we see between Steph and all these other aging superstars is he has no health. KD has Book. LeBron has now Luka. You know, all these guys have their counterparts. Steph doesn't have that. He is Dennis Schroeder. And so I think that's, if you can bring a guy in here that takes less attention off of Steph, I do believe he can still be the best player on the championship winning team. And my second point to that is, we're talking about KD a lot. I think I would love to bring KD back, no brainer, right? But I think the question not a lot of people are asking is, does KD want to come back to the Warriors? Like, let's not forget why he left. Like the whole Draymond beef thing. Like, is that still prevalent? Like, does he have any say in this? I just want to hear your guys' thoughts on that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no, that's very important.
Yeah, the chef needs help, man.
Let me play something for you. Come on, baby. Oh, here. This is Anthony Slater, and this plays into the Kevin Durant situation. First, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Listen to this.
Yeah, Rich Kleiman, who, I mean, you guys probably remember him from the Durant days. He's been with KD since Oklahoma City, actually. He was very much at the forefront of moving Durant from Oklahoma City to the Warriors, and he was seated next to Joe Lacob. You guys see it. Joe Lacob always has guests, right? Sometimes it's Niners players or, various, minority owners, stuff like that. It was Rich Kleiman on Friday night, and that, it was very obvious to see to anyone looking that, conversing throughout the game, bridge club, halftime, post game. And I mean, I put it in the story. I don't have any type of details necessarily on the conversations taking place, but I did find it interesting that Bob Myers is 10 feet away doing the game on ESPN and did go into the bridge club post game.
All right. So
that gets me
so
let's go.
Whatever. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure they're feeling out Durant's camp like they should if he'd be interested in coming back, and how exciting that would be to him or not exciting that would be to him. But that does answer the question of, well, what about KD? Does he want to come back here? I think the Warriors know the answer to that. I don't know what the answer is, but I'll bet you they have a good feel for it after Friday night.
Yeah, and maybe it's the Schroeder, him being able to be traded as soon as tomorrow, Stotty. But when I heard that originally, I did get goosebumps. I do want Durant back here, but just think about Durant, why he would be beholden to Phoenix. They come in here, beat the Warriors by 25, and then go lose a baseball series to Portland. And Portland's not playing for nothing. They got young athletes. But damn, Stoney.
Careful.
Why would – well, careful. They're 4.5 behind us.
Careful. So, Portland creeping. Portland's creeping.
Yeah, but 4.5.
better not lose 2 or 3 in a row.
And that's what would have to happen.
Well.
And they're going to play the Warriors, the Lakers, Thursday? We'll be at the, hopefully with the weather permitting, Bay Street, Emeryville for the Warrior Lakers. It looks like Luka will miss that game. His debut will be Saturday, so good for the Dubs.
Let's go to Matt. I'm sorry, no. Let's go to Larry. He's been waiting the longest. Larry in Lafayette. How you doing, Larry? What's going on?
Well, I'm doing really well, and I think the callers have been exceptional on this segment already. So I'll try and be brief. Number one, Steph is suffering from tendonitis in both knees.
Yeah.
I think he would do, a month off would do him a ton of good. And right now he looks like he did in the 2016 finals when he had the knee injury, and he just doesn't have the burst, and his shot is off. Legs are going to impact both of those things.
Yep.
As far as people saying, Wiggins has a bad contract and we should get rid of him, the way he's playing right now, I believe we need to get help for Wiggins.
Interesting.
Okay? I think Steph is in a number 2 position right now. He's still catching all the schemes. Okay? You see him triple teamed all the time. So we can still go forward with that, but we only have one defender that can keep other teams out of the paint, and that's Wiggins. The fact that he's also able to throw 30 out there every now and then and 20 on a pretty regular basis means we can't afford to give him up. Defense wins championships. You go back and look at the entire run where the Warriors were winning chips, and they had great defense. So my concern, if we go with any superstar that's primarily offensive minded, is that we're throwing away the next 2 years for Steph, no matter what we do, if we don't solidify our defense. And I think that's probably the easier thing to do, is to pick up a couple of two-way defender type players. They don't have to be all-stars. We just need people who can contribute, who can hit a shot when we need them to, who understand how to watch for Steph relocating, because we miss that all the time. You can watch the games and he comes around the corner, hits a screen from Looney or somebody, and the ball's on the other side of the court. And, that didn't happen in past years. So I'm just a huge Wiggins fan. His contract is not bad, and it's going to be really great compared to everyone else's after this summer. So I'd like to see us keep Wiggins. I'd like to see us make whatever move we can, but don't forget about defense, and let's move forward. And let's get Steph some rest, because I think that's the number one thing that'll bring him back.
Appreciate it, Larry. Good stuff. I mean, look, Wiggins is playing well enough now that if he goes in a trade, you do have to think about, all right, what are we going to look like without Wiggins? I mean, this year he has been solid. Yeah. You for the most part, Wiggins has been pretty consistent this year. His numbers are back up to where they were, 3 or 4 years ago, shooting the three ball at 38%. He's averaging 17.5. He's doing it all. He's having a pretty good season. So if he goes in a trade, he becomes a player. He's not the player who missed half a season that if you move him, you don't miss him. You're going to miss him, and you're going to have to replace him if he gets moved right now.
Yeah, and I know it's different sports, but that caller just hit me in the cardiac, Stoney, with the bilateral tendonitis. And to Steph's credit, he's not using that, but something is obviously bothering him. And if it's robbing him of his explosiveness,
I don't know.
Look what McCaffrey, he missed the first, and it's football. I get it, Stoney, but he had to sit out 2 months of the football season dealing with the same issue. So just imagine those knees barking. It's Curry's age now. No excuses. He ain't said anything about it, but that's got to be what the naked eyes on my body are seeing, that would, wish that it went away. And I'll say this, I'm all over about Cam Johnson. You wouldn't dare put Wiggins in a package to go get Cam, because I would say right now Wiggins is better than Cam Johnson, or they're a wash.
Yeah, I don't know that they'd move Wiggins for Cam Johnson.
You would hope
I don't
not.
know.
Yeah.
I mean, the idea of whether Steph is dealing with tendonitis or not.
Be, man.
Okay, well, he's going to be dealing with it for the rest of his career. The idea, I don't know. I got to push back on there's something wrong with Steph. I don't believe there's anything wrong with Steph. I believe Steph is who Steph is this year. He's averaging 22 a ball game, and his shooting percentages are down.
But
he's not getting shots off like he has in the past, and things are getting more difficult for him.
Yeah, but if both knees got tendonitis, again, the remedy is he sits, and then the ship sinks. But
no,
I know you're not a doctor. I gotta believe at this age, this is, I don't want to say crippling, but it could be what we're seeing. And
why would you then if you think this guy's got tendonitis and it's going to linger for the next 2 years, and this is who he is at best right now, and he's going to decline even more over the next 2 years, why would you think one player in here is going to turn around the Warriors' fortunes? That's all I'm saying. I'm like, we can't be under the illusion that if the Warriors make some personnel changes, Steph becomes the player he was 2 years ago. Like that you got to be careful of, I think. Let's go to Matt in San Pablo. Hey, Matt, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right. How you guys doing today?
Doing good.
Hey. Good. Hey, I think obviously the Warriors have a number of issues, but I think number one is that we have not been able to develop a big man. When you think of the big men that we've had, all of them have been established. When you talk about Bogut, when you talk about Zaza Pachulia, even with Boogie Cousins, they've all been established before getting here. That's number one. Number two, we know that Kuminga has shown that he's not consistent enough to be a number 2 scorer. Flip him for Brandon Ingram, because at least I know what I'm getting with Brandon Ingram. And now you have a number 2, if not number 3 scorer on the team that's going to be consistent enough to give you at least 20 a night. And the Warriors need to focus on finding their Kawhi Leonard, not their Steph Curry. Find your Kawhi Leonard. Remember, Kawhi Leonard came to the Spurs in 2011, and 3 years later, they were in the finals. 4 years later, they won. And Kawhi was there when Tim Duncan and Tony Parker were on the back nine of their careers. And so he had a defined role on a team where your championship players were still playing at that level. And, hey, let's be honest, short point guards are not going to be long in the league, but Jason Terry still won a ring in his final year. So think of Steph Curry as a extremely souped-up Jason Terry. We're going to have to deal with the pain of rebuilding at some point. Do you want to rebuild without the chance to win a ring, or do you want to rebuild with a chance to after you've already won that ring? And don't pair it up with LeBron or KD. Steph has already established his greatness apart from KD, and LeBron is considerably the dynasty that the Warriors have fought against. There are 2 parallel dynasties, LeBron versus the Warriors. And you're going to go join that? That will completely destroy Steph Curry's legacy, in my opinion, and I wouldn't really have a lot of respect for him in that regard.
Let me say this to you about the Kawhi, though, real quick before you go, and I don't want to break bad news, but it's how I think. Man, Wiseman was supposed to be Kawhi. I'm talking about impact, Kuminga and Moody. So they kind of struck out. Those are the 2 players that are making contributions. But as far as Kawhi, I think that ship has sailed, in regard to what they've done with 3 picks, trying to get that type of impact.
Well, we have 3 picks in the upcoming draft, including our own first, and then we have 2 second-rounders. Kawhi went number 11. That's probably where we're projected to end this year. We had some experience with the play-in tournament last year. If we can get in there and maybe get in the playoffs this year, you're now allowing Pods, TJD, and those guys to get additional experience that can then propel us. Because remember, we won the championship after we lost the play-in, and at that point we had Jordan Poole.
Appreciate the call, Matt. Good stuff.
Another DMP for TJD last night, Stoney.
Yeah, I would. The one thing I'd be, concerned about is I agree. I mean, if you're sitting in the 10th or 11th spot right now in the lottery, I think you can get a good player at that pick. Will he be good in year 1? Probably not.
That's what.
But again, if you got to do something by next year just for Steph Curry, well, then go move that pick. Yeah. But if you think for a minute that there's not going to be fallout from a move, even if it relatively works out, no, there's going to be fallout from a big move that will be felt later. It'll just be a matter of if the fallout's so big they can't overcome it. But they got to balance a lot of stuff right here. All right. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
What makes Crystal Guy?
Absolutely incredible.
This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Draymond back last night.
It's always a fun game.
Yeah. Yeah, Draymond back last night. Warriors get a win. Can't just be a coincidence.
No, we'll take it.
Yeah.
What'd you say? 6-4 in the last 10.
Yeah.
Utah tomorrow. You would think that's a gimme.
Utah just beat somebody,
They
didn't they?
beat Orlando.
Well, everybody beats Orlando.
What is God? They can't. That was a rock fight early, Stoney.
I mean, it's funny when you see guys play once a year or, not a lot. They go, Wagner, Banchero.
Oh, my God.
Wagner and Banchero. No, they were pretty lousy last night.
They were.
They're clearly not lousy players, but we caught them on a bad night, and maybe the Warriors had something to do with that.
You like Batazzi?
I hate Batazzi.
Dude, what? They were 1-8, Evan, coming into last night's game, man. There was a reason.
By the way, By the way, Looney with 22 rebounds in 7 minutes last night.
Yeah, he got half of them.
Yeah, he had the Westbrook rebound
in 10 seconds.
Looney!
I love it when a big guy goes 2 for 9, but he's got 14 rebounds.
I've never seen, like on the scoreboard at Chase Center, you know how they have the stats that are just like it kind of piles up. You'll see points change. Looney's just skipped like 4 numbers in a second.
Loom.
Philmo Mike's in the house. What's up, Philmo? How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing good.
Talk to us.
Happy Black History Month. Oh, Nahegian was participating in the DEI exclusion by letting Bonte go, but Bonte quit. No, I'm just joking.
Hey, now, Mike, real quick before you get to it, don't you hate Black History Month? The shortest month of them all. I'll go ahead. I just had to get that out.
No, that's not the reason. The reason it was done was because Abraham Lincoln's birthday is the 12th, and I think Frederick Douglass' birthday was the 14th. And because Carter G. Woodson started, it was first came out
Mike.
Black History Week. And then that's why they did it for the month of February. So it's not because it's the shortest month.
All right, Professor.
Wow,
Let's
Mike.
get to the Warriors.
I didn't appreciate that, Mike.
Well done.
Let's stop talking championships. Let's just stop do that. I don't know why people are like, we make this move, we're going to win it. We're not winning the championship with any move that is out there. So don't just make a move to make a move. If we're not getting better, why are we trying to make a move? Secondly, trading Draymond Green talk is crazy. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. You seen his defense last night, and yeah, he did his thing. Also, people keep saying, it kind of goes back to my first point. We're trying to win championships. How many teams have won championships in 25 years? I think it's like, 6, 7 different teams?
Yeah, it's tough.
People keep saying Steph is a generational talent. Well, how many generational talents have there been in the NBA? It's not a lot. So my thing is, if we're not finna do nothing monumental to really take us there, which is nothing out there on the market to do, Steph is smart enough. He's smart enough to understand his dad never won a championship. Am I correct?
Right.
His dad was always on like lousy teams, but Dale Curry was coming in, giving him 18 points. He was a sharpshooter. So he's not dumb. And honestly, Curry takes this as a type of player. He's already said it. I'm not finna do nothing, or I don't want to do anything that's going to lead this team hamstrung for 4 or 5 years after I leave. With that being said, I'm a Warrior fan. I love Steph Curry, but I don't want to see the Warriors be whack just to make a move this year. And who goes to tell us that that move that we make this year is even going to do anything for us this year?
That's what I'd be worried about.
So you want them to stand pat?
Stand pat. If there's no move to make, don't just make a move out of being desperate.
Yeah, no doubt.
Hey, Mike, real quick, are you in on Zion or out? Would you like that?
Giving up. I would love it if we're not giving up a lot for him.
Sure.
But I would give up a couple of players for him, yes. But if it's giving up, the farm, hell no. Just sit on it. You're not going to win a championship every year. You're not.
Thanks, Mike.
And I would say this to Mike Stoney. I didn't appreciate how that's got off. What do you have on the farm? Maybe a couple Billy Goats? Like, do you really have a farm?
I mean,
because you got an all-time great.
What do you consider Wiggins?
Part of any package, he would be a part of a package that would net you what you think you don't have. And Mike could be talking about maybe the Warriors don't appreciate him, but when you say farm, I'm thinking you got a couple goats and maybe a couple lambs, Steiny, but the farm is going to be bare once Steph is gone. That's just a reality, and that's why the team might be doing what Mike doesn't want them to see. When we hear Shams and anybody tell us the Stein line that they're calling every girl in the black book to get a date.
The thing is if the Warriors are open to moving Wiggins, you would feel like on the one hand that would open up the doors to some other players. This is Brian Windhorst on the Warriors' activity and where Wiggins could fit into this big puzzle.
They've been trying like that for a year. They tried LeBron. They've tried Paul George. They tried Lauri Markkanen. Now they're trying Jimmy Butler. Now they're trying Kevin Durant. You may see some other names in the next 2 days. They don't have a lot to trade. I mean, they're trying to trade Andrew Wiggins and some draft picks. That's just not going to get them very far. At least it hasn't. I mean, we'll see. I will say this. I think Miami was willing to do that deal. And they were willing to do that deal for Jimmy Butler. So let's see if by Thursday that gets revisited. Jimmy Butler didn't want it, and because he's got an option in his contract, he has some measure of control. The Warriors wanting to do something and actually being able to do it is two different things. But I'm telling you, everybody I talked to overnight this morning is like their Warriors are very, very active.
All right, Brian Windhorst, ESPN, and he's saying if the Warriors, if part of a package includes Wiggins and draft picks, he's not sure that is super enticing to other teams. And I would have thought, I'm not saying Wiggins is a superstar, but I think the way he's played this year and his manageable number, I could see some teams wanting him.
Oh, man. Especially now.
Especially a team like Miami that's more desperate than the Warriors, I think.
But the Warriors want something, if you allow me, greater than Wiggins.
Right. And that's where I don't know that I would rather have Jimmy Butler than Andrew Wiggins if it's going to cost me picks down the line. Like, call me crazy, and I know Butler's has a heck of a resume. I'm not super convinced Butler in here and Wiggins not here makes him a 6 seed.
But that's the roll of the dice. They're hoping it does.
Right, but that roll of the dice might cost you future first-round picks and it not work. You have to be prepared for that to happen if you're going to make a move that gutsy, I would think. Let's go to Heartbreak Dizzy in Hayward. What's going on, man?
Hey, how you doing, fellas?
Doing well.
Good to have you back, man.
Thanks, man.
Hey, I'm kind of torn. Obviously, I love Steph Curry. I've never seen anybody play like him. He's my favorite player. It used to be Iverson, but, Curry overshadowed that now. I agree about the draft picks. It's hard to give them up, but it's just like we've already messed up a couple of draft picks, so even a draft pick's not guaranteed. I think Curry deserves to have someone go out there and help him out. I'm tired of seeing people triple team him and him kick it out to somebody for a wide open three, and we don't have a two that can make the damn shot. So I think it's just getting him some help. It'll take a little pressure off of him and get him back to the old Steph. Obviously not 100%, but back to at least where he could be.
Appreciate the call, Heartbreak.
Yeah. And I started that call an hour ago about the bilateral tendonitis. Again, it's not everything, but and they got games to play and a season to finish. But I'm under the impression, Stoney, that's 80% of what's making him look like these slow starts and maybe off a little bit.
Let's go to Nick in Daly City. Hey, Nick, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey.
Look, I'm my kid's homesick, and we're on the way to Costco, and we're listening on the radio, listening into the show.
All right.
And he brought up a great point. He was like, "Hey, do we put a backup plan in place here? So what if Wednesday night nothing is happening? Do you think that we've received calls for Steph Curry, or like let's just play a fun exercise? Do you think there's other teams that are reaching out, or would potentially what could we potentially get if we were going to go that route?"
I mean, listen, after Saturday night, I'd be shocked if the Warriors haven't taken a call on Steph Curry. I mean, they maybe aren't ready to do anything with him right now or aren't even close to that. In fact, I got to believe the Warriors, as it relates to Steph Curry, aren't going to move him by the deadline.
They're doing everything to kind of give him the help that he needs, Donnie.
I do think the Warriors are prepared to have a conversation with Steph at the end of the year about what everyone should do. depending on the kind of season they have. You know, they somehow turn things around and get into the playoffs and win a round or two. I know it sounds tough to do right now, but then you go into the offseason feeling a little differently than if you finished 10th and lost in the play-in game. 888-957-9570 is the number. Tell you what, they're in on everybody, so let's talk to Slater about Zion Williamson.
Big risk. I'm curious. I don't know. The Pelicans seem like a team that you know they're way out of the playoff race. They got all these very intriguing players. I don't know what they're necessarily doing. What about Brandon Ingram? What about C.J. McCollum? What about Trey Murphy? And Zion is obviously a name there. He's got this interesting contract with a lot of outs, but he's still this potentially spectacular player. To your question on the Warriors, I think it's worth exploring, but I don't know what the asking price is, and I would group him in a lower tier, more riskier than Kevin Durant, or even in some ways Jimmy Butler.
Man, yeah, I think it's all depends on how you look at it. Is it more risky to acquire a 35-year-old or a 24-year-old with an injury history?
Yeah,
I mean, you might. The problem is you may get more out of Kevin Durant than Zion Williamson if he can never get healthy. But because he's not healthy, you shouldn't have to give up the farm for him either, you would think.
Yeah, and to hear Slater say, Stoney, just from a fan perspective, that your team is in on everybody, and that if, it's a big if now, if the dust settles and you get nothing, I think that hurts more.
It might at this point, and that's kind of what I started the show with regarding Warrior fans is, I mean, this is, I got to tell you, I've never heard the Warriors involved. Every single name in the book is now being talked about as a possible Warrior. And clearly some are pie in the sky and some they think they can pull off. But my question to Warrior fans is LaVine, Vucevic, KD, Butler, Zion, Ingram. I mean, when you hear all these names that the Warriors are supposedly making calls on and are ready to make a move and desperate to make a move. I mean, I can just tell you, if I were a Warrior fan, I would be a little scared right now.
No doubt about it. That's how I'm feeling.
I would absolutely be a little, what's the word, trepidatious.
But it seems like the organization doesn't know what they want to, like it's changing, it's fluctuating, Stoney.
That's what it feels like, but we'll see. We'll see. I think there's a chance that the Warriors come to the podium after the trade deadline and say, we had a lot of calls, but just nothing was right.
And that would hurt more. If my parents were leaving the house, son, we're going to all the stores, but guarantee when we get back, you'll have something. And then they get back and there's nothing.
Everything was expensive, too expensive.
Or out of stock.
We got a budget. We got a budget here in the Bay.
You don't like this, but I don't give out participation trophies. I know we fight on that. But, Stoney, I truly believe watching Joe Lacob and his mannerisms at every game, and it's been consistent, the man cares. And if somehow, and the people don't want to hear this, if Thursday comes and goes, and let's just say they strike out and they don't get a deal, I do give points for you were in on every damn thing to the point to where everybody knew.
I don't think people are going to give him. I thought people might give him that benefit of the doubt, but I'm starting to think they won't.
Now, I'm not saying that won't happen, but I mean, man.
No, I mean, look, if Thursday comes and goes and they don't make a deal, there's going to be disappointment. Now,
here come the Spurs.
Now, there's like, if I were a Warrior fan, I would be really leery about giving up future first-round picks. But if they decide to make a move and they think it's worth giving up two or three first-round picks, and they end up doing it, well, then we got to see what happens after that.
And, Lord, what if Kuminga or Wiggins is involved in that? Like, I feel like one
possible.
of them. Exactly.
It's very possible.
Exactly.
Let's go to Christian in Fairfield. Hey, Christian, how you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
I think what's getting overlooked is how the teams are playing, Steph. Like, you guys both play college basketball. You know the number one rule is see the man in the ball. Yeah. They're face guarding him. The Phoenix game, they were face guarding him. On the other side of the court, they're face guarding Steph Curry, not even in a box and one. When they were leaving Schroeder, they were trapping Steph And Schroeder's that's the Phoenix game we didn't get to talk about because of all the trades. That's the most frustrated I ever seen Steph as a Warrior. Hands going in the air when they're missing them, all kinds of stuff. That's why Post has moved into the starting lineup. TJD is sitting the bench because they can't do that. He's a scoring threat. OKC had to take him out of the game by starting an all-star on him. They put Jalen Williams on him. So the Warriors are really, if you look at it basketball, a Brandon Ingram and a Kevin Durant away from shooting up because you can't do that if you swap out Wiggins. He doesn't play make. He's just a 3-and-D. He'll score, but he's not playmaking. So once they get a playmaker in there with Hield, Steph, Draymond, and Post, they're a force, Steve. They're moving up fast. And that's why the youngsters, you heard Windhurst, they're not trying to give up the young guys because they're going to learn how to play, and they don't want to give up the future. So I see that happening. Forget the picks. The picks might turn into nothing.
I'll tell you this, man.
They might turn into the next Steph, Dre, and Clay.
Yeah. I started, I wear Curry underwear. I'm his biggest fan, and I watch these games again and again. I'm watching Steph cook where it's not the triple team, and that's why I'm concerned. And that's why I'm saying he's dealing with what McCaffrey dealt with the bilateral tendonitis. Last night, Steiny, it was him and his defender one-on-one cooking, and more times than not, here recently, I'm seeing the chef go to the rack, Steiny, and not finish. And it's not because of a triple team. It's not because, I'm watching him dance, and it's hard to dance right now. The shoes are fitting tight, and I really believe, again, no excuses. He's out there, Steiny. Something's up with the knees, and that's why he's not dancing. But last night he was trying to I was watching it they're right there. Not all game, obviously, but there are, examples of where he's trying to cook, Steiny, and the meal's not good.
I mean,
I'm telling you, man.
I don't know what the story with tendonitis is, but I do know he's 37. And I mean, just out of curiosity, if tendonitis doesn't go, I mean, when he's 38 and he's averaging 15, are we going to say, boy, there's something wrong? There's something wrong. I mean, the tendonitis to me obviously is not helping.
Yeah, in both knees.
But I mean, we've got to.
And to his credit, he's not using it either.
We've got to acknowledge what we're seeing in front. Hey, by the way, this is pretty funny, Evan. You ready for this one?
I didn't play college.
No. When Guru said, they're going to the store, and we're going to a lot of stores, but we got nothing. They didn't come back with anything. Jimmy Parson on the YouTube chat said, stores are hard. Good line. Had a baby, Jimmy. I kind of like it. I like it a lot, actually. Donnie's in Pleasanton. Donnie is in Pleasanton. Hey, Donnie.
I think you either go for the win or go broke. I mean, being 500 does absolutely nothing for anybody. Being boring does nothing for anybody. So you just need to go one way or the other. You can't just stand pat, and you can't just trade for an equal move.
So
that's my thought. I think that's most people's thoughts.
You got to come up to the plate and try to hit a home run, is what you're saying.
You got to. And if you strike out, then you get a chance at a good draft pick. Maybe you win the lottery. You never know. But you can't just stand pat. You can't just be 500. You can see the crowd. It's boring. So
appreciate it.
That's what I think we got to do.
I appreciate it, Donnie. Short and sweet.
And I hate to do this, Donnie. I'll be short and sweet. That's the Kuminga factor. If forget a move, he was he's that athletic freak, man, and they've been missing him, man. They really have.
6-4 over the last 10.
Yeah, but as far as stylistically, you don't get the ha. Well, I forgot how to say it. It's been so long. The ha.
Yeah, I don't really think he has that. He's got he doesn't. He's got the straight ahead. He doesn't.
But
ha is side by side.
But he will dunk on your head.
Kevin Durant has the ha crossover.
Well, right, but
Kuminga does not have a crossover.
But
he does not have a change of direction.
Okay, maybe it's just wordplay. Okay, he attacks the rim with reckless abandon like few others.
That's fine.
All right,
that's fine. I'll give you that.
Yeah. We miss them.
888-957-9570 is the number, and we're talking about the Warriors and what they should do. And I also just want to know, we can obviously throw around names and who you would take and who you wouldn't take, but to me today's more about where are Warrior fans at hearing all this stuff? Because I do think a lot of Warrior fans think a lot of it's smoke, and some of it's probably smoke, but there's nobody out. There's no Warrior fan out there that doesn't think they're swinging right now, right? The question is, if they keep swinging and don't connect on anything, how upset are people going to be on Thursday at noon? That's another question that they probably got to put into the equation. Now, they can't make a bad move, but if they make no moves, they know that they're going to have a fan base that's disappointed.
No doubt. And I'll tell you this from my vantage point. The bottom line is, a couple weeks ago when the words were said by the big three, Kerr, Dre, and Steph, about the future, I didn't like it. But what it was telling me, Steiny, was, and I'm reaching here, bad defense, that they felt like when fully healthy, if no move is imminent, they still can get hot, qualify for the playoffs, and hopefully win a round. And as a fan, I was saying, and we talked about it, we can play the audio, that would suffice. That's okay.
Yeah.
But now that you do this, what I deem a 180 verbally, and now the cat's out the bag and the rat's on the table, brought to you by Atco, that they're attached to any and everybody, if somehow they don't get somebody, Steiny, then I'm a little, they still got to go out and play ball. The season will finish. We don't know how, but then I lose confidence because they're telling me the brass is, we thought we needed something else, and we couldn't get to the gas station to get that petrol.
If they come to the podium Thursday and they have not made a move, they are better off finishing 11th than 10th. Wow. That's what I believe.
Wow.
Like, if you don't make a move, people may not like to hear this, but you know what? Steph Curry's going to have a very mellow second half of the year. And Draymond Green's going to have a very mellow second half of the year. Not saying we're not going to try, but if you make no moves, then to my way of thinking, you got to try to get you got to try to get up in the draft at least a little bit.
So you do now feel like, and this is, I'm going here, 15-3 was a mirage.
12-3.
12-3. You really feel like that was just 15 games.
Well, 12-3 is,
because I'm saying if there's no move and you get Kuminga back, can somehow you tap back into that somehow? And right now, you said they're 6-4 over the last 10. That could be 7-3 if they beat Utah. You got the Lakers with no Luka Thursday.
But
fans might not even care about the standings. They're going to be so fixated on the news or the non-news.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Coming up in the 12 o'clock hour, your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. That's coming up in the 12 o'clock hour. I'm going to give you a keyword. You make a note of it. Then you call the contest line when you hear the sounder, and you're going to be playing knockout at Chase Center. Yes, sir. The same floor Steph Curry plays on. 888-957-9570 to jump into the conversation. On the other side, I'll update you on all of today's news, the latest on what's going on with players and teams. And the Warriors clearly are trying to make something happen. Whether they can or not, we will see. But it is really percolating, let's put it that way. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
This week at Safeway, it's all about...
I got a favor of you before we get out of here. Has anybody tipped you off? You can be honest with me. We've been apart for a few days.
No.
All right. Can you just, when I do ask, you just kind of, it would mean a lot to me. And I think, you've told me at times when you went and did your podcast, Happy Hour podcast, you love me. So when I ask you, Steiny, I really need you. I just hope you can be there for me.
Evan, do you have any idea what this is about?
I do not.
Okay. Sure, I'm here for you, buddy.
Trades are hard.
Up to a certain point.
They're not hard. Everybody's trading.
Stores are hard.
And you know what got lost real quick?
Huh.
How did De'Aaron Fox net you more than Luka? That is just
he's more
Nico
committed.
Harrison.
I
hope
it.
you're renting in the
it.
Metro play.
I love it.
What do you love about it?
I love a lot about it. I love that Nico.
The Spurs robbed him.
I love, we talking about Mavericks or not?
But Mavericks.
I love that Nico Harrison said, you know what? I got to make the toughest decision of my life because I don't believe in this guy for whatever reason.
Why?
Because he's fat.
So when do we start body shaming when the guy's getting you to the finals?
What if they think he's Zion Williamson?
He's not. Well, he's been to a finals. 5-time All-NBA first team.
So they have
he played 40 minutes in 22 playoff games last year fat.
They have no right to worry about his conditioning?
You have a right, but if I'm getting results, then it's just a concern.
He's missed 25 games already this year. He comes to camp out of shape every year.
Tell the Dallas fans that.
Listen,
they're ready to go.
My point is this. If your GM decides that you need to move off a player for whatever reason, because let me tell you how they never would have traded Zion. If it would have got, Luka. If it got out, and then we look up on ESPN and it says, Mavericks make Luka available. They would have never been able to trade him then. They would have gotten so much blowback at that point. That
I agree with, but that's after the fact.
So he targeted Anthony Davis because he said, we need to play defense. They got Max Christie, another good defender.
Yeah.
They think they have action this year because they've just become a lot better defensive team. And I'll tell you what, they win a title somehow.
But you're a man. I get Steiny. For this year, I get you. Dallas is going to be a problem.
Let's see what happens.
But
let's see what happens.
You're Mr. Future, a 25-year-old. He's 6 years younger than Anthony Davis, who, by the way, has some history, some Carfax reports.
I'm just telling you, this guy who runs their team decided
he won't be there long.
He didn't want to be in the Doncic business.
I don't get it.
I firmly
what are we missing? Who did he sleep with?
We're missing a few things. The first thing we're missing is that Miami was already clearing cap space for 2026 to get Doncic. We know that the Lakers had interest in Doncic, and supposedly Doncic, those were two destinations that he was open to. So they targeted, rather than send him somewhere he doesn't want, Harrison probably knew those were two spots he would be, he'd be okay with going to. And he said, you know what? I get it. Luka's great. They got an NBA champion. They got the best player on a championship team.
That they do.
Okay.
I love me some AD.
So could they have gotten more? Maybe, but I don't know that they would have been able to go through the process.
Biggest NBA trade of your lifetime? For me, it is because it was value in all NBA.
Well, I'm
Lou Alcindor, Kareem got traded. I get it, Wilt. But Steiny, I'm talking about. I don't even feel like this is equal. But Anthony Davis he's a real one. But my gosh,
Charles Barkley's a Hall of Famer. He got traded, but I can't think of two Hall of Famers who were traded for each other. But let's go to Ben in Berkeley. Hey Ben, how you doing, man? Don't forget, coming up in 10 minutes. During the 12 o'clock hour, you're shot to play Knockout at Chase. What's up, Ben? How you doing?
Good. I can't wait to play Knockout at Chase. That sounds fun. That sounds great. I hope I win.
All right,
let's go.
I was thinking about the Lucas trade. Oh, man, that is great for basketball, isn't it? I mean, his GM is showing everybody that nobody is above being traded. And I know nobody wants – think about how much better the Mavericks are going to be now. They're going to be better on defense. They're going to be better on the break. And when this guy and you don't have to defer every offensive shot to this guy. And what happens when Luka goes cold like he did in the finals? It's over. So, and you know what? Luka can always come back to the Mavericks if he really wants to, and if he doesn't feel comfortable anywhere else. So that guy that's another good reason to let him go, because Heck, he might want to come back. You never know. And then you got all this other great stuff. You got Anthony Davis. You got, like you said, Max Christie, a first-round draft pick. And who knows? Maybe he comes back. I think that's showing something to the Warriors, though. The Warriors have to ask themselves who everybody on our team is basically up for. They got to let Draymond go. There's no way younger players, any free agents, are going to come to the Warriors. Look how powerful he is. He's just as powerful as Steph. He's just as powerful as Steve Kerr. So if you're a player and you want to come here, you're basically saying, I'm going to have to defer every offensive possession to Steph, because if I don't, Draymond's going to be in my ear. Steph is going to be throwing up his arms. So if I'm cool with that, if I'm cool being an offensive player and deferring this guy every time, then great, I'll come here. But what offensive player is going to be cool with that? Who's just going to say, yeah, I'm never going to shoot again, I'm not going to score again, I'm just going to pass it to him?
Well, Durant did it, and it worked out well.
Well, I don't know. What free agent has come here on his own besides Kevin Durant? Yeah. And look how hard they had to get him. Nobody else wants to come here. It's like being a San Francisco Giant and a baseball player. That part's going to kill your numbers. This program will kill your. Look at Jordan Poole. Where's he? Gone. You don't think everybody else is like, I ain't going to Golden State. Look what they did to him. Punch him in the face. I'm not getting my butt kicked to go play over there and give up all my offensive numbers, and then have the fans spit on me when I get pissed off that this dude punches me in the face during practice.
Well, you know what, Ben?
I think there's something there. We love you, Ben.
I think there's absolutely.
Wow.
I don't know if guys don't want to come here, but let's be honest. The Warriors get KD again, or Butler gets in here, and there's no discernible difference.
That person gets blamed.
Yeah. Curry's not going to hear it.
I got you.
It's going to be the guy who comes in here. And again, maybe I'll do this once a show up until we get to the deadline. But without getting into detail, we can all acknowledge that Steph Curry is declining. For the 8th time, how can the Warriors get better when Steph is declining? That, to me, is the riddle that is the one that I think Kerr's referring to. It's almost impossible to pull off.
You got to get somebody, like you said a week ago, better than him.
Well,
to like I believe, Luka and LeBron can't play together. Miss me. He's played with other guys that had the ball dominant. My point being, Steiny, how do you make the game easier and take some responsibilities off the chef? And that would be
you can take a lot of responsibility off the chef. That does not necessarily automatically make you better. It probably will help. But again, the nightmare scenario for me as a Warrior fan would be we go get Butler, we go get KD, something happens, we don't make the playoffs, and now we're not sitting with any picks.
You're going to hate this?
I'll tell you what else. I would hate for the Warriors to make a move, and the next thing you know, they move this year's pick.
Okay.
And then they don't get to use it, even though it's 9.
You're not going to like this, but Steiny, I think I speak for a large segment of Warrior fans. And just the organization, they could look Curry in the face and say, we did right by you. You didn't hold up your end for whatever reason, but when you leave here or when this thing is over, we did everything under the sun by doing this trade here to get you, I'm just player A, B, or C.
The one thing I know.
And that just sits right with me. Like, you gave me one last shot, and I couldn't, what I mean? I was a part of why.
Sit well with who? Curry or the fans?
Curry.
Okay. Well, you can, that's great. But I'm telling you right now, in 2 years, if this team stinks and they don't have a draft pick, we're not going to be saying, you know what, though? They went all in for Curry 2 years ago, so it's okay. That's not going to happen. I mean, God, we're not even 3 years removed from a title, and fans are already like, what's going on here? We've missed the playoffs. We missed the playoffs last year, and they're already freaking out. So you think they're not going to freak out 3 years from now if they're in a terrible situation with no picks and nowhere to go? Like, people aren't going to give the Warriors a break 3 years from now if they pulled off a trade that didn't work, I don't think. 888-957-9570. Let's go to Sam. Sam's in Sunnyvale. Hey, Sam, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing okay, thanks. I love the show.
Thanks.
So, I hear a lot of people saying Steph deserves. We owe it to Steph. Steph's legacy. Well, you got to think with your head and not with your heart, right? Does anyone really think that the Warriors can get someone who is going to all of a sudden turn things around? Does anyone really think that, like, Steph's going to start sinking threes like he used to, but can't anymore? I mean, it's ridiculous. Steph Curry's a great guy, and he deserves a lot of respect, but, sports are about what you do, not what you did in the past, not how you feel about the guy.
But they're also about relationships too. I know you might disagree, but they're about that too.
Okay, so let's have like a relationship team that like plays 500. Sounds great.
I get them. Steiny, okay. Can I say this? Evan, this could be the worst analogy ever, but I'm doing it because I saw a movie while I was off at the house. Okay, I'm married. If something happened to my spouse and there was no more love making, do I just leave and say, "Oh, you can't make love, I got to go get"? No, I've been in a marriage. I for better or for worse, right? A good person sticks around. You don't just say, "Oh, I'm out." Look at me. Look at you're uncomfortable, but no, look at me, study for real. I think that's a great you stick by. You could make a decision, but that would be cold. Where would the love be?
What movie are you talking about?
I always wanted to write one.
Have you ever heard the phrase "sports is a business"?
What did you watch over the 4 days?
But Evan, I told you I wanted to write a movie in my life, Steiny, and that's got part of it.
You know what he watched?
Think about that right there.
You know what he watched? That movie with Demi Moore.
Ghost?
No, where the guy's she's married, but another guy likes her and pays somebody $1 million. And what the heck was that called?
I forget the name. But come on, that's some real stuff I just said. You don't just leave, Steiny. So when it is about relationships.
Listen, here's what I'm going to say. Just don't try to tell me that if they make a move for one of these fossils and they give up first-round picks, and in 2 years they stink, don't tell me the fan base is going to say, well, it's okay. It's okay because we tried. Like, no way. If they don't make a deal at the deadline, fans are going to make fun of them trying.
But 2 years is a long time. Yeah, 2 years is a long time.
No, it's not. It actually isn't. I swear to God, I don't think 2 years is a long time.
Who would that venom or vitriol be towards? They wouldn't turn on Curry.
Turn on Lacob. If Lacob, first of all, if they don't make a move by the deadline, people are going to be disappointed. The fans are going to be disappointed. Why? Because they set it up like they're making a big move. And then not to do it is going to disappoint fans. Now, separate of that, if Joe Lacob wants to go all in, whatever that means, to
maximize Curry,
to maximize Curry, whether that means getting to the 7th spot or getting higher, and you don't, and you make a move, and you think you're going to be a better team, but for whatever reason you're not, just don't tell me that we're going to be like, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, it's not going to be okay if in 2 or 3 years you go 25-57 and you don't have a pick.
But Stein, it sounds like Lacob's in a no-win situation.
He is. That's what Steve Kerr said. We are in an almost impossible situation. We are at the fading end of a dynastic era where no matter what the team does, it's going to be hard. No matter what they do. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You know, I always like to look at the other side. What's the worst case scenario for the Warriors at the deadline? Like, where is it? Steiny described the nightmare scenario. We love Steph and will always appreciate what he's done for us, but you don't send the organization into the abyss. And like, we had a caller earlier that said, you owe Curry everything. No, you don't. Wow. I mean, you can feel that. I disagree. Yeah, okay. Let's just put it that way. You don't owe Steph everything. You owe your fans the confidence in a group that they're going to try to win.
So those same people that would pick up and I'm not saying you're wrong, that would if they went all in and it didn't work, the 2-year people. Okay, let's say they stand pat. The picks don't work out. we're 4 years into not making the playoffs, or year 4, we're 3 straight years out. Those same people are going to call for different reasons with venom.
Okay.
So I guess I'm asking, what's the difference?
The difference is that if you go all in and it doesn't work, you are going to be in a worse spot than if you are more responsible, if that's the right word, and don't do it. Listen, the Warriors may be poised to make a move where they're going to mortgage the future. And wow. if they do that, then they're telling you that they believe that the player they acquired is going to be good enough to elevate him for the foreseeable future so that the picks aren't killers.
I'm in that line.
Okay.
And you're saying, what if it doesn't work?
Yes. Yes. Because Kevin Durant is 35 and Jimmy Butler is 35. And this is the other thing. It's like, would I go get Zion? I'd sure be sniffing. But you know what? That's a risk. They're all risky. Every single move, I think. And that's just the position they're in right now.
Somebody sent a text out, and I don't have the answer, but it's interesting. Could the Kings trade LaVine if they wanted to?
It's a good question.
By Thursday.
Not immediately, right?
I almost think they can, but he can't be aggregated. But I could be wrong on that. We'll check that at the break. Let's get a call in here. Let's go to Tommy in Atlanta. Hey, Tommy, how you doing?
Oh, pretty good.
Yep.
I think the Warriors will be fine. Right now, Steph Curry is working too hard. When Kuminga was healthy, he was drawing 2 or 3 defenders and kicking it out to Steph, and he was open and hitting those shots. I think that will help. And then also, if they trade for Vucevic, that will help tremendously as well. Him out top, and then Kuminga on that wing, drawing 2 and 3 defenders. Steph will be open every time, and the Warriors will go on a run, and they'll make the playoffs.
Let's go.
Appreciate the call, Tommy. The problem now is, and yeah, Vucevic could help, and he could elevate you maybe, who knows? But I don't think people are going to be excited if that's the name that's coming in here. After all this talk.
I got you.
So in a way, Joe Lacob's kind of a victim of his own, overpromising. And, he's the guy who set the table. The whole organization has been setting the table for over 9 months now that they have flexibility, that they're poised to make a big move. And the reality of the situation is if they don't make one by Thursday, you're left with they can't make a big move.
And I wonder how Curry will feel because it goes back and forth, right? Like ping pong. We think, he said what he said, and I just think it was lip service, Donnie, and he felt like it was the right thing at the right time. But he talked about not mortgaging the future, but will he change? Will he, when he talks about his career and the ending of it, will it be somewhere different than Golden State? Is somehow this team, if they don't make a trade, this season culminates with no playoff berth? Like, things change daily, man. I don't have to tell you that, but I wouldn't even be mad at them if they did.
Somebody threw this on the text line, and I don't know. I actually read it and said I would be open to it. Uh-oh. But I guarantee you, when I tell you the kind of deal it would be, you're going to hate it. I'll tell you right now, you're going to hate it.
All right, let's see if you know me.
I mean, if you could get Bradley Beal to drop his no-trade clause, and you could get Beal and picks, I would very much consider doing that.
Okay, but what are we losing?
I don't know. But
it couldn't be Kuminga.
I don't know, but we're getting picks.
Yeah, but we can't lose Kuminga because you want the picks to be Kuminga.
Okay. Somebody else. Maybe you can get a Beal for half of salary dump. I don't know.
I'm not down on Beal like a lot of people are. I just, man, would that be minimal, Stoney, to make him waive his no trade clause?
Yeah, and I knew that nobody was going to like that, but I would be open to that. And, for everybody laughing at Bradley Beal, he pissed on you guys on Friday.
That he did.
650, our resident capologist, Rotzi. Steiner, you're correct regarding LaVine being traded. On his own, yes, but he cannot be aggregated.
Which means?
He's got to go to a team by himself.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
It can't be Levine and Monk or Levine and somebody else on that team. Let's go to who's been waiting the longest. Ronald in Florida. Hey, Ronald, how you doing, my man?
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing great.
Hey. Awesome. So I just wanted to put in my opinion back exactly of what's going on.
Yeah.
I feel like the Warriors are like in they're in, it's like damn if you do, damn if you don't. They're in between a rock and a hard place because no matter what you do, the fan base might be upset or people might just look at it as if like, oh, what the heck are you guys doing? Because, of course, Curry does need help from what it looks like. But also, too, they don't want to make a dumb decision to where it just prolongs them in the long end to where, you're not doing great, basically. What I think is that, they should obviously try to get KD to try to help, Curry and, just give him some time to be able to just work within the offense and also, too, just to make sure he gets some more shots. Or just go ahead and get Vucevic, pair him up with Curry and Jonathan Kuminga when he gets healthy. That's my opinion.
Sounds practical to me.
I feel like that's a trade. Whenever the day is announced or the game he comes back in regard to Kuminga, Steiny, it will definitely help out way more than I thought when he went down. And I just hope he didn't sprain ligaments, not just an ankle, but
who's that?
Kuminga, because he's been out a little while. And I have to say something. I haven't saw you and Evan since Thursday. I have never seen a play that happened in the Phoenix game. Devin Booker gets the rebound, throws an outlet pass, and my man with the gray hair on the side, Evan, off the bounce from Duke, dunks the ball.
Grayson Allen.
Did you remember that play? Booker got the rebound, just threw it down court, and it just so happened to bounce. Allen could have caught the ball, but he let it bounce. And it bounced so perfectly, and then he jumped up and dunked it. I said I hadn't recalled that play ever. Evan remembers this.
Didn't Curry throw a bounce alley-oop to somebody in an All-Star game?
I'm talking about real game.
I think that was to Giannis.
I think you're right.
Dude, I was like, that didn't just happen? Anyway.
Let's squeeze Chris in. Chris in San Jose. Been waiting for a little while. Hey, Chris, how you doing?
All right. Hey, what's going on, guys? Squeezing me in. I'll try to keep it brief. I wanted to talk about the Warrior situation and then kind of briefly the Lucas situation if there's enough time.
All right.
Guru, I love you, buddy, but sometimes you just remind me that you want a competition as a fan, man. You're thinking about this as a fan. You're comparing a lack of a physical, relationship in a marriage to Steph Curry and the Warriors. I mean, I disagree with that. There's no perfect scenario. There's no right way to go about it to make everybody happy. Half the people don't want to wager the future. Half the people, you got to give it all for Curry. Listen, are you a gambling man? Can I ask you a question? Are you a gambling man, Guru?
I'm a super gambling man.
All right, well, let me ask you this. If you had to trade Wiggins or Kuminga or some picks and get back a De'Aaron Fox or a Zach LaVine or a Vucevic, if you had a gun, I mean, maybe this is a little dark, but if you had a gun to your head, you're playing Russian roulette, whatever, do you think that is going to make any type of difference whatsoever and bring this team back to title contention? Yes or no?
Yes. And hold on, and I'll throw it right back to you. You said, I'm not even mad because I did get on the air that way. The bridge between those two analogies that you're missing is loyalty. And the Warriors would do it out of loyalty to Steph Curry. And I think I'm not wrong because the team is attached to every superstar. So just think about that. But I would do that because I think those two dudes coming in would be better than what we currently have right now.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Sarad, we got to get on a break. I couldn't get to your second point. My bad. What's coming up on the game is this. Your chance for the knockout keyword is coming up on the other side. So don't go anywhere. I'll give you the keyword to play knockout at Chase on the other side. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by the all-new Bay Street Emeryville. Hey, what's going on? It's Steiny. Did you hear Bay Street Emeryville?
Take it away, Steiny.
Thanks, Kavan. Appreciate that.
Were you going somewhere?
I'm glad. I'm glad because I was starting to look at the
like
donuts.
It was an episode of Oz hitting the glass.
You left, as I said, 15 seconds.
Evan's job, man. He deserves
I saw
more.
Goo with that donut. No, he didn't have a donut.
Yeah. Can't have it. Abundant life, Steiny.
But there are donuts out there.
Can you tell I lost 15 or it doesn't look like it?
Yeah, I can tell. I mean, I don't know the exact weight, but you look great.
I feel like if I needed $500, you'd give it to me right now
I would.
from our history.
Sure. All right. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. The keyword, and this is the way it goes. I'm going to give you a keyword right now. And then sometime before 1 o'clock, we're going to play the sounder, which sounds like this on 95.7 The Game. All right, so when you hear that sound, next time, you're going to call the contest number and give the word. I had my own word. Crossover. It's James. That's the word. Forget crossover. Don't even think about Timmy Hardaway.
Wow.
The key word is James. Boy, I wonder why. The key word is James. So when you hear the sounder, sometime in the next 40 minutes, you call the text line, the contest line, 415-523-4652. Caller number 1 will get registered for knockout. But that's not until you hear the sounder one more time. All right. Let's see. Steiny asked if any other Hall of Famers have been traded for each other. According to the 530, in 1975, Charlie Scott for Paul Westphal, and 1980, Dennis Johnson for Paul Westphal. 1998, Chris Webber to the Kings for Mitch Richmond. 2003, Ray Allen for Gary Payton. Thank you. Appreciate it, Deep Seek. There you go.
Yeah. Dude, a lot of people love the indecent proposal analogy I brought up. Dibs even texted in, helping me out. Robert Redford was in that.
That's right. I want to say Woody Harrelson also. Yeah. All right, you ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's get. I'll get Jacob. Oh no, I'm sorry. Let's go to Tom in Sonoma. Tom's been waiting patiently. Hey, Tom, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Great show today, guys.
Oh, thank you.
Hey, first off, KD is not ever going to come here with Draymond Green. I just don't see how that will ever happen. He is not going to come here. Guru, man, I heard you talking about Steph earlier this morning. What I see with Steph and what the team is doing, they're putting their best defender player on him, man. And every time he gets near a defensive player, they jump him, man. What the problem is, when we won our championship games, man, we had 3 scorers. We had Clay, we had Steph, we had Kevin. We had Clay, we had Steph, we had Wiggins. We don't have 3 players right now. We got 1.5 scorers. What we need, man, is we need a two-way player that can score and play defense and a score. We need 2 players to make us relevant. And I do not want Zion and Butler. Those guys are ejaculation sensation, man. That's all it is. You guys have a great day. Bye.
I don't know if it's that.
Yeah. Butler doesn't want us. So you got to scratch him off.
I mean, apparently he's back in the picture, according to
what do you mean?
Multiple sources. That things have changed, and maybe
he's desperate now too, huh?
Yeah, although the latest there is, what he said was he's ready to go. He said he's in great shape, and I think it was for his future team, saying if I get moved, I'll be ready to go the minute I get there. Grant Afseth, is a reporter out of Dallas. He's got 34,000 followers, so he's obviously got something going on. And he as of 20 minutes ago, he said multiple league sources have told me there's increasing belief that Kevin Durant lands with the Golden State Warriors. Plenty has to happen, but the Warriors' pursuit of this trade has been aggressive. Just figured I'd mention this as something to watch as the deadline looms.
Stoney, I would throw a party.
I know you would.
At the old ship. But would it cost you Wiggins and Kuminga?
But would you pay? Would it be an open bar or a no-host
If we look at the bet tally, I've been winning. I've been hot.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, get him back. And him and Draymond did a podcast together for what's that worth about a year ago, right? So I think that's like they both all want to win, and I think they know they need each other now.
I mean, the one thing, does Durant go to a better situation by going from Phoenix to the Warriors? Like, does Kevin Durant say, okay, now I'm going to go back with Steph, but if they don't have Wiggins, is that better than the Phoenix team?
I got to say yes, and you're going to bark back at me, and it's okay.
You better
they don't have a Draymond. They don't have the history that Kevin Durant has in this system. So I think that means a lot.
Yeah,
talk to me.
I don't want to go backwards.
But to get KD, which we thought was a pipe dream?
Who thought it was a pipe dream?
Well, before all this stuff jumped off, we like Kevin Durant. This is how I would.
He's a great player. He's still a pretty good player. Real good. But, there's a team with Durant and Booker
I don't understand what's going on
there. They got
there.
the same record as the Warriors. Like, that's what I mean. You got to be prepared that some of these older guys might not be able to make, like, a noticeable impact on your team, or I should say on your team's record.
So you wouldn't move Kuminga picks in an opportunity to get Kevin Durant?
Well, let me just tell you what it would be. And then maybe we won't be so cavalier about
I hope it ain't what Evan said earlier, where it was damn near the whole team.
For Durant, this is according to Jake Fisher, it would take something like this. Wiggins and Kuminga.
Oh.
Schroeder, Moody, or Pajemski. And then Jake Fisher says every one of their available picks, which is 3.
Just throw in the trainers at that point.
Out.
Damn.
No, that's too much for Kevin Durant as far as I'm concerned.
What if I told you they're 24-15 with him this season?
Yeah, I know they are better with
hold
him
on now.
playing.
Plays 36 minutes a game, averages 27 points on 51% shooting.
That's why I want him,
Okay.
Wow. That's even more. I didn't even need to hear the record, but when you hear it, it's like, damn.
Okay, so you do it.
His impact is still there.
You would do it.
Yes.
I couldn't do that in good.
Do you think they will?
It looks like they want to. Wiggins, Kuminga, Schroeder. I get it. Schroeder, Moody, or Pods is filler, and picks. Holy
to get something, you got to
Toledo.
give up something.
No,
Steiny.
I get that. But
if I'm Phoenix, I got my hopefully new guy in regard to the future with Booker, Kuminga, and Wiggins.
Well, remember, it's not every single pick between now and forever. It's just every other year.
Every other year.
Yeah.
It'd be like
you explain that.
20, 25, 27, 29.
But see, if you're a Warrior fan and you're pro KD and you don't get him, then this is why you would call 10-2 or all day Spadoni, Butch, Willard, and Dibbs. You would be upset because, Steiny, I feel like I'm getting teased at this point.
It's just because everything's out there. Not like 5% of it might happen, but this is the way it goes.
He said 5.
I would not trade. This is from the 202. I would not trade Kuminga and Wiggins for KD. That's a no-go for me, and it is for me too, let alone with the picks.
I would do it, but I could understand that. That's a lot.
I don't want...
But you got 25 a game for the next couple years.
How many games are Durant, Curry, and Draymond going to be able to play? How many games are they going to be physically able to play of the remaining 35, 40 games?
Well, the question to me, Steiny, is how many would you need them to be all?
A lot. Like, a lot. Man. To me. Let's go to Jacob in Castro Valley. Hey, Jacob, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing okay. A lot going on.
Yeah.
A lot of people saying different stuff. The last caller sort of was touching on what I wanted to touch on, too, is Draymond. I think that guy is the biggest problem when it comes to getting a deal done, because who in their right mind would not want to come play with Steph? Anyone would want to come play with Steph, the greatest shooter in history. Anyone would love to play next to him. He would open up, they open up looks for each other. No one's getting in anybody's way in that aspect. The problem is Draymond. KD for sure. Draymond drove KD out of town. I think Draymond is going to be involved in any trade that consists of KD. And really, Draymond should be involved, because aside from his defense, that's not what we need on this team. we need to try to sell the farm, because you sell a Wiggins, you sell a Kuminga, that does nothing for you. Those are your if a superstar comes, those are your third, your fourth scorers. You need those guys. They draw attention too. It's not gonna help anyone. So if there's a trade involved, there has to be a TJD on the table. Pods. You got to get rid of Schroeder. You got to get rid of Slow-Mo. All those role players need to move to get superstars, and then use your picks that you have left to get more role players to fill in those spots after that. That's the way you're going to win a championship, because you cannot develop players and think you're going to win a championship at the same time. The two don't mix. There's a fine line. And I honestly think a trade with the Lakers for LeBron, to me, would be more realistic than a trade with KD, because LeBron and Draymond would love to play together. That's something that could work. But also, it may be multiple little trades that help out the Warriors. You look at Brooklyn, Nick Claxton is on the table. I mean, he was a defensive player of the year, right? A couple years back. He's one of the best paint protectors in the league. He draws attention. He's a great scorer too, a lob threat. You add someone like that along with other people as well, that may be the mixture you need, instead of selling everything we have for one superstar that's aging that may not even help. We're going to go backwards is what we have to give up. So that's my take. I think Draymond is the real shoe-in on why something's not happening.
Appreciate the call, Jacob.
Think so, Steiny?
Well, here's what I think, and I don't know what it's specific to, but Evan brought this up the other day, and it does feel like nobody out there in the league, a player, is clamoring to go to Golden State. In other words, the rumor about Doncic before the trade, and not just leading up to the trade, was, he was going to be a free agent in a couple years, and the Lakers and the Miami Heat were two teams that he'd considered. Well, then they trade him to one of those destinations. De'Aaron Fox basically says, get me out of here and get me to San Antonio. Boom. He's in San Antonio. Jimmy Butler is hell-bent on getting to Phoenix. I think he's going to get to Phoenix. But is Kevin Durant saying, God, I'd love to play with Steph again. Man, get me to Golden State by any means possible. And it doesn't feel like he's doing that. By the same token, there's absolutely no doubt in my mind that there's more to Rich Kleiman sitting next to Joe Lacob last Friday when the Suns were in town. So, of course, they're talking about, hey, would Kevin be open to it? Well, let's see. Kevin, would you be open to it? I guess. Why not? Or, I don't know. Does he say, hell yeah, get me out of Phoenix? I mean, I haven't heard Durant once out of Phoenix.
But they're a 10th seed, Stoney. So if they were OKC and number one, or Memphis, and he was in a good situation, I would understand that.
But I think what we're missing here is Kevin Durant it's not automatic. The Warriors aren't better than the Suns. They're not better.
And I'm just throwing this out there.
I don't think he looks at the Warriors and I'll tell you what, I'm on Phoenix now, but you get me to Golden State and we can get to 4. See, I don't think so.
Stoney, and his agent talking to the owner and them going in private with Myers a couple times, I think he thinks that. And the fact that they got history and he's had success here, it's almost a match made in heaven.
Or now, it's a match that's never going to be made because he's like, I'm out. I don't want to go.
But to stay there, though, good stuff. To stay where he's at.
Well, he probably if he thinks they can get Butler, he probably wants to stay.
But then that would mean Bill would have to waive his no trade clause. Yeah, so it's one or the other.
Yeah, maybe there's a deal out there with another team that nobody's thought about where Beal will agree to go to.
But I do think he is the antidote that would help this team right away, Stoney. Propel him.
Maybe. He might be.
Do you think that if you can get Durant, that this summer, then Golden State becomes a place that a player would want to go play?
Yeah, and LeBron James.
Possible.
Or someone else. Yeah. I'm just saying, you're making this move preceding something else this summer.
Yeah, I think that's within the realm of possibility. What's hard for me to imagine, though, Evan, is if you make a trade for Durant and it involves all these pieces and maybe picks, what's that leave you in the summer to dangle or to or to get somebody to come. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be. Oof. Yeah, you'd kind of empty the cupboard.
Yes, sir. Man.
Anyway, okay, let's go to Quick Dog in the city. Quick Dog is in the city. What's going on?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How you doing?
Hey.
Yo, so I've been thinking about this. What happens when Thursday rolls around if we've done nothing?
Yes.
And what I feel like is that we've got to go blockbuster or nothing. Like if we bring a Zach LaVine type, if we make moves for role players like a Schroeder and somebody else, that's not going to do it for me. That's going to make me more mad than if we stayed the course with the guys that we had, played up the loyalty, and made a run for the offseason. If we bring LeBron, if we bring KD, if we bring, take a shot at Zion, like that's something that I'm like, all right, man, trade the guys, let's do it. Because there's also excitement around this. We as the fans that are going to all these games, we got to be excited. So I say it's time to go nuclear or stay the course.
I appreciate it, Quick Dog.
And KD would be that. He fits the bill, Steiny.
See, I would actually be, and I don't have a player in mind. Actually, I do have a player in mind, but he's not the right player. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, what I mean is I would not mind the Warriors getting a piece that they think can just help them marginally. Like, I know this guy, listen, I know this guy's been hurt, but if you could get Robert Williams from Portland, a guy like that.
Man,
again, he's hurt, and he's not really the kind of guy, but I think, somebody mentioned Jackson Hayes. There are guys like that, I believe, out there that could help this team enough so that if this team is a 43, 44, 45 win team, maybe they can get them to 46, 47, 48 without having to, totally gut your future and what it looks like. But it's got to be, it's got to be the right guy, and that's not easy to hit on. Patrick's in South City. Hey, Patrick, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing today?
Doing well.
You know what? And I've been lately trying to take a bigger picture look at this thing as if I was the owner or upper management.
All right.
And I think you have a very, very, very fine, interesting dilemma here because even though Steph is declining a little bit, and we all see it, there's still an amazing buzz around this team. So the problem is, if I'm Lakeup, I'm looking at it like, okay, how do I try to possibly make one more run with this guy with all the buzz around Curry and the team? At the same time, and we all know this already, try to, preserve our future. But there's also one big thing we're not looking at as fans. It's a business perspective. Who can we bring in that's going to sell tickets for the next 5 years? And I think that's a very, very important decision as if you're looking at it from an owner's perspective, that if you put a good team out there, but there's not really any huge superstars, okay, you'll win, but you might not sell out the arena every night, or there might not be that buzz around the team as there is now with Steph. So I don't know. From my perspective, if I was the owner, I'd be looking at it, if this is a 5-year project, how can we try to balance it by, winning now and having the right mixture of veterans and youth, but also making sure we have enough youth, for the next 5 years and someone that we can sell tickets with the next few years.
I mean, yeah, but if you're looking at a 5-year window, I mean, is Kevin Durant?
I mean, man.
I mean, is he going to be here? How much longer is Kevin Durant going to be around than Steph Curry in terms of getting yourself somebody that's going to sell a ticket in the building? All righty, there it is. There is your sounder, and this is your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center. So right now, call 415-523-4652. Give them the keyword that I gave you last segment, and you are in the knockout tournament. Once again, 415-523-4652. Caller number 1 is in the knockout tournament. Just give the keyword to the dude who answers the phone.
That's big.
So there you go. And one more spot down. One more spot down in the knockout. All right. Let's see. Okay. We don't have enough time for me to take some calls now, but I see Austin, Rich, and Mark. I will get to get to you guys on the other side. This is kind of what I'd be worried about from the 510. All the Warriors would do with KD is trade places with the Suns. Why would we expect higher? Devin Booker in his prime, and it's not working. So who will the Warriors have left who is in their prime? Terry in Oakland. I mean, I do feel like right now with the way Wiggins is playing, over the course of his Warriors career, there have been times where we've said, let's move Wiggins, let's get off Wiggins, and it wouldn't have felt like a huge loss. But if you deal Wiggins now, I do think you feel that. You better replace some of what he does with the new player.
But Durant's respect on offense, Donnie, it would free Curry up. Just think about it. You stress out.
Well, and, somebody put this in the text line too. It's, Steph's missing more open shots now than he's ever missed before. Which
and that's why I bring up the knees.
Which comes with age. I mean, at this point, if he's got tendonitis, I don't differentiate between age and tendonitis. He's 37. He's going to get tendonitis. He's been playing forever. So, I mean, I don't know. Tendonitis is something that never truly goes away.
Yeah, and so both needs.
Yeah, so he's going to be dealing with it for the rest of his career.
What about McCaffrey?
What about him?
You think he's going to be dealing with it the rest of his career? Because he had the same thing, the bilateral tendonitis in both knees.
Steph's 37 and McCaffrey's still at the end of his prime. So I don't know that they're comparable at all or not comparable. I just know that when you tell me that a 37-year-old to-be has got tendonitis, I wouldn't say, well, next year he's going to be completely fine and he's going to be the player he was 3 years ago. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, I see Austin, I see Mark, I see Rich. We're going to get to you on the other side. I'll also reset on the other side, let everybody know the latest in terms of what's going on with the trade deadline, because there's some new nuggets out there, and we will bring them to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. That segment was also brought to you by MB Jesse Painting.
Hi, this is Matt Jesse with MB Jesse Painting. Put your painting project in good hands. Residential, commercial, interior, exterior, MB Jesse Painting. Voted the Bay Area's #1 painter. Call 855-MB-JESSE today.
MB Jesse.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% off weekly with For You and your Safeway app. This week, it is all about buy 5 and get 5 free. How about that? When you buy 10 mix and match participating items, like some of my favorite drinks, Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Pepsi, or Smart Water beverages of various sizes, now we go to Dan Dibley because it's time for dessert.
And with soda, you need cookies, 16-count fresh-baked cookies and pint-sized Ben & Jerry's ice cream, or 6 mega or 12 double rolls of Signature Select soft and strong bath tissue, and 6 rolls of Brightly paper towels, selected varieties.
Yeah, the paper towels would be nice. You dab all that chocolate off the side of your face.
Sounds good.
Perfect. All right, these and other great deals are available in the For You section of the Safeway app. The app is simple to use, makes it easy to save money. We like saving money. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Xfinity here. How can we help?
Hi. My daughter invited her entire class to her birthday party. Can my Wi-Fi handle it?
Oh, well, at Xfinity, our latest gateways have tri-band Wi-Fi technology, letting you connect hundreds of devices at once.
No way. So if all the kids are watching stuff on their phones, while their parents are sharing videos online.
Yep, go ahead and watch videos. They can all do their thing and party their way. No problem.
Oh, we are going to need a bigger cake.
Now through March 4th, get fast, reliable Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 1 year with no annual contract and Wi-Fi equipment included when you add an unlimited mobile line. And ask how to get an eligible free 5G phone with trade-in. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Restrictions apply. Requires pre-postponed and auto-pay stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply. Xfinity Internet required. Reduced mobile speeds after use of monthly data included with your data option.
I want them to send a message.
He deserved it. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, here's what how I want to start out this segment. Jimmy Butler and Kevin Durant. Butler's in Miami, Durant's in Phoenix, and there was a report yesterday that the Warriors have this dream scenario where they get Durant and then eventually land LeBron James. Obviously, that's been met with a lot of snickers and snide remarks. Here's how it would have to happen. This is Anthony Slater talking about Jimmy Butler and how what happens in Phoenix might open up the door or close it.
There's a Jimmy Butler domino and a Bradley Beal domino right now that is creating this scenario, right? I think we all know some of the dynamics at play, most of the dynamics at play. But, I mean, if you're the Warriors and you're willing to play this kind of waiting game right now, Miami's got to make a decision by Thursday afternoon. Phoenix has obviously been Butler's preferred destination for extension purposes. It's pretty well known Kevin Durant would like Jimmy Butler to be there. But the only way for Phoenix to get that done keeping Durant and Booker is to get Bradley Beal somewhere. Bradley Beal has a no trade clause. Again, this is knowledge everybody knows, but he's probably the least desirable contract in the league at this point. So if Phoenix cannot get anything done there, where's Jimmy going? Is he staying in Miami? That seems unlikely at this point. I mean, certainly Miami could take this to the summer and prefer, otherwise. But if it is the Warriors, there's other teams that you hear are kind of on the fringes of it, Milwaukee's, Memphis, something like that. Then the Warriors kind of gain a level of leverage if Bradley Beal is unmovable by Thursday.
All right, so what he's saying is if they can't get Butler to Phoenix because Beal won't leave, then maybe Durant becomes more of a Warrior target. All right, so, okay, fine. We can make a move for LeBron. For Durant.
Yeah.
Well, why would LeBron ever end up with the Golden State Warriors? Well, this is Brian Windhorst after the Doncic trade to the Lakers.
Every year of LeBron's career, 21-plus seasons, everything that the teams have done when he's on it has been about him. That is no longer the case. Everything the Lakers will do going forward will be about number 77. They are now Luka Doncic's team. That is a complete different situation. So seeing how the Lakers address their roster, because the roster is now messed up, they don't have any big men, and then whether they make moves for this LeBron era this year or to this year or maybe next, or whether they make moves for the next 3 to 5 years will tell us a lot about what they're thinking.
All right, so the point there would be if LeBron doesn't like the fact that they're kind of bypassing him and that he's not a first priority anymore, maybe he'll want to get out of L.A. And then if he wants to get out of L.A., it's not like we haven't heard Steph and LeBron together before.
Now,
and again, I get it. It's a dream scenario, but it's being reported that would be the Warriors' grand slam.
Yeah, and it would be one last-ditch effort with 3 future Hall of Famers, and I'd be all for it. But I didn't get to listen to you and Evan yesterday, Steiny, just about LeBron. There's no way on my score sheet that he did not know. You got this organization to draft your son. They've done everything that you asked him to do. Do you really believe he was blindsided? Look, I'm looking up at the TV. Lucas said his first call was from LeBron, and I'm sure he's, sad, wink, wink, to see Anthony Davis go. But I don't think LeBron is, oh, my God, they did something without me. LeBron can play with anybody, off the ball, with the ball. So I think he had something to do or was privy that AD was getting traded.
I don't.
What? Wow.
No, I don't think he knew. I absolutely don't think he knew.
Oh, man.
Because if he knew, then Clutch would have known, and it would have gotten out. I don't think LeBron James knew. And I think the fact that he didn't know is something that's got to be weighed.
Rubbing him the wrong way?
Maybe.
See, I think he knew, man.
I don't. Devin, do you think he knew? LeBron?
I don't believe Pelinka is.
I don't think he did personally.
Yeah, I don't either. That's just me. I don't know. 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Mark in the city. Hey, Mark, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Doing good. What's up, guys?
Hey.
I love your show.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. So, what we need is more scoring. Steph has always needed some more scoring. I never felt like Steph was a number one. I felt like he's like a number two, and he's always needed some help. And I think he's out of position. I'm no basketball expert or anything, but I feel like if he had a true point guard that could get him the ball, he wouldn't be so much work on his body. And we've always needed a big, and there's a big in Charlotte, Mark Williams, that gets a lot of points down low, and he protects the rim. And Draymond, you know what I mean? He's a volatile person. I mean, I wouldn't be against, letting him go, but he's a good defender. He's got a good basketball IQ, but he doesn't hit his shots. So that's why we need some more scoring from some other areas. Wiggins is another one. Not a big fan of Wiggins because he's kind of soft. I always feel like, the small forward, power forward position, he's an aggressive scorer, and Wiggins is not that. Too many times I've seen him at the three-point line chucking up a three, or when he does drive to the basket, it's either too soft, too hard. He misses a lot of shots, but he does play defense. So I think we need to get a point guard like Nembhard from Indiana up in here.
Yeah, they may have to do something, too. It's a good name.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Appreciate it. No, Nembhard's a good name. In Indiana, apparently, they haven't paid the luxury tax in 20 years, and they got to make a move to get under.
They're fourth right now in the East.
Yeah. Hear this from the 510. And
give it to us.
And this is like, of all the conversations we've had, and I guess I am going to do this a few times a show, but I have this sentiment. Rat on the Table, sponsored by Atco, from the 510. Steph is getting max money, deservedly so, but he's not a max production player. Bring a contender under this constraint. Building a contender under this constraint is almost impossible unless you get every other contract right. I mean, there's a practical side of all this that I do think is paramount, and that is, you want to get a player in better than Steph, but nobody's making more than Steph. So the guy you're going to have to take is still going to be making 50. And
how much do you want it, though, partner?
Well, I look. What if the Warriors, they think this is the best Steph Curry's going to be right now, right here, and from every moment forward, he's going to get less and less effective. I mean, if they really believe that this is the start of a noticeable decline,
all right,
then I don't think you can bring a big boy in here, because if he's fallen off more than you think, it's not going to matter if you bring a great player in here.
I agree, but they're telling us they don't believe that.
They're telling us they're knocking on doors, checking
every door,
but they haven't gotten anything done yet.
No, correct.
And the reality of the situation is, if they don't get Durant, if they don't get Butler, if they don't get Vucevic, if they don't get any of these guys,
Zion,
what it tells me is they absolutely, positively didn't think bringing one of those guys in here was worth giving up future first. Like, that's the assumption that I will be working under if they don't get a move done by Thursday.
So you're just on the picks. It won't be because they didn't want to get it with Kuminga or Wiggins. It'll just be the picks.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know.
Months ago, it was like, I thought Kuminga was off limits, Donnie. I really did. And for whatever reason, Draymond's quote about, it's tense in the locker room. Everybody's on notice. Lakeup doesn't like being 500. That has shook me to my core to where I once thought Jonathan Kuminga was untouchable. I don't feel that way right now.
This from the 707. Butler over Wiggs? ? Why do we want a guy who doesn't want to extend here, makes twice as much as Wiggins, and is 6 years older? It's a fair point, Al.
And Stoney,
it's a fair point.
You mentioned that he's back on the table. What was that for us after saying he wouldn't re-up here?
Well, I mean, the minute, if he doesn't think something can get done with Phoenix, what's he going to do? What's Jimmy Butler going to do?
Go back to Miami.
Okay. Really? I think that situation might be
done.
Yeah. I'd be shocked if Pat Riley would be like, you know what? I mean, if Jimmy Butler stays in Miami, to me it would be, Jimmy, you're staying in Miami, go home. Go home. And we'll try to revisit this in the offseason. But then again, What if Jimmy Butler then says, well, now I am picking up my option for next year? Like, Miami is in a tricky situation.
And you haven't had any teammates come out and just throw him under the bus. Bam's kind of said, it's my brother and, whatnot. So I don't think it would be too far-fetched if something doesn't pop Thursday, him going back to play ball.
This from the 415.
You can read it. I don't see it.
Do you think players around the league viewed Steph Curry as declining? Well, I don't know, but they got to view him as a 37-year-old player, which he's going to be next month.
Well, Durant
you can decide.
Technically is declining, but he's still great. He's still getting it. He can't move like he used to, but he's still a badass.
And you know what? That's the other thing. I don't think Durant on decline, and I don't care the level that they're declining at. I don't think you're going to win with the.
So it's a young man's game, you're saying.
I mean, it depends what you want with Durant. You want to try to get up to 6? Okay, that's fine. But
what if you did that and then this off summer you got LeBron, so it's those 3? Like, that could happen.
I mean, and it sounds great. And I don't even want to ask this, but I will. That team going to win a championship? That team going to go through 5 months of the regular season? Play enough games to be good enough?
Well, if 1 was out or 2 were out, I would take that as opposed to what I think is on the Star Trek Warrior Enterprise right now for next year, Steiny.
Yeah, I think,
man,
I just think I'd be real careful about thinking in this day and age that 335, that a 37, 35, and 36-year-old guy are going to be able to last through a regular season, play enough games during the regular season, knowing full well their supporting cast probably won't be great. They better all play 65 games, and then they all better be healthy going into the playoffs. And
that's the goal.
That's a risk. And I think after the last 3 or 4 years, we've seen how big of a risk it is. I mean, 65 games for Steph is about the max these days that he can play. Let's go to, well, first of all, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I also hate the idea of 3 guys who got to be load managed all season long. Not season.
5, not 4.
Let's go to Austin and Millbrae. Hey, Austin, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing pretty good, man. Hey man. I think LeBron James already knew. Every time he cries for help, he gets what he wants. Last time I checked, the best player in the league won 6 titles, went to Washington, didn't even cry for no type of help. Just took it for what it is and ran the team or whatnot. And he had Kwame Brown on his team, I believe, right? Other than that, he knew. Another thing, I think they should not go after Jimmy Butler. He's weird, first of all. I don't like the guy. He don't even want to come over here. Second, I think Draymond, either Draymond should go to Indiana for Pascal or whoever on the Indiana team, or go after Bam. What y'all think about Bam instead?
Adebayo? I mean, yeah, I think
he's a lifer.
You know, that's a guy that, yeah, he checks a lot of the boxes.
You think? But he ain't going anywhere, Steph.
You wouldn't think so. But again, after the Luka trade, who knows? Who knows how GMs are feeling?
I keep bringing up my life and my past down in regard to dating, and I used to be shy, and I would have friends that were more outgoing than me, and every time we went somewhere, the talk was, I'm trying to hook him up. I'm trying to hook him up. And there was just something about until I got into my own, Steiny. I hated that. And the reason I bring that up is I feel like that's the Warriors when they're attached to any and everybody. There is a degree of, I'm giving you a certificate for trying.
No, there's not.
But there is, I don't like, there's something about being attached to everybody making it seem like you're not going to get anybody.
Look, if they're attached to this many guys now and they don't get anything done, they have brought the criticism on themselves. Wow. Plain and simple. Wow. Because then they will have sold the fan base, not just at this deadline, but over the course of the last year or so, that they were poised to make a big, if they don't make a big move, They can't make a big move because it will have been 7 months and they can't make a big move.
I'm not mad at that.
If they can't get Paul George and they can't get Markkanen and they end up not getting Butler or not getting KD, the only thing we're left with is, why did you guys think you could?
And why did you voice it?
Exactly.
Well, I'm just taking this Evan and Coach Kerr last night's down, and we should play that sound again. I felt like Kerr was defensive. And I think he's defensive because Friday it came across and he probably was notified or somebody told him, hey, Coach, it sounded like you were telling the world a trade is imminent.
I mean, we'll take a listen.
Yeah. After Friday's game, you said that it would be hard for you to envision this team standing pat at the deadline.
I didn't say that. What I said was we're 24 and 24, so we can't stand here and say, oh, we're good.
Yeah,
we'll stand pat. But I didn't say it's tough to envision. It's actually very easy to envision that. All that takes is there aren't any good deals out there. So I maybe my words were misconstrued, but my point is, like, if you're 500, you have to be open to everything.
Gotcha. Well, obviously with that, independent of the two teams and other teams that have made moves, is that still, you feel like the approach going into the deadline essentially 72 hours away?
Yeah, the deadline speeds things up and has a way of making teams, make their best offer. I know Mike is talking to everybody and on the phones and talking about potential deals because that's his job. And as I said the other night, if there's something that makes sense that can make us better, Mike's going to do it. And my point the other night was, when you're 500, you don't reserve the right to say, no, we're going to stand pat. We're fine. We're not fine. We're 500. We're in 10th or 11th place in the West. So we got to look at everything, but you don't chase bad deals either. So if there's nothing there, there's nothing there. We move forward.
All right, great job by our very own Evan Giddings.
But Steiny, I would just tell Kerr, if it was so simple as you being 500, of course you're looking, you guys wouldn't have been beating that drum just a week and a half ago about you don't want to mortgage the future.
Well, they don't. I believe it's all the truth. They don't want to mortgage their future. They would love to get Kevin Durant, I'm sure, and not give up first-round picks. But
and he'll join Willard and Dibbs today, Coach Kerr. But Steiny, my point is he's saying something. I heard him Friday, and again, I took it as we're all in. And my point to Coach Kerr is that was something different 2 weeks prior, though. You guys were saying a trade wasn't imminent.
This doesn't. They might have the best intentions.
I'm looking up at the TV. Warriors in. I don't know what we're watching. Warriors in on every star and trade deadline. Right. That's not good. I'll dance with any girl.
So you don't like that?
I don't.
Even though your boy said this.
Sitting at 500, got to expect that they're going to look to be aggressive. It's not an organization that's going to do anything dumb, but they're going to look to be aggressive, and I understand it. I respect it. So when you're sitting at 500 and you have the expectations as an organization that we have, it's definitely going to be a little more intense. And then you add into the fold of, like, Luka Doncic just got traded, so everyone think everything's possible at this point, right? If you saw that and you didn't call every superstar, you're crazy.
All right, so Draymond saying, like,
for you.
That's good. A lot of Warrior fans are saying they don't like that the Warriors are just making calls for anybody and everybody. There's your four-time champion saying they'd be foolish not to be calling.
Well,
every
he's
star.
The guy on his podcast just 10 days ago that was saying that they don't need to do some stuff. They could sit pat. He was preaching something different. And all I'm telling you, Steiny, is why I don't. Remember, he was saying, we don't want to mortgage the future. Don't just do it for me and Steph. Right. Now, all of a sudden, it's obvious to anybody, any bozo out here, that they need to make a trade. My point is, I want to trade, but when I hear and look everywhere I walk and to have vision that the Warriors are in on everybody, what that does to me is dwindle the chances of anything popping off. And what's curious is, why is it out there so much to this degree that if you don't get anybody, everybody's going to be disappointed? That's what I guess I'm saying. Why is it out there like this? They're attached to everybody.
Well, you love your owner, Everybody loves Joe Lacob.
But there's a poker face, too.
Oh, so he doesn't know how to play poker?
Evan said I had a good one the other day, but
he doesn't. So now we're doubting Joe Lacob, which is fine.
The volume on attached to everybody is cryptic to me, and I'm hoping it doesn't enable them not being able to get a deal. But what if you don't after you're saying it?
I don't think this is complicated. I really don't. They want to try to get a big player in here. They might not be able to. Why not? Because they don't have the assets. They don't have the wherewithal to give up all their picks. And if they come in Thursday and they don't make a move, I get there's going to be a lot of disappointment. But my first thought will be, this kind of confirms what I've always felt. They don't have what other teams want, or they're not willing to give up the very thing that the other team wants. And I remember...
I think we're past that.
Well,
I used to think Kuminga was off limits in pods, but now, Stoney, I could be brainwashed. I feel like the Warriors are saying we're open for business if we deem that guy worthy.
I mean, I don't think it's surprising. I mean, the Warriors are trying to figure out what would be worth it and what would not be worth it. And if they have dialogue about 5 stars and all those teams want something that they're looking at and they're saying, we cannot do this, they're not going to do it.
But don't you think you would know that within 2 days?
First of all, they can't even make a deal with Schroeder till tomorrow. He's no deal. He's no deal.
He's
absolutely. They also have to wait for Phoenix.
No, I'm saying Schroeder to a deal is not Kuminga in a deal.
No, but my point is,
you should already know what how far you want to go.
They can't trade Schroeder till tomorrow.
I understand that. My point being is, if they could, they would. I think Kuminga is the one where the way you just said it, to where they're like, do we really want to do this? Is what I'm saying. Well, and they should know what their bottom, and they may.
Well, maybe they would do it for Durant, but they wouldn't for Butler. They're conflicted. But they wouldn't do it for Levine, but they would for Vucevic. They would do it for KD, but not LeBron. I mean, that's what this is all about. And the bottom line is, they ain't in a driver's seat. And the reason they ain't in a driver's seat is because Phoenix is, and Bradley Beal is. And they can't get Durant if certain things happen between Phoenix and between Miami. They're at they're not in that one. They got to wait. Similarly, maybe they did have a deal. I firmly believe they had action for Zach LaVine, but it clearly involved Schroeder. Well, they couldn't make a deal with Schroeder in it until Wednesday. So they probably were like, if the deal's still there Wednesday, let's do it. And something better came around for Chicago. That's what happens at the deadline.
But real quick, Stoney, it may not have been Schroeder. They may have thought LaVine wasn't a fit.
Exactly. And then they didn't think he was worth it for whatever they were asking for. Again, let me read it one more time. Steve Kerr. Now listen here, everybody. Steve Kerr. We are in an almost impossible situation. We are at the fading end of a dynastic era, where no matter what we do, it's going to be hard. Right? I mean, they are where they're at right now. And here's the one thing I would say. Just because they haven't made a move yet doesn't mean they're not going to make a move. If they're going to make a move, it's not going to be today. It'll probably be tomorrow. 888-957-9570 is the number. What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment also brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
New year, fresh start. Why not with better water? Life Source Water gives you clean, filtered water from every tap with no salt and no frequent maintenance. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit LifeSource.
It's an unforgiving land.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Nice ball game last night, Moses Moody. All right, our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest is on. Check this out. Someone is going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That's a winner and 3 guests to Las Vegas, plus $5,000 for each guest. That's $20,000 total. You'll be staying at Circa, the premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. Stay at the Circa Resort and Casino, Las Vegas's premier sports viewing destination, and visit the biggest March Hoops party at Stadium Swim. We've been there, and it's just absolutely incredible. It's the ultimate viewing experience for the first 2 rounds of the college basketball championship. Winning is easy. This is all you got to do. Download the free Odyssey app right now, log in, and listen each day for a minimum of 1 hour, and that is your entry. This is a national contest. Download the Odyssey app now, and you might be headed to Vegas in March with $20,000. So download that Odyssey app, log in, listen for an hour, and you are automatically registered. Also, I know it's tough to keep straight, but we got another thing we're going to be giving away during today's crossover, which is coming up in about 30 minutes. We are going to be giving away a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game, that game's at Chase on Friday night, and then also All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. Listen to the crossover. That's between 1:50 and 2:10, and you will have a shot to go to the Rising Stars game on the Friday of All-Star weekend, and then the All-Star practice Saturday, which is in Oakland. That's during the crossover, so don't go anywhere. All right. Here's the latest. We played a lot of sound today. We're trying to update you on everything going on trade deadline related. And we've got a new piece of sound from Shams Charania of ESPN. This is the latest on what's going on with the Golden State Warriors.
How close is Miami to finding a trade partner for Butler?
Michael, logically, they are getting closer. We're inching closer to the February 6th, Thursday, NBA trade deadline. But I'm told the Heat still have not yet received the type of trade package that they want to move Jimmy Butler. They are engaged with multiple teams. Both sides have the same goal going into Thursday, and that's finding a trade out of Miami. I'm told the Suns and Warriors remain very key to watch here. Those are the 2 teams that it seems are the most likely right now in this situation. But from Jimmy Butler's perspective, the Suns are the only team right now that he is willing to commit long-term to. That's something that is known in league circles. How do the Heat handle this going into Thursday? How are other teams handling this? And how will it come down to Phoenix and Golden State? We'll see.
All right, that's Shams Charania, and obviously that soundbite to me tells me that the Warriors are still under the impression that Butler won't want to be here after the season. And then that's obviously problematic for the Warriors and Butler. But the bigger issue is whether or not Butler is going to get to Phoenix, if anywhere. And whether that happens or not impacts the Golden State Warriors.
And it's just funny that Bradley Beal, Steiny, holds the card in his hand with that no trade clause. It kind of makes you wonder how Luka didn't have one.
Yeah. 5-1. Well, only 2 guys have no trade clauses in the NBA right now, LeBron and Bradley Beal. Curry doesn't even have one.
What? Think about that.
Yep.
No Giannis?
Joe Lacob's never given a player a no trade clause.
Wow.
510. Hey, Steiny, why would Booker okay Durant to be traded? No way he'll let that happen. See, this is the kind of thing, though, that the Doncic
Saturday changed it.
The Doncic, you don't like. This is what the owners are kind of saying. I'm not going to get Booker's approval. I mean, it's the Joe Lacob. These guys are just players. Like if the
I
Mavs,
hear that, and
the Mavs traded Luka Doncic without him ever knowing, the hell do you have to get Booker's clearance on something?
But do understand this, though, Steiny, and I know I'm still on the other side of the street about, how real and authentic Anthony Edwards' comments were about now everybody should be on lookout. Anybody could get moved. I get that, and I'm like, do you really believe that? But the bottom line is we've heard Draymond a few weeks ago, a couple podcasts ago, talk about the Warriors getting his input on decisions. So you're thinking that's just all gone now after Saturday. Because we heard a different Draymond when he's talking about, no, Lakers don't like 500 and, it's tense in the locker room and anybody can get it.
Here's what I believe. If the Warriors had a deal for Draymond Green that they liked and Steph Curry was like, don't do that, I'm sorry. At this point, it's too late for that.
Wow.
It's too late for that.
Wow.
And as it relates to Durant, and it's not because of their past, but if they have an opportunity to get Durant, I would actually prefer Draymond being in the deal because at least if you get off Draymond and get Durant in here, the fundamental dynamic of the team changes. And I still don't think it can as long as Steph and Draymond are here.
Interesting.
Let's go to Action in Sacramento. What's up, Action?
Hey, what's going on with it, family? Shout out to Guru and Steiny, man.
Right on.
Thanks, man.
I think you folks got some good points going on, but at the end of the day, I think the general manager, I think people give a lot of credit to the players a lot. And it is a players' league, as they say right now, but I think general managers are not puppets, huh?
No.
So at the end of the day, what I was suggesting, instead of going big, maybe go medium.
I have no problem with that.
Warrior fan. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm an old school Warrior fan, so I always think about we need something more in the middle. We got Steph. We got some guard play. We got GP3. What about something like bringing a new Bowl son back?
Bobo!
I just pictured him.
Where is he now, by the way? Thanks for the call, Action. Huh?
No, he said GP3 is GP2, but go ahead. GP3.
Yeah, I don't know where Bowl is. The one thing that was a fallout from the Doncic trade happened today during the press conference. They were talking to Pelinka, the GM, about what the Lakers have now, and he said, well, look, we still have a lot of work to do. We need a big man. But he said the problem is, and this is Pelinka saying, the big man market is very thin. So that tells me maybe Vucevic is either the only guy out there and his price tag is too high, or they don't like the other big men that are out there enough to even pursue him.
What about my man, remember Dre broke his hand in D.C., Valanciunas? Donnie, why is his name not brought up?
Probably because he stinks.
But I think him and Vucevic are about the same.
Yeah, I think Vucevic is better.
Donut butt. Yeah. No, that's Luka, Evan. I just feel bad for the kid, man.
For who?
Luka.
Why?
Because the world body shamed him and said it was okay, but nobody had the guts to even say something as crazy as that until he got traded.
Right. They haven't been trying behind the scenes to get him in shape.
But I'm talking about the Jackals didn't feel comfortable saying, that's right, we saw it. This dude is the Luka the Don. Okay. This dude is a future Hall of Famer already.
They tried to get him to get in shape for 5 years, and he never did.
But he got you to the finals.
That's right.
He played 40 minutes.
That's right.
22 playoff games.
They determined he doesn't want it enough.
Averaged 34 last night. Stoney, what do I need to – something happen. We'll find out. And now the Lakers got their next LeBron James.
Something happened is right. They grew frustrated with him, clearly. I mean, this is where it's like it's not – I mean, specifically, do we know? No, but we do know. We do know. He's a franchise player they moved off of. That tells me
25.
They didn't like the kind of franchise player he was. Yeah. And I think they probably thought he wasn't a great leader.
He was a drinker, a eater.
I don't know about all that stuff.
No, we saw the video. We didn't even bring this up after they beat Minnesota last year, May. They beat Minnesota in the playoffs. He's drinking a beer with his dad in the locker behind whatever. And Mike Finley, the old Mav, comes and just takes it from him like if it was cocaine or something. I'm like, damn, let the dude enjoy it. But you're right. They didn't want to hitch their wagon to him and pay the Supermax. But I tell you what, Stoney, the Lakers got there next to LeBron James.
Well, they got there next after LeBron James. I don't think they're that concerned with, well, how long are LeBron and Doncic going to play together?
Oh, no, not at all. Like LeBron could be.
Yeah. LeBron's expendable.
But you talked about this. You were the one saying the Lakers got a way to do things, Goo, and they go get the free agent, but never in a million years would I thought it would be a trade like this to give them a guy that's already made.
They also gave the Lakers a discount.
What is Nico Harrison
cost
doing?
Luka Doncic $120 million.
Well, that, man.
Well, and it saved them $120. I think is another way they looked at it. I'm talking about Dallas.
I'm sure, but Luka's also going to take less money playing in California than he is in Texas.
Boy, those state taxes. Now, this is the time I get into that. Like,
and this is the time I'm like, don't tell me about a $70 million guy paying extra taxes.
Yeah.
I mean, I miss me with that one.
Gun to your head right now. Somebody used it on me. Warriors make a trade or not by Thursday.
Of course. Yeah.
What makes you say of course?
I'll tell you what. You want a big man? This is a great name, 650. You can go get Nurkic right now if you want to. I guarantee it. You can go get Nurkic.
And I used to like him.
Enough.
Yeah, he ain't going to take us to the promised land.
Yeah, him and Draymond are going to play really well together.
Boy.
Just saying.
You want another fight?
I'm just saying. Would you trade... now,
DeAndre Ayton's tiny. I like him.
I'm not crazy about him.
They beat Portland. Phoenix twice.
Let's go to Orden in Atlanta. What's going on, man? How you doing?
Oh, hi. How you doing?
Doing well.
I just wanted to talk about the trades. I feel like the Warriors, they will not make a trade because, it's the Warriors for the past couple of years. A year ago, we heard that, they was going to make a trade for a big superstar. And they'll never do. I feel like they should just settle for a medium player. Go find somebody that's kind of like they could just get us some rebounds, like a couple of points. Like my boy from the Jazz, like Kessler, like he could just give you a good couple of points, couple of rebounds. That's what we need. I feel like we need a forward that can score. I feel like they shouldn't trade Draymond, even though, Draymond brought a lot of stuff to this franchise that's haven't been good in a couple of years. I feel like they should keep Draymond, and that's all I have. I feel like they should make a trade, but I just got a feeling they won't make a trade.
Yeah.
I want to trade Steiny, but my point last segment was when I see it plastered everywhere that they're in on everybody, I get caution. I just proceed with caution. Like, man, I get it in regard to activity.
Anything about the Warriors?
And then a trade.
No, you wouldn't.
That's usually how they're done.
No, it's not.
Did anybody see the Luka trade coming?
Well, that's the only trade in the last 10 years that never got out. That's what made it incredibly special. I guarantee you,
the Fox stuff, there was noise.
Fox to San Antonio.
Yeah, there was noise.
Okay? If Butler gets to Phoenix, nobody's going to be able to say, boy, I didn't see that coming. Or even if KD ends up with the Warriors. Everything's being reported.
Is there any part of you that could if KD were to be a dub, even though you would wholeheartedly disagree with what's going to Phoenix, is there part of Matt Steinmetz that says, you know what, Goo, I understand why they did it?
Did what?
If they were to pull off a trade for Durant.
Yeah, I would understand it. It doesn't mean I would agree with it, or it doesn't mean I would support it, because we won't find out how costly it could be till down the line. And in the meantime, you better get better. You better get noticeably better. The one thing, the way that if the Warriors were to get Durant,
man, I love the sound of it.
I mean, the deal that was being talked about would be Durant. The key pieces would be Durant would go to the Warriors, Wiggins would end up in Miami, and Butler would end up in Phoenix. But Butler probably wants to play with Durant. But if they can't get rid of Beal, I'm talking about Phoenix because he's got a no trade, but they really want Butler, and they don't think Kevin Durant is going to sign an extension after next year, then maybe they think about moving Durant, and then the Warriors
benefit.
They benefit, but it'll cost them Wiggins. It'll cost them Kuminga. It'll probably cost them I had one in there. Somebody had exactly what it would cost. And, but you get Durant, there's a good chance picks are going out. And the picks will be probably going out to Miami. 888-957-9570 is the number. Yeah, the Durant would be, it cost you Wiggins, Kuminga, Schroeder, and maybe Moody.
You're going to say I'm living in the past, but the last time he was in a Warrior uniform, Stoney, 3 straight trips to the NBA Finals, man. Kevin Durant.
And how's that relevant right now?
Last time they played together, they had success. That's all. Last time they were in the studio, they made a hit record.
Well, they lost.
Well, in my book, they didn't. They got injured, but yeah. They got 2.
Yeah. I don't know. Meanwhile, the Warriors have back-to-back coming up tomorrow. They are at Utah and then at the Los Angeles Lakers. So they still got to play games in the meantime. Right now, they're tied for 9th in the Western Conference.
We just had a caller talk about, is the GM the puppet to the owner? And Steiny, the owner, to me, if I were owner, it's all on me. You can go concoct all kind of deals, but I'm the one that's going to say yay or nay. It's kind of funny how any GM basically gets fired when you got to basically bow down to the owner. How bad does Mike D look in this if they can't get a deal done?
I don't think he looks bad, but I'm going to be in the minority. I mean, I don't think he looks bad. I think the guy who looks more bad would be Lacob for selling this entire fan base for a year that they had both the pieces and the guts to make a big move. They reshaped their roster in the offseason so that they would have multiple players with tradable salaries. That's why they did what they did after they couldn't get Markkanen and after they couldn't get George. So, if they can't make a deal, my first thought was, well, why did you think you were going to be able to all this time? What changed? What did you miscalculate? I don't know. I don't know. Joe Lacob and the Warriors are about to become Jerry Jones, says the 925. Go ahead, Goo.
No, nowhere near. You're a year removed from making the playoffs.
No, but like a guy who came in, beginning of his tenure, successful, and then maybe this is the start of how many years the Cowboys not made
forever 30, but it's not nowhere near. You don't even got a car yet to even be on that road.
He doesn't want to hear this 415.
Say it.
Look who KD had around him 7 years ago. Livingston, Iguodala, West, Clay.
The KD I saw Friday nights, Donnie, that you said pissed on the Warriors.
He had 19.
It ain't even about how his point total. The dude's still a bucket.
Okay.
And he'll help Curry. He'll help Dre.
But will he help the Warriors enough to make it worthwhile?
Why I think we're hearing reports that they're in, the basketball people think so.
Well, they might think so until they realize they have to give up 3 first-round picks. And then they're going to say no.
And that would be every other year, right?
Yeah. Here's a little tidbit that I read from Logan Murdoch.
Who's back making the news.
In the summer of 2023, that's when the Warriors signed Draymond to his 4-year, $100 million deal. The Warriors had a sign and trade for him that would have brought the Warriors Steven Adams, Dylan Brooks, and Tyus Jones. And the Warriors said, we're going to re-sign Draymond Green rather than make that move. It's according to Logan Murdoch of The Ringer.
And Dylan Brooks is just, man, you can't hate his game right now. And Jones, oh my gosh, Steiny. What's Steiny say to that?
Yeah, too bad. You didn't do it. That's what I would say. Just like if you're telling me last year they had a deal for who? CP3 and somebody for Levine?
It was Wiggins.
Oh, maybe never mind.
Well, his value wasn't as high.
Right. That's true. It wasn't. But, that's the other thing. You turned down a deal for Levine last year, so now or maybe in the offseason, now it's the trade deadline, and they want more for Levine because he's having a pretty good year, and now the price is too high.
And I like Jones, Donnie, true point guard, man.
Yeah. So, 888. Oh, boy.
What we got now? Nothing can steal our joy, man.
No, not today.
Yeah.
It's.
And I got some bad news to share with you.
Oh, by the way, what do you want to ask me?
I'll do that for the crossover.
With the other guys in here?
Yeah. Because it has something to do with them. Okay. But there were some top 20 rankings that came out for shows across the nation. Last year, we were on our way to Vegas, you, myself, and your daughter. And we were 9th. I got bad news, Sonny. We dropped to 15th.
Nah, you hate to see it.
But we made the top 20.
So did the Warriors. We're 15th. That's about what the Warriors are. They're right.
Evan, we still made it.
15 equals 500.
And they used the picture of me punching you.
Yeah.
Both going to be dormant at the deadline.
That's Evan and Kerr, man.
Now,
play it again for me. Start one more time.
Yeah, well, it's long. It's too long.
By the way, Steve Kerr's, I believe.
Oh, yeah, the Willard and Dibbs.
He's going to be joining Willard and Dibbs today at 3:15.
Oh, 3:15?
What if Evan jumped the mic?
No, I talked to him.
I know that. Did you?
Kerr's fun. Like,
that's awesome.
Yeah, he's honestly really cool.
I love Evan.
I
love Kerr.
That exchange was nothing.
No, it lets you know in Warrior Land, people ain't sleeping. That he was testy. It was his version of testy.
I mean, that's not very testy if that's testy. And don't get me wrong.
I didn't say that.
Evan handled himself like a true pro.
No doubt.
But there was no acrimony there. 415, Guru loves Steph.
What's that mean?
More than he loves the Warriors.
And I told you that. Don't play. Come on. And I'm not going to hold the players accountable. Stop. I'm seeing something with Steph, and I think it's the tendonitis.
Okay. Yeah.
I truly. Astounded. I went to the lab.
Okay, it's the tendonitis.
What does that mean?
What does that mean?
How do you beat it?
Thank you.
McCaffrey beat it?
Tell you what.
Yeah.
Well, we don't know that he beat it.
He came back and something else went out, but still.
You're really comparing McCaffrey to Curry?
No, just the tendonitis, that bilateral tendonitis kept a man off the football field for 2 months. So it's serious, is what I'm saying.
Let's
it's serious.
Right, but
all that pounding on the hardwood, up and back, and he's still not complaining.
Okay, but yeah, right. So
you don't think something's up with him?
Yes, he's 36 going on 36.
More than that.
No, I don't.
Wow, Stein.
I absolutely
I feel like you're
don't.
being basketball stingy with that. I get you. I give you the age, but come on, something's up.
Who cares if he's got tendonitis? He's 37. I mean, guess what? That's when you get tendonitis. Like,
that's funny.
I mean, this idea that, I get it. You know, Steph's not the player he was, but it almost feels like, it does feel like, and I get it, if they get a big boy in here, it might rejuvenate Steph.
Okay.
But it ain't going to turn him back into 2019. It's just not.
But that goes back to just how Celebrini and the staff are treating these knees.
How's it going? He's going to play 65 games this year. You really want 3 guys on your team, all of whom, at the most, are going to play 65 games? Like, how does that team become a high enough seed to do damage? 888-957-9570 is the number. Oh, my God. Coming up, hey, listen, stay right here. On the other side, on the crossover with Willard and Dibbs, you're going to get a chance to win a pair of tickets to both the NBA Rising Stars game, that's at Chase on Friday night, and also the All-Star practice in Oakland, which is on Saturday. So don't go anywhere. That's coming up on the other side. That segment also brought to you by Safeway.
This week at Safeway, it's all about buy 5, get 5 free when you buy 10 mix and match participating items for members. Here are just a few: Coca-Cola, 7-Up, Pepsi, or Smart Water beverages of various sizes. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Guru, and I'm smiling, and I'm excited, and I'm here to tell you why. Abundant Life Weight Loss has done wonders for me early in 2025. Last week was another huge week for me, and now down a total of 15 big ones. Let me share my secret to losing 1 pound of fat.
numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, the crossover is brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. All right, coming up in the next 20 minutes, we are going to be giving away 2 tickets to both the Rising Stars game on Friday of All-Star Weekend and then the All-Star Practice Saturday, which is at Oracle Arena. In the next 20 minutes, when you hear this sound, John Sally, when you hear John Sally,
just once,
you're going to call the contest line at 415-523-4652. Not now. And we'll pick a certain caller who will get those tickets. So sometime in the next 20 minutes, you're going to hear John Sally. And when you do, you call 415-523-4652, but not now.
Right.
What's up, Dibs and Willard? How you doing, guys?
Great, yeah.
Good to see you.
Made it in. We kind of got here in between the storms. This morning was crazy, and then now it's kind of starting again. So we kind of threaded the needle a little bit getting in here, but in between, you guys have been great. You guys have been killing it.
I've missed my man.
And I mean, it's good to see you, Goo, but it's almost hard to see you because I mean, you're down so many pounds here with Abundant Life Weight Loss. You're looking fantastic.
Yeah,
dude.
and I've had to get a haircut, so I look like I lost some more tomorrow. Shout out Marky D and DNR Barbershop. 15 big ones. So I text you this morning. I text Willard, and I tease Willard. You'll like this. Steiny, I had a big favor of him to ask, and I'm about to do it now. He's been waiting on a show. Okay. May 3rd is the annual Warriors World Tournament, and everything that's gone on in 2025. Tomorrow's not promised. And I just want to enjoy my brothers, and I want to get up there and fight. So now that I'm down 15, I'm still hooping. Yeah. I asked you to coach the team, and I'm going to take, you think about it 1 second, we'll come back to you. I want to take this time, Steiny, because I sent Willard a text. I knew he would text right back. Willard, can you play? Because you're still a Slim Jim. Will you play? And your answer was, Will?
Maybe.
Okay. Now I'm about to hit it to Mr. Franklin and Marshall.
I mean, May
3rd. It's a Saturday.
That's a long time from now.
But I'm GMing.
I know, but I don't
Evan can't play.
I don't want to Here's what I'll promise you. I'll make every effort when we get a little closer. Let's firm it up.
All right. But
just know,
because we need the roster to hand in.
If I play, I will shoot a 3.
Okay.
But I'm not going in there.
All right.
I'm not going in there.
And how about Mr. Franklin and Marshall?
I love you, but I'm not getting hurt for you.
What do you want to know?
Would you play with us?
No.
We have a spot readily available for you.
No chance. Absolutely not.
When was the last time you played in a competitive basketball game? Because I've known you for 17 years, and I don't know if I've ever known you in that sphere. So it might have been 20 years since you've been like going up and down and doing the thing.
I would say the last time I played pickup basketball was about when I was,
40?
let's say 15 years ago.
Oh, wow.
40, 45.
Yeah.
Because Abundant Life Weight Loss, Doc, they have me ready.
Well, hold on. Yeah, that's the last time I was playing pickup. I was in regular, back then I was playing regular pickup games with Chris Mullen. But that was 15 years ago. So
and Dan Devone. Yeah, I heard Dan Devone.
No, Devone was 35 years ago.
Gotcha. Yeah. But yeah, Dibs, they got me down 15, Abundant Life Weight Loss. I'm ready, man.
No, you look good.
I'm ready to go out there.
And that gets me a little bit more interested in coaching the team. But as I said to you earlier, I said right away, like, there's somebody else who I thought would be a better coach, but apparently, I mean, I don't want to say Benedict Arnold, but Bonte Dick Arnold.
Well, he's got a team now. We got to go up against him.
Right.
NBC.
And so my follow-up text to you was, who's on the roster? And so until I hear who's on the roster, and I think about Steve Kerr, who joins us today.
I can't wait.
At 3:15, Mark? Is that right? 3:15?
3:15.
Steve Kerr. And Steve Kerr, when he decided to coach the Warriors, he had a choice between New York and Golden State. And I don't know if he looked at the roster and made that choice, but I am. And until I know who's going to play alongside you, I don't want to go out and coach in the Warriors World Tournament and go over.
Yeah. Now, we won't. We got K. Diddy from our sister station in Sacramento, Mr. Sac State, a baller. He's on the team.
All right.
So I was going to try to get Steiny, Willards, and maybe. Let's go. I'm still hooping. Let's get it. Carter Chickering, big man.
Oh, we got a stretch five.
That's all I'm saying. Quitting post.
Yeah. Okay. So I'll check the roster and I'll make my decision because when you've coached as long as I have and you've won as much as I have, you have options. So it's not like I'm out here thirsty. Yeah. I'm not desperate like the Warriors.
But when I was single, that was my analogy. Speaking of the Warriors, Will and Dibs, I told Steiny, it'd be 1 o'clock closing time, and at 12:52, I was making my rounds trying to. I feel like the Warriors are that, but and I don't know if I like it.
Sometimes it's better to go home alone. Shout out Macaulay Culkin than it is to go, and get desperate and find some thirst trap, and you wake up in the morning, it's like, oh my God, we traded for whom? Oh God!
But I take Kevin Durant, Willard. I know you don't like that. The future.
What are you talking about?
Last I left, I had you and you're worried about the future more than aging guys like Kevin.
No.
I must have got him. My bad.
No, I would take Kevin Durant in a heartbeat.
Wow, me too.
I'd take Kevin Durant in a heartbeat. Now, yeah, I gotta know what's going out, and all of that. Like, I heard you guys with some sort of was it Jake Fisher's proposal?
That's a lot.
It was just all of the draft picks and all of the players. It's like, well, God, it feels like I'm getting slapped in the face here for a second. But just the mere idea of Kevin Durant back on the Warriors, I think, is a huge win. And in general, I think that organizations in sports, this is not to say trade. I'm not going to do the Rams F them picks, and I'm not going to say that Jonathan Kuminga is not a nice player. But in general, organizations that keep pitching to their fan base, the future, those are bad organizations.
And man,
those are crappy teams. That's what they do. They keep pitching that because they don't have anything else to pitch.
I love that.
So I'm not trying to run this through will they win a ring if they get Kevin? I just think that's a top-level player. That's a very interesting, watchable team. It's a better team.
They don't have his talent in the building right now.
They do not. And for 3-4 years down the road, that's a lot of time. Yes. And you've got ways to reboot whatever it is you're doing. If it goes south,
look at the Lakers,
or if people just age out. Yep. Yeah, that's a long time from now in the NBA.
And this is from Mark Stein. There's a measure of concern for the Warriors beyond the ongoing challenge of trying to get Kevin Durant, the reluctant Suns, to actually part with Durant in the first place, and about Durant's true willingness to return to the Bay Area for a second engagement after no shortage of tumult during his highly successful first stint as a Warrior. But I gotta believe that's what
Draymond.
Friday was all about.
I will say this, right? They were here Friday, and his agent sat with Joe Lacob and all of that. So, but also, I've heard a lot of callers, listeners, a lot of people have reached out about that thought. For what it's worth, we had Nick Friedel on yesterday.
Oh, man.
Friedel covered those Warriors. He was in that locker room frequently. He told us yesterday he does not think it would be a problem. And Kevin Durant playing with Draymond Green again.
Yeah, they've done a podcast, whatever that means,
right,
but they did.
That's different than being teammates, but you're right. Like I
think they feel like they might need each other at this juncture. Dibs, look what Durant's doing in Phoenix.
I just think that's a long time ago. That's a long time ago what happened.
Yeah, and I just wonder what it looks like, when you have to part with whatever you have to part with and whether or not that's good enough. And I do think that, Steiny, you keep drilling down on the biggest part of all this, which is the Dennis Schroeder availability, which starts tomorrow. I don't know if it starts at noon or if it starts at midnight tonight. I don't know when that actual
probably midnight.
I can trade you deadline hits, but I think that he becomes the most tradable piece of this because he's expiring. He doesn't fit. He's $13 million. So if you want to, trade for Kevin Durant, and I know 3 teams involved could be a little bit easier. And, Mark, you spent your morning trying to do all the machinations of what it would mean for how much you would have to spend to send. And, could you do it without Wiggins and just, you keep Wiggins, you send out Kuminga and picks and whatever it would be. I do think that, getting KD, for me, if you really want to make a splash, that's the move.
Let me ask you guys this. Especially because not only we're now suddenly talking about Kevin Durant, I have been, up until now, anytime there was the framework of a deal that included Wiggins and Kuminga, I'm like, no, you're going to get a wing back and give up 2, you're worse. All right. But now we're talking Kevin Durant. That's a different level. And Moses Moody's starting to get a little run and consistency. What do you guys like better as a pairing of wings? Wiggins and Kuminga or Durant and Moody?
Durant and Moody for me.
Steiny? And you can take everything into account.
Like the picks.
You can take
we got 2 11s.
Well, just focus on that.
Yeah, I mean, if I could get Durant, and not give up any picks.
But you can take the future into account if you want. You know, like Kuminga's future, you can take that into account if you want. But which set of wings do you like better?
Well, I mean, I probably like Durant and whoever, but because I like this is where I'm at. We are in an almost impossible situation, said Steve Kerr.
I don't like this.
We are at the fading end of a dynastic era where no matter what the team does, it's going to be hard. That's what he said yesterday to Logan Murdoch. And, like, that's kind of the way I feel. Like, there's nothing perfect out there. There isn't. So the Warriors have to figure out what degree of imperfect they're willing to gamble on. And if they feel like Durant pairing him back with Steph and getting rid of, 3 or 4 guys and 2 or 3 picks, if they think that's worth it, they'll do it. I wouldn't do that, but that's just me, and I'm not running the Warriors.
Yeah, and it just depends on what you think you can do now versus what you think you can do later. And I do think that if you do whatever you want to do now, I don't think it's good enough to get you to a title. Now, could you be a top 6 seed and get playoff series and Steph Curry and KD and Draymond? Yeah, maybe. Maybe that is enough for you to give up multiple picks and give up Kuminga and give up Wiggins and whatever else it would cost. But for me, I'm more interested in keeping my assets and, trying to get a little bit better. And if you can get KD in here without giving up picks or more than 1 pick, then I'm here for that as well.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. John Sally.
I got something that's better than
hold on, there it is.
Reporter.
There it is.
Okay,
there it is. There's your opportunity. Caller number 5 to the contest line at 415-523-4652. Caller number 5. You get 2 tickets to win to the NBA Rising Stars game on Friday at Chase, and then 2 tickets to All-Star practice in Oakland on Saturday. You want 2 tickets for All-Star weekend, Rising Stars game Friday, All-Star team practices on Saturday. Caller number 5 to 415-523-4652. Caller number 5. All right.
Great job.
Go ahead, Will.
I was just going to say, this just in, that the Warriors are the favorites to land Kevin Durant, according to
Shams.
No.
Stein.
No.
Amick.
No. Even better.
Woj.
Vegas.
Bovada.
Trust yourself, Goo. You had to be out.
Yeah.
I love my name.
I use you wager, so I didn't.
That's my man. His name is Bovada.
I love it when you call me Bovada.
Bovada.
Yeah.
So is that Jimmy Shapiro?
Essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll ask you this, Willard.
It's
Is that
the
a good or
offshore
bad
stuff.
thing that they're the leader?
I listen. I made the point last week, and I'll make it again because I thought it ended up playing pretty well into the weekend. I'm a big fan of the deals that we're not hearing about. Like to me, when things are this loud, it just says that general managers are trying to leverage one another. So whenever it's this telegraphed, I'm sort of like, I'm thinking it's probably not going to happen.
And that's what I've been telling you the last hour.
Think about Phoenix and the mechanics of what Phoenix is doing. Bradley Beal is on the bench.
He's got all the power, though.
Right. You have Devin Booker. They're not going to trade him. Bradley Beal is on the bench, and he wants something else, and yet he has the full trade, the no-trade clause. So you can't really deal with Bradley Beal unless he has a surefire place where he wants to go. I don't know if he does. And you want Jimmy Butler. Jimmy Butler wants you. You want Jimmy Butler. So if you're Phoenix, you've got 4 guys for 3 spots. And even that I don't think is sustainable, but just for the short term.
Yeah.
So if you want to keep Devin, and Bradley is a hard no, he's got his arms folded in the corner like a petulant toddler. And believe me, I know what that's about. So now it comes down to KD. And if it is KD, the odd man out, and KD wants to go somewhere, where would KD want to go? And I don't pretend to know what KD would want, but if I'm thinking about KD, he wants to go somewhere either where he can win right away, not available, or somewhere familiar, that's available. So the odds to me, if you're going to be Phoenix and you're going to try to do something for Jimmy Butler, it becomes what Mark was talking about earlier in the week and last week, where it's a 3-team, it's a Jimmy, it's a KD,
right,
and it's the Warriors doing what they have to do to make it work.
I agreed, and also, like, if you look around the league, a lot of times it has to do with how many teams either are interested or could even make it work.
Right.
But look at the stars around the league, whether it's by their choosing or not. These deals largely end up not being about the league. It's one team. De'Aaron, send me to San Antonio. Cool, you're a Spur. Butler is like, I'm a son. I'm a son or I'm sitting here. We're not doing this. I'm going to Phoenix. Luka, he had nothing to say, but the Mavericks did. L.A. We're calling L.A. We're not calling anybody but L.A.
So strange.
Because we want Anthony Davis. So
and I would imagine the agent for Luka was probably a part of like, hey, Luka wants to go to L.A. I would bet, and we may never know.
You
but
don't buy that he was caught off guard by this?
I buy it, but I also do think that Luka had gotten fat. He had gotten like uninterested in playing basketball.
He took you to the finals. He played 40 minutes in 22
And
playoff games.
what has he done for the past 6 weeks?
I can't think.
And all they talked about is the culture. Like, it's not that he's not a culture. No, but Anthony Davis is a culture ad.
And street clothes is his nickname.
Yeah, but Luka hadn't been playing
Luka hasn't played since Christmas.
And I'd argue, though, what sort of gives me pause there.
Something happened.
Luka gave up over $100 million when this happened. So I can't think that he brokered himself anywhere else.
But if you don't want to stay in Dallas, $100 million is worth nothing.
I don't think he didn't want to stay in Dallas. He literally said at his press conference today when they asked him, did you ever say that you wouldn't sign the Supermax?
No, he never said it.
And he just got a home in Dallas.
Yeah, he just bought a house there like a few weeks ago.
Sure, and I mean, you could buy a house in Dallas with like pocket change.
But why would you do that if you were trying to get out of there?
Because you could resell it for 10% more in 4 years.
I don't know.
Why would you not play with a calf strain for 7 weeks and then now you're going to be healthy in a week?
Because maybe you actually had a calf strain.
Maybe. Or it could be that your head coach,
third one in 4 years.
Coach is asking you to actually guard somebody, and you don't want to guard anybody.
I don't know. Jason Kidd looked as shocked by this.
He looked like a held hostage. That was uncomfortable.
And if it were with the agent and the player, look, I can't tell you you're wrong. I have no idea either. But the whole
25 years old, Willard,
it was
generational,
and it was so quiet. So, like, I actually do believe this was 2 GMs, and largely that was it.
And then Nico Harris. Oh, go ahead.
It would have gotten out.
There was a better package. It looks like he turned down. Like, what are you doing?
Probably.
Look,
what's up? Hi, Stein.
Doncic has been in Dallas how long?
7 years.
7 years. Yep. They know him better than anybody else.
Gotcha.
Exactly.
The Supermax is
345.
5 years, 345.
Correct.
I'm pretty sure that averages out to $70 million
69
a year.
That's where we're heading.
Right.
They
69.
thought that was too much for him. Because to pay a guy 70, you got to be Steph Curry. You got to be great and willing to pay the price.
He averaged 34 points a game last year.
But he's leaving his game on the table.
Okay.
And they're not convinced that he's ever going to get as serious as a guy like LeBron or Steph and those guys.
I agree with both of you. I agree with both of you because he just took a team to the finals less than a year ago.
In his worst shape, if we want to say that. Like, come on.
But Dallas is thinking if we're having these conversations when you're 25, if we're worried about your weight and your beer when you're 25.
But we're in the finals, it's okay.
No, it's not okay.
Not if we're projecting now of we're going to do this until you're 31. Like, I can understand. I don't know that that's what happened, but from Steiny's perspective, I get that. That could be
And what I told Steiny, and Luka don't know me, I'm not Johnny Cochran for him, but Dibs, what I don't like is the world fat-shamed him after the fact. Nobody stepped into a microphone talking about, I'm worried about Luka, this or that. The dude averaged 34 a game, been to a Western Conference Finals, the overweight, been to a finals. Okay, so let's add to that. But once the trade is consummated, then all the know-it-alls are, I've always was worried about Luka. Well, something's off here, and we're going to find out what it is.
Where were they last year at the deadline? They were dead in the water until they brought in Gafford and Lively, right?
Yes.
So they brought in two legitimate pieces, and then now Luka led them to the finals?
What about 2 years ago? They were in the Western Conference Finals against the Warriors.
And what happened here?
No, they got there.
And that was 3 years ago, and they got motorboated, and he was largely obliterated. And watch the finals last year against Boston.
The dude's
he
clutch
got dominated. You know what he is? He is empty calories.
Wow.
And he's a guy who cannot defend. He loves to eat those healthy, big meals. He's a cigarette smoker.
But it works.
Dude, he
averaged 40 minutes in 22 playoff games last night.
When you say it works, okay, you say it works.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what, he's got something going on clearly. All right, Chris Mullin early in his career was averaging 23 a game.
Okay.
He had a drinking problem. You know what? It was working. But you know what? He got right, and he became another level player. If they don't believe Luka is willing to pay the price, I wouldn't sign him to $70 million.
I wish I were the Lakers now, though. That's what I'm saying. For what you didn't have to give up to get him, and now after LeBron, it's Luka at 25. What if he takes it serious? And to say he's not one of the clutchest dude.
What if Zion Williamson lost 30 pounds?
That's different. Nah, that's different.
Joel Embiid actually played
his
basketball.
game ain't nowhere near Luka the Don, man. I love me some Zion.
We can play the what if game all you want. Like, what if Zion actually played more than half the games in his
but
career?
I'm giving you some facts.
What if Kawhi Leonard was interested in playing
finals
basketball?
I'm with you.
We can play
the what if game all you want, and it's all the same.
No, but you're comping Luka to people who've literally done nothing.
No.
Yes, we are.
No, it's more
Kawhi's done nothing? Kawhi's won 2 titles.
You just brought up Zion.
That's a conditioning comparison.
You brought up Chris Mullin, who never went to anywhere.
And I brought up
in the
Kawhi Leonard, a guy who actually doesn't have an interest in playing basketball.
That was one name.
What I'm saying is, they feel he's got some of the same issues as Zion Williamson.
Maybe. We don't actually know that. No one has come out and said it. I
don't know.
I get it. They're projecting. But I feel like you guys are taking it a little too far with the Luka hasn't proven that it worked. Luka proved that it worked.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Top 3 players.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the Mavericks decided that he couldn't reach a certain level. That's all I'm saying.
Would you have done it? I wouldn't have given up on a guy that when he's at his worst can take us to the finals.
Maybe they've been on his ass for 5 years.
I would have at least tried to get more.
Maybe.
But you know what? Come on now.
The minute it gets out, he ain't going anywhere.
But it didn't get out.
It didn't.
Well, that's the point.
So you could have got more.
No.
And wait
the
a
minute
minute,
you would have talked to more teams. But Luka Doncic available.
Hold up. De'Aaron Fox was telegraphed
3
and got more first rounders.
How does that happen? But we didn't hear really about that deal.
Sure we did. Like literally for a whole week, everyone's like, De'Aaron's about to get traded.
He's going to San Antonio.
He's going to San Antonio.
Right.
But last year, Mikal Bridges got
and the Kings got multiple picks and a guy who's averaging 25 a night.
Right.
So
Bridges, though,
you
got
can say the Kings didn't get enough, and that I don't agree with that.
I didn't. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that
Dallas
the Mavericks didn't get enough.
Well, you don't know what the market would have been if they would have put him out there.
Damn.
I mean, you get to the summer, and now Luka is going to get into I don't want to play here mode, and it's going to turn into a whole thing. Dallas got ahead of it, and they got an all NBA player. So
a champion.
But the point of getting ahead of it, to get ahead of it, you've got to make good on it. And the market is out there, guys. You can't say you don't know what the market is for Luka. The market for great NBA players.
Yeah, here comes the Mikal Bridges comp.
No, but I already said it.
What it is.
I don't know. This would be like saying Brock Purdy should take $30 million. The market is it's crystal clear.
The market for trades is not the same as the market for a free agent contract.
This is a market for someone who is 25 and soon to be a free agent.
Oh my God.
This is and by the way, no one's going to leave LA. That's
right. So if you don't want to pay him $350 million and you decide that you want to trade him, then you have to decide what the market is at this moment.
I mean, it's more than that.
But you left some meat on the bone.
It's more than that.
That's all.
And by the way, that's not
even your opinion. That it's more than that.
And the opinion of the whole NBA.
De'Aaron Fox should not get you more than Luka.
No other team, no other GM has come out and said, well, you know what? We would have given him this.
Why the hell would they do that?
So you don't know what the market is.
Okay, but the Shams?
Everybody, Shams and all the rest of them, you are projecting. They're projecting their opinion.
I also
the
believe,
market is what the market
I'm with
is.
you, Will.
I also believe. I believe that if it got out that hey, Nico Harrison and the Mavericks have made Doncic available, and we watched for 2 days. Oh, guess what? There's bidding war. They wouldn't have traded him. They would not have traded him.
Maybe not.
Well, exactly.
Maybe not. But you could still do it. You had time.
Steiny, why didn't you get more?
Because he's hurt now, and I don't. I'll tell you this. I don't think he would have been back for the Mavericks on Saturday.
Well, that's a different story than why they did
the Lakers, right?
They should have got a heist from Dallas, from the Lakers. Connecting picks, you got one?
I don't know if that's relevant to what they got back. I don't know if that's relevant. I read that as Dallas still wants to pitch to their fan base that they want to win, and there was one specific star in return who they felt actually could still make them relevant, and that was Anthony Davis.
Right.
But if they used that to lower Luka's value, I'm sorry, that's criticism worthy. There's nobody in the NBA who thinks Luka Doncic at age 25 would only return one first-round pick.
Come on.
Okay.
That's nuts.
What about the player?
NBA player.
Of all the
5 times.
But of all the players out there,
put some respect on his name.
Levine, KD.
Yeah.
Davis is better than all those guys.
And Luka's better than him. Well, he's 25.
There's no doubt. 25. And I love the AD.
Well, let's see what happens with Luka.
Yeah,
I mean, seriously.
And AD for that matter, Stein.
Like, this guy's been the Mavericks have dealt with Luka for 6 years. There's something they don't like.
No doubt.
Okay.
No doubt. But that doesn't have anything to do with the leverage they had in that moment in the dark to get a better return.
Okay.
That's all
Nico
I'm saying.
Harrison says, we're not in love with Luka. Let's think about moving him. Who would we want? Anthony Davis.
Great.
That's the only guy we would want. Okay? And you know what? We can't trade Luka to Memphis because Memphis knows he's not going to re-sign in Memphis. So you're not going to get a lot from Memphis. The Lakers obviously think they can re-sign him. So if they want Davis, he was their number one pick or number one thing, and Pelinka's like, you can have Davis, but we're only giving you one first. Maybe you take it.
You know what's funny? Anthony Davis himself was only going to be traded to the Lakers, and New Orleans got more in return than what Dallas got for Luka.
And how long ago was that?
5
years ago?
Years?
Okay.
Yeah, 4 years.
So you're going to draw a comp to Anthony Davis when he was 26 at his peak.
That's where
to
Luka is.
Doncic.
Yes,
yeah.
Who's 25 and at his peak.
And arguably a top 3 player.
I mean, I just
top 3 offensive player, bottom 3 defensive player. So if you want to talk about like what he is, and I don't know about the box office of Luka Doncic in LA when LeBron leaves, we'll find out. And Mark knows this, having worked there.
They're throwing confetti in the streets.
Right. Sure. And let's see when LeBron leaves what Luka's like and what the Lakers are like without LeBron.
Yeah. I just think it's about you can hate Luka, love Luka. It's not even about that. I just think that they did not get the correct return. That's all I think. I do not think they got the correct return.
Fair enough. All right, Steve Kerr coming up at 3:15. Don't go anywhere. Keep it locked to 95.7 The Game.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. Ain't cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Let's do this. Let's keep it going. That was fun. And Steve Kerr is going to join us here in exactly an hour. Why don't y'all get in? Let's go. 888-957-9570. That is the number. Obviously, it's another day of rumors flying everywhere. And if I were you, I'd stay right here locked to 95.7 The Game because anything could happen at any moment. And obviously, this is where you're going to want to be. We're going to want to break it down with you. You're going to want to break it down with us. I don't know if it's happening today, but the Warriors are fresh off of a victory. We will talk to Steve Kerr. We will not just talk to him about last night. We will talk to him about the deadline. We are going to get some answers about specific players.
Hold his feet to the fire.
That's right. That's right, non-GM. What are you going to do with these Golden State Warriors?
Stop hiding behind Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob.
Well, you know what I was thinking about today, and we wonder what y'all think about this. It's a very indirect sort of a message from the Warriors, but I do think it's a message from the Warriors. If they are this desperate, and they have been called that, even as recently as by Anthony Slater on our show yesterday, if you are that desperate, and you are that excited about Kevin Durant, who is the same age as Steph Curry. He's literally like 8 months younger than Steph Curry. So you want Durant, and he's 36, and you are that desperate, and you want now. And I largely support that idea, by the way. But let's just look at the Warriors' behavior. On some level, aren't you saying, we're not that into Jonathan Kuminga? Like, we're not that into him. We don't believe that what he's going to be 2 years from now is that impressive. And oh, by the way, how come I've never heard anyone with the Warriors say publicly over the last few weeks, you know who our acquisition's going to be in February? Jonathan Kuminga. We think Jonathan Kuminga is going to make us a lot better here in a couple of weeks when he gets healthy. It feels to me like the Warriors, when you add that with the fact that they would not sign him to an extension before the year, I just think we can circle back to this right now. It feels to me like the Warriors are showing their hand, and they're just not that into Jonathan Kuminga.
I still think it's information gathering season. And what happened in the offseason was Jonathan Kuminga wanted a certain amount of money, and the reports were that he wanted the max. He wanted the Scotty Barnes. He wanted the Cade Cunningham. He wanted the Franz Wagner. He wanted that rookie max extension. And the Warriors not only didn't necessarily counter, but they said, nah, we're good. Thank you. Next, Ariana Grande. And to me, that does not mean that you're not into him. I do think that they wanted to wait and see, and what they've seen is, man, he's not great, and then, oh my God, he's amazing, and then he got hurt. So I don't know if I can draw personally from what we've seen from Jonathan Kuminga this year to lead them to make a real determination. Now, if there's a team out there that sees Kuminga at $7 million and thinks, yeah, we'd pay him 30, we'd pay him 32, 33, whatever we would pay him, and the Warriors think, geez, we wouldn't want to do that, then they'll trade him between now and Thursday at noon. We're now down to 45 hours and 39 minutes. So I personally don't look at what has happened and draw any conclusion about how they feel. I know they didn't want to give him the max, and I know that what they've seen him do on the court has been and then it's been, oh my God, and then he got hurt.
Like, that's kind of what I'm getting at. I want to be very careful here. I think the Warriors like Jonathan Kuminga. I like Jonathan Kuminga. This is about love, though. This is about something bigger than that. If you liked
it, then you would have put a ring on it.
Exactly. I think there are a lot. This is kind of, if we're going to have a mature debate about Jonathan Kuminga, we got to not do the 2025 debate show thing. He's great or he sucks, or I'm in or I'm out.
You're out. And I'm in.
Jonathan's very good.
Yeah.
Jonathan's very good. But do we project future greatness is probably the question the Warriors have been trying to answer. And I think the answer is no. I think, the answer is no. And then secondarily, I think the word timing is just so unfortunate for the Warriors right now on two fronts. The injury really, really stunk and came at a bad time. But B, I wonder how everyone would feel about all this Kuminga-Wiggins stuff if they were making the same amount of money. Because in about 6 months, they will be. Andrew's about to make 28. Whatever the hell Jonathan's number comes in, I think we'd all agree
about
it's
28,
somewhere in that
25
neighborhood.
To 30, sure.
So you're about to make the same, therefore you're the same in trade conversations. And if that were all things equal, which one would you like to move forward with the Warriors? They're both still in their 20s. I understand Jonathan's way younger.
Right. It's kind of a nuanced way to break it down. Well, that was kind of fun.
Except for the Warriors are telling us that what really matters is the rest of Steph's career. Well, that's the next 2 years. And if that's what matters to you, yes, I would argue Andrew Wiggins is better than Jonathan Kuminga.
Andrew is in his 20s for 19 more days.
Okay.
So if we want to be fair about the statement you made.
But he's not an old player.
No, but he's going to be 30, and I do think that as many games as he's played at 30, he's older than what Kuminga will be at 30. And, all the players in Kuminga's draft class, they've all played a lot more minutes in college and in high school even than Kuminga has. So I do think when we look at Kuminga's age, it's a little bit unfair because, yes, his chronological age is a thing, but his basketball age is a lot younger.
It's a fair point. It's absolutely a fair point. I would say this, though. Because of that salary, it has led to a lot of us, and today's a good day to do it, because I don't know if y'all watched the game last night, but Andrew Wiggins was pretty freaking awesome.
Yeah.
And he's actually, if you really want to dive in over the last 3 to 4 weeks of Warrior basketball, it's been pretty consistent.
Mostly.
He has been really good. He's been averaging over 22 points a game, in fact. So when I look at these two players, the way we talk about them and the way we involve their names in trades, here's what I would say. Andrew Wiggins is undervalued, and Jonathan Kuminga is overvalued.
He's overvalued at $7 million a year?
No, by the way that it's viewed around the league, by the way their names are bandied about by fans. I'm not talking about the number, because the number's about to be equal.
Well, you mentioned the salary, and we don't know what the number will be.
It's about to be about equal is what I'm saying.
At $7 million, I don't think that he's overvalued.
I guess what we're saying here is that there's too much tossing around of Andrew Wiggins' name like he's a chump, and he is a very, very productive.
He's not a chump.
Two-way NBA wing.
If you want to bring in a real player, if you want to bring in a Kevin Durant or a real big fish, you can't do it with Dennis Schroeder's expiring and a bunch of crap.
Actually,
it would have to include Andrew Wiggins.
Not true.
Yeah,
not true.
I'd love to hear your deal that you think would be doable.
I don't even want
because it's not out there.
I don't want. Well, it is out there. I did it, but I don't want to do NBA Trade Machine because we don't know the rules. But there are 1,000 ways to do it. You can get other teams involved. You can have the money going in, the money going out. Like I did. I did come up with a deal where the Warriors can get Durant without giving up Wiggins. It's possible.
But Kuminga's on the move.
Yeah,
then.
Kuminga would be on the move. So that's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is, for my taste, the way we talk about Wiggins, undervalued. There's too many throwing of his name around like he's not a really good player. And there's too much projection of Jonathan Kuminga as if he's just a future lock all-star in 2 years, which I don't think is true either. We'll get to your calls coming up. 888-957-9570 is the number. Knockout tournament, again, another spot coming up in an hour and a half. Steve Kerr is coming up in 45 minutes. We have a huge show today. And oh, by the way, anything could break at any minute. The Warriors are about to get on a plane, which is kind of scary because when they land, there might be members of the team who aren't members of the team anymore. So I'd keep it locked right here. 888-957-9570. We'll get to as many calls as possible before Steve Kerr joins us on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident.
and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Kevin Durant's name is getting thrown around. It's kind of spicy.
A little bit.
It's pretty.
But Phoenix has got to do something. If Jimmy wants to go to Phoenix, then somebody's got to go. And
why? But why does Phoenix have to do that?
They
That's
don't.
What I don't. Yeah, like
they don't. But
yeah.
if Miami decides that they're going to capitulate or cave in to Jimmy Butler's wants and needs, and if Jimmy is really wanting to go to Phoenix, then Phoenix has to do something with somebody.
Correct. But again, like I got so many Jimmy Butler questions. He appears to be out here making moves and power plays in the NBA that I don't even understand. This whole idea that the Warriors, Wendy reported today that the Warriors had an agreement with the Miami Heat, and it was basically Wiggins for Butler, which, first of all, is not even allowed on its own.
Right.
Like there would have to be other stuff going on. But that was the framework. Wiggins for Butler. And Butler killed it by saying, I'm not going to sign an extension. And I'm sitting there going, why the hell would the Warriors want to sign an extension for Jimmy Butler? Like, dude, you're Mr. Right now, not Mr. Right. And this whole idea, the Suns are like, well, we got to get him, so we might as well give up Kevin Durant, who, checks notes, is way better than Jimmy Butler.
Right.
So I don't get it. I don't get the Butler stuff. I
Maybe
really don't.
The extension that Butler turned down was something like I shared on our text thread, which was, the Warriors said, we're going to give you an extension. You turn down your $50 million player option, and we'll give you $3 and $75. And Jimmy said,
yes, I'm sure he would turn that down. Yes.
Right. So, the idea of him turning down an extension with the Warriors, they probably didn't offer him $3 and $150.
I have no idea.
He wouldn't turn that down.
I don't know why they would offer him any years at all. That's not the play.
No, but if you offered him $2 and $80 even, like, all right, Jimmy, we're going to give you the rest of this year, and we're going to give you 2 more, which would line you up with Steph, and it would line you up with Draymond, and line you up with Wiggins if he's still here. Like, would you want to do that? 2 and $70 instead of 1 for $50? We'll give you 2 for $70.
I have no even thought on what those conversations would have been like. It just feels to me like there's a lot of smoke around Jimmy Butler having power that he doesn't really seem to have. Because if he did have it, he wouldn't still be sitting there suspended on the beach. So.
Well, he would have it if he wasn't working for Pat Riley.
Maybe.
Because Pat Riley is an IDGAF. I don't give anything.
Sure.
Right. And I think that he would be like, okay. And if you look at their record without Jimmy Butler, they're 7-7 since they've suspended him once, twice, 3 times a Jimmy. And so he's probably looking at it like, we're the same team with you as we are without you.
Let's play with this a little bit, and then we'll go to the phones at 888-957-9570. And again, knockout tournament, Chase Center Court, 4 p.m. hour today. Be with us at 4 o'clock to get the keyword, and then we will go from there, okay? That's all we'll say right now. Be with us at 4 o'clock for the keyword, and then we will go from there for today's third entrant into the Chase Center Court and the knockout tournament, okay? And congrats to the 2 winners from earlier today at 8 o'clock and noon. We do it every single day, all 3 of those times. Tomorrow, Thursday, Friday, all of that stuff. So 4 o'clock today, be with us for the keyword. I mentioned it earlier. So I'm really starting to love this consistent minutes for Moses Moody thing. And I do think that the way Moses Moody is playing might have just a sliver of this, making Jonathan Kuminga more expendable. Because the whole idea that's been in my head for weeks, any trade where someone's like, oh, Wiggins and Kuminga, I'm like, I'm out. We're not doing that. Now you have no wings. But we've arrived at, oh, wait, now I'm listening. Because the other name is Kevin Durant, and because Moses Moody is becoming a very consistent three-point shooter, and it's what the Warriors need. And I don't know if y'all watched last night, but he made the bucket of the night. Like, it was the bucket of the night. Orlando makes their fourth quarter run. They take a 2-point lead. The Warriors tie the thing back up. Draymond got a fun bounce. Ball goes in, but Orlando is coming at you in the final 2 minutes. Ball in Steph Curry's hands, and instead of trying to force something up, he penetrates, he finds Moody for the open 3. Knock it down, dagger, ball game, Warriors win. That's what they need. So let me ask you this. What wing grouping do you like better? Wiggins and Kuminga or Durant and Moody?
For me, it's Wiggins and Kuminga.
Really?
Yes, because I do think that grouping gets you to the foul line a little bit more. And, Moses has had a great 12-game run, and I'm looking at it now, and he's gotten 24 minutes a night and 11 points a game. This is maybe his best stretch as a Warrior in his career. He's shooting it from 40% from three. He's been great. And Kevin Durant is, spectacular. If you want to rank the four in that group, I do think that it's going to be Moody is 4 and Durant is 1. And
correct.
Wiggins and Kuminga are probably 2 and 3, so however you want to see it.
So it's like a little tournament.
It's a great tournament.
1 and 4 versus 2 and 3.
Right.
Which would you do?
And I like the upside of Kuminga as the 3 seed, even if you put Wiggins at the 2 seed. And I do think that what you said about Wiggins is right. He's been really consistent of late. He's been playing great. So for me, the difference between KD and Wiggins is less than the difference between Kuminga and Moody.
Yeah.
I mean, Moody right now, he's the flavor of the month, and he's been playing great.
Well, so's Wiggins. I mean, Wiggins been playing awesome, too.
Yep.
And I've always believed in that little fun thing we do about does absence make the heart grow fonder, or does absence make the heart grow fonder for someone else?
Yeah.
I think that absence makes the heart grow fonder for someone else. I've always thought that. And unfortunate timing with this Jonathan Kuminga injury, but let's be real. We're kind of forgetting about him for right now. We don't even know how to answer that question of would the Warriors be better right now if Kuminga hadn't gotten hurt? Would their record be better than it is if Kuminga hadn't gotten hurt? My answer is unequivocally, I don't know, which is not a compliment to Jonathan Kuminga. Well, and that's kind of my point today, is if the Warriors are not looking at him as their acquisition, if they don't feel like they're any worse off with him gone, well, there's your answer. There's your answer. That's not a $40 million player.
Well, they don't have to pay him $40 million. And I think,
or not a $30 million player.
Well, they might pay him 30.
They might. But he's he is more tradable, I believe, than he was even before the injury.
Well, if you look at who they are with him and who they are without him, there's been enough of a sample throughout the year. He's played in 32 of the 49, and they're 18 and 14 when he plays, and they're 7 and 10 when he doesn't. So that to me is a big enough sample where you could look at that and say they're better when he plays, even when he doesn't play well. But when he doesn't play, and even over the last and it's been 3, 6, 9, it's been 15 games that he hasn't played, and they're 7 and 8 in those games, those 15.
I can't argue with you, but we all know that it's not like he was driving the bus when they were 12 and 3 early, and that.
No, but when you look at
he was playing in those games, and so that goes to his record.
Right.
Like when he was really driving the bus was for the 10 games before he left. He was driving the bus. He was averaging over 20 a game for those 10 games. He was driving the bus. They were fine. Well, they were the same that they are now. They were just kind of You know what I mean? Like I don't
14 games before he got hurt, he averaged 20.5 a game. And in those games, in those 14 games, they were 6 and 8, to your point.
Yep.
So, I mean, was he driving the bus? Yeah.
He was the number 2.
Was the bus going anywhere?
No.
I mean, the bus was not really going anywhere. He had a couple of monster games. He had 34 against the Clippers. They lost. He had 34 against Phoenix. They won.
Yeah.
So it's really not about Kuminga. It's about Steph Curry.
Well,
when Steph plays really well, they win. When Steph doesn't play well, they usually lose.
Well, sure, and that's the way.
And last night was kind of a different game.
That's the way it's supposed to be with your number one. Like a lot of people look at this Phoenix situation with Durant right now, and they're like, "Hey, Durant's on Phoenix, and they have the same record as the Warriors. They've lost back-to-back nights in Portland. They lost both those games in a trip to Portland.
Yeah, wow.
Okay, but go look at their record when Durant plays. Like they literally lose when Durant's not in. They lose when he's not in, and they are a 650 team when he plays. So you're supposed to be much better when your best player plays well. But my question is I really think that this is a fair way to look at Jonathan Kuminga. If you're telling me that the Warriors right now are essentially the same with or without him, and I do feel that way, that's not a compliment. That's not a, hey, we better hold on to this guy for the future. Like, again, I like him. I'm not saying dump him for nothing, but he is not, he's touchable. He's very, very touchable.
They're all touchable. And, you want to talk about Andrew Wiggins, and he's played in 43 of their 49. And when he plays, they're 21-22. So they are the exact same team when he plays as when they don't. And he missed 2 games early. They won them both. New Orleans games, fine, grain of salt. And then he missed Minnesota and Houston. That was a split. He missed Detroit and Indiana. That was a split. So there's really no difference maker if you want to look at it like that. Like, who aids to you winning games?
Well, that matters to me. If you're saying he's not a difference maker,
none
then
of them
there
are.
it is.
None of them are. Like, no matter who you have, you're a 500 team.
Well, then all the more reason that you should be all about now, because that means you have no difference makers other than Steph Curry.
I'm all about now. Okay. But for me, if I'm all about now, trading a $7 million Jonathan Kuminga doesn't do as much as trading a $28 million Andrew Wiggins.
No, of course. And I understand that part of it. Although it does maybe in the eyes of the receiver, but not in making the finances match.
And I wonder who would command more on the market right now. Andrew Wiggins, a better player.
You're talking about financially or in the eyes of another GM?
In the eyes of a trade. Like, if you want to trade with the Warriors, who would you rather have? Wiggins, who is earning less money than what he is playing at, or Kuminga, who is well outplaying his contract now, but is facing a pretty big bump up?
I could only answer that if I knew which team I was. Because if I was trying to win right now, I want Andrew Wiggins.
Right.
If I'm a rebuilding team, then I want Jonathan Kuminga. That's how I'd answer that.
Yeah, that's a fair answer. I like that.
Let's go. 888-957-9570. Rich and Fremont on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rich. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I'm out here trying to stay dry, which is I'm failing miserably.
Good luck.
So this is my whole take. I mean, any type of deal the Warriors make, it better be either Kevin Durant or Cam Johnson, because other than that, the rest of those guys out there is not going to do anything for what the Warriors need. The Warriors need to realize, and I'm sure they do, that the Steph Curry era is closing. Okay, they cannot ignore that. And so that being said, it's like if you pick up Kevin Durant, okay, great pickup because it's Kevin Durant, and what the nucleus is when he's in the locker room with the Warriors. Once they get on the floor, that's great. And the idea that they could possibly pick up another title, that stock goes up because they get Kevin Durant. But it's like if they don't get Kevin Durant, and it's like they start fishing around for another one, the only other one that would be reasonable would be Cam Johnson. Because why? Well, because like I said, the Steph era is closing. So any deal you make, you need to look at the long-term effect of that deal as opposed to the short-term, unless you're doing something, ecstatic as a Kevin Durant. And then as far as, the rest of the league, with all these different changes in the whole Luka Doncic thing, in my opinion, all it really is, Dallas realizing that, hey, the guy they thought they had, they realized they didn't have. And so that's kind of the reason why they made a move like that. The AD pickup, perfect for them. Thanks, guys.
Rich, thank you. I listen to my death. I'm not going to really know if any of us really know what Dallas was thinking or what happened with that relationship. Obviously, it was stunning, and nobody inside the NBA seems to understand it. So I don't know why those of us outside the NBA feel like we understand it. I get that we can sort of act like we think this must be what happened with Dallas, but I won't really know. Outside of that, the players that Rich brings up, I really, really like what he just said there, which is Kevin Durant. That's a different kind of target if what you want to do is prioritize now. But if you can't do that, then I would lower the expectations, lower what's going out, and go for a guy like Cam Johnson. And there may be plenty of you listening who don't even know who that is.
Right.
But Cam Johnson is a young-ish, like mid to late 20s player who is currently on the Brooklyn Nets, averaging about 19 a game, shooting over 40% from three. He's a 3-and-D genius, plays on both sides of the court, really good offensive player, having his best year, and is like, restaurant quality locker room guy, like a good dude. And we've got all of that on good authority. So does that make you a contender? Is that a wow acquisition? No. But he's relatively cheap for 2 more years after this year. He's a really good player.
Right.
I like those names.
I do too. And, he's 29 coming up here in about 3 weeks. And, he's making $20 million next year and then $22.5, which is a bargain considering how good he is. And you mentioned it, two-way player. I do think that he is going to cost whoever trades for him if the deal is there. He's going to cost you a first-round pick. Whether or not it's this year or next year or the year after, I'm not sure. And that's what Brooklyn's trying to accumulate is picks. And so, yeah, I like that move if you can get it done for a couple of salary matches and a pick or a pick and a pick swap, whatever it is, because he is under control and he is that guy. But if you want to talk about a big swing for Kevin Durant, then yeah, you're going all in on the next, probably not even this year, but probably next year only.
Well, that's what his contract is.
Right.
That's what his contract is.
And even if you brought him in now, I don't know if you bring him in now and you can get from where you are, 10 seed, up to where you're a 5 or a 6, and now you can really make a push in the playoffs?
I don't know about 5 or 6, but I do feel good about, like, for instance, 7, which is, that's a thing. I know the Warriors have found their way out of the play-in tournament, even when they had home court advantage. I think they were the 8 the first time, right? Didn't they have to play once at home and then once on the road or whatever it was, right. Or I can't remember.
Yeah,
but
Memphis was
anyway, the and they lost a game where they were favored and got sent out. But the 6 is like 3 games away, but the 7 seed is like a game. It's like a game and a half away. Like, I do think Kevin Durant swings that. I do. I think the Warriors with Kevin Durant at least get to 7 for whoever that matters. If that matters to you, great. To me, it matters. Some people are like, why the hell would we care about the 7 seed? I think there's value to getting Steph Curry and Kevin Durant together into a playoff series. Yep. I think that would be scary for others.
Well, and I think that there's value. For me, the bigger value is having Kevin and Steph into the offseason, and then you can figure out what you do around them in the offseason through the draft and through free agency. And, maybe LeBron opts out and wants to be a part of it. I know that's a pipe dream, and there's a lot of other things that would have to happen to make that a reality. But for me, that's a move that, yeah, in the short term, it might get you from right now you're tied for the 9 with Sacramento and Phoenix. It's a 3-way log jam, and you're a half game back at Dallas in the 8, and it's kind of just a morass of teams. And so are you going to separate from any of those teams? Well, maybe.
Oh, these are all teams that are making huge swings right now.
Yeah.
Like the Kings no longer have De'Aaron Fox. The Mavs no longer have Luka. And we're literally talking about the Suns and Warriors getting together on a deal. Yeah. And Jimmy Butler, Kevin Durant, like, who knows when the dust settles? Like, some of those teams really may fall. Spurs may catch you from behind. Right. I don't know.
Yeah.
But there's a lot going on here in the next 48 hours. Tim is in North Carolina. Hi, Tim. Thanks for calling.
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, Willard, I appreciate you trying to hold up the fort, but it's absolutely fascinating, Willard, to hear you completely be so impressed with the consistency of Moses Moody's 11 points a game when he gets 24 minutes. But we're going to downplay a guy that over his career 40-game sample size, when he's given 30 minutes a game, gets you 21 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 assists on 41% three-point shooting. That goes back 3 years. When he gets 30 minutes a game, that is what he gives you. We're not impressed over December when he played 30 minutes a game. He gave you 25 points. We're not impressed with you won the Phoenix game because of him. You won the Houston game without Draymond and Steph because of him. You actually won the Houston game in Houston when he put 3 daggers in overtime because of him. And he's 22 and getting nothing but better year by year. We act like, oh, that's really nothing. 21, 6, and 3 is nothing. So, I mean, Willard, I don't know. It just sounds like it's an agenda when it comes to this young man. You're raving about Moses Moody, 11 points a game for 24 minutes, and the only scenario you give is, why not give the scenario of Durant and Kuminga on the court together? Because that'll be a hellfire combination.
Right.
Why does it have to be Kuminga leaving, Willard? I don't understand.
All right, now let me answer, Tim. These are really good points, and it's a good call. Thank you very much. I'd love to answer all of that. The reason that I wouldn't talk about Kuminga and Durant on the floor together is it is my perception, based on what we're seeing right now, that Kuminga would have to go in that deal. Secondly, I am very impressed by Jonathan Kuminga, and it's always hard to have these conversations because it's so immediate in sports radio, where when you have any opinion like this, you immediately become a hater. You hate Jonathan Kuminga. You have an agenda, trying to run him out of town. I've literally never even met the kid. I got nothing against Jonathan Kuminga. But they're not on equal footing, Tim. Moses Moody is signed for 3 more years at $13 million a year. Jonathan Kuminga reportedly 6 months ago was asking for a max rookie extension. So we have to look at them through different glasses. I very much like Jonathan Kuminga. I think he's a wonderful, young, 22-year-old rising player. But the question about Jonathan that I think the Warriors are trying to answer is he a star? Is he a perennial all-star? Is he someone who could someday be a 1? I don't think he can be. That's just me. Could be wrong. But we're not talking about that with Moses Moody. What I'm saying about Moses is that I like what I'm seeing with his first consistent minutes of his career. I like what I'm seeing. And I also think it fits what the Warriors are trying to do. He's a knockdown three-point shooter. Jonathan is not.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call him a knockdown three-point shooter, but I do think the idea of him being your 4, your power forward, is a short-lived experiment. If he is your 4, then I think you've got big problems on the defensive end.
Doesn't it feel like everybody is your 4? The Warriors, just everybody. The Kuminga, 4. Moody, 4. Draymond, 4.
It's because you don't have a 4. Like, Draymond should be your 4 with a real 5, but you don't have a 5, so Draymond plays the 5, and you don't have a 4, so these guys play your 4.
I don't even know what a 4 is in the NBA anymore. And Moody said last week, 2, 3, and 4 is the same thing. So, basketball's different now.
It is.
Safety on roads and freeways starts at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, your 15-minute drive-through oil change for all vehicle types. Friendly technicians. Check fluids, wipers, lights, tires, and more while you stay in your vehicle. Locations, coupons at BayAreaOilChange.com. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. We're here for your calls. 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in 20 minutes. And get your little numbers thing ready. Because I got some numbers. Player A versus player B. I want to throw these at you, and you tell me what those numbers do for you, and then I'll let you know who the players are. Okay, that's next, along with your calls on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about Fremont Bank, which is a family-owned bank with a family-owned feel. And it's been my bank now for more than 6 years, and they've been in business for almost 61 years. And
numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
And these are my numbers.
I can't wait to hear your numbers
got some
because
numbers.
it got a little heated on the pre-show text with your comps and some of the other stuff that was flying back and forth.
Yep.
I can't wait to hear these numbers.
Well, you came in late with haymakers, and I'm like, dog. I've already laid it all out. You got to. In fact, I tweeted this at.
I don't follow you, so there you go.
Too many people don't.
Twitter.
Anyway, 7:51 in the morning. I woke up this way. Okay, we'll go back to the phones in a sec. Steve Kerr, 12 minutes. Twitter.
I'm out.
Well, good because it doesn't even exist. It's now called X.
Whatever.
Anyway, grab a pen. Real quick.
I got one.
Okay?
Let's go.
Everybody listening, I'm sorry if you're driving, but I'm going to try.
Are we doing player A, player B?
Player A, player B. Player A.
It's going to be skewed, but go ahead.
Of course it is. These are my numbers.
And numbers are numbers.
Unless they're my numbers.
Right.
Player A, 22.5 points per game.
This year?
Just go with me. I'll get there.
I need parameters.
They're coming.
Okay.
Player A, 22.5 points per game.
Gotcha.
5.5 rebounds per game.
Finally.
2.7 assists per game. 75% free throw shooter and a high volume 37% from three.
That's not a number, but
37% from three.
But you said high volume.
High volume.
So an HV 37 is what I should write down?
Yes.
Because you asked me to write this down.
Write it down. 22.5 points per game, 5.5 rebounds per game, 2.7 assists per game, 75% from the line, 37% from three, high volume.
I know who that is, but go ahead.
Player B.
Yep.
20.8 points per game, so 2 points less.
1.7, but go ahead.
6.8 rebounds per game, almost 1.5 more. 2.7 assists per game, even. 68% from the free throw line, so a drop off there. And mid-volume, 42% from three. Okay? You like A or B?
Do I like A or B? I like B.
You like B?
Yeah, I like
Why?
B. Well, and I'm a little thrown by your high volume, mid volume, because that feels to me a little bit like if I can have numbers, because you're going to hit me
I'll
with
give you numbers.
How many attempts per game for A?
Approximately 8.
8 attempts a game for A?
Yes.
Okay. And for B?
Approximately 5.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So 5 is better on fewer attempts. 8 is worse on more attempts. So really that becomes a wash. If you're shooting 37% on 8 or 42% on 5, I think, 37% on 8 means that's about 12 points. 42% on 5 is about 7 points. So maybe A is a little bit better. Although the volume of it, I'd have to really get into the numerology of it, the math. The points are better. The rebounds are worse. The free throws are negligible, and you didn't get into the volume of free throws. Is one guy a high volume free thrower?
Is pretty washy. It's pretty washy.
Yeah.
It's pretty washy.
From a number standpoint, I would lean slightly toward A, although on this team, B with the rebounds. You like B with the rebounds.
Okay, are we getting to the point of man,
they're very comparable.
They're very comparable.
Yep, no doubt.
All right, guess what this is? Or who do you think these people are?
Scat-da-da-da. Well, I know player A is...
Grandy's into this too. Grandy, you got a guess? Let's go, everybody. Who do you think this is?
Well, I thought that player A was Andrew Wiggins, but he doesn't score at that level, so I'm a little flummoxed by that.
Okay. That's because there's a qualification sensation to all of this, but go ahead.
Well, these per 36 numbers?
I'll get to that.
I mean,
just tell me what you think. Who is it?
It's Wiggins and Kuminga is what it is then. If you're going to per 36 me.
Nope. It is Wiggins and Kuminga. Player A is Andrew Wiggins. Player B is Jonathan Kuminga. And for both of them, this is their most recent 10 games minus their worst game.
Oh, look at you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I jammed
like figure
out,
skating. You should throw out the high and the low, like in Olympic diving.
But here's why I did that. I did
numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
Unless they're my numbers. And here's why I did that. I did that for a specific reason, not because I'm just a nice guy and I wanted to erase their worst game.
It's because you want to skew it toward Wiggins.
Not at all.
Because in his last 10, he's got an absolute turd in the punch bowl.
Both of them do, and both of them were yanked out of a game early that skewed the numbers. One of them was Wiggins in a bad game against Boston that the Warriors lost by 1,000 points. Kuminga in a game where he got hurt and left in like the second quarter.
Against Memphis?
Yes.
Well, you could have thrown out the game against Utah where he played 17 minutes and he only had 2 points.
I could have.
That's the one that really should have been yanked out.
No, but
because he had 13 before he got hurt.
Yeah, understood.
So you yanked out the Memphis game, but not the Utah game.
I yanked out the weird I got pulled early game for both of them. So, yes, these are not all encompassing, but my point is this. We throw Wiggins around like he's ragdoll in trades, and many of us look at Kuminga as that dog, the future. And I would just argue not even that those opinions are wrong, but these are pretty comparable players. Both of them do a couple things better than what the other one does. I mean, even in this 75% from the free throw line thing for Wiggins, that's undervalued. He's been way better than that this year. And the 68% for Kuminga, that's overvalued. He's been way worse than that this year from the free throw line. So
Wiggins is 72 for his career.
Right, but this year he's really
77.
He's really good.
Yeah.
So anyway, bottom line is we can manipulate this however you want.
And you did.
And I did. But in their most recent 10 games, when each of them have been asked to step forward and be the two, they're pretty freaking comparable. But one of them gets tossed into every trade, and the other one is a future all-star to some people.
Right.
I think that also, that's my only point today, is not that Kuminga's bad and not that Wiggins is amazing. Wiggins is undervalued and Kuminga is overvalued based on what they do on the court for the Warriors.
I think they're both
my opinion.
Undervalued. And I think the reason why Wiggins gets thrown out in every single trade on Trade Machine is because of what he makes, and it's because he is undervalued. And if you're a team out there looking to trade with the Warriors and you're looking for a piece to match up with a salary, you're going to look at Draymond Green and think, well, I don't want him because he doesn't want us. Steph's untouchable. And then you go down the list, and next up is Andrew Wiggins. And you look at his salary, and you think, you know what? He's a good player, and he's underpaid.
Yep.
And you look at Kuminga, and you think, he's a good player, and he's really underpaid, but what's he going to make in the next deal? So that's why Wiggins is thrown out. It's because he is out-earning his contract.
You're not wrong, but I think there's more to it than that. I also think there's history. There's history of the fans feeling like Andrew Wiggins is underwhelming. He's underwhelming. He's disappointing. He's not a dog. He's not there when you need him. All of that stuff factors into it, the history of it, which this year has been largely irrelevant. Bob in Reno on Willard and Dibbs. Steve Kerr in about 5 minutes. Hey, Bob, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, guys? So looking at this, I'm a big Wiggins fan. I am going to the February 23rd game. That's his birthday. I turned 29. He turned 30. I want to see him go 30 for 30.
Let's go.
I hope he sticks around. Thinking about the trade, I haven't really heard the names of, let's say GP2, Kyle Anderson, Buddy Hield, Dennis Schroeder. Do those names for you guys really stand out in a trade that could happen for a Kevin Durant? And then you throw in maybe a first-round pick or two. Here's the thing. I don't want to give up more than 2 first-round draft picks because I feel like, as you guys said, it's going to be this year and next year, and that's it. So I'm okay giving up a first-round pick for next season. But, years after, I feel like the Warriors are going to have to try to get some pieces to rebuild this thing. So I just want to know what you guys think about adding some of those names out the window.
Yeah, Bob, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. I think I'm with Bob on the whole. I don't want to do more than 2 first-round picks. It can't be the next 2 years because you can't trade them in consecutive years. So it would need to be something like next year and then 2 more years later after that. So I think I'm with him on the picks. As far as those names he threw in there, I'd obviously have no problem throwing those names in, but Phoenix might want some juice. You know what I mean? They might want Wiggins. They might want Wiggins and Kuminga
in addition to a couple of picks. Sure, there would need to be filler, but those are not going to be the centerpieces for the Suns.
And Schroeder has been thrown out, and he can't be traded until tomorrow, and maybe it's midnight tonight. I'm not sure what the actual rules are
just about there
with that. But if you're going to make a trade for someone like Kevin Durant, it's going to involve a big salary, some filler, and some picks.
Yep, absolutely. Expiring deals, picks. Look, let's get into it with Steve Kerr. 888-957-9570 is the number. We love your calls. We will get back to them later on this hour. And in less than an hour, we'll be doing the key word for the knockout contest today. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body, but here we go. Coming up next, Steve Kerr on Willard and Dibs.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, continuing Willard and Dibs here on Tuesday. It is an active week, as you all know. We're incredibly excited to have Coach Kerr today, especially the day after a victory over the Magic yesterday. So out to the River Islands guest line we go. Time for Coach Kerr, presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Let's do it. Hey, Coach, how are you today?
I'm good, man. There's a deluge out here. I'm driving to the airport on my way to Utah, and my wipers are flying across the windshield.
Yeah, we're doing January and February this year. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, we moved it back. That's right.
Indeed, we did. So, hey, great win last night. We're going to get to a lot of different aspects of it, but also everybody thinking all about the deadline that looms. Let me ask you this. I mean, with so many big names already on the move, did you expect that kind of a deadline where this many big names would be bandied about?
Well, I don't think anybody expected Luka to be traded. The word was out about Levine and Fox, and so I don't think that one surprised anyone. But no one on earth expected Luka Doncic to be traded. So, that shocked everyone.
Does that change the idea of big game hunting, thinking that more big names and big game is actually possibly on the move?
You're talking about for just league-wide?
Yeah, just in general, not you guys, but in a vacuum, like the idea of maybe other big names moving, is that something that becomes more possible now that we've had a couple of really big names go?
It does feel like it. I don't know if that'll be reality or not, but it just feels like if Luka can be traded, anybody can be traded. And you wonder, in the new economic model of the league, with the really penalizing tax aprons and the way the new CBA is written, it does feel like teams league-wide are sort of reassessing team building and contract structuring, and so that stuff always takes some time to sort out. So that would be my biggest take from this is, this current year that we're in, it just feels like everybody's kind of getting a sense of the new CBA and the economic model.
Well, Coach, along those lines, I wonder how this is all landing with your players. For example, a couple weeks ago, we sat here and sort of talked through the idea of whether Steph would ever request a trade or whether Warriors would even think of it. And obviously that seems unthinkable, right? We established that, but it was interesting to hear Steph and Draymond and other stars around the league look at the Luka deal and go, boy, if that can happen, it's a reminder that any of us are touchable in a sense. So what's your reaction to that and how your stars are handling this?
Well, if you just look at the history of the league, very few players have only played for one franchise. And especially, once the 60s passed and you had all those Celtics guys retire, and you look at some of the all-time greats, whether it's, Michael Jordan playing for the Wizards or, Kareem, LeBron playing for multiple teams, Kevin Durant, obviously. I mean, it's a different time, and the league evolves, society evolves, players' attitudes and approaches evolve, and team building and organizational thinking evolves too. So I think the players are right to have that thought that, hey, anything can happen in this league, and by the way, that's how it should be. This is how the league works, and as difficult as it is on the players getting traded and moving around, this is part of the appeal of professional sports. It's part of what fuels the guys' contracts and the coaches' contracts. It's the drama, it's the trades, it's the free agency, and so if you can't embrace it, then you're in the wrong business, frankly.
Yeah, and you guys have stolen the headlines from, I guess there's a football game on Sunday. I'm not sure who's playing. Steve, I don't even know if you know, but the NBA has kind of snatched the headlines. And And thinking about that in terms of your team and, coming off a nice win over Orlando, is it day-to-day in terms of what you guys are going to think about come Thursday, or do you already have a set plan on what you need to do to either get better or reset?
Well, Mike and his staff are hard at work. I talk to Mike several times a day. He keeps me abreast of, what's happening in his talks with teams. And, the deal is around, this time there's 100 trades that are discussed for every one that is made. So until something is set in stone, I never worry too much about it. I think about my players and I know what they go through, and because I was traded 5 times myself, and it's tough having to pack up and go when you build relationships and you've got kids in school, and so these are always difficult times for a team. And so my main concern is just talking to the guys, which I've done, and just making sure they're all right and keep moving forward. I mean, keep winning games and keep pushing, and whatever Mike and the group decides, that's what's going to happen, and the rest of us don't have much control over that.
Coach, that grabbed us a little bit. You were I don't know if I remember that. You were traded 5 times in this league?
Yeah, I played for 6 teams in 15 years, and five different trades.
I was wondering what these flights are going to be like. On the real, is it a little uneasy for guys? 2 flights here over the next 24 to 48 hours, and it's almost as if you're on one team when you leave, and you're not sure if you still will be when you land.
It's not easy. It's not easy, especially once you have kids. I spent 1 season in my career away from my kids. They had already started school in San Antonio. And I got traded up to Portland, and my wife and I decided we didn't want to, pack up and change schools and all that. So I went up on my own, and then the next summer we were getting ready to move up to Portland, and the Blazers traded me back to the Spurs. So we didn't even have to. So this league is crazy, and it is bizarre having to, put all this stuff in real life terms, for the players. I mean, for the fans, it's like, oh my God, how cool is that? These guys just got traded for this guy, but for all the players involved, the reality of it is a huge life change, and it's a lot of stress. But again, part of the deal, and that's what you sign up for.
Steve Kerr with us as he is every week. Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. Coach, what are some of the attributes you feel like your team is missing?
Well, I think that's a hard question to ask. It's a broad question. It's a good question, but it's not super easy to answer because I think the biggest thing with our team, I think we have a very, very deep roster, one of the deepest rosters that we've ever had here. I would say the hardest part this year has been just trying to fit the puzzle together. I don't think we have a lot of separation, in our roster. It's not easy for us to say, all right, here's our top 8 or here's our top 9. I think it literally changes from week to week. And I think, it's a roster that has a lot of really good pieces and a lot of good players. Frankly, we have not been able to put the puzzle together well enough this year. And that's on us as coaches, but it's also, an organizational situation that Mike and I discussed even last summer when the roster was put together. We sort of anticipated a lot of this coming in.
I don't want you to do the trade machine thing that we all do in terms of like who might go and who might stay, but Andrew Wiggins is a name that's been thrown out many times. When you just look at what Andrew has done, not only of late, but throughout the entire season, does his play make it tougher to perhaps part with him based on what he's meant to your team this year?
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, it's not only his play, but just his presence, what he means to the group. Everyone loves Wiggs. He's impossible not to love. but there's a reason that, his name is out there. He's a really good player, and he's on a contract that, is possible to put into big trades to go out and, get somebody you've got your eye on. And again, this is, it's how the league works, and Wiggs knows that. He wants to stay. I want him to stay. But there are bigger forces at work, and it's all part of the deal. And I think the guys, the vets on this team, they understand this league well. Wiggs is one of them. Dennis has been traded multiple times in his career. He's on an expiring deal. Kyle Anderson, a very desirable player. These guys are all, Loon knows he's on an expiring deal. Like they're smart. They get it. And they all know that their names are being talked about. And I don't shy away from that as a coach. I talk to them about it and I address it. And the young guys, it's important that they understand the paradox that exists as a player in this league, because if we ask them to dedicate themselves to the team and the good of the team and to sacrifice for winning, and then, we reserve the right to trade you. Like, that's a weird business model, but it's the truth. And the players, young guys have to understand the way to make themselves the most valuable is by being really dedicated to the success of the group. And like I said, it's a difficult thing to reconcile when you can get shipped around like most players end up being.
Well, Coach, we're all also thinking about Jonathan Kuminga and sort of two things there. First of all, what is the health update on Jonathan? And secondly, the timing of this injury, how did that sort of adjust or affect all things related to him and his standing within the organization?
Yeah, nothing new to report on the injury. He's doing as well as possible, and we'll reassess at the All-Star break. As far as how that affected everything, I don't know. I mean, it's really Mike's job to do all that. I don't think too much about that stuff. But I think that the fact that we are sitting here at, basically 500, like I said last week, we don't have the right organizationally to say, hey, we're fine. We don't have to do anything. We're 500. So, we have to get better, and we have to figure out what that means.
When you look to get better and you look at the standings and you realize that you're 3 games out of the 6 and, you're really kind of right in the mix, does that temper the level of, quote, desperation, knowing that you're just a little bit of a 7-3 run away from being right back in the mix?
For sure. That's why I'm very comfortable if we don't end up doing anything. I'm also very practical. I think we live in a time where everybody wants to fix right now, and it's really not that feasible to look at our situation, where we are as an organization, the assets that we have. Is it really feasible to go and make some huge deal that's going to turn us into a contender? I mean, it's really, really hard to do that. At the same time, it would be insane to trade away all our future picks for a wild swing at something. And we know that. Steph knows that. I know that. So I just think Mike is phenomenal at his job, and he needs the space to do it over the next couple of years without everybody freaking out and thinking there's some home run swing that's going to solve everything.
Coach, also want to get a thought on the way Moses Moody has been playing lately and his comments last night that consistent minutes are really helping him. So what's your thought right now on whether or not he's earned those consistent minutes, even when Jonathan returns and or there's an addition by the end of the week?
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Moses. I mean, consistent minutes are important for every player. The ultimate goal is obviously for the team to win. And so if you're 500, I don't have the luxury as a coach to just guarantee 12 different guys consistent minutes. So as much as I'd love to offer that to Moses, to BP, to JK, to whoever, it's dictated by success. You know, everything is dictated by the team's success. And so if we're struggling as a team, then, you know, as coaches, we have to figure out what can we do to win games and to be better. And that means that not everyone is guaranteed consistent minutes.
If Moses is maybe best at the 4 and, you know, that Draymond can play the 5, but he's elite at the 4 and JK has been great at the 4, do we have a little bit of a glut at that position going forward? And I thought you would like glut. I thought glut was a good way to bring it home, Steve.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, add Kyle and Gary to the mix. And,
it's a super glut.
You know, so, yeah. So, and this is kind of what I was referring to at the beginning of this conversation. Like, you know, the puzzle has not been easy to put together with this team. We anticipated it at the beginning of the year. We have a lot of really good players. All the guys we just mentioned, they're all really good players. So that leaves, you know, too few minutes for good players. And whether it's Moses or Gary or Kyle or others, I mean, it's frustrating, and it's hard for us as coaches to try to figure it all out and piece it together and you know, make it all work. So I think that's the main thing that we're looking at with this team. I think our fans recognize that, and Mike recognizes that. And what does that mean? Well, it means that, you know, eventually we have to move some pieces around and get there. But you don't do it unless there's something that makes sense.
Coach, certainly the win last night, wonderful. But while Friday is still sort of fresh in everyone's mind as well, I did want to ask you this, especially because he was jawing with Gary Payton and they were talking about their age and whatnot. Does Kevin Durant at age 36 look like the same player to you that you coached?
Yeah, he's timeless, that guy. He really is. And, you know, I just coached him this past summer, coached him in Tokyo in 21. So it's been a privilege coaching Kevin and watching him, you know, as an opponent. He's just a beautiful basketball player, just maybe the smoothest scorer who's ever played the game.
I mean, he's fun to watch, even though he is donning a Phoenix Suns uniform. And the other night, it seemed like he was scoring baskets for the other team. That felt a little bit less fun than when he was, you know, playing in the Olympics and, you know, playing for the Warriors and whatnot. So Steve, how do you navigate these next, you know, 2 days, and I guess less than 2 days now to the deadline, in terms of not only coaching, but almost sort of like counseling your team ahead of the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, that's already being done. You know, the conversations with guys individually, conversations with the whole team, that's all addressed. And like I said, it's a matter of just open communication and continuing to push to try to win games. And these guys are pros. They get it, and they're gonna put their best foot forward every night.
Coach, before we get too far, I almost forgot when we brought up Moses Moody. Did you hear him talk in the press conference afterward about the broken clipboard?
No.
Yeah, he mentioned that you broke a clipboard last night, and it was the first one that he saw you do this year, and that they have a little sort of a running tally in their heads.
Wow.
Do you remember, like, what was going on? What point in the game, and what was going on when that happened?
Well, we had a couple of brain cramps back to back, and you know, the first quarter was really a struggle. But you know, the second quarter we started making some plays that frankly we should not make, and so I took a quick timeout, reminded them to lock in, and you guys know this. Every once in a while, I just lose my mind.
Yeah.
And, so I smashed the clipboard, first one in front of the players this year.
Yeah, and you know, a metal clipboard is much tougher to snap in case you need to upgrade to a more durable material.
I like the plastic ones for that very reason. They're easy to snap, and it's more effective in front of the players to be able to snap it in one fell swoop.
Oh, is this almost like a rock star breaking a guitar?
Exactly.
Like, did you do this on purpose?
Yeah, or like the karate guy with the wooden board. You know, it's similar. It's just an immense display of anger and power, all just corralled into this beautiful sort of lash.
I love it.
I think the players are really impressed. I think it's. I think they really enjoy it.
Well, it worked last night, and maybe you can snap another one coming up at Utah. You mentioned earlier you'd been traded 5 times, and I thought it would be fun to do a little Steve Kerr traded trivia because you've been traded 5 times. Twice you got traded for the same pick in the draft. Do you know what that pick turned out to be?
I do not. I had no idea. What's that? What is it?
Well, in 01, you got traded by the Spurs for a pick in 03. And then in 02, you got traded by the Blazers for that same pick. It turned out to be Andreas Glinidiakis.
Well, I would call that equal value right there.
See, and I thought Dibbs' point was that you guys should trade all your picks, Steve.
Right.
Because they turn into a bunch of letters we can't even pronounce sometimes.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
I believe I may have been, you know how there's always a contract that makes the money work? I think that was me in both of those trades. I was
His nickname was the Greek Unique. He actually played 13 games in the association for the Supersonics. So there you go.
Okay. All right.
Steve, before you go, a thought on the Super Bowl. First of all, are you tired of Patrick Mahomes yet?
No, never. He reminds me so much of Steph, honestly, just a multi-sport, the fluidity, the athleticism that is sort of understated, there's like this brilliance in his movement and his flow. I just like watching him because I can see that he played baseball growing up. I love multi-sport athletes. I love guys who just see the chessboard and I think Mahomes is a beautiful player to watch and an amazing competitor too. Just the way he loves the game and loves to compete, but seems to have a really good perspective on things. So, yeah, I love that guy. So,
I mean, fair to say that you're rooting for the Chiefs?
Not really. I want a great game more than anything. I think it's going to be a great game. It's two amazing teams, and it's hard to bet against the Chiefs, though, isn't it? I mean, they just need to win all these games.
Are you guys all watching together?
We are. We will have a Super Bowl party in Milwaukee at the hotel, and we'll have the whole traveling party in a ballroom watching the game. It'll be fun.
Cheese curds, I assume?
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Coach?
And maybe some beer, too, since we're in Milwaukee.
Hey.
Otherwise, yeah.
Oh, heck, yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, boy.
All right, well, Coach, listen, thank you for joining and for the candor. And when we talk next week, who knows, maybe it'll be a whole new world. Maybe it won't. But travel safe and go get them tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, thank you. There goes Coach Kerr. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. First of all, we need to react to that conversation, but even more so, coming up next, it's not breaking news, it's breaking developments. It's breaking clues. It's also potentially a name being thrown into trade conversations from the Warriors, who we have not been talking about up to this point. Stay right where you are. This is beyond fascinating. And that's coming up next on Willard and Dibbs.
Meanwhile, at Xfinity.
Yeah, he's timeless, that guy. He really is. And, you know, I just coached him this past summer, coached him in Tokyo in 21. So it's been a privilege coaching Kevin and watching him, you know, as an opponent. He's just a beautiful basketball player, just maybe the smoothest scorer who's ever played the game.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, thanks, Coach. That Kevin Durant guy sounds like someone you might want on your team.
Yeah, he's done well with them. He's only won 2 out of every 3 titles when he's had them.
You ever get one of those moments where you're like, oh, hold on, I see the whole thing differently now?
It's a light bulb. It's an aha.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, not the ha-ha.
Yeah.
It's the aha.
And not the 80s pop band aha.
No.
Shout out Take On Me.
Right.
Although they might take on KD.
Okay, everybody listen to this.
I'll
because
take it 2.
Yeah, no. 3.
I'm happy with it.
Everybody listen to this. This is really, really, really important.
I've got no choice. It's my job
to
listen to it. But
Actually,
I'm interested.
You and I do really well at not listening to each other.
Pretty good.
Anyway.
Yep.
888-957-957. 3 things just happened. Did I leave a number out?
0. 95.7.
I'm excited. 888-957-9570. Okay? There's going to be a big aha question at the end of this 3-pronged delivery that we are about to throw to you right after, because this literally fell into our laps right at the end of the Steve Kerr conversation. 3 things. Number 1, Bovada has removed Kevin Durant from betting markets with regard to where he may go.
What does that mean?
Off the board.
Huh.
Don't want to take any more bets on it.
That indicates that maybe something is in the offing.
That's what most would think.
Okay.
But that's only number 1, because a lot of you be like, okay. So it's off of the overseas markets.
Right.
That's number 1.
The markets tend to be ahead of the actual thing.
Number 2, the Phoenix Suns just listed Kevin Durant as doubtful for tomorrow night's game, also known as last game before the deadline.
Tomorrow's game?
Tomorrow's game, not tonight. They just played an overtime game in Portland. They lost it.
Right.
He played over 40 minutes in that game.
He played 46 minutes in that game.
They lost back-to-back games in Portland. That's what they did over the weekend after beating Golden State Friday night. They now have the same record as the Warriors again, and they are already listing Kevin as doubtful for tomorrow.
Even though he didn't leave the game with anything other than hurt feelings having lost to Portland.
He left with a sweaty tank top. That's what he did.
And 27 points.
And 27 points.
In a loss.
Which is his average. It's a regular night for Kevin Durant. Third thing, and this just came down from Sam Amick, The Athletic, in partnership with our own slates and David Aldridge, also other tapped-in great NBA writers. First part of the piece is that the Warriors may have company in the Kevin Durant party. Now, you could read this multiple ways. Obviously, there would be a lot of teams interested in Kevin Durant, right? But whenever I see something like this at the last minute, hey, there are other teams involved. It's the Scott Boras playbook, and it's perfect. It is simply Phoenix trying to get more from the Warriors. Hey, Dallas and Houston want him too. Good for you, Dallas and Houston. Dallas, you're drunk. I don't even know what the hell you think you're doing. And Houston is a young team that I would argue is probably, with a great record, not in a position to be giving up their young assets for Kevin Durant. Maybe some, I don't know, but not their top players because they're doing really well. Why would they do that? Now, that's my read on the situation, but here's the better part of the article. And here's where I want you to stop what you're doing.
Because you're about to ruin.
Listen to this sentence directly from the article. League sources say, 4-time All-Star forward Draymond Green, who has an established relationship with fellow Michigan State alum and Suns owner Matt Ishbia, is among the Warriors players Phoenix is known to covet.
Stand on it.
I think this is all incredibly fascinating because what it means to me, and this is the question that I want to throw out to everybody right now, you got to figure that Phoenix is after a few things. If this is actually going to come to pass, if there is a conversation with the Warriors right now about Kevin Durant, and we have all these reasons to believe that there is, Phoenix is going to want what? A pick or 2 picks or whatever, as many first-round picks as they can get. We've already seen the report that they would like Jonathan Kuminga, and now we need that salary booster. We've all been sitting here thinking it was Wiggins. What if it's Draymond, who makes only $2 million less? And it leads to the question to all of you wonderful 95-7 the game Warrior heads. If you have to include one approximate $25 million contract to the Suns for Kevin Durant, would you rather it be Andrew Wiggins or Draymond Green? How would you answer that?
Draymond Green.
So would I.
I mean, what Andrew Wiggins does is, I think, a lot more useful as far as being a scorer, better scorer than Draymond Green, and a wing defender. And Draymond Green can be the stretch 5, but less and less so than ever before. And he already said earlier this year that he's not as into playing the 5 as he used to. And now he's dealing with a little bit of injury. And we know that this injury is not like the other injuries he's had, which tells me that the knees need to be iced every time he comes off the floor, and the back is a little bit wonky. Andrew Wiggins doesn't miss games due to injury very often. He misses games due to family off-court issues, and that's well documented. And he missed games because he didn't want to get vaccinated back when that was a thing post-COVID, and that's all behind us. But Andrew Wiggins is available. He goes out there and he plays. And I do think if you had he and Kevin Durant as your wings, and Kuminga probably would be a part of this trade, honestly, if you're Phoenix and you want to get,
you would think, but the salary thing,
if Draymond Green is a part of what you want, Draymond Green is not enough. Draymond Green and filler and picks to me is not enough. You would want Draymond, Kuminga, filler, and then maybe a lesser pick. If I'm Phoenix, that's what I'd be looking for.
I would think so. The salary stuff for both organizations gets very wonky. It's very difficult with the Warriors and the Suns. So knowing that Kuminga, it's not just a player, it's whatever you're going to have to sign him to next year. Draymond is a player who's under contract for a while, so is Wiggins. So those are contracts they're going to have to play into next year. Does this become a 3-team deal that leads Jimmy Butler to Phoenix? And then what do you do? Like, there is a lot to answer here. But for Warrior fans, I think that's the focus in this moment. The focus in this moment is now the idea that instead of having to give up Wiggins and Kuminga, you could do Draymond and Kuminga. And whatever draft capital, there would probably be another expiring contract thrown in, a Schroeder, something like that. But that gets it done. That gets it done. But it also means now the second leg of the big three would be out the door. And that's an emotional thing for some Warrior fans. I know there are also a lot of Warrior fans that are like, see you, Dre. I'll drive you to Phoenix myself. I know that's a thing for a lot of fans. I look at it this way right now because I'm mindful, for example, of what Draymond Green just did last night at the end of that game to Paolo Banchero in a major possession. He stood that dude up. He still has that defensive juice, just not as often.
Right.
But he still has it in leveraged possessions, and that's a big deal. But I also remember what Kevin Durant, even at age 36, what he means around the rim. And it's very significant. He's not a great defensive player anymore, but he's such a physical piece of the puzzle. And obviously 6'10", it changes things around the rim. So he can turn into one of the best offensive players in the league and also, to a degree, at least at times, a rim protector who pairs very well with defensive-minded bigs like Kevon Looney. For example, I think that this kind of an acquisition would be a rebirth to Kevon Looney if he was not in the deal. He's an expiring contract. Maybe he's going to be in the deal.
Maybe.
But maybe not. And maybe this is a rebirth to him and his role. And maybe that front court without Draymond of Durant and Looney, maybe that makes up for the lack of Draymond. I'm with you. If I were forced into a decision on this one, and I can't believe I'm saying this, but I would rather see Draymond Green go at this point because of, A, they need more scoring, so I'd rather keep Wiggins, and he's younger, and B, I just think that there are at least, not all, but some in the organization who are exhausted.
Yeah.
Are exhausted, and we've reached that time where it doesn't work anymore. So everyone has always been able to wrap their arms around Draymond Green because it worked. And now with the organization not winning enough basketball games, he's been a good soldier. He's been well-behaved. He's been well-behaved this year as promised. So it's not really about that. But I just those things that he does well they're not as consistent anymore. So I'll take the scoring.
Yeah. 888-957-9570. If you had to deal one of them to get KD, who would you deal? Wiggins or Draymond? And I do think it's a tough call because Draymond has been such a great Warrior, four-time champ. And like you said, what he did last night defensively is something that will not be replaceable. When you need a big stop, Draymond's the guy. And he also hit a big bucket late in that game as well.
I know it bounce, but
whatever,
yeah.
shooter's touch.
Yep.
I mean, we don't call it lucky when Steph gets an 8 bouncer on the rim because he's the best shooter ever. Right. So, I mean, let's not be too disrespectful. The shot went in. It's a make or miss league, but Andrew Wiggins plays more often. He is more consistent. And, Draymond Green, last year in his game log, he played in 55 games, 55 of the 82, not because of health, but because of suspension. So if you had to trade one of them to get KD, or maybe you're of a mind saying, I don't want to trade either one of them. I don't want KD.
That's fair, too.
That opinion's out there as well.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union for a low-rate auto loan. Apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Also, remember, the key word to claim a spot in the knockout tournament at Chase Center is coming up in 10 minutes or less, so stay right where you are. If you're just joining us, Bovada has pulled Kevin Durant's acquisition odds off of the market. The Suns have announced that Kevin Durant is doubtful for tomorrow night's game, and The Athletic is reporting that the Suns covet Draymond Green. So if you need a $25 million contract in Kevin Durant talks, would you rather the Warriors include Wiggins or Draymond? It probably would not take both. So which would you rather in the deal? Dibbs and I are both saying Draymond, as much as it would hurt. We're not haters. I love Draymond Green. I've been a fan of him for a long time. He is a champ, but I just think we've arrived at that time where that stuff with Klay Thompson gone and whatnot, like that stuff can't really drive the bus anymore. 888-957-9570. Here's what Draymond said last night about the trade deadline and the team.
Sitting at 500, got to expect that they're going to look to be aggressive. It's not an organization that's going to do anything dumb, but they're going to look to be aggressive, and I understand it. I respect it. So when you're sitting at 500 and you have the expectations as an organization that we have, it's definitely going to be a little more intense. And then you add into the fold of, like, Luka Doncic just got traded, so everyone think everything's possible at this point, right? If you saw that and you didn't call every superstar, you're crazy.
Okay. So there's Draymond, knowing that everybody is available. We got a super chat from YouTube. Grandy, what does this say?
Yeah, the great Rich Mitchin, $2 to say 30, as in Steph won't trade Draymond. Ownership needs to do it for him. What do you think, Steph? Would Steph sign off on a Draymond Green trade?
For Kevin Durant, I do. I do think he would. I absolutely do think he would. Listen, I think that these guys know this is a performance-based business. It's a results-based business. And listen, you watch the way, for instance, all that controversy with Jordan Poole, but you watch the way that they interact with one another when they come back together for pregame and whatnot. There's still plenty of love and friendship there. But you damn well better believe Steph also signed off on Jordan Poole getting sent out of the building.
Right.
And then it became Klay Thompson. And I know that was different because Klay kind of drove that one. But just my read on it, yes, I think there is an absolute obsession with winning and being good, and this ain't working. And so, yes, all's on the table.
And the great Rich Mitchin followed up with another super chat saying trade Dre and Kuminga, and I put that in the trade machine, and it would be Draymond Green, Dennis Schroeder, Kuminga, and Lindy Waters as your throw-in.
Throw it in.
And whatever a pick would have to be included to get KD, and that works, although it does say the Warriors would lose 13 games.
Of course.
On the Hollinger analysis, which is just a statistical breakdown. And, you have not affected the winning percentage of Phoenix, but I do think if you are able to keep Wiggins and you bring back KD, and you've got Steph and Wiggins and KD as your big three, you still have Buddy and Kavan and GP2 and Pods and TJD. You still have enough pieces, I think, around them to this year only still tread water and be in the play-in at least.
888-957-9570. We're going to go to the phones in just a sec, but I also want to throw this out there from our conversation with Nick Friedel yesterday, Odyssey NBA insider who covered the KD-era Warriors, because I know a lot of you have also, I've heard a lot of people say this today, KD wouldn't play with Draymond. And obviously in this scenario, maybe Draymond is the one who's in the deal, but would KD still play with Draymond again? Nick said this.
I absolutely believe Kevin, Draymond, Steph could make it work. The key with all of those guys, on top of being Hall of Fame players, they want to win, and they've been around enough spots in their career to know that in order for them to win, they need players who understand them around them. So I've never bought into this idea that Kevin could never come back and it could never work because of all the bad blood that happened at the end and that maybe lingered for a few years. I think everybody's in a different place, and that's life. People change, and there is that evolution of what's going on. But I don't see any reason why Kevin and Draymond and Steph, being the leader that he is, couldn't look at each other and go, okay, we know what this was and what that provided for us. We know what it still can be. And all three of us are on two teams right now that just aren't good enough. So why not come back together?
Okay, so he says it's still doable. Doesn't mean it's going to happen, but just to have that as part of this discussion, one man's opinion is that, yes, Kevin would play with Draymond again. And again, a much less educated guess, I sort of I feel the same way just by watching the way they've interacted the last few years.
Yeah, but watching them interact as opponents 2 or 3 times a year as opposed to 82 games plus playoffs plus preseason, road trips and practices and all the rest of it.
That's a good point.
It's a little bit different. And,
Sure.
I can't help but think about the Olympics this year when Draymond was in the second row and he's cheering everybody on and he's waving the towel and, he and KD and LeBron and Steph, and it was a brotherhood for America. And again, small sample size on the Champs-Élysées for a week as opposed to we got 6-game road trip and this guy's wearing me out possession after possession. It feels to me, and I've always thought that the two of them couldn't play together again. I could be wrong, but the idea that Kevin Durant's been ruled as doubtful tomorrow, the odds are off the board, the deadline's in 2 days, and I'm reading from Chris Mannix that Phoenix is either going to make a deal with Butler and work out a 3-team deal, or they're just going to pivot, and Kevin Durant on the way out might be that pivot.
Well, and it may have to be. The Bradley Beal thing is the linchpin, got a no-trade clause, and from what I've heard, everywhere that they're trying to send him, he and his family are like, nope, we're not going there. And so he's the one who actually has the power in that whole thing, and wouldn't it be amazing if that the family desires of Bradley Beal leads to Kevin Durant being a Warrior again? That'd be incredible, I think. Larry in Lafayette, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Larry, thank you for calling.
Well, thanks for opening it up. It seems to me that there was a big shift in Warrior world when the punch happened, and because of the sort of difficult and ugly nature of that, I think that changed a lot of things. We actually gave Poole away for a really decrepit CP3, and then we didn't do anything with CP3's contract. That was a big mistake. So we're in this situation. I have a feeling it might have impacted our reputation as a place to go play. It sure would me if I were a professional player. I wouldn't necessarily want to step in where people can come and smash your grill and no consequence. So anyway, I will be okay with Dre going away because Wiggins is our only point of attack defender, which, by the way, sometimes it makes me crazy that you compare only his offensive numbers because he's the only guy we've got that can keep people out of the paint.
Well, it's a fair point, and this is not to absolve me on that. I know you're referring to the conversation we were having an hour ago. The tweet I had sent out did actually mention player A is a better defender than player B, so I'm glad you brought that up and brought that to the air because you're absolutely right.
Yeah, because basically I know that if I'm sure Dallas would want him. I'm sure the Celtics would probably want him. He's a really great player going two-way and cheerfully taking his shots whenever he can get them. He doesn't call for the ball. He doesn't require playmaking. He's just a really all-around good teammate.
Larry, thank you very much. So it's a really good call. I always feel compelled to bring this up when people talk about the Jordan Poole trade. And those opinions are totally fair. This is just my perspective, although it is also what I was told from sources deep within the Warrior community. I would suggest looking at the Jordan Poole trade less about you traded Jordan Poole for Chris Paul. You did, but it was more you traded Jordan Poole's contract for Chris Paul's contract. And even though you didn't end up turning that contract into a big trade at the end of Chris Paul's tenure, the money expired. The money expired. They traded a big contract for an expiring contract.
Right.
And in that moment, that mattered to the Warriors. If it doesn't matter to you, I get it, but it mattered to the Warriors.
And it mattered to them that way they could get underneath the second apron, which is very punitive when you're under that, or when you're over that apron in a repeat way. And if they could have turned Chris Paul into another player that would have helped them, they would have done it. But they couldn't, and so they were happy to just get underneath that apron, and now this year you stay below the luxury tax apron, and you can go above it next year and not have the repeater penalty which actually costs you a first-round pick down the road.
All right, we're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. We can't wait to talk to you. Those of you who are on hold, here we come, 888-957-9570. And again, the word is Kevin Durant listed as doubtful for tomorrow night, pulled from the Bovada odds with regard to where he's going to end up, and the Athletic reports that the Suns covet Draymond Green. So we're asking you, if it has to be Wiggins or Draymond in a deal for Kevin, which one would you want to see go? 888-957-9570, the number, and then maybe most importantly of all, coming up immediately next, today's key word in order to get you into the knockout tournament. This is Willard and Dibs.
Are you ready, Bay Area sports fans? San Francisco International Airport is welcoming the biggest.
We're in the deal zone.
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
I'll tell you right now, brother, tomorrow afternoon, that's our last show before the answers are in.
It's going to be hot in here.
It's going to be hot. It's already
We're
hot.
in the deal zone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that Brian Windhorst? We call him Windy, but friend of the program, Nick Friedel, just calls him Brian.
Right.
I was talking to Brian.
Yeah, he texted me when we were at a game the other day.
I mean, what a moment in time.
I'm still trying to get the Kapler out of my Friedel. Hasn't totally worked yet. I need to spend more time in the bathroom mirror.
We, as NBA reporters.
We, as Windy and me.
I call him Brian. I love that, man.
All right. A lot of people want to weigh in. If you're just joining us, this is sort of the three-pronged rumor mill that just landed with us.
You like prongs.
I do. You
like a three-prong rumor mill.
I mean, I was cooking chicken earlier today. I've decided to stop using a spatula because I got this little two-pronged thing. It flips the chicken better.
Yeah.
It's two prongs.
They're called tongs.
No, they're not tongs. It's not it's not like the Pac-Man thing.
Okay.
It's just a stick that splits like a fork in the road. And it's got two prongs.
Okay.
And it's coming at you.
Okay.
From two different directions.
It's aggressive.
It's kind of like Wiggins or Draymond. They come at you from two different places.
And that's the question. If you had to trade one of them to get KD, would you trade Wiggins or would you trade Draymond? You and I are both of the deal Dre. Bye-bye, Draymond, go bye-bye.
I mean, and I can't believe how quickly all of us got there.
Bye-bye.
I just think time and space, this is the time. And again, the three-pronged rumor mill is, A, Bovada pulls Kevin Durant off of the odds for where he's going to land, the overseas markets. The Suns announce him as doubtful for tomorrow night's game, the last game before the deadline. And then third, The Athletic reports that former Michigan State alum Matt Ishbia, who owns the Suns, covets Draymond Green. And obviously Draymond and Andrew make about the same money. Andrew just a touch more, but they make about the same. So as the Warriors aggressively pursue Durant, which is reported everywhere, if it had to be Wiggins or Draymond, who would you get rid of? We'll go to the phones in a second. But it is time to give out the keyword that you need to claim a spot in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center court. And lo and behold, don't you love today's keyword?
What is it?
Ready? It is Kevin. The keyword is Kevin.
Not Kevon.
Not Kevon.
Kevin.
Correct.
Okay.
Who are you?
Thank you.
Technically not a word. It's a noun, but it's a name. But anyway, proper name. The keyword is Kevin. Sometime in the next 25 minutes, you're going to hear this sounder. If you call now, you're doing yourself a disservice. Stop.
You're doing it wrong.
Don't hit send on that call. Don't do it. Okay? But when you hear that sounder again, then you're going to want to call. With that keyword, Kevin, the contest line, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Save the number, save the word, and when you hear the sounder again, be the first person to call in, and bang, you're in the knockout tournament. And this is true every day this week, 8 a.m., noon, and 4, every day this week, every day next week. So lots of more chances to come. Okay? But the next one is coming up real soon.
Yeah, exciting.
All right. Want to talk to some people?
I do, because I'm really fascinated by the question of if you had to deal one of them, who would you deal? Because there's a lot of Draymond super fans, and there's also people who have just had it up to here with Draymond.
Yeah, that's true, and it's been that way for a while. Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, if I have to pick between Draymond Green and the werewolf, bye-bye Wiggins. Because you know what? In my opinion, you still need a Draymond Green. Who's going to make that stop in the finals? Who's going to make that stop in the offs? It's only Draymond Green. We saw that again last night. That guy still plays championship defense, not all year, but he's a proven 16-game player. So for all those people who say otherwise, I need him on that wall. You people can't handle the truth.
Okay, thank you, Jonathan.
Love it.
Listen, I will say this. I know it's going to be a popular thing for a lot of people, this idea of, trade Draymond, because there's anger there. There's emotion. I don't take this lightly. I don't think that the answer is obvious, in other words. Jonathan is not, he has a point. There is an aspect of your defensive side and your offensive side that you lose with Draymond Green. I still think that Steph Curry, there's that comfortability with where he gets the ball with Draymond Green. I do think you get the best Steph when Draymond is out there. So you are sacrificing something if you do this.
But you also get better Steph when you have Kevin Durant on the floor.
Of course.
If you've got KD and Steph and no Draymond, Steph has, I think, a better ability to get open, and he gets open in a different way. And also, when Steph is not open, like right now with the Warriors, when Steph is being double-teamed and harassed, what else do you have? You've got maybe Wiggins. You got JK when healthy. He's not. You've got a variety of shooters who most of them aren't shooting great. Buddy Hield, my God, over the past 3 months. Schroeder's streaky. And, I mean, we could go name by name, and I don't want to name check everybody, but if you had KD, all of a sudden now defenses go ahead and double-team Steph, and KD going to kill you.
It opens up everything.
For everybody.
We watched it. It opens up everything. And I understand that Clay and Draymond wouldn't be here anymore, but there are different pieces to the puzzle now that are younger and different. It's just a completely different construction. And so all I'm saying is I don't take it lightly. I think you'd be losing something by losing either one of them. But in this moment, on this roster, I think that I would keep Wiggins and move on from Draymond. And by the way, none of us really know how Kevin would feel about playing with Draymond again. And so trading Draymond kind of takes that dynamic out of the locker room.
It does, and I could see it both ways where it's water under the bridge. I'm older, you're older. We've made peace with what happened, and really it would only be for a year and a half because at the end of next year, KD would be a free agent. So if it went south again, he could get out and go elsewhere.
Sure.
And at the same time, it's been a long time since that happened, but we do know that Kevin Durant is kind of a sensitive being.
Wee bit sensitive,
yeah.
Yes.
So
it would make sense that this has stuck with him on some level.
Right. And as we make this decision between the two, and we don't have to make the decision, we're having the discussion, Draymond Green's only played in 68% of the games from last year and this year. And I know that availability is the number one ability. Last year, he missed 27 games. This year, he's missed 14. He's not as available as Andrew Wiggins, a guy who, when everything's good off the floor, that guy's going to play now. Yep. He's going to show up now.
Yep.
And so I do think that that's a part of it as you're looking at an older team.
Totally fair. Yeah, totally fair. Give me the 29-year-old who scores. Brian Windhorst, NBA Today, ESPN, literally said this just a handful of hours ago about anybody not named Steph Curry.
I think everything's on the table.
Everything is on the table.
I think other than Steph Curry, everything's on the table.
Okay. Everything covers Draymond Green. He's in that. The word everything. It's the way I hear it.
Right.
Ian on 580. Hi, Ian. Thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, how's and I love me Green, and I don't care nothing about the punch or Jordan Poole, none of that. But given the dynamics of the team, it's Wiggins that's going to keep defenses honest. And our problem is we can't get a shot off. And at the end of the day, in the NBA, offense trumps defense. I don't really care about what they say about defense wins championships. Offense trumps defense. They got a good team defense anyways. And without Clay, man, they just don't have enough firepower, man. So yeah, as much as I love Draymond Green, man. I am from Michigan. I was born in Michigan, okay? But yeah, I'll roll with Wiggins, man. I'll go with Wiggins to win it all.
Ian, I get it, and thank you for the call. I absolutely get it. Let me give one devil's advocate point, though.
Yeah.
Even though I'm on that side with y'all, I really am. But when you say offense trumps defense in the NBA, let me give for you, as an example, the team that Kevin is on right now. That's kind of been their mantra for the last couple of years. They went out and went all offense. They decided to come at you with 3 offensive unstoppable players. And 2 things happened. One, they never really found a point guard who they felt could get them the ball in the spot where they want. Maybe that would be different with Steph Curry and the Warriors. Then they brought in Tyus Jones this year. That still hasn't worked. Their record is the same as the Warriors. So they've got offensive firepower to burn. And it's not working because the word on the Suns around the NBA is you can push them around. You can get physical with them. That's the way people try to defend Durant. And you can push him around. And it's worked. And that has been the bugaboo for the Phoenix Suns. And if the Warriors lose Draymond Green, I could make an argument that they become the next team that other teams will say, we can push him around.
Well, they already are getting pushed around. And even when Draymond's out there, they're getting pushed around.
You think?
Yes.
Physically?
For the most part.
I don't mean the final score. I mean the way you go about attacking them.
Yes. I mean, you have an undersized team that many times is overmatched. And when Draymond's out there, you have a little bit more of a junkyard dog. But outside of that, who would be your next toughest player when you want to talk about toughness and a guy who's not going to get pushed around? TJD can protect the rim, but he gets moved backward.
Looney is the name that came to mind first.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's a guy who is an undersized 5 who is not going to really do a lot above the rim. He's had a nice year, but he's not exactly a junkyard dog.
And then I would say for players who are not big guys down low, I think Wiggins is a tough performer. I think Schroeder is a tough guy. I think Pods plays bigger than he is. I think they've got some wings.
I get that, but
you're talking
defense. About a bunch of 6'2" guys. So for me, that's the bigger issue.
Wiggins 6'7".
Yeah, but you know, Pods is going to be 6'3", and Schroeder's about the same, and Steph is 6'3". So I think that this team in general gets pushed around. And you know, Draymond, a guy who's only played in 2 of every 3 games this season and last year. So if you're not even available to be out there, then you can't really be a dog when you're not playing.
No, that's fair. Although, again, every time we bring that up, I'm like, God, it applies to almost everyone. It literally applies to almost every star, the concern about them missing time. You know what I mean? Like, look at the trade last weekend. It's like, oh, my God, you got paper-thin AD? Right, for Luka, who hasn't played since Christmas. You know, and like Jimmy Butler hasn't played. Joel Embiid hasn't played. Yeah. Paul George hasn't played. Draymond hasn't played. Durant missed a handful of games. Steph Curry has missed a handful of games.
Curry's going to play 70 or more.
Yeah,
and you know,
I hope.
In the comp with Andrew Wiggins, Wiggins has played in 24 more games over the last season and a half, last year and this year. So, you know, and I won't even go to Buddy Hield, who played 84 games last year because he's not in the conversation. But Draymond Green, for a variety of reasons, tends to miss games, and now the new injuries are cropping up.
There are a lot of people responding to our question about which one would you want more to include in the deal, either Wiggins or Draymond. There's a lot of people switching the word or to and.
Interesting.
In other words, how about if you keep Jonathan Kuminga and you do Wiggins and Draymond? And actually that salary in and of itself almost works right there. Like you might have to throw in a Waters or something like that to make it work. But the Draymond and Wiggins together,
no, it works.
It works. Yep. That equals Kevin. Now, I understand that thought. And if you are a keep JK, let Wiggins go person, understood. I guess my only question there, that's a question for Phoenix.
Right.
That's a question for Phoenix. And if I'm the Warriors, I would be willing to part with either. Where I would hesitate is when we get to both. Now I'm talking about Wiggins and JK.
Right. So now you're talking about if you part with Wiggins and Draymond, now you're looking at Steph and KD and Kuminga. And the kids. It'd be Steph and KD and the kids. You wouldn't have Wiggins. You wouldn't have Draymond.
Well, you still got you'd have a Schroeder as
Buddy and
as another.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean,
right.
we can.
You got Kyle Anderson. I mean, you got veterans. Right. Looney would still be on the team.
You got 2 stars and a bunch of 7s and 8s to me. If you keep Wiggins, you've got a legitimate number 3. If in this scenario, if you trade Wiggins and Draymond, who's your 3?
Well, Kuminga.
Right, okay.
You could have Jonathan Kuminga or Durant. Durant's your 3.
No, Durant's your 2. It'd be Steph and Durant.
Durant, I don't see Durant. And again, Moses Moody says these are all interchangeable. You know what I mean?
Well, I meant who's your number 2 scorer is what I meant.
Oh, number 2 scorer.
Not who plays the 3.
Well,
but who's your number 3?
1 and 2.
So your number 3 option would be Kuminga.
Yeah.
And he's still 2 weeks away from maybe being 2 weeks away.
Throw your garden variety whatever in there at the 2 guard. I mean, Buddy Hield to knock down a shot. It can be Schroeder on nights. It can be Pods.
Yeah.
You can play with a lot. And then the 5, you would still have Looney, Post, all the TJD, you'd have all those options.
I think about defensively, if you trade Draymond and Wiggins, those are your 2 best defensive players.
I agree with you. Listen, again, I'm saying
it's an or for me. It's not an and.
Well, but I think in the end, it's actually up to Phoenix. I think the Warriors would do it either way.
Interesting.
I think they'd do it either way.
And I don't think that Phoenix would want to take on both of those players and both of those contracts. For me, if Phoenix is like really looking to make a trade where you send out a top 10 player, you got to be looking for some salary relief in the future.
Except for Kuminga just becomes Wiggins' contract next year anyway.
If you decide to keep him.
Yeah, you're not going. I don't think you're going to acquire him to let him go.
No, but you could sign and trade him. He becomes an asset.
Yes, although easier to trade him than Wiggins. I would agree there.
And you would get Kuminga control if you acquired him in your Phoenix. Then you have the restricted free agent option. So you now could be the team to sit back and match or sign and trade him.
Paul in the city next up. Hi, Paul. Thanks for calling. Paul.
Hey there. You guys hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hey, so, there's all this hate. Can you hear me?
Yes, Paul. Talk now. Here we go. We got you.
Okay, so I'm talking now. So there's all this hate for Draymond. I just one thing I just want to say. I'm not a Draymond super fan, but in Draymond's defense, Katie left the Dubs not because of Draymond. He left because he's overly sensitive, and he didn't want to be number 2 to Curry. He didn't want to be number 2 in legacy to the big 3. That's why he left. Same thing with Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole, his high school coach and his college coach, they both said he's consistently inconsistent. So, the fact that he played so poorly after the punch, it's just part of who Jordan Poole is. So I don't think, all this hate for Draymond is really required. Well, the other thing, too, is I don't think Steph and Clay would be the players they were without Draymond.
Yeah, I don't I hope this, and Paul, I'm not sure if you're referring to a caller or texter or if you're referring to us. I certainly hope this doesn't sound like Draymond hate. I've got none. I can sit here and tell you that obviously what he did a year plus ago was an awful moment and a terrible act and all of those things. And Draymond has made mistakes just like all human beings do. I do not have any hate for Draymond Green. I do not, quote, want him off the roster. But in this time and space, if that is presented to the Warriors, I think that you do that. I think you do that now. It's not hate or trying to get him out of here or holding him accountable for what happened a year and a half ago. No, it's opportunity knocks, and we're at the end of the rope. And so, as was just reported by Brian Windhorst, everything's on the table, including that.
Right. And I do think that when you get rid of Clay, and it was in the offseason, so now the idea of the big 3 finishing together as Golden State Warriors, it's not happening. So it does make it a little bit more palatable to then move off of another member of the big 3. And if you want to get something for one of your declining assets, Steph or Draymond, I don't believe you'll ever trade Steph and Curry. So that leaves you with Draymond Green. And you look at his availability, he's only played in 2 of every 3 games the last year and a half. He's not the same defender he used to be. He can be at times, but he's not a DPOY guy. He's not even an all-defense guy anymore. He's a good defender, but he's not the same player that he was, and he does not provide the alleviation for Steph from a gravity standpoint, which would be an alleviation sensation.
Thank you.
Which is what it would be. And right now, on this team, you have too many unguardable, or you don't need to guard guys on offense, and Draymond's at the top of that list.
Yeah, and it's a very fair point. When we get into X's and O's and spacing and the NBA in today's day and age with how many shooters need to surround Steph, that is one part of Draymond's game that is sometimes a problem. And he can knock down a 3, but he's not making anybody guard him. I think that's your point. It's a fair one. Eric in Walnut Creek next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Eric. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. Hey, well, I do hate Draymond Green, and I do think he should be held accountable. I don't know what that caller's talking about, playing he was worried about being second fiddle. People forget how dominant we were, how dominant KD was during that whole run. He's the best player on the team. NBA Finals MVP, best player on the team. And for people who aren't sick of Draymond, I just think that's crazy to see how easy he gets baited every game. And his availability, there's a big asterisk next to that when it's so self-inflicted, like last year. It's ridiculous.
Well, Eric, you don't see, if I grant you everything you just said, you don't see any you don't see any sort of positive aspects of Draymond Green, the effect that he's had on this team?
I do, but it's not the same guy, and I have more of a tolerance for it when you're winning and you're not winning.
Yeah, I get that, Eric. Thanks. And again, I mean that's kind of, I wouldn't use the word tolerance, but that's kind of what where I've arrived to based on this idea. It's a time and space thing. The Warriors are in desperation mode, if you want to call that. They want to maximize the remainder of Steph Curry's career. And if you really, really want to do that, a name like Kevin Durant comes along. I think you start opening your mind to a lot of stuff that you were close to before.
Yes, and part of that is if Phoenix is covetous of Draymond Green because the owner is from the same school that Draymond Green went to, if that is really a part of this conversation and Phoenix is calling and saying, yeah, what about Draymond? Might you trade Draymond? And, the owner, Ishbia, a former Spartan himself, who has an affinity from Draymond Green, all of a sudden now you're more open to it, thinking that, yeah, if you want Draymond Green, let's make him a big part of the deal. And if it's Draymond, Kuminga, and others, well, now you're open to it.
Yeah. Oh, there it is, everybody. Here we go. That's the sounder. So they got to call the contest line starting right now. Here it is, 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. First person to call that line with the correct keyword is in the knockout tournament on the Chase Center court Monday, March 3rd. We're playing ball at Chase Center. Come join us. Contest line, 415-523-4652. So good luck to each and every one of you trying. And if you don't get through this time, keep trying. Your next chance to win tomorrow morning with the roast in the 8 a.m. hour. Noon with Steiny and Guru, 4 o'clock again with us tomorrow, and that's true every day the rest of the week and next week as well.
I cannot wait to see the full field out there with our staff members, Mark Grandy, defending champ, Lucas Alexander, the crafty lefty, and you and Goo, and you trying to guard Goo in the pregame and him putting it right in your eye.
I'm going to sit that one out this time. I don't want to get him
that
on.
That went viral. He stuck it to you.
What made you think I was lefty?
What made you think he was lefty?
I mean, because I've seen you shoot righty, and I thought you were joking.
A ball comes out of your hand sideways.
I walked right into that.
Thank you, Randy.
That's a good answer.
I'll take it.
That's a good answer.
It's my business.
Good answer. All right. So good luck while each of you are calling. Also, coming up next, we will continue to take your regular calls. If it's got to be Wiggins or Draymond in a deal for Kevin Durant, which one would you be more comfortable letting go? 95.7 The Game's got your chance to score tickets to the Celebrity Pickleball Bash. Biggest celebrity pickleball event in the world is coming to the city February 15th and 16th at the Warfield. Star power behind this event includes people like Brandi Chastain, Chris Mullin, Hunter Pence, Terrell Owens, Baron Davis, and more. Visit 957thegame.com for more information and your chance to win tickets courtesy of our friends at Pivot. We're also brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. More of your calls next. If you missed Steve Kerr earlier on the show, we'll have that for you again as well on Willard and Dibs.
And Dan Dibley here to talk about how much weight I've lost, because I'm not going to just brag.
I'm talking now.
Dub Nation, it's Andrew Wiggins. You're listening to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I'm just chuckling because, like, the Warriors may well, like, the right thing to do may well be nothing. And I don't mean that that's what I want them to do. My point is that I don't know what the bargain is that the other side is driving. I don't actually know who is fully available. I know what they want to have happen. I know who they're going after. But my goodness, you want to talk about stirring it up. Whether it's the Warriors' fault or not, America is sitting here. It is 4:49 on Tuesday, February 4th, which means you do the math better than me. 24 hours plus then about 19 to 20 more.
Yep, 43 hours.
Okay, so 43 to 44 hours are left to go. And the full-blown demanding expectation is that a major name will be on this team by then. Whew.
That's a big ask. And
it's a very big ask.
This from Anthony Slater on Twitter just seconds ago. Draymond Green and Andrew Wiggins are both probable tomorrow at the Jazz. Stephen Curry not listed on the injury report.
That's good.
Moses Moody questionable. It's the last game before the deadline. Draymond and Wiggins are probable tomorrow.
Well, it gives them
better than doubtful.
And it gives them plausible deniability, though. Like it's the allowance to pull them if something is consummated between now and then you don't want to risk injury.
Correct.
Especially in Utah.
Right.
Crying out loud. You ought to be able to go win that game no matter who you play.
Exactly. So you list them both as probable. Steph Curry not on the injury report, which is...
Because he's not being traded.
Right, but... And then the Warriors are at the Lakers on Thursday.
Correct.
So the expectation, I thought, would be that he wouldn't play in the back-to-backs. So
well, that's been going back and forth a little bit.
So I thought that maybe they would list him at least on the injury report going into Utah as probable, but he's not even listed. So something to watch. And, you know, the other piece of this is the Dennis Schroeder piece where he can't be traded until tomorrow. And tomorrow is now 7 hours and 9 minutes away, as far as I can tell.
Well, it's probably East Coast tomorrow.
So tomorrow then would be 4 hours and 9 minutes away.
Yeah.
So, I mean, tomorrow's coming up. If you're Dennis Schroeder and you can be traded come tomorrow based on when he was last traded. So if anything is going to happen with anything, I would imagine it doesn't happen until midnight Eastern.
Well, I mean, can you get a drink in Utah? Can you go get a drink in Utah?
I haven't been there in a long time.
I haven't been there in a really long time.
Just a quick story, and I know that we've got a lot of callers, and we got Steve Kerr coming up at 5:08, but Matt Steinmetz and I went there to watch a former coworker named Sean O'Connell, who was a 95.7 The Game host. He was also a UFC fighter. So I said, Stein, let's go out and watch him fight. So we went to Salt Lake and spent a couple of nights, and darn it, if we couldn't get a drink, it was the hardest thing we ever tried to do. Every place we went, they said, yeah, I'm sorry, you're going to need to order food. And so we said, what's the cheapest thing you had? Chips and salsa. Oh, I've never had more chips and salsa in my life.
That's funny because
that's Utah.
Because I have 8 buckets of chips and salsa every single time I go to a Mexican restaurant.
Well, then you should be in Utah. Because you can have your one drink with your chips and salsa.
Well, here's why I asked, because Dennis Schroeder may want to go get a drink tonight because it might be an uncomfortable, sleepless night. And Dalton Johnson, our friend over at NBC Sports Bay Area, has a piece on Dennis Schroeder ahead of the deadline where he literally, and this is a quote from Schroeder, quote, it's modern slavery at the end of the day. Schroeder does not like, I mean, someone who's been traded many, many times. I know that's a big quote, but take it through the context of the conversation they're having. And Schroeder, who's been on 8 to 10 different rosters in the NBA and just got here.
8 is the answer.
Is squaring, he's staring down the possibility of yet another uniform come Thursday. So, not pleased with it.
At the end of this year, his career earnings will be $103 million.
And he says in there, I know we make a lot of money, but
I'm just pointing out.
I understand.
I'm just pointing out the facts of it.
And those are there, and they do make a ton of money. But I'm not going to act like because they make a ton of money that it's just easy to have your employer ship you across the country at a moment's notice, sometimes multiple times a year. That's
Agreed.
hard.
I mean, and I'm looking at his transaction log, and he went from Atlanta to the Bakersfield Jam, back to Atlanta. He was a part of a 3-team trade where he was dealt by Atlanta to OKC, and then he was traded by OKC. And then he was signed with Boston, traded by Boston, signed with the Lakers. Then he signed with Toronto, traded by Toronto. And then 10 months later, traded by the Nets to the Warriors. And maybe 4 months after that, he'll be traded by the Warriors to fill in the blank.
Who knows where?
The last time he was traded was December, and before that it was February 8th. He might be traded 3 times within 12 months.
Dude.
So I get it.
Yep,
And,
that's a lot.
Think about you and I and, you with your fiance and your 3 kids, and she's got the 2 kids, and all of a sudden you get dealt to a radio station in Houston, and you got to be there by Friday morning. It's like
I'm not going.
Right.
I'd Iguodala the hell out of that sucker. I'm not going.
Depends on what you're making.
Yeah, exactly. But
so I have some grace for what he's talking about.
Yes.
But sometimes when you think about how much money they're making, I'm trying not to be that guy anymore. But
yeah, it's probably not a word that I would have used. It's probably not a word that I would have used. But he did, and it's his experience, and we've not had it. So 888-957-9570, the number. Again, if you're just joining us, what kind of started percolating here earlier in the hour are 3 things. Kevin Durant was pulled off of the overseas markets by Bovada with regard to where he would land. He was called doubtful for tomorrow night's game, even though he played 46 minutes just last night. And then lastly, The Athletic releases a report that the Phoenix Suns ownership covets Draymond Green. Known to covet Draymond Green. So if the Warriors and the Suns are a match, and if Durant can be made a Warrior again, if you had to give up Wiggins or Draymond, which one would you give up? 888-957-9570. Let's go to Waleed in San Ramon. Hey, Waleed, what's up?
Hey, how's it going? First off, for all the callers that are blaming Draymond, come on, guys. It was a punch. It was a mistake. It's not a life sentence. Just move on from that. But second, about your point on trading Wiggins or Draymond, I would send Wiggins and keep Draymond because it works. But if they want Draymond and Kuminga, you send them to him, and then you have Wiggins and a pick to go out there and get a superstar. Heck, depending on the timing of this, you can even get Jimmy Butler for Wiggins and a pick, and now you got that dog that you guys are referring to playing with Steph and KD.
Yeah, I will say this, Waleed, thanks. I don't know if Jimmy Butler ends up with the Warriors because the latest on that is Butler is Suns or bust. Like Suns, or I'll just keep sitting in the sun and we'll just wait for the offseason. I don't know where the whole Butler thing is going. That feels like it's getting further and further away for the Warriors. But I will say this. If the Warriors and the Suns are a match, and let's say it was Draymond and Kuminga and Schroeder or whatever, and that's a match, depending on the number of picks that might be involved in it as well. What if it's only 1? What if it's even just 2? It does not take the Warriors out of the running for even another deal. Like, don't forget names like Vucevic or Cam Johnson or whatever. I don't even necessarily know what exactly the play would be, and I don't know if you can rip your defense apart so bad. Like if Draymond, Kuminga, and Wiggins are all off the team, I don't know who the hell's guarding anybody anymore. But I do think that you could make this deal with the Suns and still have enough in the tank to at least have other conversations too.
Right, if you want to, part with picks. If you wind up doing Schroeder and Draymond and Kuminga for KD and you have to take a pick and send it that way, you could do something with GP2 and Kevon and bring in Vucevic because that almost matches up evenly, and maybe that involves a pick as well.
Maybe.
So you wind up with Vucevic and KD, and you lose Draymond, Schroeder, Kuminga, GP2, and Looney, and it hurts your depth, but you look at your top line, and you still have Wiggins, and you'd have KD and Steph, and you'd have Vucevic, and then you'd have, Buddy Hield and Pods and TJD and some of the other young guys.
I mean, yeah, it's like it starts to get a little bit head spinning about all the roster different scenarios that are out there. And I don't think you want to turn a roster over so much that you suddenly need to totally relearn one another in the middle of the season. Like, there's not that many games left. You're going to have to be at your best here pretty soon. So I'd be more in favor of, kind of like one big move that you feel like lands. And I do think Durant would qualify for that. I'd be in favor of that. If you start doing like, let's change the entire starting five except for Steph, it's like it's like training camp all over again. And you've only got 30 games left. So 888-957-9570. How about Bilal in Saratoga? Hey, Bilal, what's up?
Hey, guys. Love the show. Love what you're all doing. I really hope the Dubs make a big move because we got to do something. If you ask me, I think we got to stay with Draymond, give up Wiggins. Draymond has the IQ that very few basketball players have. And so if we're going to bring a superstar in and try and turn things around so quickly, both this season and then next, we're going to need someone really smart to help us do that. And I think Draymond's going to do a better job of that than Wiggins. I think we got to give up Kuminga. We got to do that too. We do got to make sure we keep some athleticism because we can't be all a bunch of old guys. But I really think we got to keep Draymond.
Bilal, I get it. Like, again, Dibbs and I are both on the side of if you had to pick one, I think the timing suggests you let Draymond go. But I don't think you're crazy if you disagree. There is a lot you're giving up. I'm not on the, I do think there's a section of Warrior fans who are like, man, I'll buy him a plane ticket.
Right. And we've heard that already.
I'm not in that camp. I do think Draymond adds a lot.
He does, and so does Andrew Wiggins, and it becomes, a number of different things. One is if you get KD, would he and Draymond work out? Would they want to play with each other? Would KD want to come here and play with Draymond? That's one that we can't answer. Only a few people would know the real answer. And the other piece of it is obviously what does Phoenix want?
Right.
Who would they prefer, Wiggins or Draymond, in the deal? I do think that Kuminga would have to be a part of the trade because if you're Phoenix and you just get Kuminga, or if you get Wiggins or Draymond and then a bunch of filler and picks, that to me is not enough to satisfy a team that thinks that they're still in some sort of a competitive window.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Steve Kerr, about 7 minutes away. And real quick, want to remind you all about our Slam Dunk in Vegas contest. Someone's going to win travel and accommodations for 4. That means you plus 3 guests to Las Vegas plus $5,000 for each guest. That's $20,000 total. You'll be staying at Circa, premium sports viewing destination in downtown Vegas. The Circa Resort and Casino Las Vegas' premium sports viewing destination for the biggest March hoops party at Stadium Swim. So all of that is going to be given to someone, and all you have to do to win is listen on the Odyssey app. You listen for at least an hour a day, you're logged in, and you are entered. And you can do one every single day. So just download the free Odyssey app, log in, and listen for at least an hour each day, and you're entered each time. National contest, download the Odyssey app now. You might be in Vegas with $20K. Gene in Oakland is next. Hi, Gene.
Hey, guys. Okay, listen. I've been one of, Dre's biggest fans over the years, but I'd be open to trading him simply because he's breaking down. I mean, if you could get something really of value for him, I'd be open to that. But, but if you can't, he still has value to the team. And frankly, I was hoping he'd stick around and be a coach one day and stay with the organization. As far as Wiggins goes, I just get very frustrated with people undervaluing what this guy means to this team. I was at the game last night, and, just watching this dude work his ass off, he's the hardest working player on the team. And beyond that, I saw him sitting down, put his arm around Moody's back, and clearly said something encouragement to him. Probably gave him some advice, too. So, I think he's quietly leaders in the locker room. In fact, if I was interviewing Steve Kerr, I'd like to ask him, how does the locker room feel about Andrew Wiggins. So, he's 29 years old. He's in his peak physically, and he's playing pretty damn close to what he did in his All-Star year a few years ago. I think he's the best player on the team right now. So, no, I would leave him alone unless you can package him with Kuminga and get Durant or something. Then,
that's largely what we're talking about here, Gene. But, Gene, thanks. I think it is a very fair point. And, again, I started the show by saying I think Andrew Wiggins is really being undervalued with the way we talk about him. Jonathan Kuminga being overvalued because they're essentially this very similar production. I like them both. I just think that's the way we talk about them right now. Gene's point, though, about health cannot be understated. That's a very, very fair point. If you are comparing these two players, and you've said this a time or two the last couple hours as well, if you're comparing these two players, it might even be the number one thing to think about, simply which one of them is going to play the games and which one of them has a higher risk of not playing the games. So I'm going to keep the guy who's going to play the games. Right now, that's Andrew Wiggins.
And I do think there's a lot to be said for what Wiggins does on both ends of the floor. And if you look at this Warrior team this year, what are they deficient in? Well, both. Their offense doesn't have secondary and tertiary scoring, and their defense is, not very good. You don't have a real group of lockdown defenders that you can rely on. So if you get rid of Draymond Green, it hurts your defense a lot. Your offense doesn't really get hurt. It actually gets better when KD comes. If you lose Andrew Wiggins, your defense gets worse and your offense gets worse. So I think about just the plus minus of the players, assuming that they play the same amount of games, and I do think health is a factor. But when you lose Andrew Wiggins, you're losing 16 a night and a really good defender, a guy who's going to guard the other team's best player. With Draymond, you lose playmaking, the highest basketball IQ maybe we've ever seen. Great defense, but you don't lose any scoring. So it becomes a balance sheet of...
Totally.
And culture-wise, Draymond's a great culture fit, but he also can rub people the wrong way.
Oh, how many years has it been since we've heard that there are those in the organization who have grown tired of, my God, we've been hearing that for 5 years.
Or more, yeah.
To be honest with you. Steve Kerr in a couple of minutes. Sam in San Ramon. Hi, Sam. What's up?
Oh, great show, fellas. I was going to say, I think it's okay if they trade Draymond, maybe even trade Wiggins, too. If we get draft picks, that won't hurt too much. But I was thinking about Dennis Schroeder and the modern-day slavery. I was thinking Magic Johnson, Jordan, and LeBron. Those are the only three billionaires in basketball. And I was thinking, well, he did say modern. It's a very modern type of slavery. It's not the old type of slavery. Like the old type of slavery would mean you have no money or any women or girlfriends. The basketball players, they got it good, man. You get college for free. In modern-day slavery, you get billions of dollars. Shaq is doing pretty darn good too. He's almost a billionaire too. He's on that list.
Sam, I'm gonna jump in on this one because I'm getting a little uncomfortable with the tone of that whole thing. And you're naming four players. That's four players out of the entire lot of NBA players. Dennis Schroeder is not going to have the same perspective as Michael Jordan.
Right. And if I'm reading between the lines and what Dennis said, he is saying it's really to some degree, it's unfair and unfortunate that you're in a profession where they get to decide where you live and where you go.
Right.
And I think that is what he was trying to underscore. And again, if he gets traded, and he's eligible to be traded now in 3 hours and 52 minutes, and if he gets traded at midnight tonight, it will be the third time he's traded within 365 days. And all of you listening, forget the money. Think about you and your profession, what you do and what you make. If you were forced, quote unquote, and I know he doesn't have to go, he can always pull an Iguodala and say, I'm not going, or decide that he wants to go be a carpenter. I get that. But imagine if you had to go to a third different city within the course of 365 days, largely against your will.
Yeah, no.
It would be uncomfortable.
It would get frustrating.
And I know you don't have to put aside the fact that he's made $100 million.
Right, but you would want some sort of change to the process. In other words, when you're an expiring deal, and I don't think this was the way it was all written up, but when you're an expiring deal, you automatically just become this piece of paper
that
everybody wants to move around simply because your deal's coming to an end. That's not the way most contracts are written.
Think about DeAnthony Melton, too, who was an expiring deal, and he got hurt. He gets hurt, season ender, career threatening. Ooh, now all of a sudden you're a coveted, trade
you're
target.
You're a big piece of meat. Let's season that thing. Yeah, it gets weird. There's no two ways about it. And in fact, that's one of the things we talked to Steve Kerr about. We're able to catch up with the Warriors head coach, as always, here on Willard and Dibs earlier today, and began by telling us about the atmospheric river that he's currently driving through in order to get to the team plane as they make their way to Utah.
I'm good, man. There's a deluge out here. I'm driving to the airport on my way to Utah, and my wipers are flying across the windshield.
Yeah, we're doing January and February this year. I don't know if you know.
Yeah, we moved it back. That's right.
Indeed, we did. So, hey, great win last night. We're going to get to a lot of different aspects of it, but also everybody thinking all about the deadline that looms. Let me ask you this. I mean, with so many big names already on the move, did you expect that kind of a deadline where this many big names would be bandied about?
Well, I don't think anybody expected Luka to be traded. The word was out about Levine and Fox, and so I don't think that one surprised anyone. But no one on earth expected Luka Doncic to be traded. So, that shocked everyone.
Does that change the idea of big game hunting, thinking that more big names and big game is actually possibly on the move?
You're talking about for just league-wide?
Yeah, just in general, not you guys, but in a vacuum, like the idea of maybe other big names moving, is that something that becomes more possible now that we've had a couple of really big names go?
It does feel like it. I don't know if that'll be reality or not, but it just feels like if Luka can be traded, anybody can be traded. And you wonder, in the new economic model of the league, with the really penalizing tax aprons and the way the new CBA is written, it does feel like teams league-wide are sort of reassessing team building and contract structuring, and so that stuff always takes some time to sort out. So that would be my biggest take from this is,